He's on the air. Oh, today. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, well.
He saw me a couple weeks ago. Jody, I don't need to see you again for 9 months, so I'm getting out of Dodge. See you later.
You sound hurt.
I am. I'm ticked off.
Wow.
He's a buddy. And he couldn't, find me. I was out in the hall.
Is he a buddy
I
is the
walked across
question,
the
you know?
street.
Yeah. Is a buddy
He's a buddy. You see what I'm doing there? He's a buddy.
Or was he a buddy? Maybe no longer.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so
talking out my ear.
We got a lot to cover. Phil's last night late game in San Fran. So there's a lot of ways to react to this one. I know James and Rhea came in fired up on the ump, and you should be because that was a disaster late in the game. The Harper at bat, the Kirker sequence when he's pitching, all of which happened there in the eighth inning. You know, that to me does not take precedence? What's the word? Precedence. For me, which is my more, I think, important reaction. But I'm curious where you stand. Obviously, I'm sure less people saw the game than typically happens. Late night game. Here we are early on a Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. But you can weigh in 215-592-9494. To me, last night's game, in large part because you got a great start from Christopher Sanchez. Great start. 7 innings, 1 run. Great start. Represents exactly what I fear for October. Now, you guys know I've been much more optimistic and lenient with the Phillies than many at twists and turns of this season. I've been on the record for over 3 months now with that. But let me just tell you, particularly if you missed last night's game, what, in my opinion, last night's game represented on the negative side. It's the unholy, I guess you hear about unholy trifectas. What would be four, Jody? An unholy
Trinity first before trifectas. Trifectas you hit at parks while you go to track.
That's why I said
but it's
unholy.
The unholy Trinity.
Well, all right, whatever.
Unholy quintet. No,
Yeah.
that'd be 5, right?
Quartet.
Quartet.
All right.
Quartet.
Here's my unholy quartet from last night, and this is to me a great fear for October. 1, the bats are pathetic. I mean, we know that is a staple of when the Phillies don't play well, they don't hit well. And last night they got 6 hits and 1 run. Okay, that's 1. Obviously, we know that propensity that they have. That's 1. 2, the defense can be brutal. They're considered one of the worst defensive teams in baseball, certainly one of the worst defensive teams amongst good teams in baseball. And last night you had a Trey botch at shortstop. You had a pop-up to shallow right. I know the wind in San Fran can be funky, but Stott doesn't come up with it. Cassie doesn't come up with it. You have a play in center field to Marsh. He botches that one. You have a Bryce play late, which is a great diving stop, but an errant throw to home plate, so you don't get a tag when you can keep that game a little closer to 2-1. Like, it was not a good defensive game by the Phillies, and we know that can be a problem for the Phillies. Number 3, bullpen. Now, I get it, guys. Kirkland got squeezed. There is no question. But he also plunked 2 guys. I mean, he did. I can't excuse that. I get it. He got squeezed. But, I mean, come on. We all know the main negatives on this team are, as I just stated, bats when they go quiet, defense, bullpen. 1, 2, 3. And I'll give you number 4. Number 4 is anything can happen, especially when you don't hit much and you do sort of leave it in the hands of the umpire where a missed call or 2 or 3 or 4 can lead to a loss. So just a very frustrating game, and the kind of game that I sure as hell doesn't happen, in October when Zach Wheeler goes 8 innings, gives up 1 run in game 1, but somehow you lose that game 3-1 because when you don't hit, you don't have good bullpen, you don't play good defense, and to a certain extent, you leave the game in the hands of the umpires. Things like this can happen. That's my takeaway from last night. Curious where you stand. 215-592-9494. MacMan, what say you?
Of those 4 that you put out there, one is, for me, more concerning than the others. And Johnson did the math when I was listening to him. My former friend, John Johnson, who doesn't say hi to me anymore, but he did gave out a really good number. Adding last night to Sunday to Saturday, the Phillies are 0 for 24 in their last at-bats with runners in scoring position. 0 for 24. That's hard to do.
Yeah,
you got to get a hit by mistake. Check swing. Gets over the second baseman's head. Brings home a run. How do you go 0 for 24 with runners in scoring position? Granted, they are the lineup that they have, the guys having the years that they have. But when you're not clutch, And you would thought that's where I thought you were going. I thought you were going to give that number when you said October.
Well, I could have gone to clutch, but the reality is I'm just taking the hitting in general because they also only had 6 hits. I mean, they didn't even have that many guys in scoring position. Look, there was an at-bat where Trey had a guy on third, 2 outs, he makes an out. It's not, 1 out and a guy on third, but it's 2. You get a hit, you're going to get a run. I mean, the only run they got was on a wild pitch.
Yep.
That's all I got.
That's how you go over 24 runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Get your only run via the wild pitch.
Yeah, I mean, look, an aggravating game. And, of course, Sanchez, who showed great emotion when he got through the 7th inning, got that final out of the 7th. You could tell he was pumped up. I mean, it is almost every game they get a great start. I know Luzardo lately hasn't been as good. Mick Abel, obviously, when he was here lately, hadn't been as good. But let's be real. In the grand scheme of starting pitching in baseball, you really can't do much better than this. I mean, you really can't. And yet you have these times where they don't hit, they don't field, they don't have great relief pitching, umpire does his thing, and believe me, this is far from the end of the world. This is not one of those shows where the sky's falling at all. But it's the kind of game I know, because let's remember this, guys. Phillies also, as of right now, and most people probably know this, but in case you don't, and you can react to all this at 215-592-9494. As of right now, the Phillies would be the division winner from the National League East. They're up, I think it's 1 game on the Mets. It's a game or game and a half, something like that. But they don't have the bye. So what am I getting at? What I'm getting at is if the playoffs started today, the Phillies would be a playoff team and they'd be a team that would win a division, but they'd also be in a best of 3. Like as quick as it starts, 3 hours later, you could be in a 1-0 hole. And after all these Octobers, I guess I'm just hoping like hell that they sharpen it up. Last night, I mean, if you missed it, the stop play in shallow right was bad. The Marsh play in center was bad. They got to sharpen stuff like that up. Look, we'll take your reaction, 215-592-9494. Seltzer, what are you thinking, my man? Talk to me.
Yeah, look, I'm of 2 minds with last night. I do think Kirkering got, squeezed.
Hosed. He got hosed.
I mean, he threw 5 strikes in that at bat, so
He also hit 2 guys in the same inning.
He did. Look, last night is not an example of the bullpen being an issue for me because it's everybody else. Like, Kirkering is the one guy that I have some level of trust in. Honestly, there's no one else in that bullpen. So, like that, I acknowledge.
Can I just say one thing before you continue? I'm sorry to break your stride. Would you say Kirkering, who has an outstanding ERA, has been a lot less effective than his ERA seems to represent?
I don't think
I've just seen
I don't
months.
think he's been elite or anything. His ERA says he's elite. He has not been elite, but he's been very good. Like, I think Kirkering, he had a tough start.
I just don't feel it, man.
Yeah, look, I don't feel it with any of these guys, but I think of the guys, he's the only one I would trust in any
best
sort of
the bunch,
yeah,
for
without
sure.
a doubt. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's an elite reliever. They don't have one.
No.
Their only elite reliever got popped for steroids.
Yeah.
That's it.
And by the way, that might be the only reason he was
who
elite.
knows? We don't know.
Yeah,
But
I'm just saying.
I think like the hitting is a massive issue
Yep.
with this team. Like they have to add. I mean, they have to add. They have to add a bat. They have to add a bullpen piece. They're not good enough without it. It is very clear what this team needs, where they're at. But to your point, they are in first place in the division.
Yep.
They keep finding ways to bounce back when they have struggles. They've been pretty resilient.
Yeah.
And Harper's been a disaster since he came back. So I do think there is room for improvement here, but I do not think as they are currently constituted, they have enough.
Well, look, we'll take your calls on everything with the Phils. I mean, micro was last night's game, but macro is obviously more important, what it represents within the season. 215-592-9494.
Let me get one more thing in that annoyed the snot out of me, because there was a lot to be annoyed with in last night's game. And I love all the Philly broadcasters, radio and television. Shoot, Sunday, or was it Sunday or Saturday? I don't remember which day it was. Friday was the 4th, so it had to be the 5th, Saturday. Tom McCarthy mentioned on the air.
Tim McCarver. He's giving us some McCarver here.
Love it. McCarver.
I said Tim McCarthy, who was a guy I used to work for.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, 3rd inning, 4th inning, 5th, Ruben said something to him and said, or whoever was doing the show, happy birthday. It was T-Mac's birthday.
Yeah.
I didn't know that because Saturday was also Joe Mac's birthday, as in Joseph Anthony Aloysius McDonald Sr.
Sure.
Wow.
Celebrating his 96th
That's awesome.
on Saturday.
That's
Mazel.
awesome.
So I text T-Mac during the game, which I try not to do, but we're friendly enough that we can, and he texted me back and said, tell Joe Mac I said happy birthday. Love T-Mac, love the guys here on WIP, love them all. But they all have to stop, and they're all guilty of it. That somehow the Philly shortstop has become a Gold Glover.
Yeah.
Just because he's better than the god-awful guy who played there last year. He's improved, well acknowledged, but he had a long way to be able to go up to get to average. Forget about above average. Yeah. And every time he makes a decent play, how improved. Major steps. No, he's not.
That was a bad one last night, Jody.
You got to make that play.
That was a bad play. I mean, and listen, they may not have gotten the double play. It was a relatively soft hit ball. Probably don't turn the double. Might have.
But you might have.
Got to get the ball out of your glove.
He like rolling it over.
Got it.
It's wild, too, with him because it does seem like he's better at the deep in the hole jumping throw play than he is at a ball hit right at him. Like, it's so strange.
And there's more regular plays than the uber tough ones. Rhea, how frustrating was the eighth inning for you on the umpire front?
I'll tell you guys mentioned all the things that are upset, but I have one more to add, and that's Rob Thompson. Because I'm sick of him.
Now, what part? Why?
Your superstar is getting crushed at the plate. This guy's coming back. He had to start swinging at stuff that were outside the zone.
Yes, he did.
I mean, so we don't know if last night is just a continuation of still recovering. But the Kirkering thing, when he said post-game, asked if he was squeezed, I don't know. I haven't seen the tape
He said, I heard about that.
I heard about it. Dude, they flashed to you in the dugout. You were looking at it.
Yeah.
So
and Caleb Cotham was freaking out.
Yeah, he was.
Caleb Cotham is right next to Topper yelling at the umpire from the bench.
I know Topper's not going to go off all the time, but every once in a while, I mean, my God, I'm still not over when they didn't retaliate for Harper.
Yep.
But there are certain things as a manager that you need to do, and last night was one of those.
All right, look, there's a lot to chew on from this game and obviously what it represents within the midst of a pretty damn good Philly season, but one in which we still know they're just not quite – they have these games where you say that, and that could all bite me in October. Look, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on all of it. Just off and rolling. On a Tuesday morning, we're going to do a lot on the Fritz thing. He says now he's going to win and the whole thing, and he's throwing 80 miles an hour. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get to that. Joe DeCamera and Jody Mack in for John today. Well, I got a lot to say about the Fritz thing. Let me just
can't wait. Quote Bart Scott. Can't wait.
Let me just tee it up on 94 WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, you're always giving 100% focus to your pet. My Cheney, I'd like to thank him for waking me up in the middle of the night, and I got to see the end of that Phil's game because he had to go out. But listen, in today's world, we need all the help we can get to keep our pets healthy and happy. And the lead dog, George Parante, will tell you that the place to get not only help, but many solutions for your pet's needs is at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. Time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. We're outside, so maybe freshen up with some outdoor toys, maybe a new ball launcher. If you're bringing your pet like outside to the water, to the beach, to lakes, get a life jacket. They're really, really important if you have dogs that do not know how to swim like my dog. I used to have a lab. She could swim like anything. Cheney can't swim at all. So when we're out by the water, he's got a life jacket on. When it comes to food, the selection at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, it is second to none. Large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and can. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule, 7 convenient neighborhood locations, Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
One round down.
I chip one in the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon tomorrow. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police are looking for 3 suspects they believe were involved in yesterday's mass shooting in Grays Ferry. The city and the striking blue-collar workers union are scheduled to resume talks today, and a new medical journal study shows children's health in the U.S. is on the decline, especially compared to other high-income nations.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio, now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speeding isn't just dangerous, it's deadly. The faster you drive, the less time you have to react, and the greater the impact of a crash. Slow down, stay alert, and protect lives. Drive safely, New Jersey.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Today, hot and humid with some late-day storms, high 95.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Great starting pitching, basically no offense, bad defense, and really bad umpiring led to a 3-1 loss for the Phillies in San Francisco. Christopher Sanchez allowed 1 run on 7 hits, striking out 8, a walk in 7 innings. Phil's only run coming on a wild pitch. It didn't help home plate umpire Phil Cuzzi. Just a terrible night at the office.
Harper, 1 for 2 tonight. The pitch is taken for a... Oh, my gosh. That is a horrible call by Phil Cuzzi to start the at-bat.
I don't know, man.
That's not even close to being a strike.
Tough night for him.
0-1 pitch. And that's another non-strike.
Scott Fransky, Kevin Stocker on a sequence of bad calls for Bryce Harper. Cuzzy brutal in the 8th as well. Matt Chapman could have been called out on strikes 3 times because he squeezed a Ryan Kirkring, calling them balls. Hot and humid today, PM thunderstorms, high of 95. It is currently 78. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, aggravating game, and you could hear it from Fransky last night, clearly. Good morning to you. Going to get hot today. We're going to get a lot of rain this week. Lots. All right. We also have a cool prize to give you today. At least to give one of you today. You got to call to win. Pair of tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul, July 10th. That's coming up. Well, how soon? 2 days from now. At the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. Now, tickets are still available and starting at $30. You can visit Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. You can also win the tickets here on our program this morning. All right, here's how you win them. So, in addition to everything with the Phils, you call in discussing the Phils and what's going on. We're going to get some Eagles and Sixers stuff as well. Edgecombe did not play last night.
He's injured.
Nice to have load management with Game 2. You know?
Thumb contusion.
Game 2. No. But when you call in today at 215-592-9494, we ask that you give us a movie or a show that was a big deal, maybe a very big deal, but does not get discussed all that often anymore. Why do I say that? Because MacMan, back on this date in 1992, and I remember Fox used to do this. They did this sometimes with 90210. They did it with Melrose Place. They would have a summer run of a show. And it was fun. Like Melrose, a lot of people might not remember this. I do. Melrose debuted in the summer. Melrose Place. Good show.
It was huge.
Big show.
Massive hit.
Big show. Had a lot of stars. A lot of them were 25 to 35. They were all great looking. Courtney Thorne
Shout
Smith.
out to Heather Locklear, man.
Yeah, but Courtney Thorne, I'll take Girl Next Door.
That's Girl Next Door.
Give me Girl Next Door.
Plus the brother of your all-timer.
Yeah, Andrew's show.
That's right.
Elizabeth Shue's
I
brother.
met Heather Locklear once when they remember when Bon Jovi owned The Soul.
Sure.
And what was her husband? I can't.
Sambora, right?
Richie Sambora.
Richie Sambora.
They came in. I was standing next to her. Now I'm not like super tall. I'm 5'7". I felt like a giant next to her.
Really?
She was so tiny. I mean, stunningly beautiful.
Yeah.
But so tiny.
Yeah, well, Melrose Place was an interesting show, and it was a big deal. So today at 215-592-9494, we ask you for a movie or a show that was a big deal. Like take Avatar. Big deal, very big deal. But rarely, for instance, on our show, we talk movies and shows all the time, never gets brought up. Now, one caveat, MacMan. I Love Lucy, Love the Honeymooners, not the heart of the answer we're looking for. Because if it's 70 years ago, of course, it's not going to be brought up all that often. Something relatively in the recent that has been kind of swept away. What do you got? Boys and girls, put those thinking caps on 215-592-9494 as MacMan gets ready to tell us about Leave It to Beaver. Go ahead, Joe.
No, not Leave It to Beaver. But it was a while ago. But it is one of those shows that people will, when I say this, will either smile and go, you're exactly right, or go, what the hell are you talking about, McDonald? Star Trek.
Star Trek, sure. I mean, it was, So you're teetering there and how far back you're going.
I'm not all the way back to I Love Lucy, but Star Trek is off close enough. It was the first show that ever had an African-American woman as one of the stars.
Okay.
Uhura was a major contributor to the ensemble staff and was the first ever. And it has had 20 different spin-offs
been a ton.
Thereafter. Just making it into another one, another one. Most of them good, some of them waste of time. And I was so big a Star Trek fan, I think I have the right to say what was or wasn't a waste of time.
That's a pretty good answer because, James, all the shows we do, I mean, Spock comes up,
Spock,
but not
pretty
that
much it.
often.
Pretty much it, yeah.
Not that. All right, pretty good answer. James, what are you thinking here? Something that doesn't come up all that often.
It's a sports movie.
Uh-huh.
It's Martin Scorsese, Paul Newman, and Tom Cruise. We never talk about The Color of Money. That movie's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, look, a lot of answers to chew at here. Rhea, what are you thinking?
I had a TV show when we mentioned Melrose, and I know I loved it in the 90s, and it was a loose spin-off of Cheers, Wings. You remember it?
Oh, yeah. Thomas Hayden Church.
I loved Wings.
That was Tony
Shalhoub, yeah.
It was so funny.
Can I
It's a
give
great
you?
cast.
Can I give you another wheelhouse?
Yes.
Crystal Bernard.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Just wheelhouse.
I can see that.
Let's go to the phones.
We've lost Joe again.
215-592.
Wings is a great call.
Wings is a very
good
yeah.
call.
No, that's the heart of it. It's a show that's a pretty big deal and doesn't get discussed all that often. I dig it. All right, let's go to the phones. Where do you stand on the Phillies from last night? Also, a show or movie that just doesn't get brought up all that often. Justin in Kearney's Point. Justin, good morning. Justin.
What's going on, everyone?
Hey,
Morning,
bud.
how are you?
Hey, buddy.
You got me?
We got
Yes.
you. We got you. Go ahead, pal.
All right. Show real quick, just get it out there. Sons of Anarchy. I don't know if you guys at all.
That's a good answer.
Yep.
Yeah, very good answer.
Yeah, real good one. Doesn't appeal to everybody, motorcycle gang and all that crap.
Yep.
I'm not into motorcycles, but the show was amazing. So just get that out of the way. Phil's, I mean, man, frustrating. I just wanted to get an opinion from you guys. Do you think that we have to make a move for a closer, or would you be comfortable with Kirkering taking over that role?
Not comfortable. Not comfortable.
solidified?
I mean, I'd like to see them do it.
okay.
Jody, I'm going to ask you, and we're going to do 5 questions with the Mac Man today. This isn't one of them, but we've addressed this before. Jody, as you and I reconvene for another show 2 or 3 weeks after the last one, outfielder or bullpen, which is the more pressing?
Outfield. Because if I knew who the bullpen guy was going to be, if you can tell me you're getting Miller from Oakland, if you can tell me you're getting Clase from Cleveland, there's only a handful of proven closers in baseball, and I only think 1 or 2 of them, 2 or 3 of them most, are going to be available. And oh, by the way, the team that has them knows that's the case, and every team wants to get another bullpen arm, and they're going to charge you an arm and a leg for it. So it's going to be difficult. I think it'll be easier to get an outfielder, and that's why I would say outfield, because they have a need for both.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, I'd love to say it, but we've been through this a million times. Number one, my expectations aren't too big. And number two, I mean, you get 2 glaring issues, and I tend to think they'll only get, at the most, 1 excellent addition to a spot. And it might just be filler nonsense. It might just be the Austin Hayes kind of stuff.
Austin Hayes looked good hitting a home run against him this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, off of Wheeler, yeah. I mean, I've been wanting Brian Reynolds from Pittsburgh for a couple of years. He's kind of on the downside of things now, but I feel like a move like that for center field could work. And then also I was thinking it would be ironic, what if they went after Estevez again and actually got him? Where's he at? KC, I think?
Yeah, Casey. He's been pretty good for Casey.
He has. Can they get David Robertson?
Yeah.
Is he retired? Can they sign him again?
He is like out there. He is unsigned.
Joe. They
Yeah.
I love David Robertson.
Apparently, they did talk to him earlier this
Look,
season.
I was
Apparently
a big
he was looking
fan
for
of that
a lot
guy.
of money. Is what
Remember
the
when he got
rumor is.
injured celebrating one of those?
Of course, the Harper Homer in
Was that the
St.
one?
Louis. Yeah, it was the Harper Homer in St. Louis.
And he
in
missed a
Game 2.
couple playoff games, right?
Yeah, he missed that round. He missed that whole next round against the Padres.
Was it an ankle?
I think so. Something like that.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Look, 215-592-9494. We're going to do 5 questions with the Mac Man today. The first of them coming up. Also, something Bryce Harper said about the umpire after the game last night. And Jack Fritz, we got to open up this baseball competition. Me and Fritz, obviously, it cranks up tomorrow. I'm already up 1-0. I think everyone knows that's pretty well established. We'll get it. Seltzer, we're going to get inside Fritz's head.
Uh-oh. Is that a place we want to go?
You're already there rent-free.
It's a place I want to go.
I'll bet. You've been there, buddy.
And we'll go
You've
there.
been hanging out. You got like a recliner there. You're just chilling.
And I'm curious who people think is going to win, me or Fritz, in baseball, which happens tomorrow. Joe DeCamera and the Mac Man. Jody Mac in for John on 94 WIP.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classic? Crimpets, light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. I love the lemon pies. I've loved them my entire life. They're fantastic. Donut lovers, well, you've got options for days. Frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new dip and stick flavors. There are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid July 1st through July 31st. See store for details.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Hey everybody, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers, featuring Skechers' new Contour Foam, a soft, cushy footbed that shapes your foot when you walk, softening every step.
Best of all, they have slip-in technology so I can just step in and go with no bending down and no touching my shoes. Once I start walking, this is like Contour Foam is hugging my foot, and normally I don't like hugs, but when it's my Cozy Fit's doing it, I'm all in. Hug away, shoes. Hug away!
You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold. Nice spot, Howie. Give me a hug. Give me a hug, baby.
Oh, I'm being hugged.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Few teams in the MLB have reached 50 wins so far this season, but 2 of them will be facing off in a weekend series. New York will host Chicago as the team from the north side of Chicago heads to the Bronx in a battle of 2 of the biggest franchises in baseball. Both teams are looking to hold tight to the division lead, but the task won't be easy in this series. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9 Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only, actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7, range for miles.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
As per usual, Phillies got another terrific game out of a starter. Christopher Sanchez, 1 run in 7 innings, but only managed to score off a wild pitch. They are 0 for 24 with runners in scoring position. Phillies have enough problems offensively to have to deal with an epically bad night behind the plate by umpire Phil Cuzzi.
Harper has gotten 3 straight non-strikes called by Phil Cuzzi. I don't know what he did to Phil Cuzzi, but that's a ridiculous sequence, and Phil Cuzzi is hearing about it from the Phillies bench right now, and he well should hear about it.
Scott Fransky, the call. Cuzzi didn't hear about it from Rob Thompson, who never left the dugout. Cuzzi struck again in the 8th when Matt Chapman was struck out 3 times by Orion Kirkring in an at-bat that ended in a single. Hot and humid, PM storms, a high of 95. It's currently 78. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, hope you're having a great start to your Tuesday morning. So we got Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul tickets happening on Thursday, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Give us a ring, 215-592-9494. You can win the tickets, see their show. You can also see the show, me and Fritz. Tomorrow, it's going to be at Plymouth White Marsh High School. So I'm interested to talk to the Mac Man because, Jody, you were in here before this competition began, and you were both supporting me.
Yeah.
Defending me.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I want you to know that, Mac Man. Now,
yeah, guys who sit here in the studio, be directly in and or around, we're not nearly as supportive as yours truly.
I would say that's good. It was really you and Rhea, and that was it. And then I had my mom, and then I had Amy from Villanova, and that was it.
I thought you said Rhea was...
Rhea didn't think I would win, but she was at least rooting for me.
Oh, okay.
And I respect that.
Well,
That's
because
fine.
I also said I didn't respect Fritz.
And you know why? Not much to respect. Yeah, I mean, that's bottom line. So, all right, Jody, I want to get your reaction to Jack losing Goff. But before we do, I just want to remind everyone something that Fritz said the day after we goffed. So just consider the day after we goffed, he said this.
Rick Ankiel, Mark Elfoltz, Scott Brocious, Jack Fritz. I mean, that's what yesterday was. Yesterday was not the camera beating me. Yesterday was me losing that. And it was a total embarrassment, an absolute embarrassment. That's probably the worst round of golf I've played in 20 years. And I think I got totally psyched out of my own mind. Like, you saw it yesterday. I mean, that was a vintage meltdown. That was a vintage freaking meltdown.
All right, Mac, man, we're going to move to the baseball thing, but I mean, I think the Goff thing ties into the baseball thing. Your reaction to what happened, what he said, everything you've absorbed about the situation.
I saw it on Twitter the day you did it here on the air.
Yeah.
Later in the day.
Can I just say this?
What time was it?
But you didn't say. You know why?
Why?
Seltzer, a very small percentage of the video of me and Jack Goffian actually got out to the general public. I am convinced that, like, the government stepped in and said, "Thou shalt not show this to the public."
So I've seen the full video. I've seen the full video. Like 99% of the best, like most entertaining stuff is not 99.9%.
Did not make it to the public domain.
There is a full-on true blue meltdown that is nowhere near the public.
And Joe, I would like to point out for you, again, in my support of you.
Thank you.
If that was you melting down, that entire video would be out.
Of course it would be. I mean, it's a man of integrity. And you got to own these things.
And I'm not talking about Fritz. I'm talking about you when you won the morning thereafter.
Yep.
I wasn't up. What time did you do it? 7-something?
7:20 we made the announcement.
I went up at 7:20. So I caught it on social media, on Twitter, after the fact. I want to say 2.5 minute somewhere there about. Wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. And you went into very good detail describing the final hole on how it came down. And you could have, at least the way you said it, you could have buried Fritz a hell of a lot more than you did. You kind of took it in stride in victory. And I was, number one, happy for you for winning. And number two, proud of you that you didn't go bananas and just destroy him and make him look like the loser that he turned out to be. So I give you a lot of props.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, Jody, that was strong.
Jody,
You just slid that in there.
I
huh, big dog?
appreciate that. And we also now ask, will he be a loser again? Because we have not one but two different Twitter poll questions of the day, both of which are brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin, certified one-owner, pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question. Who's going to win the baseball challenge tomorrow? Will it be A, the Hammer, that's me, or B, Jack Fritz? Get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. We also have this second poll question, which is, which of these issues bothered you the most from last night's Phillies game? Now, we don't have Ria's what would be choice E. She wanted Rob Thompson to come out and explode, and that's a reasonable thing to consider, but we narrowed it down to 4. Which issue bothered you the most from last night? Is it A, Phillies bat stunk, B, Phillies bullpen not good enough, C, Phillies defense brutal, or D, the umpire stunk? Which one bothered you the most? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter, and certainly weigh in on the phone lines as well.
All right, DeCamera versus Fritz in baseball.
Yep.
And when I'm here, I enjoy being here with all you guys. If I'm not here, I'm sleeping. Sorry, I just don't get to listen to the show that often. I'm up till 2 o'clock in the morning almost every single night, either on the air or watching sports or something.
Yep.
So I don't know the exact details, and I'm sure that 90% of the people who are listening right now are, but for me and the other 10% that aren't, the details of how this competition is going to go down.
Sure. All right, so here we go. We've been using the term at-bats frequently, but I told Spike and Ike and Jack last week on the air, we got to start using the term plate appearances. It's 10 plate appearances. Of those, because a walk doesn't count as an at-bat, most people know. Okay.
Technically.
So 10 plate appearances, I have to get on base 4 times. Or more, but 4. I mean, if I get on base 4, it's over. I mean, I'm not going to bat a 5th, 6th, 7th time. Come on.
Why not?
I get on base 4 times.
Go
I win.
8 out of 10?
You got to
Really?
Jack's
Come
arm,
on.
you know? Yeah, no reason to put extra stress on that arm.
Right. All right. So 4, I win. 2 or less, he wins.
3's a split?
3's a tie,
Okay.
which I was very happy to get. That was very big that I got that. If there is an error, and there will be an official score, this is one addendum that we made late last week. If there is what is judged to be an error, and I get on base by way of that, it will be a redo. Because he's fielding.
You got a really sweet deal with that one.
Well, I'll say this. He's fielding his own team. He could have brought. Now, he's bringing really good high school baseball. He's bringing a varsity baseball team. So most people think, Jody, this is going to come down to very simply whether he gets the ball over the plate. And the prevailing sentiment amongst many is if he throws strikes, he'll win. And if he doesn't, I'll win.
That is the definitively that all people have said to Jack, the only advice he has gotten, throw a strike.
Now, I will say this. This is going to be a big challenge for me, Jody. I mean, he is a college athlete, a scholarship college athlete. And when this started, I thought I would win baseball. As we sit here today knowing that he needs this one, it's going to be tough for me. You know, I'm going to try to be a little engine that can, hopefully, and just do the best I can, Jody, because I recognize, like, there is a lot of pressure in his corner, and a lot of people think he will rise to the challenge. Now, a lot might be 2%, but I mean... All right, one other thing. I want to play 2 other pieces of audio.
And they all work here between 3 and 7 on WIP.
No, those guys are very concerned. Although they act like they're not, but trust me, I've talked to them privately.
Apparently not so privately.
Really? I guess not that privately.
Let's listen to a much more confident-sounding Jack Fritz yesterday. As we get closer to baseball, he's starting to rev up the confidence.
I am definitely very confident in myself. Like, I pitched on Saturday. I said to myself, I could still dominate a high school mound today.
Okay.
Like, as a 31-year-old washed father of 2. But I just don't want to get too psyched up to psych myself out of it.
Right.
Because I feel like when I need to throw a strike, I'll be able to throw a strike.
And that's a big deal. I mean, if he can fire in a strike there, then that could win it for him. There's no question. But he also, you go back to last week, the mental side of baseball, he also said this about a week ago.
Baseball, there's a mental aspect that I am now worried about. Yesterday, I am. I don't know what to tell you.
I know what to tell you. I like it.
Now I got one. I have another. Wow. I have another couple of questions.
Yes,
this
sir.
is a high school baseball team playing defense behind them.
Yeah, White Marsh Valley.
Are you going to have to run it out?
Yeah.
That's a concern.
Yeah.
A little bit.
But you know what was astounding? Spike was drilling me Thursday on the air about, like, we want you to run the first. And I'm like, what, as opposed to what? I don't run? Like, if I put the ball in play, would Jack really rather I run or stand at home plate? I mean, I could lace what could otherwise be a double. Does he prefer I just stand at home plate? Like, these guys are drilling me on, make sure you run. I'm like, okay, I'll be happy to run.
No,
how the hell do I get on base 4 times if I stand at home plate? Other than when he hits me.
But even
then, I got to get to
Are
first.
you walking to first if you get a walk?
I don't know. I mean, I'll get down to first base.
No, I'm saying if he walks you, do you have to actually go?
Yes.
I was wondering.
I have to
'cause
touch.
that is a little silly.
I have
but
to
that's
touch.
fine.
They are all about trying to get me injured and have me run 90 feet. Okay.
Yeah, that part's a little silly.
Look, I will be. This is a big deal tomorrow because if I win it,
Feeling pretty good if you win it.
Really good.
Feeling really good.
Because then the brooms can start. People can start bringing the brooms. Because I think the third competition there'll be a lot of brooms.
Uh-oh.
Wow. I'm just putting that out there.
Third, is that tennis or basketball?
Tennis. That's broom time.
Basketball's last.
Yeah, broom time with number 3 if I get number 2.
Now, this question is much like if he gets on base 4 times, is it over? Same thing?
What?
You win baseball tomorrow, you win the third competition, 4 and 5 are out the window?
These guys want to play it out. They want to do all 5. I mean,
that's why I'm asking.
He wants to do all 5.
So
That's what he
it
says.
wouldn't be a sweep if you get up 3-0.
Yeah, but I mean, essentially. I mean, let's be real. Let's go, folks. So, Phil's last night, me and Fritz, what do you make of it? And how do you get him in the right headspace? Because I think it's pretty clear he's been all over the place. 215-592-9494. We're also going to get to the Bryce Harper audio. He was frustrated, clearly, after the game last night with the home plate ump. We'll get to that shortly. Doug in Doylestown right now. Good morning, Doug.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Joe, if I could give you a little advice, if I could.
Please.
Move around in the batter's box. Crowd the plate, and then move back, move up, open your stance, close your stance. Don't let him get in a rhythm.
Okay.
Step
Good advice.
out.
I appreciate that.
Even if he's in the middle of his windup,
Yep.
and you call time, step out, the umpire doesn't give it. Jack seems to be easily distracted. So if you just, call time, he doesn't give it to you, step out, right? It'll could throw him off.
That's an interesting.
There's no pitch clock, right? No pitch clock is a part of this or anything?
As of now, no pitch clock. And Doug,
do you have a Nomar routine you work on? Just do a little Nomar thing in between each at bat?
Doug, would you say that I should also wiggle that bat around like, fake bunt, kind of wiggle it just a little
Maybe
bit?
a Tim Tuffle shuffle at some point?
Are you going to have baseball gloves on?
Oh, yeah.
Nomar 'em.
I could.
I was just saying, do a little Nomar thing.
Yeah, I could. Doug, I appreciate this support. I really do.
Yeah. I have a question, a Phillies question. Do you think because of all the Phillies that made the All-Star team last year might have been a little bit the reason that Sanchez and Turner got snubbed?
I don't think so. I don't. Jody, what do you make of that? I mean, listen, Ranger had only pitched 2/3 of the year.
Right.
What do you make of the Sanchez thing?
The Sanchez thing, he's the only guy that got stiffed. And some people are talking about Turner because...
Turner got stiffed.
No,
he's
he did not get stiffed because he's a below-average
statistic.
shortstop.
Yeah, but his
and by the
defensive
way,
factor, man.
Mookie Betts isn't on the All-Star
He's
team.
number one
Who's
in
a
every
better
statistical
player,
category
Mookie
offensively
Betts
versus shortstop.
or Trey Turner?
Yeah.
The answer is Mookie Betts.
No
And he's
year
not
it's been
there
Trey
either,
Turner,
so
though.
they only took one backup shortstop, and Ellie De La Cruz is having a better season and is a better player right now than Trey Turner.
Yeah, I wasn't cheesed on the Trey thing either, just because of his defense is exemplified yet again last night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like James is quoting stats, and that's all nice. And yes, Trey's been a good hitter, but he's a weak defender. He is at an important position.
Yeah, but everybody measures ball players on what they do in the batter's box. 75%, 25% in the field. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I mean, you're probably right. That's how people look at it. But it's a very let me put it this way: if Jimmy Rollins makes the Hall of Fame, he's going to make it more because of his defense and his base running than his hitting. I mean, I'm just
Here's
what it is.
Here's where I disagree with Doug. Two positions, it's not 75-25. Shortstop,
Catcher.
center field.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the two.
catcher.
The others, 75-25, all right, I'll buy on.
Yeah.
Shortstop, you have to be able to field your position. It's too important a defensive position to be well below average, and that's what Trey was last year. This year he's only below average.
He's still
but he's
below
still
it,
below
yeah.
average.
Hey, Doug, give me a movie or a show that doesn't get much discussion anymore.
Well, it was really popular. It's short-lived.
Soap.
That's a great
Billy
answer, dude.
Crystal.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Was that the 80s?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soap. Was it that big a deal? I mean,
Oh,
It
yeah.
was huge. I
It was
mean,
a
it
pretty big-
featured
yeah.
the first, I think, openly gay character.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
It was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
all right.
And it was funny.
Bryce Harper is a big deal, and he was frustrated last night. So if you missed it late in the game, Bryce with a sequence in the 8th inning. I mean, call's not going his way, particularly early in the at-bat. It was bad. Let's listen to Bryce after the game. He was clearly frustrated, no question about that.
He said the second one he had at my belt line, which, I knew it wasn't. So I couldn't say much more. I didn't want to. I didn't really say anything to him when I walked off the first time on the strike 3 that was up. I just only missed it.
So you can tell there he held back when interacting with the umpire, and even there he's holding back a little bit because he knows he doesn't want to get fined in the whole deal if he says all that he wants to say. But with this next answer, at the very end, he kind of quickly lets his feelings be a little bit more clearly known. Here's Bryce.
I felt confident today. Felt really good where I was, and thought I was going to be in some good counts, and thought I was going to be in some good situations. But sometimes that happens, and umpire took over the game.
The umpire took over the game line, Jody. That's when you know the athlete's really, really, really aggravated.
And I would love to say, come on, Bryce, you're being paid a lot of money. He's got a point. That was really bad last night. And I think, and Rhea's been getting on, I heard John Johnson getting on the manager's case because he didn't come out of the dugout, didn't scream and yell. You can't argue balls and strikes. The only thing you do is slow the game down for 2 minutes for him to throw you out and then go back into the dugout. So I'm not blaming Topper for last night. That's all on the umpire. Because he is, I believe, the most veteran umpire in all of baseball.
He turned 70 in a couple months. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're going to pick on the most veteran up, you're not going to get anywhere. He's not going to go out and say, oh, well, Rob Thompson got on my case. Maybe I need to concentrate more and call balls. No, it's not going to change a thing. So you're doing it just to appease the fan base. It's not going to have any impact on the game whatsoever.
Somebody needed to get tossed last night, and it was Topper. It bothers me about him.
I know
sorry,
it does.
it just does.
I agree with Rhea more. Like, it doesn't have to happen every time, but every once in a while, like, just pop off. Like, show a little energy, show a little fight, for your squad.
Well,
I think so, at least.
Yeah, you can react to the game and everything in it. 215-592-9494. So when Jody's here, we love doing 5 questions with the Mac Man. And Jody, question number 1 today, and this comes up, it feels like 6 to 10 times a baseball season. This is an apropos day for this question. We turn to you. I don't know your answer. Robot umps. Do you want them or not? For balls and strikes, robot ump, yes or no?
When they put it in this spring training, and I wasn't even a huge fan of them doing it in spring training because I want to have the human element. I want guys to call balls and strikes. Is good question. If you want to see it implemented after last night, is a good day to pick this question. Yes. So I'll give you credit for that. But I have to admit, in spring training, where it was just a challenge, not lasers making every single ball and strike count, it played pretty damn well. And the way that they implemented as quickly as it was, you got 3 seconds to challenge. If you're the hitter, you got to tap you. If you're the pitcher, you're the catcher, you got to do it immediately. If you don't, you can't challenge. And they had immediate responses. I mean, like 8 seconds later, they would signal down to the umpire, and he would signal whether it was a ball or strike. And I said, wow, I thought it was going to slow the game down. I thought it was going to be intrusive. It really was pretty good.
Is this a pro-it?
If they do it like they did in spring training, it's a pro-it, yes. If you're going to just turn it over completely to lasers going forward and the ump is just standing there to implement whatever he needs to implement, that I don't want to see.
Which, to be fair, they've never gone that. Like, they've never suggested that that's the route they're going to take. Like, no one said it's going to go full robot.
Right.
Yet.
But nobody said it hasn't.
Well, yeah, there's some ambiguity.
Well, but we know what they did in spring training is the point. Is that, like, you would think is the plan if they're going to institute it.
Yeah, I would say
institute it, but does it eventually get to full-time lasers? I don't want to see it get to full-time lasers. And if this is the entree to it, just the warm-up to it, then I come down as a no. But if this becomes the way they do it for the next 50 years, all right, you got my vote.
Jody, here's why you disappoint me. And I thought you would know. 3 words. Remember when Gordon Gekko said greed is good?
Greed is good, sure.
Let me give you a different G word, or excuse me, C word in this case. Consternation is good. The aggravation of a dugout. Now, in this case, we wake up annoyed, obviously, because it worked against the Phillies last night. Sometimes it works for the Phillies. I like in sports consternation. I enjoy watching a manager scream at an umpire or a player show disgust at an umpire, not at a robot, at an umpire. It's good for the sport to have consternation. If you go down the road, you're talking, Seltzer's talking, and Maria's been on it for a while, and John's on it, bad for sports. If you guys just want all just, I don't even know what the word is, non-consternation, just robot, bad for sports. I need the struggle. I need the fight. I need the aggravation. That's a big part of sports, and it comes from the human dynamic. So I know we wake up in a bad mood about the 8th inning today. There's no question about it. I will stand by human umpires is the way to go. Look, we'll take your reaction, 215-592-9494. They took fighting out of hockey. They want to take the umpires out of baseball. Don't like it. Where do you stand on all this? Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Summer humidity is no joke, and you will absolutely feel that once you go outside today. So if you're in your house, you got the AC blasting, fans going, you got your shades pulled all the way down, and the heat still feels like it's finding its way into your home, then it might be time to check on your windows. That's why I'm so happy I replaced my old drafty windows with Window Nation's energy-efficient ones years ago. And for everyone else that's feeling the heat seep in, now is the time. You can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years, no interest until 2030. And Window Nation can install your windows in just 1 day, which makes upgrading your home so much easier, even with your busy schedule. Window Nation has 45,000 5-star reviews, so you can feel safe trusting them with your home. I did it with both of mine. It is their biggest deal of the year, running now through July 31st. So don't let this opportunity pass you by. Call 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com for your free quote on energy-efficient replacement windows today.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
FranklinMintFederal.com.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Okay, guys, so you've got hair. Glad Hair can help you keep it. You losing it? They can help you with that too. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30 plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up, check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. It's the reason why they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Call them at 610-980-4000 or visit gladhairmm.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right.
Yeah.
La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vid. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV, the live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks officially hired Mike Brown as their next victim. Head coach. But let's be real. After firing Tom Thibodeau after his successful 5-year stretch, how long do you think Mike Brown is really going to last in New York? At least when the Knicks fire him, he'll get paid not to work just like Tom Thibodeau. Must be nice. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
I love mowing the lawn and having my earbuds in and listening to the Phillies.
Listen to every Phillies game on Sports Radio 94 WIP with the free Odyssey app.
We're not John Ritchie today, or this week. Doesn't mean we can't play Jimi Hendrix, his favorite. So, tomorrow, me and Fritz, Plymouth White Marsh High School. Be there or be square, 12 noon. Whole thing will probably last, if I had to guess, 12 to 12:40 maybe. Maybe shorter, I don't know.
Depends how quick Fritz works. Depends how much time you take between at-bats, pitches. There's a lot to, to play out here.
James, over under 100 listeners in attendance.
It's a great number. I'll go over.
I will too.
I think this could be a big one.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why it's over.
Yeah.
Noon.
Yeah.
You scheduled it for the right time. People get lunch at noon and get out 10 minutes early if that's how long it's going to take them to get to White Marsh. Yeah, I think you got a chance to get more than 100 because of the time that you're starting.
Mac Man, can you be there?
Yeah, I can.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you want. I'm not, you might be busy.
He gave you a look there.
You might be tired. You might have to take a nap. You might have to get a haircut with that bald head of yours.
No haircut needed. No nap needed. As of now,
No
unless
pressure.
something comes up that I have to do, I'll go.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, I'm curious who else
You can
is,
hang out with me, Jody. I'll be there.
Okay.
who else is going and
Who's umpiring?
so it's a
Professionals.
It's a high school ump, apparently like a really good high school umpire.
And who scheduled this person?
Rod Lakin.
Oh, okay.
Through our head of sales, Dave Skopinich.
All right,
I could probably
good.
get Phil
Yeah.
Cuzzy last minute if you want.
Yeah, probably could. All right,
Angel Hernandez?
Yeah,
Can we get
exactly.
him?
He's out of work. Well, we hope to see you there. It should be something, one way or the other. It should be something. So you can weigh in, obviously, on the day before, 215-592-9494. Who are you rooting for, and who do you think will win? And what do you make of the odyssey to get to this point? Jack was in baseball, then he backed out of baseball, then he's back in baseball, then he golfed, and he golfed horrendously. And then he expressed that on the air. And now he's expressing confidence with baseball. Guy's been all over the place. So what do you make of his public presentation over the last couple weeks? 215-592-9494 and what that represents for who will win tomorrow. By the way, you can also watch our show on YouTube, both live, like right now, watch us on YouTube, or go back later in the day. Check out the show on YouTube. We also enjoy the questions and comments that come in through the YouTube channel. So fire away at us, and we'll respond to some of them as we move through the show. One other thing, Eagles-related thing I want to touch on, happened over the weekend. I was sad to say it, and I hope he pulls through this. Brian Bremen is battling with cancer, a bad form of cancer, and what they're saying is a rare form of cancer. And he was
really good in his role.
He was tremendous in his role. There was a stretch there where the Eagles had Maragos and Bremen in special teams, and they came in the chip era. But then lasted into the Doug era. And, Brian Bremen was the best special teams player on the Eagles team that won the Super Bowl in 2017. And, when I think of great special teams players in my lifetime, I think there's about 4 or 5 or 6 guys that rise up. Ike was obviously one.
For sure.
Bremen and Maragos were others. I mean, they've had a couple. I think Ken Rose, was that the guy's name, Rhea?
Yeah.
In the 80s, early 90s, Ken Rose, I think, was pretty good.
I thought Keely Ringo did a great job this past season.
He would, as a gunner, right?
As a gunner, yeah.
He would get down there and make tackles.
He would.
Yeah, he
and
would.
Sidney Brown was solid, too.
So, and I talked to Brian Bremen one time. He was a really super nice guy. So I'm obviously hoping like heck that he pulls through this cancer situation, and our best to him, his family, and the Eagles. Obviously, that is a horrible thing for a former Eagle to be going through, and we hope that he comes through it. Our very best to him. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Ben right now in Montgomeryville. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning. How are you?
Fantastic.
Listen, I'm on the bus. I'm heading to Magic Kingdom this morning, and I'm very excited to go to Disney.
You're going to Disney today?
Yeah, I'm actually at Disney World right now.
What are you, like 6 years old?
I'm not 6 years old. I'm just having fun.
Do you have a 6-year-old?
No, I don't. I'm just going to have fun. I like roller coasters. I haven't been on the Tron ride yet.
All right.
You know, a lot of adults go to Disney.
Yeah,
Most of them with kids, though.
I drove my car from the Price is Right down here.
You drove
that
your
crazy?
car from the Price is Right.
Yeah, that's it. Like Disney for adults without kids is like a thing. Like
Yeah.
that is there is a whole culture and a whole world of it.
All right.
Joseph A. Wechter Jr. was a very big devotee of Disney.
Really?
Oh, God.
That is shocking.
Shocking considering
That is shocking.
Considering
floored by
here
this.
he had a little bit of a dour.
Yeah.
No, love Disney.
I'm stunned by this also. All right, Ben. Well,
Wow. Honestly, all the employees we
Yeah.
work with, Wechter would be my last choice for who's super into Disney.
Ben, we
Yeah,
hope you have
so
fun down there.
I drove. I helped. My parents helped me drive the car down. But listen, my favorite, the movie I've never heard of in a while is The Garbage Man, the Philadelphia one, when he was the Eagles. Like,
Yeah, the Tony Danza
Danza
thing. Not a big enough answer. Not that well known nationally, but we knew it around here because it had the Eagles connection. But I got you. The Tony Danza movie. All
And
good.
Jeff Lurie starring in it, wearing a jean jacket.
Was he?
He was in it. And he
I
wore a
don't
jean
remember
jacket.
that.
Yeah, I think it was a
Okay.
cameo.
That and Jerry Maguire, Jeffrey
right.
Lurie's cameos.
All right, Ben,
And
go
I
ahead.
gotta
Ben, what do you
represent-
got on the Phillies from last night?
I think the Phillies are going to win the World Series. The Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. I'm going to rep my Eagles and Phillies gear down in Florida. I see a lot of Eagles fans right now. When I go to Magic Kingdom today, I'll make sure I do some Eagles chants and say we're the world champs.
All right, that'll work. That's good. Nothing
Not
wrong
wrong.
with that.
We
Nothing
are the
wrong
world
with that.
champs.
All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, more on the Phillies' bad defense last night because it was 4 different plays that really stood out. Also, bad calls by the umpire, Fritz. Things that he has said in recent week. Do you hear the journey, Jody, to get to this point? Because James, I dug up the audio of Fritz backing out of baseball.
Oh, good.
Like, people might have forgotten about that.
Not
I
me.
haven't, because that happened 4 weeks ago.
A lot of
Once
twists and
he did
turns with
that,
this.
I
whole
was
Like, this
off.
thing happens tomorrow. Let's not forget he was in, and then he was out, and he's back in, and he wants people to believe it. Oh, God, I can do it. I can do it. I'm Fritz. Okay. Settle down there, Skipperino. We'll have some fun with that up ahead. Plus the Phillies from last night. Joe DeCamera and the Mac Man. Jody Mac in for John today on 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you're an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence, they are specialty locations which are focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training need, and goals. And here's what's most important about this. Care will be provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to NovaCare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott bangs one off the auxiliary scoreboard in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police are looking for 3 suspects they believe were involved in yesterday's mass shooting in Grays Ferry. The city and the striking blue-collar workers union are scheduled to resume talks today, and a new medical journal study shows children's health in the U.S. is on the decline, especially compared to other high-income nations.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Breaking news coming in from Bet Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor. If you're not careful, you can overpay big time. Hey, it's John Ritchie, and guys, I'm speaking to you right now. You can buy things like TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers, an in Newtown Square, is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is hand-picked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. So picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It just has a special kind of brilliance. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies dropped the opener in San Francisco 3-1. Terrific starting pitching. Christopher Sanchez, 1 run, 7 hits, 8 strikeouts in 7 innings. Only run scored off a wild pitch. Sloppy defense by the Phils. And a dreadful night behind the plate by umpire Phil Cuzzy, who made several bad strike calls on Bryce Harper and then took aim at Orion Kirkering in the 8th.
Jeez. And he's been calling that pitch a lot. He's had a wide zone, and that caught the corner. Another pitch that's on the plate.
Oh, boy, Phil.
Yeah, he's having a tough night.
Yeah.
But he's having a tough night just for the Phillies, not for the Giants. That's also a strike. It's not right.
Ruben Amaro Jr., Tom McCarthy, the call on NBC Sports Philly postgame. Rob Thompson said he heard Kirkering was getting squeezed, but hadn't seen the pitches yet. So he hadn't looked at the tape yet. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest till 2030. Call 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Hot and humid, PM storms, high 95. It's currently 80. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you. No Richie today. He's out all week. Match band in this week with us. Don't do that. We will talk to Ruben tomorrow at 9 o'clock. He called that game last night out in San Fran. And Jody, for some crazy reason, has agreed to wake up in the 5 a.m. hour out there to join our show 6 a.m. San Fran time. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, that's when we start our show, you know.
It is, but, you know.
He's going golfing, so he's up early. You know him.
That's
why
a
he's out
distinct
there
possibility, Rhea. Good call by you.
So we look forward to talking to Ruben. There was a lot in that game last night. Bad defense, bad umpiring, bad Phillies offense. There's a lot of things to weigh in on. Jody, last night's game represented what in your opinion? Because I'll just say this. I view every Phillies game through the vantage point of what does this represent for my team in October? What did last night represent to you?
Well, you are a typical Philadelphia fan. Not only a
proud of it, Mac. Man,
that's fine. Not only a talk show host, but also a fan as well.
Yeah.
And this isn't akin to just Philadelphia. Used to do shows on another radio station with the color analyst for the New York Yankees, Susan Waldman.
Sure, yeah.
And she once used a phrase that I had never heard anyone use before, and I thought it was great, still great today. It's a series of 162-game series.
Yeah.
That it's just not fair to make a 162-game season one individual game in the middle of it. I get it, late September, yes, the importance upgrades itself. But this is still July, so I can't get nuts over one game either way. Like, the unbelievable performance that Wheeler put together on Sunday was just off the charts, one of the greatest individual game performances by a Philly pitcher in their 100 and change year history.
That's right.
But it's still only one of 162. At the end of the year, that's going to count the exact same as any other victory the Phillies got. So I try not to go overboard on any of them. Last night was bad. The umpiring was bad. The Phillies' inability to hit in clutch situations. Yeah. 0 for their last 24 with runners in scoring position. Yeah. That's awful.
Well, and the defense was abysmal. So let's listen.
The defense has been abysmal all year.
I know.
That's nothing changed. That's not even
night,
up and
but
down.
Jody, last night
that's
was
just bad.
But last night was worse than normal. I mean, you had 4 different plays. Sometimes you'll have 1 or 2. Sometimes you'll have 0. You had 4. Let's listen to the sequence defensively. We'll go in chronological order. It starts with a potential double play ball botched by Trey in the second.
Swinging a comebacker towards short. Turner's got it, dropped it. It trickles towards Stott at second. They get an out as Stott gloved it. And out the call at second base, but Turner losing the handle on it. They would have had a chance at a double play. I don't think it was a sure thing. But either way, the Giants get a run home, and it's 1-0 San Francisco.
So it certainly wasn't a sure thing, but it leads to a run. And it's the kind of thing in October that could bite the Phillies. He is a below-average defensive shortstop. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Let's go to the third. So that was the second inning. Let's go to the third. Now, it is a freaking miracle that the next two you're about to hear didn't cost them a run. A miracle. Because it is almost impossible to have two different things, two different fly balls or pop-ups that should be caught, not be caught in the same inning, and not have it cost you a run. And there was some good luck involved in that. But let's start with how that started. It's a pop-up, shallow right, Stott, Castellanos.
Here's the 1-2. And it's swung on, popped up. Shallow right field, going out, Stott, coming on Castellanos and Stott, and it falls in. And the wind and communication and whatever else you want to chalk it up to, another one falls into the Phillies outfield.
All right, so one thing to know on this, and again, this is leading up to the fact that Devers never scored. Well, he doesn't run out of the box. So instead of standing on second base where he should be, he's standing on first base because he wasn't busting it at all. Stott obviously should have caught it. I know the wind's a factor in San Fran. That was bad. Now let's get to shortly after that. So you got Devers on first. You got a fly ball to deep center, but it's one certainly Marsh should get. He did not.
Here's a swing and a drive to straightaway center that's well hit. Marsh going back, gets turned around, dives for it, and it falls on the track and bounces over the wall for a ground rule double. And that'll save the Phillies a run as Devers has to be sent back to third base.
So that was like a borderline miracle that didn't cost
That
the
was
run.
a tougher play.
It was harder.
Like
Yeah,
the ball seemed like it was kind of like knuckling almost, and even the way it bounced out was weird. Like it didn't look like it would be a ground rule double in the spot, but it's a play that could have been made, but it was harder. The harder of the two for sure.
But it's a play that should have been made.
I agree.
Harder play, but should have been made. All right, let's go to the eighth. Now, this is a hard one to get on Bryce about because he makes a great diving stab to keep the ball in the infield. I mean, a great play. And he's from his knees, so it's tough. But a somewhat errant throw, so you don't get the tag out at home plate. Again, this one I'm nitpicking a little bit, but when you're talking about great defense or not, this was not to the level you'd want. Listen to this happen in the eighth inning.
Ground ball to first. Harper down to his knees. He's got it coming home, but no tag in time as the throw is inside, and JT had to reach to the backhand for it. By the time he brought the glove around, it was too late. Chapman scores. It's 3-1 Giants.
Basically, Bryce threw it a little bit more up the first base line than, third base line, so to speak. So JT couldn't make the quick tag, and the guy scored. It's not a force play. So that made it 3-1, and, Phillies lose. Look, defense was bad. And to me, what last night represented is and I hear you, Jody, on let's not overreact, but I'll also say this. We know if they lose in October, they will likely lose, not because of bad starting pitching.
No. Okay. That's the only thing you can definitively chalk up right now. If they lose because of bad starting pitching, we'll all be shocked.
Well, yeah, we will be shocked. Anything can happen, but I'd be surprised. And last night is an example of when you get great starting pitching, you can still lose. Why? Bad defense, bad hitting, right? So you got bad defense last night. You got bad hitting. You got bullpen with an adventure with Kirkland. And yes, he got squeezed, but he also hit two batters. And then, of course, you have anything can happen when you're in a close game where you haven't scored much, and now if the umpire has a bad call or two or three or four, it can tilt it the other way, and that's what happened. I mean, last night was bad umpiring, bad bullpen, bad defense, and bad bats, and that's how you lose.
But here's how I'll put on my positive Philly outlook.
Sure.
All those things did happen last night.
Yep.
They lost one game.
Yeah.
Now, some of them happened other games as well, but it was just one game. That's all they did. All those things happened. Should be disastrous. Yeah. They ended up with an L, but it is only one L.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll take everyone's reaction to last night's game, and we'll get to more on the umping because it was bad. 215-592-9494. One other question, and Jody, I'll make a question, too, to you in our series of 5 questions for the Mac Man, which we do every day. You're in here filling in for John. Haughty hammer, humble hammer. When it comes to me and Jack, do you prefer, for instance, do you prefer the hammer or the hammer? Because, James, I've been playing this very humble hammer.
Yeah, wow.
For the last week and a half.
To a point.
I don't care.
Yeah, not 100%. I've been in here, Joe.
There's a little bit of a tongue in that cheek, so to speak, while you're doing the humble hammer.
But I'm also trying to let Fritz just... Because this is a big challenge, guys. Ria, for me to go up against a college baseball scholarship athlete tomorrow, this is hard.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'm
not even buying
I'm a tremendous underdog tomorrow. I mean, Jody, I'm up 1-0, and last week when we did a poll for the overall competition,
I think it was 61% still say Fritz is going to win.
Even after you won?
Yes, which
Wow.
obviously means people think he's like very, very, very much going to win tomorrow. And I agree. Hey, as a betting man, I'd put my money on Fritz.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, stop it.
No,
Now,
you know,
wait a minute.
this is why the humble
Time
hammer-
out, Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
You see what he's doing
Did
here,
you
buddy.
not tell me when we were sitting here and you said you were mapping out how you
Right.
could win 3-2?
Yeah.
You didn't say you're going to crush him in like Jack did, every single category, make him look awful.
But then
you
he-
said
but then he
3-2, and one of the ones you thought you were going to win.
Yeah, but he won golf. Excuse me. I thought he was going to win golf.
He's doing a thing here,
I
Jody.
won
Don't
golf.
take him seriously.
Jody,
he's doing a thing.
There's a lot of pressure on him.
That's what he's doing.
And he will probably rise to the because he's
See
got
what he's doing, but
he's got a tremendous amount of pressure, but he's a PTPer.
See what he's doing.
I
He's
guess
a
I
primetime player.
have to talk to James here. Did he or did he not say
Jody,
he was going to
Jody,
win
he's
baseball
trying to get in
before
Jack's
the
head.
competition started?
Jody, he still thinks
and
he's
now
gonna,
he's the little engine
Jody,
that could.
He still thinks he's
a
going to win
month
baseball.
ago, he was going to win in baseball.
He still thinks he's going to win. He's just doing this for Jack, Jody. He's just trying to get in Jack's head
And
and
I'm
be
just-
like, oh,
I'm
look at that.
trying
Jack's
to keep.
so great.
I'm
What an
trying to keep
amazing
the
pitcher he
listeners
is.
and their ability to read what's going on here on the show
Me
above
too.
board.
Me
It's
too,
probably a
Jody.
mistake by
Yes.
me, but I'm just thinking of the listeners. And if I'm overplaying Joe's hand, I guess I got to apologize to
Yeah,
him.
you don't
But I'm
apologize
doing the
nothing.
right thing by the listeners
Well,
here.
I'll ask the question again now that there's been a lot over the last 3 minutes. Jody Mack, haughty hammer or humble hammer?
I like Humble Hammer better. And I said this the first 20 minutes of the show when I told you how I caught your recap of your beating Jack in golf, which I thought was very well done by you.
Thank
I
you.
thought you killed it. That was mostly Humble Hammer.
Yeah, well, it's who I am.
No, that's not true either. Once again, keeping the audience up to speed. Not always, folks.
James, if he loses tomorrow,
then it's a whole different story. then it's a time to pop off.
So me and Jack tomorrow, Plymouth White Marsh High School. Hope you can be there 12 noon. And then also reaction to the Phils from yesterday. What do you make of all of it? 215-592-9494. We'll also play some of the audio, Fritz, from recent weeks. Various things he has said here on WIP. Let's go to Gary in Southampton. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Hey.
Good. Jody, Rhea, how are you?
Very good.
What's up?
Good. I wanted to talk about you and Fritz.
Sure.
You know, two cocky guys, right? I don't know who is cockier, but I think Fritz is a little bit more cockier than you are. To be honest.
Well, I would hope so. Yeah. I mean, because Gary, he's got a lot to be cocky about. I mean, he was a college athlete.
Yeah. You know,
And a scholarship college athlete.
Gary, tell me if you disagree. Joe is more nuanced in his cockiness. He kind of slides it in. He kind of does it. You got to read between the lines. Fritz just throws it right in your face. He is cocky personified. Joe is a little bit more nuanced, but Joe's cocky too.
And Gary, I think you know, because I brought this up first about a month or two ago, and it's a big part of the reason why I took this challenge on. I did not feel that he was giving proper respect to his elders. And I don't mean like me as an elder. Like in general, I don't think he, and I'm not saying this to be arrogant, I just don't think he shows enough respect to elders in society. And I wanted to carry the flag for all those that are, 40 and up. I happen to be 47, he's 31, 16 years age difference.
Right.
But I wasn't going to run from it because, you got to have respect for your elders.
Well, I kind of agree with you there.
Yeah.
And I know what you can do as far as with basketball, because I was there helping out with the basketball at that time. So, it's you should be okay. You just have to just take your time and watch, and make sure that
Take my time and watch those pitches go by for a ball.
and make sure Cuzzy's not working.
Exactly right. All right, Gary, give me a big time answer, my man, because there are a lot of answers available.
How about a show called Utopia?
Utopia. You got it. James, how big a deal was that one?
Not that big a deal.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, when I think in terms, so here's what we're looking for, everyone. We're looking for a show or a movie that at the time was a big deal, but doesn't get discussssed much. I'll give you, for instance, Home Improvement.
Oh, yeah.
How often does that show get said
That was the biggest
on our
show in America.
Yeah, it was #1 show.
For like a couple years
A
there.
long time.
Yeah.
Home Improvement. Tim Allen. Big deal.
Massive.
And then, like, does it get brought up 5 times a year on our show? Probably not even 5 times.
Do you think that's because Tim Allen went on to do other things?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know why some things like Cheers, and I think Cheers is better, but for instance, why does Cheers still resonate 30 years later and Home Improvement 20 years later never gets discussed? I don't know. This is what I'm trying to figure out today. What's the #1 that was a big deal as a show or a movie and never really gets brought up?
I wasn't a Home Improvement guy, so I'm the wrong one to comment.
But millions were, Jody. Millions upon millions.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I comprehend it. It just never resonated. Probably because I just have the capability of changing a light bulb, and I oftentimes need help. So when it comes to doing any home improvement, no, Jody pays.
My
Jody
wife
calls
my
Task
wife does
Rabbit.
all of the home improvement in our house. She is the handy one.
Yeah,
There's
so
no question.
maybe that's why
Shout
I
out to
don't
Emily.
acknowledge and or understand the importance of home improvement.
I fixed a dryer at my home, took it out and took the drum off by myself.
Damn.
I
Yeah.
needed
Impressive.
help getting it back on because the belt was a little difficult, but I took the whole thing apart
Yeah,
myself.
I wouldn't do that.
I have Google.
I would say Emily fix the
All right.
track there for
Well,
us.
we're looking for a great answer for a movie or a show that at the time was a big deal and does not get discussed much anymore. Big answers abound. Hit us up 215-592-9494. Also, when you do, you can win the Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul tickets. That's happening on Thursday this week locally. So get dialing for those tickets. Also, let me just take you through, Jody, my twists and turns with this Kyle Lowry signing. So first off, just know this. Love Kyle Lowry. I mean, who doesn't love Kyle Lowry? Respect him, Villanova, the whole deal. Champion. I mean, great NBA career, whole deal. But here I'm going to give you 3. I'm going to give you the sequence of my 3 reactions yesterday. So I see the news first. I think it was in an email or maybe I saw a headline. Sixers,
You know where I found out Kyle
What?
Lowry resigned?
Huh.
Right here on WIP. Jack's Fast 5. What's he do at 5?
Yeah, Fritz at 5.
Fritz at 5.
Yeah.
Top 5.
They took a top
what it
5.
is.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
They played the breaking news sounder in the
Yes.
middle of it.
They did.
And then they debated afterwards whether it was a big enough deal to cut into top 5 at 5.
That's right.
So
All right.
that's how I knew yesterday, right here on WIP.
Sure. So I saw it right before that, 10 minutes or so before that. So here's the evolution of my thought on the Sixers signing what will now be 20-year NBA veteran Kyle Lowry.
Turning 40 this season in March.
All right, #1, what the hell is this? That was my first reaction. What in the frick is this? And that's from someone who loves Kyle Lowry. But are you kidding me? That was reaction 1. Reaction 2, Buddy gets to me and says, well, you know, they got Edgecombe and they got all these other young guards, Edgecombe especially as a rook. So, like, Lowry could be exceptional as veteran guy with Edgecombe. And I thought, okay, I'm down with that. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, I'm cool. Kyle Lowry back with the Sixers. Sign me up. And then like an hour later, a different friend texts me. He's like, yeah, but the Sixers got Eric Gordon.
Yeah, both of them together.
Like
They got a 40-year-old and a 38-year-old, 37-year-old.
They got
whatever.
2 of these guys. And I'm like, yeah, I'm out. Again, I'm back out. So I was out, in, and out all within about an hour and a half. Jody, what the hell?
You're kind of onto it.
I mean, it's
Eric
odd.
Gordon makes no sense. At least Kyle Lowry as mentor. He's tied to the hip to Nurse. They've been together forever, so he's going to be able to get Nurse's message across. I understand why they signed Kyle Lowry, and I like it. He's not going to play. I think it was Spike who said it yesterday. If he's playing a lot, the season has collapsed.
Well, clearly.
He's basically going to be a coach at practice who's going to suit up for a couple of games.
Look,
and
he's
if they
gonna
have
be- he's-
massive injuries, he's going to play. But that's the only way that he plays.
He's going to be Rick Mulhorn to Allen Iverson's AI. If you remember, the Sixers brought Mulhorn back at one point and had young AI, and it's like, let's teach this guy to be a pro as best we can. I mean, but I mean, really,
I'm having a brain freeze.
What?
Who's the forward from Miami who played till he was 40?
Oh, Jones?
No.
Oh, Haslam.
Yes,
Haslam.
Adonis Haslam
Yeah.
was basically a coach on the team.
Yeah,
he put
almost
a uniform
decade.
on.
Yeah.
He
Played
sat
like
there
3
on the
minutes
bench.
one year or
He
whatever.
never played.
Juwan Howard did that too for a long time.
But he was
And
on
ended
the
up
team.
becoming a coach. Yeah.
No, he
And
did.
that's what I think Kyle Lowry's going to be here, and I think he'll be great
But
at
then the question is why. And so I'm down with it if it's just him. But why Eric Gordon?
That makes no sense.
I think they want Eric Gordon to play.
I guess, but I mean, really?
I think so.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go to the phones. There's a lot to react to. 215-592-9494. Wait till we get to more of the Fritz audio because you got to remember how we've arrived at this point. Let's get to Andy in Deptford. Andy, good morning.
Morning, team. We live.
We hot.
What's up, Andy?
How we doing? Everybody good?
Yeah, I'm getting ready for tomorrow, man.
Yeah. Yo, I took off of work, man. So
Wow.
you guys better put on a good show. I can't say I have a rooting interest. It kind of feels like two ex-wives. Like you really don't want to see a winner. You just want to see both get violence inflicted on them.
Man.
So that's kind of how I'm feeling.
Okay.
But let's get a good show going.
I intend to do that. Andy, I will say this. I respect your game with regard to the irritant you can be. And if you are on my side, I'll consider you worth 10 people on his side. So, I mean, I might pay you to heckle him. I'll give you $10 if you heckle the hell out of him.
Well,
I'm serious.
I'm gonna try and heckle both of you guys.
Well,
So
then
how about that?
I don't give you $10.
No.
Yeah, then you get $10.
I got a question for Jody quickly before I get to my point.
Going to
Jody.
heckle me? What do you got?
Jody, what do you think stinks more? Right? The Phillies offense consistently hitting in timely situations or the whole Philly trash situation?
Ooh.
Which one smells more?
I like your use of the word smell.
This is Andy's third straight call bringing up the trash.
See, I'm again, I'm the wrong guy to ask. I live in Jersey. So I only came in this morning, and oh, by the way, it was hot. 7 a.m., 5 a.m., it's already 70-something degrees.
Yeah, for sure.
When I took the dog out at 5 o'cks, that's nuts.
Hey, Jody, for your
here's
trip
the
back
deal.
to Jersey, I got some trash for you. Don't leave without
Jody,
it.
here's the deal.
Fine. Take it with me, huh?
You get heat, you get all that trash, you're going to get diseases. What's going on with this mayor? I'm not a political guy, but next time Philly votes, let's get somebody in there that can spell E-A-G-L-E-S correctly. That's all I'm saying. All right? Now, let's touch base on the Phillies with their struggles and, with the trade deadline creeping up quickly. You guys think it's going to be right to make this move and go all in with this team?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes. Yeah.
Because do you guys feel if they don't do it this year, it's highly likely that this may be it for this?
Absolutely not, Andy. They're gonna keep making the playoffs. I mean, it's gonna end at some point, but I would tell you, as of now, I think they're gonna make the playoffs next year and the year after
What do you
that.
think, Jody?
The
What do you
key
think about that?
the key guy, and I know that Bryce is the biggest name and Bryce is the biggest attention getter. The key guy is Wheeler.
Yeah.
Wheeler's continued stardom will dictate whether they're legitimate World Series contenders or not. When that stops, they stop, and they might want to pivot.
Do you believe he's going to retire in 2?
I feel you on that.
I can't say no.
I mean, Jody, he was so definitive the way he said it that he's going to retire after 2 years.
I think he's gone in 2 years.
I do too.
I do.
I have
really
rarely
do.
heard an athlete that
definitive in the way they say it. And he has 4 young kids. Like it makes sense. He's made tons and tons of money. Like he's going to be 36 or 37. Like that's a reasonable age
But
to retire.
very few people are this good and talk about retiring in 2 years.
Very few people. Yeah, it rarely comes out that you hear this thing where he's got this plan to
How
retire
about
in 2
this?
years.
Very few people are ever this good.
That's true too.
I mean, he's unbelievable. All right, Andy, I need an answer from you. A movie or a show that doesn't get discussed much anymore.
I feel you guys on Wheeler, but the team, he only pitches one every 5 days. The team's got to be carried by the guy with the biggest contract and the longest.
Well, they're the two most
years
important.
left.
They're the two most important.
Bryce
Clearly,
Harper's got to carry this team. Period.
All right, Andy, give me
Period.
a show or movie.
All right. Oh man, that city stinks, Mayor Parker. But as far as my movie, this guy had a great run early on with his movies. He kind of fell off lately. But what about Happy Gilmore?
No, that gets talked about all the time.
That gets brought up. Bad answer.
Is Andy thinking of running for mayor or something? You think?
Oh,
Oh, my God, Joe.
He's starting his campaign here.
He made the same exact phone call yesterday.
Yeah.
Almost word for word.
Yeah,
he's not happy.
That's Andy from
He doesn't
Bedford.
live here.
All right,
Well, that's true. He's a Jersey guy.
That is
And
pretty
he's
funny.
asking me,
You're
another
right.
Jersey
You're
guy,
right.
how
Yeah.
bad is the stink over there in Philly? I just got here and I got into the building as quick as possible.
Jody, here's all you need to know about Andy from Bedford. Trust me, as someone who's been fielding his phone calls for years, he's Matthew Barnaby. He'll do anything he can just to muck it up, and irritate you. Like he
Ooh,
just,
I like that.
That's all he's doing. He's just trying to be.
I always liked Barnaby.
Well, except when he would go after Lindros, I didn't like that.
I didn't care.
No,
That
he
was he had his role and he played it to the hilt.
Oh, he played it,
and I love that about him.
All right, Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question. Let's all go on the record. Seltzer, right now, what do you got? James, which of these issues bothered you the most from last night's Phillies game? We got 4 issues. A, the Phillies' bats stunk. They scored 1 run and had 6 hits. Against a decent pitcher, but not someone who's Tim Lincecum in his prime. B, the bullpen was not good enough. It was 2 innings of the bullpen. It was 2 runs. Yes, the umpire squeezed Kirkland, but he also hit 2 guys. 2 innings. Actually, it was 1 inning because Johnson even had to bat in the bottom of the 9th. So it was 1 bullpen inning. It was 2 runs. C, defense brutal, exemplified by Trey's play, Stott's play, Marsh's play. And then D, the umpire stunk. James, which hit you?
I'll go with E, all of the above. No, if I had to choose, I'll take the bats stinking. I think that is the biggest issue with this team right now.
Rhea, of those 4, which hit you?
I'll go with the defense because I know the bats stink. They go through their slumps. You cannot play that kind of defense because it was just sloppy. There's no excuse for that.
It was horrendously sloppy. Yeah. I mean, I know the win's a factor out there. I get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. Meaning, like, do I really know what Stott was dealing with on that pop-up? Not really. But I've seen enough games in San Fran to know that stuff happens out there more than, for instance, Citizens Bank Park. But it still looked, it looked bad. So, look, we'll take your calls on all this. The bats, the bullpen, the defense. The umpire was horrendous, Jody. I mean, because you had 2 pitches to Bryce and you had 2 pitches from Kirkland. And they all happened in the 8th inning. I mean, you had 2 horrible calls.
3 pitches from Kirkland. He had 3 strikes that he threw that didn't get called.
Yeah, that was really bad.
You didn't ask me. Do you want me to chime in on the poll?
What
Okay,
do you got,
just
Jody?
checking. By process of elimination, you can't control the umpire, so it can't be that. Yes, the Kirkring absolutely got squeezed. You're right. Don't have to respond by hitting 2 people, but he got a couple of calls that were just got off.
I mean, he hit the first guy in the inning.
Right.
Like, the whole thing started before there were any bad calls. He hit a guy. I mean, come on.
But that, again, added to the fact that he had no chance with the umpire. And their defense has stunk all year. And if you didn't know their defense wasn't going to be good at the start of the season, shame on you. You weren't paying good enough attention. So that absolutely has to be what James said, the offense, because for their last 24 runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
You can't be that bad. You can't. And no one expects them to be that bad. So that, to me, stands out like a sore thumb. That's the thing you got to be worried about and bothered by the most.
Look, a lot of ways to react. You can. 215-592-9494. We're also looking for a movie or a show that was a big deal but does not get discussed much anymore. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the one caveat is we're really not looking for something from 60 to 70 years ago because we understand why it won't be discussed much. I mean, I Love Lucy was a very big deal, but, it was a long time ago. By the way, I'm reading a book on Lucy right now.
Really?
Good book.
Shocking.
And an amazing figure. But the point
Is this your first Lucy book, or have you read multiple?
This is my first Lucy book.
No way. That is actually, I'm floored by that.
I love Lucy.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I assumed that you had already read a book about her. That's shocking.
Yeah, I'm on the Lucy train. So, but I mean, give us something a little bit more recent. That was a big deal. Like, would MASH qualify as an answer, Jody? It was about 45 years ago now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's on
but
the edge.
It's on the edge.
Yeah.
I would say
on the edge.
the only reason why it's died down is because it's so as long ago as it is.
Yeah.
Because 20 years, 15, cut the middle, 15 years ago, it's still very relevant.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's changed is, we've gotten further away from it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put it on this
All right, so
list.
give us a better answer. Something, a movie or a show that at the time was a very big deal. Avatar's an all-time example. I mean, it was the highest-grossing movie ever. And, like,
that doesn't count.
No one ever discusses
That doesn't
it.
matter.
No one ever
The
discusses
highest
it.
grossing movie
It was.
changes. Yeah, but it changes about every 6 weeks.
No. You're very wrong. It's still the third highest grossing movie of all time. Avatar 2, that, and it's like one other up there. I think Endgame, Avengers Endgame, have been in the top three since Avatar came out. It's been top three.
I mean, Jody, when has anybody brought up Avatar to you in the last 10 years, other than that little bit when Avatar 2 came out and people go, oh, Avatar 2. Like, no one ever talks about it.
That's about it, yep.
All right, give us a great answer for that. You can win the Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul tickets, reaction to the Phils. Let's go to the phones. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, team. How's everyone doing?
Good.
So I'm so glad I watched all of 2 innings last night. It was kind of a late start, but what's really, I mean, the bats are sort of like the consistently sort of thing that needs to be addressed. I'm really curious as to what Dombrowski did over the 4th of July holiday. Hopefully he was in the lab cooking up some things, but the problem is, and it's kind of like the cheapest time to buy insurance is when you don't need it. I don't think they have a lot of leverage here. I mean, their starting pitching even is a house of cards when you consider that Luzardo's been off for like the past month and change.
No, it's not a house of cards. He's obviously been shaky, but house of cards, if you're referring to the starting pitching, that's not accurate.
And Ranger, I mean, just looked like he was laboring through that start. I'm a little concerned about him. So you can very easily go from 4 starting pitchers to 2, and then you're really screwed. So I think they need to do something soon. I just don't know what, because we're the buyers, and everyone knows it. And I think we're going to get fleeced if he does anything. So I just don't know what our options are outside of Duran from the Red Sox. I mean, that'll be an expensive get. So,
well, look, it is going to be tough. It is going to be expensive. The reality is more will be known in about 3 weeks of who's out of it. You know, Ed, part of the reason you don't see many trades at this time is there's teams with the third wild card that are 5 games below 500 that still think they can make the playoffs. And you know why? Because they can. So they're not as inclined to trade as they might be in 3 weeks. I mean, you got to remember, man, the Phillies were 22-29 a couple years ago and got to Game 6 of the World Series. The Braves were, not the Braves, the Mets were a disaster last year and got to the World Series. So some of the, I do think maybe they should push back the trade deadline, but it is what it is. It's going to be at the end of this month, and my expectations.
They used to also have that rule where August you could still make trades for players, you know, they didn't. They got rid of that. It's like if you don't have someone by the end of the trade deadline, there's no adding to the roster outside of your own organization.
Ed, the third wild card has really made trading in many ways harder, especially at this time. Like I'll give you, for instance, 1986, Phillies had 86 wins at the end of the year. They still finished 21 games behind the Mets. There's no wild card. Everyone knew, what's today? July 8th. Everyone knew on July 8th,
they were done.
1986, that the Phillies were not going to make the playoffs. It was as obvious as 1 + 1 = 2. So if they wanted to be a seller, they could be a seller. I mean, it's not like that anymore.
Yeah, with the Mets last year, they had a Mark Vientos. And I think the question may be is who is our Mark Vientos this year? And I guess that's just going to have to play out. But,
I'll give you the answer to that question. No one. They don't have a Mark Vientos either on this roster and or ready to come up from AAA.
Yeah.
I specifically looked up all the AAA numbers. Like Crawford, again, his numbers in certain categories are good. In others, he hits like ground balls 75% of the time. He can't get the ball in the air. Now, he's fast enough. He gets infield hits.
In the minors.
Which the Phillies
in
could
the minors,
in the minors,
exactly.
which is going to be more difficult in the majors. They don't have Mark Vientos to step in right now. That is going to be on Dombrowski. He has to go and acquire Mark Vientos.
Also, Crawford is not like a great center fielder at this point. You know, we don't talk about it a lot, but defensively, like Brandon Marsh is probably a better center fielder today than
that's
Crawford
scary.
is. Yeah, Crawford. I think Crawford. I don't know if he's a natural center fielder or not.
Ed, what do you got on the Eagles?
yeah, well, it takes a good set of stones to say what Bryce Huff did after he left, and just, you know, the way I see it is he stole $30 million and then didn't want to do what he was asked to do, and I can't really say what I want to say about him on the air, but it's a 2-word phrase, and the second word is him. So it's just, you know, I don't know. I was just kind of flabbergasted by what he said. But
well, we'll see if he shows up for the ring ceremony, and him and Howie can have a moment.
Oh, that would be wild.
All right.
You'll give him the Adam Eaton treatment. But,
I could. All right, Ed, I need an answer from you, buddy. A big deal is a show or movie not often discussed anymore.
Well, when we first got HBO, I watched it all the time because it had all the curse words, and it was funny. How about Arliss?
Yeah, Arliss was a pretty big deal.
I loved Arliss.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That is a good answer. That's a very good answer.
As a sports fan, you had to love Arliss.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good answer. Speaking of HBO shows, I just started rewatching Sopranos. I think it's like my 5th or 6th time. All right, here's my question, Mac Man, because I think I heard you say this one time. But having watched it through its entirety multiple times, I've never heard this. Did I hear you one time say that your voice was in The Sopranos?
Correct. Yes.
Your voice was in The Sopranos?
Yes. Mine and the
WFAN,
aforementioned, for the second time today, should be mentioned, Susan Waldman. They called WFAN and wanted to just get a little background, playing in the background type. I think I used to know where they were.
You don't know the season, the scene, the
Oh, no.
you should know every
no,
little
I
bit
don't
of
know.
that.
Oh,
Absolutely don't know.
my God,
I'm just
I would
trying
know
to
it.
remember.
Can you believe this? The guy was in the frickin' Sopranos.
My
He doesn't even
voice
know
was
when.
in The Sopranos.
Yeah.
I wasn't truly in The Sopranos. And it caused consternation, Joe DeCamera,
Thank you.
at WFAN because Mike Francesa was as big a Sopranos fan as he was.
Ooh.
And they called over and they kind of left it open to the WFAN employee to just pick a show.
Uh-oh.
And they picked a snippet of mine and Susan's show. And when it played on the oh man, it was not good. There was massive consternation at WFAN for a period of time.
Well, that
And
is,
I was
like the
we
exact-
were never consulted. No one asked, was it okay? And what do you think would be a good segment to play or whatever? They just went ahead and did it and told us after the fact, oh, by the way, you're going to air on The Sopranos on the upcoming episode next week.
that is so cool, by the way. No royalty check?
None. No.
Jody, two things. One, it's unbelievable you were in The Sopranos. It's unbelievable. Two, it's more unbelievable. You don't know
Exactly.
the season,
Episode,
the
year.
episode, the topic of the show. That's like you get nothing.
It was my voice.
Did
It
Tony at least
wasn't-
kill someone?
It was leading up to, yeah. It was there
good
was
whacking?
somebody who was going to get whacked within the next half hour.
Maybe
yes.
Ralphie?
They were discussing it.
In the kitchen?
Wasn't Ralphie, no.
Well,
I
There's got to be
apologize. I
someone
should-
out there
I
who knows,
should
right?
know it,
Like people
and
watch
I
The
don't.
Sopranos religiously.
That's
like
wild.
who knows? Call us if you know when Jody Mack was on
But
The
you
Sopranos.
and because I knew it was going to come up the week it was going to come up. Oh, you had to turn the volume up. It truly was just background noise.
Okay.
No, it ran for a good, I think, 15 seconds. You could
That's
hear it.
unbelievable, man.
But it was like you wouldn't have known it was me if you didn't know it was me.
All right. Well, look, credit to you and discredit to you at the same time.
Okay.
Because that's
I'll
very
take-
odd.
I'll take
All
that in.
Our other poll question today is who's going to win the baseball challenge tomorrow between me and Fritz. Now, because Rhea, I think there's not been enough over the last week on what happened like 4 weeks ago when Fritz backed out.
Yep.
All right, James, let's give people a taste of what has led up to tomorrow. I mean, I think most people know I'm up 1-0. I won golf, but let's go back, like, I don't know, maybe close to a month ago because we had this baseball thing.
It was, I can tell you, it was the beginning of June.
Okay. I mean, guy backed out. Here's Fritz when because I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to ask yourself, do you really think this guy is going to win baseball tomorrow? Here's what he said about a month ago.
I know people think I'm soft. I don't really like being labeled soft. I don't think I'm soft. But I am not pitching to Joe DeCamera. I can't throw anymore. Like, I threw a football yesterday, and my bicep felt like it was going to rip off. I'm pulling out of the pitching to Joe DeCamera contest.
I just want people to not forget that happened. You know what I mean? Because, Rhea, it feels like that's been washed away a little bit.
No,
and it's like,
they freaked out. That's why.
correct, they freaked out. Here's more from that day from Fritz.
I'm just done. I think my arm is legitimately shot. They say you have only the certain amount of bullets in the chamber.
All right, enough is enough.
Just like
play the music.
Ice Reese.
Shut up.
Because, James, most people think he's going to win baseball. Like really? Hey, this
Listen
guy.
to them tell him to shut up
I
because they
know.
knew how bad it was.
I know, and then they shamed him, and the Twitter shamed him, and everyone shamed him, and so like a day or so later, he apparently returns.
I will rip my bicep off the bone if it means I'm gonna ruin that little twerp. Like I'm throwing. I don't care.
That's my guy!
I don't care anymore. And guess what? First pitch, up and in. I'm gonna stuff this little runt in a locker like he should have been done his entire life. I am so sick and freaking tired of this absolute dork, non-athlete. He can't even walk without hurting himself.
All right, so I just want to make sure everyone understands, Jody. So we started with a wuss. Now we got a tough guy. Tough guy Fritz. So we go from a wuss Fritz to tough guy Fritz. Then we goffed. Listen to what he said the day after we goffed.
Rick Ankiel, Mark Elfoltz, Scott Brocious, Jack Fritz. I mean, that's what yesterday was. Yesterday was not the camera beating me. Yesterday was me losing that. And it was a total embarrassment, an absolute embarrassment. That's probably the worst round of golf I've played in 20 years. And I think I got totally psyched out of my own mind. Like, you saw it yesterday. I mean, that was a vintage meltdown. That was a vintage freaking meltdown.
So which is it? Is he wuss guy? Is he tough guy? Because, I mean, the wuss guy, there was a lot of that. You go back to last week, there was a lot of that.
Baseball, there's a mental aspect that I am now worried about. Yesterday, I don't know what to tell you.
I know what to tell you. He's all over the place. He's all over the place.
All right, I need a prediction here. Not from you, DeCamera.
Sure.
Not from you, Rhea.
No.
James Seltzer, who hosts a podcast with
That's
Jack
correct.
Fritz and produces this show on a daily basis and probably has a pretty the best grasp on both individuals that
I
there
think that's
is. The question is about Fritz. If somehow he loses, and it's good, you got to get on base 4 times, right?
Four
Walk,
times.
a hit
by
whatever.
batter or base hit. Yeah.
He in his 10th and final at bat, the camera gets a dribbler down the line and beats it out to first base. But he gets the 4th and the win. What will be Fritz's stance? Will it be, I choked, I stink, my arm is going to fall off any day now, I'm going to be disabled for the rest of my life? Because I know the one answer is not going to be, yeah, Joe got the job done.
So-
He's not going to give the camera any credit. That is an virtual impossibility. What is going to be Fritz's explanation or stance if he is a loser tomorrow?
It depends how he loses, but if he loses the way I think he most likely will lose if he's going to lose, he's going to rip Joe for not swinging. Like, it's going to be, he walked, this is BS, the ump made the wrong call.
He's got to throw strikes.
Yeah, I think that it will be more about Joe not performing than him underperforming.
That'll
if
be
that's how it
sad if
plays
he
out.
takes that approach.
That'll be my guess.
I mean, last night's umpire was bad, obviously, against Kirkland. But basic job. You got to throw strikes. You're a pitcher, throw strikes. Well, look, I don't know, man. I mean, he's been all over here he is. Let me play something from last week. So last week, you can tell he is definitely, I'll use the word trying. He's trying to pump himself up.
I was throwing this morning, and I was saying to myself, you're still the MFing big dog.
You are.
You know what I mean? You didn't go 2-0 in high school playoffs for nothing.
Right.
Yeah. You
Yes.
might have failed at Bloomsburg. Total
Yes.
failure. Big joke. Everyone will still laughs about it to this day.
Yeah.
But you still got it.
You still got it. You certainly got it more than that, loser.
The word this morning was still in the 80s.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. Look, if he's pumping in 80 over the strike zone, that's going to be very hard. I mean, that's pretty fast.
I would be surprised if he
I will be a little surprised
I
as
would
well.
be really surprised.
I'll tell you what I was also surprised about, though, with how mentally weak he's obviously been. And this isn't me being arrogant to say that. He has been. He's been mentally weak. Like, matter of, I'll give it, Jody, you probably haven't heard this. I'm going to give you an example of mental weakness. Listen to something Fritz said after I beat him in golf. You can tell he doesn't even know what to make of me.
I tell you what, he's got some kind of confidence thing. Like,
Well, he's
where
always had
it just
that.
blocks it out.
He
It's
thinks
crazy.
he's going to be president.
And he might. He might.
Makes me so happy. But with all this back and forth, and he's a wuss, and he's a tough guy, and he's a wuss, and he's a tough guy, Spike yesterday went very far out on a limb. Spike chose to say this.
His condition in his knee is a
James, I'm sorry.
chronic arthritic
Other side.
condition.
Was he talking about me and my knee?
What do you got going on with your knee?
Spike one. Yeah, I got another. So I got two Spike ones on my board here.
All right, let's listen to what Spike said yesterday.
Dude, when you win and drop to your knees like Brad Lidge, and we storm the mound. Oh,
well, Walker,
the glory.
Okay, Spike's predicting victory for them.
Yeah, and he did in the previous cut call you loser.
He did. Very aggressively,
He is.
That was not like, oh, loser. He was like, yeah, that loser. There was venom in it.
Look, if you notice, I'm not saying much. I mean, I'm letting the audio of what Jack and Spike and Ike have said
speak for itself.
Yeah. But I mean, Jody, I will go in there focused, ready to go tomorrow. I mean, that's my job. It's my
There's
job.
way more pressure. On
Yeah,
Fritz.
so here's the thing, Rhea, and that's exactly what I'm at, is like my thought, and we just heard some of that audio when he, retired and then came back, whatever you want to call it. If he does lose, the Spike Ike part of it, it could get ugly.
Could get very ugly.
It could get really ugly on that.
And James, let's remember, again, this is framed if he loses. These first two competitions were the two he was most likely to win in most people's eyes. I mean,
that and running. I think those are the three that people thought he would win.
I mean,
for sure.
Goff, he is a 20 stroke. He's 20 strokes better than me, so he says. Baseball, he did play college baseball. I told my mom, I was in the backseat of my car in my mom's car in 6th grade, coming back from Washington, D.C. I said, I'm done playing baseball.
Absolutely, I was an early peaker.
I hung up the cleats, Jody, early.
Hung up the cleats.
So
Did you even have cleats at that point?
No, sneakers.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
I hung up the T-ball bat,
Hung up the Converse. That's all you hung up.
All right, well, look, I want everyone to be at Plymouth White Marsh High School tomorrow. I am considering paying people to heckle him. Okay,
You already offered. You made one offer to Andy and Deptford during the show.
Andy and Deptford turned me down. That's his fault. But I just know, like, I can be.
I mean, there were no rules against that, to be fair.
I will consider that. But please support and be there. It's going to be 12 noon tomorrow. And just imagine this scene if he loses, and I don't think he's going to lose. Because, his back's against the wall, and he seems like he does seem like someone that'll rise to the challenge. I mean, with how much pressure is on him, there's so much pressure on him, it's almost like he has to rise to the challenge. So I tend to think he will. But if he does not rise to the challenge and loses, James Seltzer, imagine this scene.
Yeah.
2:00 tomorrow.
Oh, man.
McGurk's in Fort Washington. Because, Rhea, it's a remote broadcast tomorrow.
Oh, no.
From 2 to 6.
Oh, man. It could be an epic remote.
If he walks in there and is down 0-2.
Oh, my God.
Right? And I think it's that kind of pressure in his mind, knowing that is on the horizon if he loses, that will likely lend itself to him winning because he will rise above it because he knows he has to.
I have a different take.
Joe might too.
He's going to lose and then quit the competition.
That is possible. I think if he, I don't think that.
Hey.
And if that happens, someone predicted that.
Well, Jody did. Yeah, Jody's prediction from the beginning is 5 events are not happening.
5 events not happening.
But you were saying it was more because of controversy.
Whatever works.
Oh,
Jody
anyway, it happened.
Anyway,
it came down, I just said, you're not getting through 5 competitions.
Guys, if he no mosses, that's on him. We'll find out. All right, who do you think's going to win, me or Fritz tomorrow? And what do you make of him? He's a tough guy. He's a wuss. He's a tough guy. He's a wuss. I mean, what in the world? Let's go to Paul in Downtown. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Yo, Paul.
Morning.
Hey, Joe, does that $10 include gas and tolls too, bro? Happy to pay for myself to get up there, and I think you're going to pull it off, man. I think I think Jack's just oversight. I think he's just thinking stuff too much, and I think, and this is just my limited experience in this kind of stuff. The guys that let that stuff get in their head in golf, they let that stuff get in their head in everything. The guy that can't win under pressure in golf is the guy that misses the free throw when it counts. I just think he is not a clutch guy. He said that himself. His own take on himself was that he was not a clutch guy.
Yeah, he said, I'm not a pressuresman. I believe was the quote
exactly
unquote.
What he said. That's right. And I just think that's the truth of the matter. And I think what you're saying, Joe, might actually come, into fruition here, because I think he will be thinking about other things than delivering a good pitch.
Paul, I
to
think
you.
when he's on the mound, he's going to be thinking about McGurk's at 2:00.
100%.
Right?
100%.
He's going to
I
be
think
thinking about, oh my
being
God,
down
if I have
2-0.
to walk in there and I lost.
Yeah.
I actually think it'd be better for him if Spike and I didn't show up. They'll be there. I think it'd be better for Jack
Well,
if they weren't.
James, I think we could get a couple hundred people there. So there's
I think
no
the less people, the better for Jack.
Yeah, there's
Jack
no-
wants it empty.
There's nowhere for him to run or hide with this one. So we'll see if he can rise up, Paul. I don't know.
Yeah. Any chance, like, as a joke, he kind of, like, throws a slow one in there to try to make you wear one, so to speak?
Yeah, I think he absolutely could do that.
He can do anything he
if
wants to
starts
do.
doing stuff like that, Joe, he might actually be there, but I think he's going to be missing wide and off the plate from jump. And anyway, it doesn't matter. I just think he's going to choke because that's what he did in golf. I mean, there's no way a guy that shoots in the 80s should lose to a guy that shoots in the low hundreds over 9 holes. I don't care if it's match play. I don't care what it is. It should never happen.
I agree with
that. Even was one of the first things I did. I played golf.
He's right.
Jack is a chokester.
Well, and Paul,
that's it.
and I'll add this. There's no way me, who never played baseball for a school. I played some township ball, but I never played for a school. There's no way that guy should beat a scholarship college athlete.
No, you
shouldn't
hung up
happen.
at 12.
And I think he's well aware of that. And that might lead to.
It might. I don't know what's going on with the
But I don't
Phillies
think
batters.
it will, because I think he will beat me. But go ahead. Go ahead, Paul.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to switch gears on you,
Sure.
Joe. I'm sorry about that. I was just wondering what was going on, with the Phillies bats. I don't. This has been a 2-3 year continuation. I'm not sure why Crawford isn't here. I mean, there's been desperation there since Bryce went down, even since he came back. I just don't understand why it's like anybody but Crawford. And looking around the league, I don't see the right-handed outfield bat that's going to be acquirable at the deadline that's going to make a difference. And I'm wondering what you see in that regard.
Well, I'll give you the Crawford thing as I surmised it the closer we get to the end of this month. I think they will wait to see if they acquire an outfielder at the trade deadline. If they do, you might not see Crawford the whole year. Or maybe he comes up and he's a pinch runner guy in September and they give him a little bit of a bats just to get him ready for next year. But he's not an October Philly if you acquire one or theoretically 2 outfielders this month. If you don't, then they hope like heck that he develops more in the next month and a half, and then they strongly consider bringing him up in August. That's my guess. Jody, do you agree with that?
Pretty much so. And Crawford could have made the decision more difficult on the Phillies.
Oh, for sure.
And he hasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Because his season, other than when he's gotten hurt, has been the same all along. A lot of singles, can absolutely run, next to no power, and it's been that way straight through from beginning of April till now into July. I think the Phillies wanted to see improvements in the areas that he hadn't been great in, and they haven't.
And I'll add this. Rojas's lack of development and the fact that they did bring him up late in 23 and it has not worked out. Maybe, and he was their player of the year down there, I think, right? Maybe a factor that's also keeping Crawford from being up here now.
See, that's an organizational question.
But it could be. I mean, the reality is they brought him up near the end of 23, and now here we are 2 years later, and he now feels like a failed prospect. And they may want to avoid that from happening again.
Yeah, because if he comes up and he stings,
because then you also can't trade him. Like the Phillies can't
the
trade
value
Rojas.
goes down.
It's not just about what he doesn't give you on the field. Then he doesn't give you any. Like when we talk about all these trade possibilities, no one ever says, "Well, throw Rojas in there. He'll get you someone good." Because it's been 2 years and everyone knows no.
I think that's a problem with the Phillies organization across the board, lack of development.
Well, it happens.
that's fair.
But it
Rojas,
happens to a lot of teams, Paul. I mean, look, you have these pitchers and hitters that hit, like meaning they come through when they're asked, and then you have the guys that don't. I mean, why was Cole Hamels really good? And who was the guy back then?
Gavin Floyd.
Gavin Floyd. And Gavin Floyd stunk. I don't know. I don't know.
How do the Marlins develop all that talent? I mean, the Marlins, sometimes they're awful, but the Marlins have brought up and developed more talent in the last 10 years than the Phillies have in 30. And that's disgusting.
Yeah. All right, Paul. Well, they're also drafted in the top 5 usually, so I'm sure that's a factor.
And then they hit their mark and they develop their players. And
Paul,
that
give
doesn't happen here.
me a show or movie not often discussed anymore.
Well, I don't know if this might be too old, but I think it hits the mark. The Cosby Show, and also like Lisa Bonet was like everyone in the 80s.
Yeah, Cosby Show's, I think, in a different category because of what went on with Bill Cosby.
There's a reason why.
That's a different deal. All right, 215-592-9494. Fritz and me, you can react to that. More on the Phils. We got a lot up ahead.
Couple things. You want to give a team credit for developing prospects? Start with Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
They're unbelievable
Yeah.
that they're always winning. And when we come back, I want to run a potential Twitter question by you.
Ooh.
That I
love a
think
good question.
should happen either late in the show today or early tomorrow about tomorrow's competition between you and Jack.
I look forward to it. That and more up ahead, plus 5 questions with the Mac Man. Busy day, Tuesday morning, 94 WIP.
We have had some scorching hot days. We got another one on tap today. Now, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. Don't worry, though. Call Horizon Services right now. You can get up to $1,150 off a new HVAC system replacement plus 0% financing. Horizon Services here to keep you comfortable inside no matter how hot it is outside, because you should always be relaxed and stress-free in your home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll always work with you. They'll make sure the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services expert technician, you know the job's going to be done right the first time. So contact Horizon. Keep your home comfortable and worry-free all year long, no matter the season. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
1 round down.
I chip one in the green. He concedes.
1 man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon tomorrow. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna and poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton in Newtown Square.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Stable. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Visit stable.com for more information. Paulo Banchero is a 22-year-old all-star that just got paid with a 5-year extension that could reach up to $287 million. With these astronomical salaries, guys like Banchero and Cooper Flagg, they could play 20 years and clock more than $1 billion in earnings. Sports pays. I'm JR.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can help you as well. Well, they are experts at what they do. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, true experts, and also great people. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. I may need them on the ready tomorrow around 1 o'clock if Fritz hits me.
Up and in.
Up and in. High and tight. Might need them on the ready if my teeth get knocked out tomorrow, but I shall stand ready in that batter's box. And I know this, if you've got an issue with your teeth, they can really help you out. They really, really can. They are experts as the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So if you got major pain with your teeth, perhaps a lifelong issue that actually you just don't like the way you look and it's a self-esteem issue, or maybe recently you faced a Boban and he hit you with a baseball and all your teeth got knocked out. Whatever the problem, they can come up with that solution because they provide it fast and they provide it with excellence. Get yourself to PI Dental Center. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Rinse and repeat. Phils get great starting pitching. Can't hit worth a darn. 0 for 24. Runners in scoring position. Sloppy defense. And for good measure, let's throw in a brutal job by the home plate umpire, Phil Cuzzi, against Bryce Harper, and then against Ryan Kirkring in the 8th.
1-2 pitch. And that one is...
Again, he just doesn't understand the zone right now. He's really lost. I'm a little surprised, JT.
I'm a little surprised that somebody on the bench hasn't been thrown out of this game at this point. Kirkering ready, the 2-2. And that one is another strike he misses. He's literally struck him out 3 times.
I've never seen anything like it.
What is going on?
That is Scott Fransky and Kevin Stocker with the calls. The Phils dropped their opener in San Francisco, 3-1. Christopher Sanchez, 1 run on 7 hits in 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, and no walks. If you are in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Hot and humid PM storms. High 95, it's currently 82. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94.
After the game, you could tell he was still very irritated.
I felt confident today. Felt really good where I was, and thought I was going to be in some good counts, and thought I was going to be in some good situations. But sometimes that happens, and umpire took over the game.
Umpire took over the game. All right. Well, he did. I mean, that is true in the eighth inning. But with that said, Phil's left opportunities 1 through 7, on the what would you say, on the base pass. They didn't even have many runners. You know what I'm saying. They didn't hit enough. They got 1 run. Frustrating right there. All right, you can react on the Phils, the me and Fritz stuff, 215-592-9494. Jody, something I'm looking forward to tomorrow. The moment Jack Fritz walks to the mound. You know what I'm saying, Rhea? You understand?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm getting at?
Those butterflies.
Like, he goes to the mound.
You'll know by his expression.
There will be a lot going through his mind. And there should be a lot going through his mind because there's a lot of pressure on him.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal, but he knows he's the much more accomplished baseball. I mean, imagine with his baseball accomplishment as a college scholarship athlete. Jody, imagine if he loses. And I think he knows that going in.
But he was a college scholarship athlete.
Yeah.
So he pitched in important situations.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to show it when he takes the mound tomorrow. I think he'll go out there. I don't think he'll be braggadocious, overconfident,
No,
Jack.
he won't be.
I think he's going to try and be cool as a cucumber, Jack.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I don't think you're going to be able to read it off him until he starts to throw.
But the
I don't think he'll
is-
show it ahead of time.
No, but the question is, can he be cool as a cucumber? Because based on what we saw in Goff, oh boy.
That we won't know until it starts.
Yeah.
But trying to judge it ahead of time, I think, is a mistake. I think Jack, because he's pitches often, he is an actual college pitcher. He's not going to show that he's nervous going out to the
I just
hill.
would love to know what's going through his mind. When
You'll
he
never
steps, know. Oh, of course we'll never know.
Jody, he didn't pitch that much in college.
But he
How
did.
much did he pitch?
Barely any. I think it's like 13 innings or something like that.
But again, that's pitching on a college level. Joe keeps harping on that. A college scholarship pitcher.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the fact, Jack.
And he's saying he's throwing 80. If he's throwing 80 and throwing strikes, he's probably going to win. I mean, let's be real. All right, Jody, you said you got a Twitter poll question you might want to
And
ask.
man, did you lead into it. Thank you very much, sir. And I want James's response and Rhea's response right off the bat. Will there be an HBP tomorrow?
Oh, great question.
And the answer is absolutely.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
If I had to bet, I would bet that, yes, he gets hit by a pitch.
Now, will
Especially
it
if
be
he's
because...
down.
Not on purpose.
And Jody,
not on
he's
purpose.
threatened it.
I think he will hit him by mistake.
All right, so he's
On purpose.
not coming in tight to get him off the plate. And it just,
maybe he is coming a
will
little
Joe
in, but I don't...
take one for the team?
Oh, in a second.
Because
Joe will not move. Joe
if
will
he's throwing 80, taking one at 60 is one thing. Taking one at 80 is another.
Well, I'll say, can I go on the record here, Jody?
Sure.
On the record, because the umpire could be listening. on the record, I will say, of course I'll try to get out of the way. I have to. As a hitter, I have a responsibility to attempt to get out of the way. That's on the record. Off the record, I'll stand there like a freaking wall. And if he wants to peg me, that's one.
I was going to say, because
we want you on that wall.
Four
We
is a
need
win.
you on that wall.
Here's what I will tell you, Jody, that I think will happen. Joe will get on base 3 times, and the next at bat, he will hit Joe.
Oh, so you think that's going to
His
be
way
the
of
winning
conceding.
one?
You think he's going to concede by hitting him
Yeah.
and try and get a win out
Out of
a
frustration?
loss?
Yeah.
Out of frustration,
Oh,
Ray?
yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Wow, I hadn't even thought about that.
And Jody, the thing that you brought up that he could brush me, because he clearly could brush me back, and that's a good strategy in one
pitch.
No, with one lane, if you can control it.
Well, of course, yeah.
If he can't, if he doesn't want to hit me, but wants to brush me back, but doesn't have control and hits me,
that's on him.
That's on him.
It's absolutely
That's
on
on him.
And the reason why I think it's a key question is I think Joe's going to get at least 2 walks. I think he's going to get at least 1 hit. So that's at least a tie. So you're in good stead there, buddy.
You're hitting my formula.
And the last one, Ria's telling me it's the last one. I think it might be the first one. But that could be the deciding, because if you get the 4, they're all equal. The way you got on, they're all exactly the same. A reach base to reach base. If he loses because he hits you, you're right. That's on him.
Look,
he can't.
I'll give you, if I win, because I don't think I'm going to win. I don't, because he's a very accomplished college baseball athlete, scholarship athlete. But if I'm to win, I will tell you that I think it will be 2 walks, 1 hit, and 1 hit one.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
That's the way I ran it down. That gets you to 4.
But I mean, if he's pumping in strikes, come on, how do I deal with that? Let's go to the phones. Oh, by the way, no Elliott. Elliott's on vacation this week. Good for him. Obviously, we're getting closer to training camp. When Elliott joins us, brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
By the way, is Elliott rooting for you?
No, I heard him say.
He's Team Fritz all
He
the way.
is Team Fritz?
Yeah, that disappointed me.
Okay.
That
Your buddy,
one-
Elliott George Parks.
That one kind of hurt a little bit, not going to lie. Let's go to Tom in Abington right now. Yo, Tom.
Yo, we live. We repetitive.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Rhea, I heard that same call yesterday. In my heyday, I would call the whip 3-4 times a day.
Yeah.
I always brought a different point to the table. I'm just saying.
That's you, Tom.
That's right.
So, Joe, you're going to win. You're going to win. You're in his head. I've been beating this drum for a while now. John Fritz is the Joel Embiid of the whip.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Would you say without the extreme talent when healthy?
I don't know. He never really realized his potential, I don't think. I mean, they just said, 13 innings in college?
Yeah, but I'm saying like the Joel comparison's interesting. I think Fultz is maybe a better comparison on that negative end
Because
at least Joel
of the
did.
lack of talent?
Yeah, Joel did win an MVP.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, I think it's more of like a Fultz thing, and he even called himself Fultz. I mean, he even said it.
Yeah, he did. You are in his head, so you keep doing what you're doing, Joe.
Well, I appreciate that. Tom, let me ask you this. I mean, we could do this Twitter poll. Do you consider him more of a Boban or more of the oaf?
I'd say he's a Bo Oaf.
Bo oaf. You got it, man. All right, Tom, what do you got on our fighting Phils who went down last night?
They're not so much the Fightins this year. I mean, I keep hearing a lot of talk that they need a bat and they need a bullpen piece, and while that's true, ultimately their defense is going to take them down because you cannot fix your defensive woes at one trade deadline.
No, you can't. That's correct.
Yeah, so I just, again, ultimately, I think this team disappoints me this year. I think they disappoint everybody.
Yeah,
It's
team
just a
I
matter
remember
of
that
when.
really fixed defense at the trade deadline, and it was one superstar for a couple players, and it worked out, was when the Red Sox traded Nomar in 2004. They got Mankiewicz and some other guys, and all of a
Cabrera
sudden
to play short, and he was awesome for them.
they became a lot better, and they won the World Series. But, Phils aren't going to be trading a superstar at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and they have way too many defensive holes. I mean, there's so many guys on this squad that are either average or subpar.
I agree.
So,
I agree with that.
That's what their downfall is going to be, whether they address the bat, the bullpen, whatever.
Tom, give me an answer, bud, for a show or a movie. A buddy of mine just texted me and said Alf. That's a pretty good answer. A show.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
No way.
I swear. I swear.
Oh, no way!
That's okay. That's all right. I got a backup.
Wow, that was unbelievable.
What?
That's crazy. But my backup is a movie. I forget the name of it, but it's the one where the guy takes his cousin to the prom.
Get out of here, Tom. Get out of here.
It's called Joe and Judy.
Jody, here it is.
A little bit of a shot, huh?
My buddy Tony just...
Alf, yeah, you did just get that text.
Really
just
funny.
10 minutes ago. So it happens sometimes. Let's talk to Christy right now in Bluebell. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Joe. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Christy, Bluebell's not too far from where we'll be tomorrow. Are you going to be there?
Plymouth White Marsh is my alma mater.
Nice.
Really?
Nice.
Yes, it is.
Love
so
it.
I'm going to do my best to get out there tomorrow.
Love
Good.
it.
Yes, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, has anybody brought up last Thursday's afternoon show to you yet? I was not happy. You were on there talking. They were trying to get you to change the rules that were already agreed to. That did not sit well with me.
Well, preach on. I'd rather you go on the record commenting about it than me. So why don't you continue? What part of it particularly cheesed you?
No, I felt like Spike and Ike were like ganging up on you a little bit and trying to bully you into changing rules that Jack Fritz had already agreed to.
You're
What
not
the
wrong.
heck is that?
You're not
You
wrong.
don't do that. You know what? That just showed the fear in them.
Well, I
that-
can tell Spike and Ike are very concerned. They're
Yes.
saying some stuff on the air to try to pump up Jack, but it's very apparent to me, privately,
Yes.
that they have.
Yeah, and they feel like bullying is the way that they can, get their frustrations out. It's
They
okay.
are bullying.
It's
Look,
okay.
I'm going to say this. There is a big difference between talking smack and actually believing the smack you're talking. Joe believes the smack he talks.
Christy, you're very wise.
Smack.
Christy, you've made my day with this phone call. I want you to know that.
Yay! I love it.
I love it. I appreciate it, too. All right, Christy, give me a
Maybe
big
we'll
answer.
see you tomorrow, Christy.
Yeah, we do want to see you tomorrow.
Yes. So my answer is married with children.
Pretty good answer.
That was a big hit.
It does come up.
It
Al
does.
Bundy comes up.
It
But
does.
it's a good answer.
But
It's a good
not
answer.
a ton. By the way, Christy, try to get as many of your friends out there tomorrow and just give Jack.
Hop on the alumni websites. Let
Yeah.
everyone know what's happening.
Give Jack the business, all right?
Hey, my graduating class was like 600 or 700. So I'll see what I can
Wow.
afford.
All right.
Make it happen, Christy.
This
Make
is
it
good.
happen.
Appreciate it. Rhea, how many people are we going to have out there tomorrow?
I think you could have a couple hundred.
I think we might.
Yeah.
I think we might have a
Not
couple
wing bowl
hundred.
numbers. No.
Well, you got to build up to that.
I'll say this. If
we didn't have 20,000 like the first
Yeah.
year or two, believe me.
If we are a 2-2 in this competition going into 5,
Oh, yeah.
I think we'll have over 1,000 people for basketball.
No doubt.
I think it would be a lot of people showing up.
Yeah, I mean, because that'd be amazing.
Don't throw it, Joe.
No, I'm not.
Just to try to get the numbers.
Now, the only one I might throw is running. If I'm up 3-0,
Oh, yeah. I would
and
throw
these
that,
guys
too.
insist that I got to run, I'll be like, okay, we'll do running.
And then you'll
And
just
then,
walk.
yeah, I'll
Do,
just-
do
yeah,
your
I mean,
jog
I
that
don't
you do
care.
down at the Brigade every Friday when you're
Yeah.
casually
that
running,
belly out, buddy.
running back for Beat the Hammer.
We saw the strut this past Friday. I was down there. Procedural question on basketball I've got for you.
Yep.
Has it been decided yet whether there will or won't be a referee?
There will be, I would think.
Yeah,
right?
Spike said on the air the other day, I'll say he alluded to the need for a ref. I think there certainly should be
I think
one.
there has to be.
Yeah, has to be.
Because I can tell you a quick
Has
story
to
about
be.
a major mistake made by someone I know.
Okay, is this you?
That would be me.
Okay.
This is
You smelled that one right out. Joe.
early 90s. Do you remember a player? You might be too young. Joe's the only one who's close. No, Rhea should remember this. Do you remember Kristen Clement?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Ace Clements.
Right, one of the best high school female basketball players town's
for
ever
us.
had.
I don't remember.
I saw her play at the Palestra. I think she played against my cousin at the Palestra, I think.
Went to Tennessee.
Yeah, I played for Pat, right?
Got a
Yeah.
championship. We played a charity one-on-one.
Right.
Me against Kristen Clement. So this is either 92 or 93. Did it at the halftime of a high school basketball game. So come in sweats and everything else. And they took us both to the back, shook her hand. I'd never met her before. They said, do you want a referee or do you want to call your own fouls? So I left it up to her because that's what a gentleman does. I said, whatever you want to do, Chris. And she said, oh, we'll call our own. Okay. So we go out,
Just
we
sound
play.
like an uh-oh.
She fouled me every time I had the ball. And the first time we went in, she just slashed my arm, and I didn't even get the ball up in the air.
Wow.
And I called a foul. Booed precipitously because I called a foul on Kristen Clement.
That's amazing.
So I said, well, there'll be no more fouls. Oh, and she continued to foul me.
That's great.
And it was competitive, but we were playing to 7. It was 1-1. It was 2-2. It was 3-3.
Yeah.
She got up 4-3. She got up 5-3. I said, well, if she can make 2 3-point shots in a row, the game's over. So I just backed off, and she stood out there and drained 2 straight 25-footers.
Sure.
And the game was over, and I lost 7-4. But I made the mistake of saying, no, we'll call our own because it's schoolyard. In the schoolyard, there's no referee.
We're gonna have
so I
to-
thought it was going to
yeah.
be a schoolyard setting.
Gotta
oh,
have
no.
one. Yeah.
Oh, no. Make sure there is a referee.
Got to, because otherwise the guy could just clobber the other dude. I blow past him. I'm about to hit a layup, and he, clobbers me. I mean, or vice versa. I mean, you can't have that. You got to have some kind of structure. I mean, I know that's unusual for one-on-one, but we got to have some structure. We'll get to that. That is if we even get to that. Because, if I win these, listen, I could win the next 2. He could win the next 4. I mean, the next 3. He could win this thing 3-1. We'll see.
And you're going to do basketball either way.
Well, I'm just saying
it will change the dynamic of it
they seem
if someone's already put the competition away, but you guys should play hoops either way.
Yeah, they want to. So, I'm open-minded to that. Let's go to Jordan in Princeton. Jordan, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Is it's 9 million degrees up here on the Atlantic City Boardwalk today.
Yikes.
And if you're outside, drink a lot of water and take rest. It is a brutal one out there so far today.
Yeah, and rain's coming in. It's an odd combination day of extreme heat and apparently a lot of rain coming later.
Well, that's later, but tomorrow the weather forecast looks good for the epic battle between Jack and Joe. But I don't know what's more painful, listening to you, Joe, play these mind games with Jack on the air or watching the Philadelphia Phillies blow another game at 10 p.m. at night.
Yeah, I mean, well, they blew it. They blew it around 11:45 last night. But I get your point.
It's why do we keep torturing ourselves with this? Because all these years, all the changes, the different players, it comes down to one thing: they can't hit with runners in scoring position, not universally, but when they need to hit. I mean, the Phillies, I looked up this morning, are the 6th best in baseball. Batting average with runners in scoring position, they were hitting 255 after last night. It's not about the fact that they're hitting 255. It's about the fact that they're hitting 0 when they need to score runs. And I am still in on this team, and I'm still in on this group. But we talk about projecting what's happening today into October. And Jody Mack, I get it. It's 1 of 162. But how many of these ones do we have to see with an all-star stud pitching performance that's completely wasted by an offense that's incapable of putting wood on the ball?
Their offense isn't what it needs to be. That's why I said Dabrowski's even more so than a bullpen piece, because I just don't think there's going to be a stopper, an unquestioned Mariano Rivera available.
No.
They got to get a bat. They have to get a bat between now and the trade deadline.
It's not even like the bullpen is costing us these games. I mean, you can count on Strom to let the inherited runner score. Kirkering's going to leave one out over the plate, and someone's going to get a solo dinger off him. But that is not the reason that this team is losing baseball games. They are losing because they can't plate runs when they need to. And I'm going to stay up again tonight at 10. James, I know you're not. You're much smarter than that. I'll credit to you. But I am going to stay up, and I'm going to watch this game, and I'm going to hopefully see Taijuan Walker get some offensive support because he's going to need it, man. We're talking about this starting rotation we're looking at this week. We had Sanchez going first. Great start. Now we got Walker, and then we got Luzardo, who I don't even know what's happening to right now. So I feel like there's a lot of questions with this team. I will say I see 20 baseball games a year. I'm very upset that I can't make it to Plymouth White Marsh to watch what will obviously be the best baseball battle that the city of Philadelphia has seen so far this year.
Well, that's going to be
Good
something.
luck to both.
I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to it, Jordan. Give me a great answer, a show or movie that was a big deal but not often discussed these days.
So I hope that there's familiarity with this because it only ran 2 seasons, but it was a phenomenal television show. And I think it was the archetype for a lot of shows that came later. Aaron Sorkin's first series was Sports Night.
Yeah, I remember that.
Loved it.
Yeah. So it wasn't enough of a big deal,
It wasn't.
in my opinion, to win.
I love Sports Night.
I know.
That show rocked.
I only saw 1 episode or 2 episodes. I loved the first one.
You should watch it.
I know.
All the stuff you watch over and over again.
I know.
Sports Night's great.
Jody, what was the show that the NFL shut down?
Playmakers.
Playmakers.
Yeah.
Like that could have been an answer, right? Because people,
I think Sports Night was as big a deal as Playmakers was. Though.
No
Playmakers
way.
was only because it got shut down.
No, Playmakers was
It
a
was
much
good.
bigger deal. Much, much, much bigger deal. James, you are out next week. That's the week we normally do Are You Smarter Than a 12th grader?
We haven't. I've been the last couple of years. All-Star breaks when I've been off. So we usually been doing it the week after the last couple of years.
So mid-July, we got to do this.
Yeah.
Do you have? So we're looking for a 12th grader this year.
I've had one person reach out to me, so
All right.
could use some.
So
options
give
here.
your plea to the audience of what this is about.
Joe's going to take a 12th grader or an ingoing 12th grader on in trivia. And we need a 12th grader.
Non-sports.
Yes, non-sports. It's science and history and English and math and all that good stuff.
Geared to what a 12th grader would know.
Theoretically.
That's your aim.
I mean, it's a goal. I've been in 12th grade in a long time. I do my best.
Jody,
Yes.
I'm 7-0 so far. I went from like a 5th grader to a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. Now we're up to a 12th grader. So I'm just saying, if anyone out there knows of, because what James in the audience wants is a super smart, well-rounded 12th grader
Absolutely.
who knows like what country.
What's your record again?
7-0.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, Jody,
I think I understand what James's job is now.
Jody, do you know
he's
what-
got to put? Now,
No,
here's a
honestly.
wrestling thing. You know, I'm a wrestling guy.
Yep.
They made Brock Lesnar when he beat the Undertaker at WrestleMania. He became the one in 21-1. Because the Undertaker won 21 consecutive years. Never lost.
Yep.
He just won. And then Lesnar finally beat him, and they milked that for 2 years, that he was the one in 21-1. So for the 12th grader who may be willing to step to the plate and take on Joe DeCamera, you can become the one in 7-1.
Sure can. You can also set the tone for the future because I think the older these people get, the worse my record will be. I mean, at some point, we're going to freaking grad school students. It's a miracle I haven't
start
lost
over
yet.
at that point.
Start over?
I think so. I think
Back
we're doing
down-
grad
back down
school
to fourth.
trivia.
All right, well, someone really smart, or if you know someone really smart, get to Seltzer, and we'll have some fun with that. We also have not one, but 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question, who's going to win the baseball challenge tomorrow? Me or Fritz? Second poll question, which of these issues bothered you the most from last night's Phillies game? We got 4 choices here. Choice A, the bat stunk. B, the Phillies' bullpen was not good enough. They pitched 1 inning and gave up 2 runs. Yes, there was bad umping in there, but still gave up 2 runs. Choice C is the defense. Phillies' defense was brutal, which it was. Or choice D, the umpire stunk, which isn't a Phillies thing, but certainly affected the Phillies last night. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, Jody, we're doing 5 questions with the Mac Man as we do every day you're in here.
Mm-hmm.
Question 4. So Rhea had mentioned earlier today that one of her biggest frustrations, maybe your biggest takeaway, Rhea, was you wanted Rob Thompson to bust out of that dugout and go after the umpire.
Tossed from the game last night.
Yeah, go after the ump.
It was too egregious, the Harper and Orion Kirk.
Support one of them, make a scene,
Yeah.
and have the back. All right, here's the question, Jody. Question 4 for the Mac Man. Jody, this year, you have been exceedingly, maybe exceedingly is an unfair word. You have been extremely supportive of Rob Thompson when
Yes.
these types of things come up, or when people project it to October and say if they lose in October, he's got to go, or if they lose in October because if he makes like a I'm taking Wheeler out scenario again, he's got to go. Why? Because I remember you saying this a few months ago, like in your world, he's back almost no matter what next
Yes.
year. Why in your world is he back almost no matter what next year?
Because I believe he's one of the best managers in baseball. Why would you fire one of the best managers in baseball?
Is he the guy that pushes enough of the right buttons in October to win it all? Because I'm a big Rob Thompson guy. I love him, certainly more than Rhea. But I will say this. He's had some whoppers in October, man. He took out Wheeler in 22. He put frickin' Kimbrel in Game 4 of 23. He let Rojas have that one at bat when the whole frickin' world knew. I'll take a little leaguer as a pinch hitter in this at bat instead of him. And James, what else last year? Oh, and he didn't use Sanchez or Wheeler in 4 and was waiting until it got like really, really, really deep in the game and was going bullpen guy, starting with the 4th inning, I believe it was. Maybe it was the 5th.
It was 4 2/3 is what Ranger went.
Where he could have used at least one of them for 2 to 3 innings. So, talk to me.
The Thompson thing that actually I think he should be held accountable for most, and this doesn't get as much play as I think it should. A game, whichever it was, against the Diamondbacks, he pulled Sanchez after 2 and change. Now, you know...
He used to not trust him. I remember that.
Your bullpen is okay. It's not perfect. And if you need to go 6+ out of the pen, there's a good chance you're going to have to put Kimbrel in the game.
Was this the Game 4? Was this what led to Kimbrel in the 6th?
I think it was 4. And he should have tried to get a little bit more depth out of his starter, so he could have avoided Kimbrel. Now, here's what I'll say about Kimbrel. The Phillies have not had a guy this year, anyone out of the pen, including Alvarado, Mr. Suspended, at any point during this year where you said, well, he had a month like Kimbrel.
Yeah, but not the October Kimbrel. It was obvious
Understood,
he was cooked.
But
I was a Kimbrel fan.
It was a 7-month season, right?
Kimbrel might make the Hall of Fame. Guy made 9 All-Star games. But I knew in October of 2023 he was cooked. And he kept going to it.
And the one reason why it plays so badly here in Philadelphia is it happened here before with Mitch Williams.
Correct.
Because what happened with Mitch in the World Series.
I agree.
And Thompson knows that, but he didn't decide to move away from it. I'll give you a prime example. Last night's game. Thompson, a couple of weeks ago, what was it that he had already gotten tossed, and then something happened afterwards. Oh, Luzardo. When he gave up the 12 runs.
Yes.
Right.
Just left him out there.
And I got on his case because you got to get him out before he gives up 12 runs.
Exactly.
That's something that gets inside your head, and it still may be inside his head. But then I realized it wasn't him. He had already been tossed.
Right. That's
now, I've been around baseball long enough to know the manager knows exactly what's going on.
You can get word to him.
There is conversation that's ongoing against the rules, whatever. But it is not the same thing as sitting in the dugout. So Rob wanted to get tossed last night so he can go back and manage the game from the clubhouse in the 8th inning. No.
Look, I'll just say this.
No.
There's a lot of ways we can take this conversation. I'll just say this. I am a pro Rob Thompson guy. I like him a lot, respect him a ton, and really, really want them to win it all with him because I'd be happy for him if he's a World Series winning manager, and I'd be happy for us if they win a World Series because that'd be an amazing thing for us as a fan base. With that said, I think of the transitions, for instance, from Danny Ozark to Dallas Green. I think of the transition from
Boa to Charlie.
No, Tony Dungy to John Gruden. Like sometimes you make, because Boa, they weren't close enough. That's why I said no, James. They weren't close enough when Boa got canned. Sometimes you are close and you are knocking on a door and you've had 3 or 4 cracks at it, and it's changed the general time, changed the skipper time. And I think, Jody, you're undervaluing what could be needed either for a different voice to push them or a different person that pushes the right buttons in October. We'll see. I think you're a little light on him. Like I think some people like Ray are a little hard on him, but I think you're a little light on him.
I stand where I stand, and you threw out some good comparisons there. And I was going to go, what do you mean, like Brett Brown to Doc Rivers? So making a change doesn't always guarantee anything.
No, it doesn't. Let's go to the phones. A lot to chew on. Phillies last night. Me and Jack tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Anthony in New Jersey is going to be there. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, Joey D, man. What it do, baby? How you doing?
Anthony, always better when I talk to you. You have maybe become my favorite human alive.
Yeah? Oh, man, Joe. Hey, Joe, you get me every time, yo.
Well, listen, you support me, and Anthony, I need you tomorrow. Like, I know you're going to be there, but I just ask that you be relentless at Fritz because it really could affect him. Like, it really just Boban him, oaf him, and like when he and really it's when and Anthony, here's the key: it's when he throws a ball. Because if he throws a ball and you Boban him, I think that could lead to another ball, and that's what I ask.
Man, hey, Joe, Jack is going to quit, man. Jackie quits. He going to quit, man.
Jack quits is very
Jack
creative.
quit.
Whoever first
Hey, Joe.
thought of that, really good work.
Jack is going to quit, man. Hey, Joe.
Yes, sir.
I need you, man. Let's go, man. Tomorrow's the day, man.
Tomorrow's a big one because Anthony. Let's put it this way: if I lose tomorrow, there's a legitimate chance I lose the overall. If I win tomorrow, I very, very likely win the overall. Like tomorrow is the pathway, one way or the other.
Like I told you after golf, man. UFC, KFC. I don't give a man. The hammer and 3. Like it's a sweet, man. This is sweet.
I honestly don't think you'd be up 1-0 without Anthony. Without his prodding you, getting you going on the working out, getting your mind. I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
I really think Anthony has had a profound impact on this competition.
Hey, Joey D, man,
Yes.
how you doing over there, man? Good morning. How you doing over there?
Me?
Okay?
Me or Jody?
Nah, Jody Mack.
Jody Mack, because it's Joe D and Joe D can get confusing.
Yeah. So, Mac, man, he's asking you, how are you? How are you?
I'm good. I will be in attendance tomorrow unless something drastic comes up overnight that I got to take care of tomorrow. I plan on being at Plymouth. And, oh, by the way, Anthony, I know how you're going to handle yourself. I'm telling you ahead of time. I will handle myself like I'm in the press box at Citizens Bank Park.
Not me.
There are rules. James, Rhea, you can handle it how you want.
This is why
how
I
I'm
don't
handling
sit in the press box. And
Okay, that's fine. I will handle myself. I will not overtly chant. I will have a rooting interest. You know I'm rooting for you, Joe, but I'm not going to show it tomorrow. I'm going to be just like I would be sitting in the press box at CBP.
So, Anthony, I'm trying to figure out what my approach will be. I mean, obviously focus when it's time to focus on a pitch, but on one hand, I want to be somewhat stoic and just handle my business. On the other hand, I know, in between pitches, I may be able to flatten my arms to rile up the crowd to get on Fritz. So I'm trying to figure out what that'll be.
I got all of that, man.
Good.
Trust me. Tomorrow, I'm going to act. Oh, my God. Hey, Joe, be in between pitches, get you some water. Grab you a towel.
Thank you.
Cool off a little bit, breathe a little bit, Joe, because it's going down, man.
Anthony, you're a great man.
down.
You are a great man, sir.
Hey,
Anthony, I'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
Hey, Joe, get a good night rest, man.
I plan to. I'm going to change my
man.
contacts for tomorrow. Be all ready to go.
Look at you.
Yeah, no, I got I'm checking off all the boxes.
He's a hype man. He's a very good
Jody,
hype man.
He's the hype man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think he's really annoying Fritz from what I can tell.
You think?
Yeah.
No, it's clear. I mean, they had him on the afternoon show. They hung up on him. Like, they were like, enough of you.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He called in and he told us how he didn't.
James, Fritz really might tomorrow,
The pressure is building.
Oh.
That's what I'll say. The pressure is building.
Now, I know that there isn't a Fritz hype man who compares to Anthony.
It's basically Ike and Spike.
Well, Spike especially.
Yeah.
Spike has been like the angry hype man,
Yeah, it's those two. And they agreed yesterday that
there's no caller that calls in and plays the Anthony role for him.
Not that effectively.
Okay.
Yeah, clearly not. All right, Ruben Amaro in San Fran called that game last night. He'll join us coming up next on the Phils, on Me and Fritz with baseball. A lot of phone calls up ahead as well on a busy and a very hot Tuesday morning on 94 WIP. All right, what if I handed you $100 today? That'd be pretty cool, right? You get $100. Well, what would you do with it? A lot of things you could do, obviously, this summer, whether it's gas money for a road trip, a car detail, groceries. They're all good things, right? Tickets to a baseball game. Well, at United Tire, they want to give you that cash. They want to give you $100. You already know, because I tell you all the time, they've got unbeatable service, tremendous rebates, and phenomenal experts to keep your car running and running right. Well, you might not know this. This month, when you buy tires, you can also take the cash. That's right, take the cash. Simple as that. So don't just drive alone. Drive United. Make sure you get your car to United Tire and Service for all the service you can need and use, all the tires you can use. There's 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. They really cover it all for every type of car, every make, every model. And in this case, they give you the cash. Don't drive alone. Drive. Hey, by the way, make sure you visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please. Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Mexico became the 2025 Gold Cup champions, a 2-1 win over the United States on Sunday night in what has been a busy month of soccer in America. With this tournament, along with the Club World Cup, MLS, and international friendlies, there's been plenty to enjoy. But issues have come up, including weather delays, attendance numbers, and fan safety. The World Cup is here 11 months from Friday. The clock is ticking. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Frustrating 3-1 loss by the Phillies to open their series in San Francisco. They got 7 innings of one-run ball out of Christopher Sanchez. Defense was shaky. Only run coming off a wild pitch. 0 for 24 with runners in scoring position. And then we have Phil Cuzzy, home plate umpire. Let's start with the Bryce Harper at bat.
Harper has gotten 3 straight non-strikes called by Phil Cuzzy. I don't know what he did to Phil Cuzzy, but that's a ridiculous sequence. And Phil Cuzzy is hearing about it from the Phillies bench right now, and he well should hear about it.
That is Scott Fransky with the call. Phil's Giants again tonight, 9:45 live here on 94 WIP. Taijuan Walker on the mound. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 95. It is currently 84. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Good morning to you. On an odd weather day, uber hot, so a lot of rain later on today. That's here on the East Coast. Of course, West Coast, that's where Ruben Amaro is. That's where the Phillies are. Ruben called that game last night on NBC Sports Philadelphia on the road trip. And there's an awful lot to react to from that game, and also to preview me and Fritz with the baseball competition, which is happening tomorrow. And for all that and more, we turn to one of our favorite baseball people, Mr. Ruben Amaro Jr. Rube, good morning, pal.
Good morning, Joe. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm getting ready for tomorrow, but also getting ready for another Phillies game tonight, hoping to get better umpiring out there tonight. Holy mackerel.
So who do you think is more nervous about tomorrow, you or Fritz?
I think there is a lot of pressure on him, Ruben.
Oh, there is a ton. And based on what happened with the golf, I will not be surprised if you don't get on base a couple of times. Now, is via walk? Is that an option? Oh.
Walk, hit by pitch, or a base hit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And who is the umpire? Just curious.
It's apparently a pretty renowned local high school umpire.
Not Phil Cuzzy.
Okay, great. Okay, so you have somebody. Well, that's good. I was wondering whether it was going to be you or that guy or Phil Cousy.
Well, Ruben, okay, let's start with the me and Fritz thing, and then we'll get to baseball with the Big League Club, because there's a few things I want to talk to you about with me and Fritz. So let's start with this. Actually, I want to play some audio. This happened about a month ago. People will probably remember he initially backed out of this baseball thing before he went back into it. Ruben, listen to something he said about a month ago.
I know people think I'm soft. I don't really like being labeled soft. I don't think I'm soft. But I am not pitching to Joe DeCamara. I can't throw anymore. Like, I threw a football yesterday, and my bicep felt like it was going to rip off. I'm pulling out of the pitching to Joe DeCamara contest.
I know, Ruben, that was like a month ago, and then like the next day he was back in. He's been all over the place. Here's my question to you. So I'm going to obviously try to work some deep counts. That'll benefit me. If he has to throw, let's just say 40 to 50 pitches, and it probably won't get as high as 50, but it could. If he has to throw 40 to 50 pitches at the age of 31, he's going to be trying to pump it in there about 80 miles per hour. How tough will that be on him?
It will be very difficult. 60 feet, 6 inches is going to get longer and longer and longer. Now, I know he's done it, and he's done it at a higher level of college and stuff. But it's not going to be easy for him, especially if he hasn't been, like, on the mound throwing regularly for, like, the last, couple of months, 3 months, 4 months. I mean, the fact that he's going to have to try to do this under a great deal of duress, way more duress than he was doing it, in college, believe it or not, because now he's got so many more eyes on him. It's not going to be easy for him, man. And I actually commend him for going into this challenge, trying to do this, because it's that 60 feet 6 inches. It's not going to be anything simple to manhandle.
So here's what I'd say about commending him, Ruben.
As if.
I mean, he's the college athlete.
What happened to
I'm
High Road Hammer? What happened to him?
Well, I can be
High Road Hammer be like, yeah, you're right, Ruben.
I
You
can
should
be High
commend
Road
him for
Hammer,
going
but I
out.
don't have to commend him.
I think it's a gutsy thing, just because you have to understand, like, to get on the mound and just start firing. Everybody thinks that everybody can throw like Zach Wheeler. That's not happening, pal.
Well,
And
that's
the
not
fact that-
happening. But I'm also not
I
going to
mean-
be hitting like Barry Bonds. I might try, but come on.
No, I understand that. That's that. But being able to throw the ball over the plate is a real issue.
Yeah.
And I feel for him there, for him actually taking this challenge. So I got to give him some love for that.
Jody, there's a lot of people that think I'm just going to stand there. Like, someone said to me they think it's possible I could win without swinging the bat at all.
I think that is very possible.
I think that's your best
I
approach.
think that is. I'm not
I
lying
said
to
you should
I
get
think that's
Velcro
very
taped
possible.
on your shoulder and on the bat, just as a reminder to not pull it off your
James
shoulder.
said that yesterday. I thought it was brilliant.
That's pretty good. All right, Rube, let's get to the Phils. So there's a couple different issues in last night's game. There's the Phillies bullpen, there was the umpire, there was the bats, there was the defense. Let's start with the umpire. It's actually not the most top of mind for me, but it seems to be for many. So how do you explain, like, this Phil Cousy guy? Like, take the sequence with Bryce. There's a pitch that's very low, called a strike, and then there's a pitch very high, called a strike. How does that happen in the same at bat? How does that happen?
That's the most surprising part of it, because typically an umpire has the tendency to either be a wide guy, whether he's wide inside or outside, or he's high or low, wide as far as being high or low. But you typically don't get a guy, especially a guy who's been around for that long, Bill Cousy, where he's calling both pitches on the outside part of the plate. And I was just really surprised. I don't like to get on umpires too much. That's just not. It's a very difficult job. I understand that. But at that level, you have to be better. And in the certain situations, it wasn't just really Bryce. I think the more key situation was when he missed 3 pitches on Orion Kirkering. I mean, beautiful thrown, perfectly thrown pitches to strike out, I think it was Chapman. You just can't miss in those situations, because it changes the nature of the game so dramatically. And I think that's why you're going to have the ABS system in there. I mean, it was just so obvious that those pitches were missed. I know the Bryce ones were missed. There's no question about it. But when you miss those pitches, it really does change the nature of the game.
All right, Ruben, you have a lot of years in baseball. Player, coach,
general manager, working your way up, assistant general manager, and so you've worn a lot of hats. One you haven't worn is manager, but you kind of know a little something about managing too, since you hired him, fired him, your father was one, so you got a good grasp on this. What's the percentage of time that a manager goes out, specifically gets himself tossed by the umpire, and it has a positive impact on the game? Either the umpire says, this guy wouldn't light me up if I wasn't missing things, and he changes the way he does things, and or it rallies the troops because their boss went out and fought for them. How often does that happen, that when a manager goes out for the specific reason of getting tossed, that it actually has a positive impact?
I would say 5%.
That's why I can't get upset that he didn't go out last night.
Somebody needed
Ruben
to get
is
tossed,
telling us
Ruben.
5%. It was a 5. It was worth it for 5%, not for me.
See, so here's the thing. I know the people want, Topper to do X, Y, Z. Believe me, they're chirping in there, and they're talking to him, and they're letting him know. The only time that I think that really had a major impact was, believe it or not, in the game that the Phillies lost against the St. Louis Cardinals in the NLCS, and Tony La Russa got on the umpire because he was giving Cliff Lee some pitches that were maybe off the plate, made him tighten it up a little bit. He went out there and talked to him about it, and it really did have an effect. All of a sudden, Cliff Lee's pitches weren't being called, and all types of stuff was happening. And that was sort of, almost one of those things that really affected the game, because we ended up losing a game that we probably never should have lost. We were up 4-0 or whatever with Cliff Lee on the mound. Now, it just doesn't happen that often where a manager flips out and it changes the nature of the game. You can only say so much. It really doesn't. It's not going to affect how the guy's necessarily going to do just by having the manager go out there. But believe me, they were chirping at him, and I know they were not happy at all with what was going on.
Ruben, when do you think Bryce gets in gear? He's trying. He's back. He's been back for a few games. But I remember in 22, it took till near the playoffs for him to crank it up, and then he cranked it up in a big way. When do you think he finds his rhythm?
I think it's probably another week. One of the difficult things about what's happening in baseball today is that you have the right to not go out on a rehab assignment as a veteran player. And I think it's a 5-year deal where if you have 5 years in the big leagues, you can choose not to go out on the rehab. And I think that is, and the fact that these guys are throwing so hard, and you've got guys in the minor leagues who are throwing 100 miles an hour, have no idea where it's going. I think it makes it difficult on some of the veteran position players to go out because there's fear that they might get hurt. And I understand that, but I do think it's also a negative in the game because guys just can't get their bearings. I was talking about it with another veteran announcer who played baseball last year. And, we were talking about that, the fact that you just don't go out there, and it's very difficult. I know Bryce Harper is a totally different level of player than I was, but still, it doesn't matter. If they've been out for a month or a month and a half or whatever the case may be, and you have not picked them, you have faced live hitting, it makes a difference, and it's tough to get back in the rhythm. Now, I did see him swing the bat yesterday on the field, and it was the best I had seen him on the field as far as BP was concerned. That's in a long, long time. He was firing that bat through the zone and crushing baseballs into the water yesterday. And I think he's getting closer and closer. I think when you see him start to drive the ball the other way, get base hits the other way, line drives to left center field, flip a base hit to left field, that's when you're going to see him start taking off again because his timing will be there. But right now it just feels like he's just off timing-wise, and that's sort of the nature of the beast when you don't get a chance to go out there and rehab.
Absolutely. Ruben Amaro with us here from San Fran, another game later tonight. Ruben, it feels to me like the forgotten Phil is Aaron Nola. And I'm wondering if things aren't going to start swinging his way to be back in there in a prime way. So let me paint a picture for you. 3 guys that I feel are locks, barring something odd, locks to start in the postseason are Wheeler, Sanchez, and Ranger. But when I give you the next 3 names, tell me who you think is most likely to get a postseason start. Luzardo, Painter, or Nola? Because my gut feeling is that has actually swung back to Nola. What do you think?
I think Nola may be the fourth, but it could be Luzardo also. A lot of it depends on the matchups. If the lefties, if you want to have three lefties in that rotation on a four-man staff, and the fact that Nola's been there and done it. Luzardo's pitched probably one or two postseason games, not a whole lot of them. But Luzardo's stuff overall is still really great. I still think that there's something going on mechanically with him where he gets to the point where he's leaving some pitches in the middle of the plate. And I still think he's getting used to his new sort of setup so that he's not tipping his pitches. So, listen, I love Luzardo. I think people are, down on him because he's been a little up and down lately. But this guy's got great stuff. I love his demeanor. I think he's got a chance to be a really, really good pitcher and has been this year at times. But a lot of it depends on Nola coming back and being Nola. And if he can, then I don't have any problem throwing it into that mix, especially as a fourth, because been there, done it, and he's going to be fresh. It's all kind of depends on how he comes back, obviously, and I don't see him coming back probably until August some point. It's a great problem to have, I think, because I think those first three guys you mentioned have been just spectacular.
Let me add to Joe's question. How much of the determination of who that fourth guy is going to be dictated by who's better going to the pen?
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
Because they need help in the pen, and they're going to have excess starters. So how much does that factor in? We think this guy makes the transition and fills a void for us.
Jody, I totally agree with you. Aaron Nola has never pitched out of the bullpen. I don't think ever has pitched ever. And I think Luzardo has the stuff to be able to do that, and the demeanor, I think, to do that, because he gets pretty fired up, maybe sometimes too fired up. But I think he's one of those guys that can transition, and I would be most apt. I know people were talking about Christopher Sanchez being that guy before. Well, I'm not taking that dude out of the rotation. He's been spectacular. So the next guy for me that becomes, a weapon out of the bullpen is Luzardo, and I think that's a very, very sound way to look at it.
All right, last thing, Ruben. Where you playing golf today?
I'm not playing golf. I wish I was.
We were wrong, Rhea. We thought for sure if you were getting up early to come out with us, you had a tea time.
So the rest of the guys do have a tea time, but I have my partner out here, so I can't totally blow her off for 4 or 5 hours. But I'm going to end up going to Tiburon or someplace. I went to Stanford yesterday, hung out there, spent my time over in Half Moon Bay, some of my favorite places. And, today I'm going to shoot on over to Tiburon, over the Golden Gate Bridge, and kind of hang out over there.
Nice. That sounds like a great day. All right, Ruben, final thing I got, my man. Tomorrow, me and Fritz. I know this isn't part of regular baseball ethos, but I want to present this to you. Let's say it's first at bat, let's say he's walked me. It's second at bat, and it's like a 1-0 count. During the at bat, should I start waving my hands to the crowd to psych them up even more to get on Fritz's case? I mean, should I go all in to ask the crowd to go all in at Fritz and try to basically Bert Hooten him?
I would think that would be Bush League, and I would not do it. But I wouldn't put it past you.
Just know I do what I need to do to get the W. All right, Ruben.
Well, I can see you doing it. I see you, doing the fake bunt and waggling around and all that stuff. Just let him implode himself, okay?
Thanks, Ruben. Have a great call tonight, my man. We'll catch you next week.
Good luck tomorrow. We'll talk
all right, thanks, man. There he is, Ruben Amaro Jr. from the road out there in San Fran. That sounds like a couple good days in San Fran, man.
He's making the most of being in the Bay Area.
Stanford, the Golden Gate Bridge, that's good work right there. Kenny in East Oak Lane. Kenny, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Fantastic, my man.
Rhea, good morning. Jody, good morning. Seltzer, good morning. Now, let's get to the big boy of the hour. Joseph, the Grand Slammer, Hammer, DeCammer.
I hope so.
That rhymed. That was good.
Philly Mays. I want you to take this dude yard tomorrow. I don't care what it takes. Jack Fritz is softer than a wet paper bag full of donuts, man.
Yeah, here's the only thing I'll say. The thing it might take is the walls being moved in 150 feet. I have never been what you'd call a power hit. I'm more of a Pete Rose type.
I want you to He-Man before you go to bat and say, I have the power, okay, to summon this, okay? This dude, I've listened to the afternoon show, and this man has went from Elizabeth to the macho man overnight. That doesn't work. It doesn't work, okay? So, therefore, I need you to pummel this guy and crumble him, right? So it's humble versus crumble, because we know that's what Jack is going to do.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting way. And you know, Kenny, the way I look at this, Kenny, because I appreciate what you're saying. I'm going to let you and Anthony and everyone else sort of speak from your vantage point. From my vantage point, I see it as a tremendous challenge. He's a great obstacle. I mean, this is an accomplished baseball player. So, like, if I win, that will be amazing. But I don't expect it because of the tremendous challenge. Especially knowing all the pressure he's got on him. Like, he's got to rise to the challenge. If he doesn't, then he's going to have a very big problem. I mean, Kenny, imagine him at 2 o'clock walking into McGurk's in Fort Washington. You kidding me? If he loses?
He might not show up.
He might not. He might. By the way, Spike and Ike might not let him. They might kick him off the show.
That's true.
Be at midday. Middays is at McGurk's. Afternoon will be there. You're saying, yeah, he's going to be there. They have a Phillies game, so they'll be there for an hour after.
Both shows are at McGurk's tomorrow. Yeah, but only the early portion of Spike and Ike's usual afternoon show. All right, Kenny, I appreciate the support.
Doing their best to pump this guy up.
Well, they are.
They should be, and that's why we're here to do the same for you.
Thank you.
We believe in you, and as a quadrenarian, and if that's not in the English language, I apologize. But you got to do it for us 40-year-olds, man, because we still got it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you, Kenny. I like that. Kenny, give me a show or a movie that doesn't get much play anymore.
Doogie Howser.
Pretty good answer as well.
Not bad.
Very good.
Yeah, not a bad answer. I like that answer. Let's go to Tom in Fairmount right now. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure.
I'm in a little bit of a pickle right here. So I'm a dedicated morning listener. I would root for you in almost any competition, including Beat the Hammer.
Thank you, sir.
But I grew up with Jack, and we've been best friends for about 15 to 20 years at this point.
Wow. Well, let me say this before you continue.
Okay.
I consider this a win for me already that you're in a pickle and he's like literally your best friend. So I start feeling pretty good. But keep going. What else? This is good. This is good stuff.
I'm in a pickle because I'm going to be there tomorrow. But I'm probably going to be watching the way that a parent nervously watches their kid pitching in a Little League game.
Sure.
I'll be in the car with binoculars from a distance, possibly. I will say, if he's throwing strikes, I played baseball with him growing up. If he's throwing strikes, there's a 0% chance that you're going to get a hit off him.
Okay.
So yeah, that's all I wanted to add. I think
so
it'll be
he
fun.
can. So you're saying he can really pump it in there. If he's accurate, you're saying he's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, even if he's throwing like 70 to 75, I think it's tough to
catch up to
hit into the outfield. Yeah. But it'll be good.
No, it's an interesting perspective. I mean, that's the task I have to prepare for and be ready to hit. I got to time that up. Now, Bryce did not go to the minors, but maybe I'm in the cage.
Tom, as someone who knows Jack incredibly well, do you think he's going to throw strikes tomorrow? That's the ultimate question.
So I think if I trusted him in any of these competitions to really focus and get his head on his shoulders the right way, I think tomorrow will be it. I think he's locked in. He's been practicing. I think he's feeling good.
Uh-oh.
I do trust him tomorrow. Listen, I don't play golf, so I have no idea what happened with golf. I don't think he really is going to be good at tennis. He can shoot the basketball a little bit, but I do think he's going to lock in.
Would you say, Tom, let me ask you this. Would you say that if he loses tomorrow, this one will hurt his soul the most?
Yes.
Should.
Yeah.
Best friend, I want to remind you.
Just a yes.
Yep.
Yep, you bet.
Tom, I like a lot that I'm hearing. Not all, because I'm not happy to hear that he pumps it in there so fast I'm in deep trouble. But, okay, all good. All right,
I think
Tom.
it's going to come down to hoops. I think it's going to come down to hoops, and he's pretty good. I know he can shoot from the foul line, but he
Yep.
has a bigger body, so he might have the slight edge.
What's his shot like in hoops?
Pretty good. Yeah, he could shoot from the beyond the arc pretty well. I mean, a little slow on the feet, but we'll see.
And what about tennis? Like, not much going there?
I don't know. I don't know how he is with tennis.
Okay. All right. That's a good scouting report.
Yeah, that's really good. I think it's a good scouting report.
I appreciate it. Tom, give me an answer, pal, for a show or movie not much discussed anymore.
I was going to say Prison Break.
Prison Break.
Sure.
You got
Yeah,
it.
that
Tom,
was a big
appreciate the phone call, man. What is Prison Break?
It was a TV show.
It was really good
Yeah,
on Fox.
it was one that was supposed to be a one-season thing, and it was such a popular thing that they ended up expanding it.
And it should have just stayed one season.
Yeah,
because it
see,
was
I watched the
brilliant.
first season, then I was out. Yeah.
There's so many big shows that haven't been said yet that could be. I think more of shows than movies. But anyway, we'll see where the answers go by the end of the show. All right, time's yours, and a lot more calls up ahead on 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You've talked to your doctor. You got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you because it's really important to note attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then, once you've got your new replacement, you already know, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapist to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. Your joint replacement needs are very unique. NovaCare's team, they're going to develop an individualized treatment plan that's going to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love. It is not a decision you came to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott bangs one off the auxiliary scoreboard in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Time to bear down Chicago with only 9 Sundays remaining before the NFL season kicks off. The Bears had a fantastic offseason, adding the highly sought-after Ben Johnson as their new head coach and revamping their offensive line to protect Caleb Williams. The Bears' win total is 8.5 at plus 115, and I believe they go well over that, so I would get to it while you can. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download BetMGM app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month, same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
It's a Phillies family reunion, and you're invited. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Day on Sunday, August 3rd, when the Phillies host the Tigers at 1:35. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies Giants again tonight, 9:45 live here on 94 WIP. Taijuan Walker getting the start. San Francisco took the series opener 3-1 despite a terrific start by Christopher Sanchez. A little run support as per usual. Well, the good news is Phil Cuzzi won't be behind home plate, unlike last night when he was flat out brutal.
Jeez. And he's been calling that pitch a lot. He's had a wide zone, and that caught the corner. Another pitch that's on the plate.
Oh boy, Phil.
Yeah, he's having a tough night.
Yeah.
But he's having a tough night just for the Phillies, not for the Giants. That's also a strike. It's not right.
That is Ruben Amaro Jr. and Tom McCarthy with the call on NBC Sports Philly. Save big with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Hot and humid PM storms, a high of 95. It's currently 84. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Classic song. Well, I am looking forward to tomorrow. James, what are people more interested in, let's say tomorrow? Phillies, Giants,
Oh, it's Joe
Fritz
Jack.
and a hammer.
Let's be honest.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, we got 162 Phillies games. We got one Joe versus Jack.
It is amazing how many calls we. I mean, Rhea, this is an unusual.
It's very
so many
odd.
calls.
I got a lot of folks. I got a lot of talk about your Thursday appearance as well.
What did they say?
That just the clear trying to
Yeah.
get the. They were panicked.
Oh, they.
That's what it seemed like to people were telling me. I was
Circle the
off-
wagons, I
Yeah.
believe is the phrase.
And I was laughing about that.
I mean, they brought the program director in. I mean, it's like, come on now. What is this nonsense?
It's a little embarrassing. If we're gonna be honest, you know?
It is. All right, so let me ask Jody this question.
Whoa, hold on.
What?
If we're saying this now, what is it going to be like if he wins tomorrow?
I'll just
Well, I
play
think the better question is, what is it like if he loses?
Yeah.
I mean, does Spike kick him off the show?
No, that's what I mean. If Joe wins tomorrow,
I think
if it's embarrassing
they
now,
might kick him off the show.
how embarrassing is it going to be after Joe wins?
They might take his name off the show. It could be Ike and Spike
They
again.
could.
You know, I could
They
see
could.
that. I mean, they are. I mean, Spike is
They're
taking.
worried.
Spike is taking. You are taking this very seriously.
Yeah.
There might be one person on this planet who's taking it more serious than you. It might be Spike. It's
He's
possible.
really
it's
mad.
possible. It's really possible.
He is mad. He is mad.
He's angry.
And I don't think, like, if I win tomorrow, Jody, I don't think I'll say much. I'm not sure. I think I won't. I wouldn't encourage people at Plymouth White Marsh tomorrow to carry me around the field like Rudy style. Because I'd say, wait till I get my third victory before hoisting me up there.
Going humble hammer.
But,
Good on you.
No, yeah. I would say
You
hold
do
on.
know they didn't like Rudy.
No, I know.
The real Rudy.
But I think, Jody, there's a chance if I get to 2-0, I might not say much, but I might do future shows with a big broom behind me.
You've already put that out
So
there.
YouTube can see the broom.
All right, now I got
Upside
one
down broom.
suggestion.
That'd be really funny.
That'd be good.
One suggestion for you tomorrow, Jody,
Yes,
and this is
yes.
hypothetical.
Okay.
Chances are it won't happen, but if it does, I need you to handle it one way.
Okay.
You just described yourself as a Pete Rose type hitter.
Sure.
Yeah,
Greg
we
Lazinski.
let that slide.
Greg
Yeah.
Lazinski, you're not.
No, correct.
But let's just say
Get a hold of one.
Jack throws one down the middle, and you time it up, and you get the sweet spot on the bat, and you pull it, and the left fielder actually has to go back. It's going to go over his head,
Sure.
but it doesn't get over its head, and he catches it.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
Oh,
You can't let that happen. You have to smile. You have to look out at Fritz and go, "Oh, I timed you up, buddy. You are lucky that ball got caught." Because it could be a bum. I could see where you go,
Yeah.
"Oh, man,
Right.
I hit it that hard, and it's an out."
Don't Alec Bowman.
I have a quick clerical question here.
Yes.
If you get it, first of all, would you try and stretch a single into a double if the opportunity is in front of you? And does it count as, because it would be a hit even if you got thrown on the way a second, but when it counts, the whole thing is 4 times on base. Have you
Right.
guys figured that out? Because you might
It's
just want
nothing
to
figure. I'll just stay
on first.
Yeah.
I think it would be smart of you to not even try.
I'm not
You
gonna-
would get
Okay,
hurt
I'm
trying
just-
to stretch it
I'm
out.
Yeah, I
just
don't need
checking,
the- I
because
don't
if you
need
really
that.
put one in the gap, it's natural. You're like, let's go.
Maybe
it's
if
baseball.
I'm just being a little cocky and I want to keep going. Here's my question for you, because most of this I've gone through in my mind and I know how I'm going to approach it. This is the one thing I can honestly tell you I don't know. Tell me what you guys recommend. And maybe we get into this more tomorrow. Should I, during at bats, play to the crowd?
Yes.
If he's in
I think so.
If he's in a 2-0 hole, should I be waving to the crowd like Anthony and everyone else? Come on, stay on him.
It's
Stay
an
on him.
entertainment. We are here to entertain.
Yeah,
We
it's
are.
just a
But I'm also here to win.
I think it helps you win.
It may.
Yeah.
And I think it would also make him more likely to plunk me, which I'll
Make
take.
him more to get
I'll
angry.
take a plunking.
And even then, you just want him off his game. Like whatever you got to do to mess with his motion, his consistency, his whole thing.
As Ruben said, you can go Bush League, and I don't think you want to go Bush League.
Okay.
But there's nothing that says you can't step out of the box and just give a couple quick raising of the hands to get the. You don't want to overdo it because that will become Bush League. But if you want to pump up the crowd tomorrow, I think you're well within your rights to do so.
I'm deliberating on that one. I'm trying to, and I might not make the decision until during the competition when I feel how it's going. We'll see. Let's get to Gino in Northeast Philly. Gino, what's going on, pal?
Good morning, guys. How you doing this morning?
Morning.
Joe, I'm not really buying this humble act today, because you've been saying all along you're going to win in baseball.
That's what I said at the top of the show. He's kind of skating by that.
Yeah, but Gino,
Joe,
this is a big.
Joe,
This is tough now. Go ahead.
But I have faith in you, Joe. I'm the one. I don't know if you remember. I called a week or two ago. You know, Jack really annoys me, and I said that I think you're going to sweep Jack because I just think that he's soft. But Joe, you have to go in there with confidence. You have confidence, I hope, right? That you're going to win tomorrow.
Gino, let me tell you this, my man. If you and I were talking off the air,
that's
you got me. You
That's
got
all
me.
he needs.
what I
That's
thought.
all he wants.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Hey,
because,
Gino.
Gino,
Gino,
I'll tell you, if you're not watching the YouTube, he's got a rakish grin right now.
Gino,
Because if
we're good.
If you win this tomorrow, I never have to hear one of Jack Fritz's Al Bundy high school baseball stories again. You know, about how great he was in high school 30 years ago, whatever it was. 20
Al
years
Bundy's a
ago.
good reference there.
It really is. Yeah.
You know, but about the Phillies, I just want to make a quick point about the Phillies. Joe, I can't remember in my lifetime, and I'm 47 years old, I can't remember ever a good team that aggravated me more than this Phillies team. You know, because they are a good team.
They are. They're actually at a minimum a very good team. They are a very good team.
They're so aggravating to watch. I mean, how many games can your pitchers give up 1 run, 2 runs, and you lose? I mean, the Phillies should, honestly, with the pitching staff they have, they should probably have 10 to 15 more wins. They really should. And I don't even think that's an exaggeration.
It might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but I would say at least 5 to 8. I mean, they could easily have the best record in baseball. There's no question about it.
That's fair. They could easily have the best record in baseball.
Yeah.
We'll say that because the series in Houston, I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous.
That was
They give up
awful.
3 runs and they get swept. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I think they scored 1 in that series.
1 run.
Mm-hmm.
They scored 1 run in the 8th inning of the 3rd game.
Oh,
They have to make some moves. I hope at the deadline because they cannot waste this pitching staff. They just can't waste this pitching.
yeah, and to
staff.
the point
It's very
Jody said
aggravating.
earlier, they're not going to have Wheeler forever. So it's
Yep.
All right,
I
Gino,
agree.
give me a show, big deal, or a movie, but not often discussed these days.
Okay, so I know like a lot of the HBO kind of changed how TV was, with the big time shows. But I think the show that doesn't get talked about was the show that actually started it all, and that was Oz.
That's an interesting answer.
Oz is a great answer, dude.
I
That
think
show
so, too.
rocked.
I think it did start it, right?
It was the first of it was before Sopranos.
Yeah.
Remember, because Edie Falco was on it. She was a guard on it. She was doing Oz and Sopranos at the same time when Sopranos started.
And Rhea, isn't that the one I referenced Ken Rose from the Eagles earlier? Isn't that the one he was on in retirement?
God, I don't remember.
Well, Rick Fox was on it. I don't know if Ken Rose was, but Rick Fox was on
Rick
Oz.
Fox, you're
He was a
right.
character on Oz for a little while.
Rick Fox, wow. All right, let's go to Nick in Northeast Philadelphia. Oz could win. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, gang.
What's up, buddy?
Couple of things real quick. I think we need to look into umpires gambling because that was pretty bad yesterday.
It was horrible.
And then, Joe, I never really want to ever give you a big head because you already got one. But I'm rooting for you, man. Me and someone that beat you at your own Beat the Hammer game. We're coming tomorrow live, and we're going to Bush League again. We're even going to drink some Bush beers and make it even more Bush League.
Nice.
So we're coming for Fritz.
So
We're coming for Fritz.
Yeah, Nick, what do
That's
you
exactly
plan?
what Joe
I mean,
needed.
obviously, we don't want anything physical, but what verbal assaults do you intend to throw his way?
Jack Fritz, you're a pitcher, but we're going to, slow up that pitch. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're gonna really give him the business.
Yeah, everything's gonna be PG-13 though, because it's high school kids and all. We're gonna keep it clean, but it's gonna be funny, and we're gonna be cheering you on, man.
I appreciate
And,
that. Yeah, we got to
depending
figure
on-
out. There could be some kids there, so watch
High
the
school
cursing.
kids don't keep it clean, so.
Yeah, but no, I mean,
I'm
I mean
joking.
kids.
I'm joking.
I mean, there could be 7-year-olds there for all
You
we
would
know.
be astonished at the language that teenagers use.
Yeah, but if there's a
We're
7-year-old,
definitely
you
gonna
know.
keep it clean and fun, and if the drinks go down good, we might even follow them back to McGurk's and then ramp up the heck.
So Nick, will you be tailgating?
man.
Will you be tailgating for this?
Quite possibly. Sounds like a good idea now you just mentioned it. Where
Yeah.
we at? Where we starting at?
Wonder if the high school knows what they signed up for when they agree to this. I mean, that's all.
Oh man.
Well, Nick,
We're
I
gonna
just
be
look
doing
forward to
some
him
Eagles
walking
fans
in.
in the morning.
I look forward to him walking into McGurk's if he's lost. I mean, my God.
Oh man, I'm gonna be waiting open arms for him. with arms wide open.
Yeah.
That's a good reference.
Wow.
Good job there. Well done.
Just make sure you Bo
That was funny,
Bonham
Nick.
and open them up. All right, Nick, give me a show or movie. What do you got?
I don't know if it's been said yet, but I was always the Wire fan.
Oh, it gets said all the time. And so, Nick, great call, except there at the end, the Wire gets said with frequency, so that can't be a winning answer. All right, we do have the answers for the Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin is proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question related to last night's Phillies game. Jody, I don't often give a hint of any sort when I present this to John, but I'm actually going to, I don't even know if this is a hint as much as it's just a statement of fact from my vantage point. I'm stunned by the poll result.
Really?
Stunned.
I'm not, Jody, for what it's worth.
Okay, that's two good hints.
I am stunned by the poll result on this question. Which of these issues bothered you the most from last night's Phillies game? So the four choices are bats stunk, bullpen not good enough, defense brutal, umpire stunk. Jody, which do you think won?
You know, I said bats should be the number one.
You did say that.
But I don't think that's what John Q. Public said.
Okay.
It can't be the bullpen because Kirkring really wasn't all that bad last night. He got squeezed. So it has to be one of the two, either defense or the manager, defense or the umpire. I'm going to go with the umpire being the number one thing.
All right, so the bats won this going away.
Really?
What
Well, a good Phillies fan, because that's exactly what I said.
But here's what stuns me the most about it, the percentage differences. So bats stunk 62%. Like, for instance, defense brutal. Guys, they had 3 different balls that didn't convert into outs that they should have. Defense brutal only got 6%. Like, they had back-to-back pop-ups or fly balls that should have been caught that were dropped. That's 6%. That's shocking to me. Anyway, umpire stunk 28%.
But let me add, I'm glad to hear that because the defense has been bad all year. Last night shouldn't come as a shock. Oh, my God, we couldn't get the ball.
Not saying
They're
it's a
not
shock.
a good defensive team.
I'm not saying a shock, but what bothered me the most?
It can't bother you if you know it's potentially coming every time they take the
it can
field.
bother me. It could happen in October. Look, anyway, bats stunk 62%, umpire stunk 28%, bad defense 6%, bullpen 4%. I just didn't expect it to be that much of a difference. The other poll question, who's going to win baseball? Jody, how do people vote?
It's the morning show. I think the vote will go depending on the show. So I'll say you're on the positive side there, bud. I think you're going to be 62%.
69% say Fritz.
Say Fritz! Wow,
And
I'm wrong.
What's going on?
Oh, shame on those.
And listen, they have it right. He should be a heavy favorite, and I hope he feels the pressure, not only of being down 1-0, but that people truly expect him to win.
And, by the way,
really,
they do this on the afternoon.
The pressure, no doubt.
They ask the same question on the afternoon. It's more than 69%. You're a bigger underdog on the of the listeners of the afternoon show.
Well, look, 69% say Fritz. We will find out tomorrow. With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. Time's yours, brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Make sure you unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
Phillies batters managed to waste another beautiful start from one of our 4 fantastic pitchers. I am so sick and tired of the hitters letting us down. Guys, hit the damn ball. It's your friggin' job.
It is pretty bad. I mean, the disparity between the pitchers and the hitters is pretty extreme.
Hey, here's a chant for tomorrow. We want a pitcher, not a quitter. We want a pitcher, not a quitter. I'm yours.
It's a way to go. It's something to consider.
Man, I wish bowling was one of the competitions. How great would it have been, especially if it was the last event and everything was tied at 3-3, and Joe threw a strike to win it, and he turned around and said, "Who do you think you are?"
I knew
Good luck tomorrow, Joe.
I knew that exactly where that was going the moment he started.
That would really be if we got. But hold on, where is it? Here we go.
Who do you think you are? I am the Hammer! Bang! Yes! Oh, yes!
And the 0-2 pitch to the camera is crushed towards center field. That ball is going, gone! It is mayhem at the Marsh as Joe takes a 2-0 lead in the competition. The crowd of 12 people are going wild for the Hammer.
So I'll disregard your 12 people comment, sir, but I like the other stuff.
Mayhem at the Marsh.
Yeah. Have we? Because I was out Friday and Monday. Was there a determination of whether this will be live announced on the midday
I don't know,
show?
but I do have to mention one thing because
Yeah.
management has heard it. There will be absolutely no drinking tomorrow.
Oh.
On site, it's a high school.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go.
That got kiboshed.
Okay.
What if there's a flask?
There's no tailgating in the parking lot. No drinking. No drinking at the high school.
To your question, I believe Dan Wilson is going to be a correspondent for the midday show during it. I don't think there's going to be live play-by-play.
Because I think there should be live play-by-play.
I agree with you.
And I think there should be what do they call it? Facebook Live? FaceTime Live?
YouTube. It's all YouTube now.
YouTube.
We only do YouTube.
I mean, that would be great, Jody, because I think that could put more pressure on Fritz.
You're beating that drum well, my friend.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him. And with that said, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Jody, can you give the 1-minute synopsis for those that don't know? Because it goes back to the late 70s of what happened with Bert Hooton and the Phillies crowd.
Yes.
Please, because this is what I'm hoping people can lead to tomorrow.
Well, first thing first. If you have 200 people, that'd be a hell of a turnout.
It would be a nice turnout.
It's not 60,000 at the vet. So it can't be it can't be the same as Hooton. But he did. He lost his mind. He melted down. Yeah. A professional baseball player melted down because of the reaction of the crowd.
And couldn't throw a strike.
So it could happen. It has happened before. It's not completely comparable, but it has happened before.
Yeah.
Now, I was young, Jody, but am I correct in saying that the Phillies did lose that game?
Yes, because that was the game 3. That was the whole the Davey Lopes play, and that was that whole thing. Yes.
But they got him all. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, you don't want to think about that, Joe. You don't want to get up 3-0 and then make 7 straight outs.
No.
That would be quite bad for you.
All right, we got to come up with a winning answer.
I think it was Oz.
All right, so it's a movie or a show that was a big deal but doesn't get discussed much anymore. Oz is a big answer. Sons of Anarchy came up. Star Trek, is it more just because it's a long time ago?
Well, that was Jody anyway.
My fault, yeah. Arliss, I think, is to be considered.
I liked Arliss.
I think it is. And so, Doogie Howser came up. I'm good with Oz, though. James, why do you say it's that
Because I
one?
think it was the biggest deal of the shows that you talked about, the most important. And I mean, think about how many people have come out of that show. I mean, like J.K. Simmons. I mean, he's an Oscar-winning actor from that show. Chris Maloney was on SVU forever from that show. Like, that was a big show with big people that mattered.
I got no problem with Oz as the winning answer. All right, Gino, congrats with the answer of Oz. Look, everyone have a great rest of the day. Phil's later on tonight. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have more fun, obviously, with me and Fritz as we get ready for 12 noon tomorrow at Plymouth White Marsh High School. And I will reiterate, no alcohol. Everyone, have a wonderful rest of the day. Fritz, just say I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We'll talk to you tomorrow on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/hammer to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kevin Durant is officially a member of the Houston Rockets, and it took an NBA record 17 trade to make it happen. Pretty wild stuff, and it would be cool if it wasn't so dumb. Trades used to make sense. One team has assets that another covets, and they swap. But to make the Durant move work, 5 additional teams had to join the party with sign-in trades, draft pick swaps, and cash. Because in today's NBA, it's as much about the bookkeeping as it is the basketball. I'm Bart Winkler.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Stott swings, hits a bouncer to first. Flores has it, steps on first, goes to second. The tag by Adames, and the game's over. 3-6 double play, the way it ends tonight. As the Phillies unable to come through in the clutch again today to support Christopher Sanchez. And obviously a difficult bottom of the 8th inning for Orion Kerkering and for Phil Cuzzy. Giants win it 3-1.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the Midday Show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio once again today alongside Hugh Douglas. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, TK. Good morning, Philly. Hey, listen. You know, this is the last week that we're going to not talk about football.
How about that?
Training camp start next week for some teams. That's
Don't speak
exciting.
too soon.
What you talking about?
What do you mean?
You said last week we're not going to talk about football.
I said, wait a minute. Yeah, right?
We're
going to start talking about football, right?
Oh, we'll talk a little bit of football.
Did I say it wrong?
Well,
no, okay,
I think
you were.
I mean, you just implied we're not going to talk about football until next week.
You know what?
I mean, that's wrong.
I meant I should have said the last week before football season officially starts.
Yes.
That's probably better because we talk about football all the time.
Okay.
Which is kind of insane. I mean, I can't believe
bananas.
that we figured that out today. The teams are going into camp next week.
Yeah,
it's
man.
insane.
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, my clock is always kind of tuned to
Set
this
on
time.
Football time?
Yeah, it's set on this, man. You know, because it's all a part of stretch season. Because you got to go back to camp. You got to be ready to go and stuff.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not going to nobody's training camp, you still got to be, representing.
You still the body seems to this time of year.
Yeah, you still feel that.
You're just accustomed to it. But we will talk a little football a little later on in the show. But where we need to start, obviously with the Phillies. You heard Scott Fransky there. The final call last night. Phillies offense dead again. They lose 3-1 to the San Francisco Giants. They waste another tremendous outing from one of the starting pitchers, Sanchez. I think maybe a little ticked off. I think that he didn't make the All-Star game last night, Hugh. That looked like an angry pitcher last night.
Yeah, I think they're all a little angry, man. When you look at the contributions that they've been given, they've had some pretty great outings these last couple of weeks. Offense just is still trying to figure out their way, man.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that has been the case lately.
And it's tough to watch. It's tough to watch. Last night, not a ton of base runners, but again, they can't come through with runners in scoring position.
How many innings you make it last night?
I made it 8.5.
You did?
I fell asleep right before they blew it.
Kyle, how many you make?
I'm not going to lie.
I almost made it to the end. I almost made it.
Kyle did not want to admit that he didn't make it, I guess.
I tried.
No, because he was making fun of me.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Did you make it?
It was late, man.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I made it I was just trying to see where y'all were.
Yeah.
I made it to 6.
All right. I made it to 8. But it seems like I fell asleep at the right time, right before things went downhill. But if you want to get in, 215-592-9494, 215-592-9494. But Hugh, the more I watch this team, the more it becomes clear to me that this iteration of the Phillies is not good enough. Like, they're good enough to win a lot of games. They're good enough to go to the playoffs, but they're not good enough to win in the postseason. This team, as it stands, is not good enough to win a World Series. And we talk a lot about, okay, what can they do at the deadline? And a lot of times it's through the lens of minor moves. What can you do to impact the outfield in a little bit of a way? What can you do to slightly improve the bullpen? To me, that's not going to do it. I think this team needs a real shakeup. I think they need a major shakeup. I think they need to make some sort of a drastic move at the trade deadline. And we want to know from you out there today, 215-592-9494. Do you think the Phillies need a major shakeup at the deadline, or can they get by just making minor moves, minor improvements to the outfield, minor improvements to the bullpen? I think they need something major to shake up this team. Where do you fall, Hugh?
First off, I don't believe that to be true. I think they are good enough to win a World Series. I think this is just the ebb and flow of baseball. Now, at risking making baseball fans mad at me, I think that there was a concerted effort last night to try to play small ball. There was an effort there, and it didn't work out that way. But I saw the effort, and I think that they are aware of where they are. You know, Bryce Harper not having the power that he needs right now. This offense not hitting, home runs like they used to. So I feel like this story isn't written yet. So when you say that they're not good enough, they just need to get hot at the right time. They need to, for lack of a better way of saying it, tread water, if you will, and get hot at the right time, because your pitching has been phenomenal. And when you look at the pitching that you had last night, 7 strong innings, that's something that you look at and say, hey, if we can just get this offense going just a little bit, we'll have a shot.
Well, and that's what they need. And you talk about getting hot at the right time, Hugh, and that's something Trey Turner talked about so far as the way the team has played. Here's Trey on the Phillies and how they played so far this season.
I think you have to struggle. And, like you said, we have such high expectations. Sometimes I think we feel like we're failing, and we're really not. But those struggles, I think, are really good for you at the end of the season. So, I've said it a lot this year, and I kind of still believe it. I don't think we've really played our best baseball yet. And I think that's a really good thing to be where we're at, try to get hot those last month and a half, and then go into the postseason playing good baseball. I think so far this year is kind of lined up that way, and we still got, work to do. We got to make it happen, and we got to play good baseball if we want to achieve that. But I think the struggles early on are a really good thing for a club, and we got the veteran guys and the young guys in here to kind of blend together and have a good group. So I like where we're at, but, I think the one thing I always say is winning championships are very, very hard. There's only one team that gets to do it. Every year there's probably 6-7 teams that are like, oh, this is their year, and only one of those teams get to do it. So it's very hard, but I think we got the right group.
Well, and first off, I disagree with the perspective of, we haven't played our best baseball yet. That's actually a good thing. That's an interesting way to look at it from Trey Turner. But if I'm being real, I wish I felt that way. But I watch this team every day. I watch this offense every day. I don't feel like they're good enough to win the playoffs. We saw it last year against the Mets. We saw it against Arizona 2 years ago. And I think they know it as an organization, too, because think back after that series, think about the offseason. And the big story right after the season ended was the Phillies, okay, they're looking for a real shakeup. Yeah. They're looking to trade Alec Bohm.
And they didn't do it.
They didn't get it done. They weren't able, I guess, to find a deal that they thought made sense for them. But what that tells me, Hugh, is that they know they need something. Like, they know they need to shake it up. They didn't, I guess, by default. But this team, I just watched them, and they remind me so much of the team that got eliminated last year. And if they don't do something drastic, I don't think anything's going to end differently.
Now, I think they do need to make some moves. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this offense hasn't been anemic, but they're trying. And I think that you have the initial pieces to push yourself over the top. But to your point, Alec Bohm last year couldn't trade him. Could not trade him. Couldn't find a trade partner for him. There was a lot of rumors about him not being here. He talked about how grateful he was during the course of the season to be here. But I feel like if you just get enough offense going with the way that this pitching staff is going, and this is the ebb and flow, but right now they're hot. There's no question about that. This pitching staff is hot. I think that you do have enough to win with. And to his point, when you talk about not playing your best baseball, let's use the Eagles as an example and how they played during the course of the year. I don't think that until we got to the end and got into the playoffs that people felt their feelings about them winning the Super Bowl got stronger. And, once they did it, it was like, wow. So I say all that to say that you want to, for lack of a better term, tread water or be, somewhere in the mix and win games until you hit that sweet spot. Because we've seen this team at the end of the season when they didn't hit the sweet spot and the bats went super cold.
Yeah, and we have seen that, and that's what gives me pause about this season, and it's why I feel like they need to do something major. And again, to go back to the Bohm thing, I think that was real. I think the way the Phillies were looking at shaking up this team, I feel like they came out of that series and the initial reaction. Remember, John Middleton had said something like, "Dave Dombrowski's treating this thing as like the house is on fire. Like we need to do something drastic." And here was Bryce Harper back in the talking about the Alec Bohm situation after last season.
Obviously, they were real. He had a possibility of going somewhere else, and a lot of guys in here, man, including myself, we love that kid over there. He plays the game and plays it hard and understand what it takes, man, and he just needs to not put pressure on himself too much and just have fun, enjoy what he does, and what a big at bat for him to come through right there.
And like he said there, those Alec Bohm rumors, they were real. And that's the thing. I look at this team. I don't know if trading Bohm is necessarily the answer, but it's got to be something major, whether it's trading somebody from the major league roster, whether it's making a splash and getting just some real difference maker out there. And we'll get to some names that we've kind of thought of here throughout the course of the show. But I just feel like this team needs a jolt. And if we're looking at minor moves, they're the moves here that Dave Dombrowski just hasn't found a way to execute on those minor moves.
Yeah, I mean, it's been unfortunate, but when you talk about, when I look at the baseball standings right now, TK, and I look at some of the teams that are still in the hunt, math is not my thing, but you got a lot of teams that are within 10 games of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that. They're within 10 games of each other. And with that being said, some teams are not going to be willing to give up their pieces. And if they do give up their pieces, they're going to want to fleece you. So you got to ask yourself, when we talk about major moves, how major do you want to go?
I'm paying.
You want to go Andrew Painter, major?
I'd consider it. I'd consider trading Painter.
Because that's our biggest piece that I can think of. And, when you talk about the players that we have on the roster, Alec Bohm, if you want to try to trade him, we've already seen in offseason that's probably not a big market for him.
Right. And it's just one of these things where I just look at, and again, so much of it comes back to this rotation. And again, you waste another tremendous start from Sanchez last night. I just feel like, what is the saying? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Drastic times call for drastic measures.
That works too.
Yeah. And I feel like that's where we are right now because you can't afford to not go all in on this team. You can't afford to waste this pitching staff. And I feel like we know the result if they don't go do something like that. Does going and making a splash move, does it guarantee anything? Of course not. But I feel like that's really your only chance to win big and win a World Series. I'd love to get your take on it. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn producing the show.
Kyle.
Where do you fall, Kyle? Is Kyle with me, go out, make a splash, make a big move, or don't tell me we're getting perspective, Kyle, again
all
today?
right, I'm not going to give you perspective because I agree with the premise that they need to make changes at this trade deadline. But given Dave Dombrowski's track record with making trades, I think it'd be better for them. Like if you're asking me between making one big impact move here or multiple minor moves where you're trading away some prospects and getting guys that can fit multiple pieces, maybe like another outfielder, another right-handed bat, maybe a bullpen guy or two, as opposed to like what you said with the Alec Bohm thing or like making a big shakeup on the major league roster. I would rather do the smaller moves. Like it just gives you more of a chance of hitting on one of these guys. Like what if you do that trade and it doesn't work out for you? Like then you put all your eggs in this one basket. Like I would rather have my eggs distributed. Multiple baskets.
But we've tried distributing the eggs and they haven't hatched.
I know, but that's the problem. Like he's not been a very good trader at the deadline. Like his moves have kind of sucked. So like, well, they got. I'll give you for example. Last year they got Austin Hayes and Estevez. What if they just did one big move and it didn't work out? Whereas we got Estevez who at least helped you out to some degree. Hayes didn't, but they were 1 for 2. I'd rather give myself a chance of going like 1 for 3. Then going 0 for 1. What are you laughing at?
Go for the big move, man.
I'm going to fight Max, man. I'm fighting Max.
Why?
Because I'm trying to sneak and put this mint in my mouth
in
the break, and he's zooming in every time. And I know I'm about to get killed in the chat.
First of all, stop putting mints in your mouth while we're on the air.
This is the reason why I'm going to get killed by you people, because they saw that.
You're trying to do mukbang in the
I'll tell you.
I'm trying to chew on this mint. And Max is shooting the camera, and I'm trying to take it out my mouth.
I need you to lock in.
I'll tell you what.
Get the mint out of your mouth.
This is like Jack with the pitching, is Hugh with the you people. It's 10-14, and Hugh's already worried about you people at the end of the show.
Because I'm like, damn it, Max keep cutting to me. I'm trying to get the mint out my mouth, and I'm like, they about to kill me. They about to kill me this morning.
Max is on his game early today. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. But do you think the Phillies need a big splash, or are you okay with the minor moves? Again, I look at Dave Dombrowski. He hasn't been able to do the minor moves. Dave Dombrowski, when he got here, his reputation was this guy's a big Stones GM.
Big Stone.
Give me that guy.
I remember.
I want the big Stones Dave Dombrowski, not little Stones Dombrowski.
No, you know what's funny? I remember when I got here, because I got here around the time that, the Phillies started to go on the run.
Yep.
and he was talking about it was kind of like the Jermaine Dupri. What's his name? Sean Carter video. Money ain't a thing. Jay-Z.
Dave Dombrowski and Jermaine Dupri. I never thought would be compared
But
to each other.
it was like he was talking about money ain't a thing. We're gonna spend, and he's kind of held pat. He's kind of held pat, I should say. And I think a lot of people are upset about that. That's why when you look at the phone lines, they're talking about everybody needs to think that they need to make a big splash, because they really, when you talk about it, as far as the trade deadline is concerned, that has not happened. Had no big splash at the trade deadline.
No, Suns.
Wait a minute, who was it, Kyle, that we were talking about getting? What was it, from the Marlins? And he ended up going to the Yankees, but he wasn't a fit.
Jazz Chisholm.
Jazz Chisholm. That's right. My bad. Kyle was on the phone.
Yeah, that worked out.
Yeah. No,
Jazz
because
Chisholm was good for the Yankees.
I know.
But you remember we were talking about a fit guy. He didn't fit the culture.
Yeah.
Maybe because he didn't go to baseball spring training in a minivan or whatever. Maybe that's what it was. He didn't fit the urban energy.
What'd you call it? The suburban energy?
Suburban energy.
Yeah, maybe they need a little bit of a jolt. Maybe you need, you just need something. That's what I'm pleading for, is the Phillies just need something to shake things up. I don't know exactly what it is, but you need to figure something out.
But here's my worry, because the thing about Bohm is, right now, you're not locked into him long term. You're not locked into a few of these guys long term. And I think one of the best things that Dombrowski did this offseason, while everyone craps on it, is that he didn't overcommit to the core, right? It's really Nola, Harper, Turner. And that's, granted, that's a pretty solid commitment. But after that, Castellanos is gone soon. Realmuto's gone soon. Schwarber's gone soon. Bohm, it can be gone soon. Ranger can be gone soon. They have flexibility to make major moves if this doesn't work out this season. So I think it's better for them to try and go, I know nobody wants to hear it, but just make some smaller additions to what this roster is right now. Give them one more chance to put up or shut up. And then if it's shut up, then you can start really making major moves in the offseason.
And I get that thinking, but the bottom line is this: you have a starting rotation that is the best in baseball right now. You have an historically great rotation right now. Who knows if you're going to have that next year? You're probably not going to have Ranger next year. Who knows what Luzardo is going to look like, what his future is going to be?
You got to strike the iron while the iron's hot.
Exactly. Who knows what Nola's going to be moving forward after this injury? So I just feel like you got to take advantage now, and if you sacrifice a little bit in the future, I'm down to do that, but would love to get your take. Do you want the Phillies to make a big splash, or do you want them to make minor moves at the deadline to try to improve the current roster? I'd make a major splash, and if that does mean trading an Alec Bohm, trading somebody from the Major League roster, that's something I'd look into. 215-592-9494. Let's get started on the phones with Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Chris.
Happy Cannonball Splash Day, man.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Good morning.
We need to make a big wave here, guys. You guys have hit the nail on the head. At least TK has. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Thank you, Chris.
You can't waste this pitching staff. This is one of the best pitching staffs ever. This is historically a great pitching staff, starting pitching staff that we have. You can't waste that. And again, all of your cornerstone players are all getting long into two. This is the end. You got Realmuto, who's having a down year, and again, we know he's old. That's why we don't know if he's going to get a contract extension. You got all of these guys aging. Bryce got bad hands now. He's got busted wrists. Trey, God only knows what's going on with that guy in his head when the ball's hit directly at him.
Yeah, the defense showed up again last night, Chris. Not great.
Excellent. Yeah, it was great. So, again, all of those moves, the Marshes, the Castellanos, the Schwarbers, it's all coming to an end. You can't sit there and say, hey, we're going to push it to next year. That's what they did last year because they figured, hey, we'll push it, we'll let it see how it plays out, but then next year's the all-in year. This is it. Listen, when Dave Dombrowski got hired, no one said he's a push guy. No one said, hey, he's kind of, play it small ball, let's just pick up a couple of – that's not how he operates. This year is where he's got to get back to his roots because he doesn't have time because he has to win. This team has to win. The window is closing. So everybody's got their price. Go out there, sell Painter, sell whomever you need to. Jack Fritz is listening. He's going to have a heart attack right now. Sell Aiden Miller. I don't care. Make a splash. You need a big bat. And go crazy. Make a splash in the bullpen, too. I don't care. Raid that box. Hey, well, we're talking about sellouts. Can we talk about 3 sellouts here?
Continue, Chris. Sorry. You just like the raid the box line.
Yeah, well, yeah. If talking about everybody's got their price, I want to remind some people that listen to WIP. There's some real sellouts that are on this radio station.
That is so strong.
Take it easy, Chris.
Let's start with number 3. That's one Isaiah Reese. Ike Reese. Ike Reese sold out to Cowboy Jim.
I do not endorse this, Ike.
Wait a minute. What did I do?
Cowboy Jim upgraded him to first class and gave him a drink, and now he's Cowboy Jim friendly. Number 2 is his partner in crime from the show, Mr. Fritz, because he also was upgraded on that trip and that made Cowboy Jim a top 5 caller. That guy's a top 5 loser in the world. Forget caller. And number 1, numero uno, Jasmine Spice with splash of bourbon himself, Mr. Hugh Douglas, who sold out to that fraud.
I didn't sell out. I'm neutral. I'm Switzerland. I don't endorse anything.
Listen, you price tag on your head. But you know what, guys? I digress. I'm sorry to go off subject here. You know what? Dave, I need you all in, Dave. All in. Move it all in. Go big or go home, all right? I don't want a splash. I want a giant T-S-U-N-A-M-I tsunami move.
Oh, I was about to say, I didn't know what he was spelling.
Appreciate the call, Chris. Thanks. Yeah, I always try to guess what he's gonna spell at the end there. Tsunami. Credit for knowing how to spell tsunami.
What
That's
is
not an easy word. T-S-U-N-A-N-I.
N-A-M-I. Tsunami, right?
T-S-U-M-A-N-I.
Okay, if you say so. Let me Google it.
Yeah, but nice guy. Chris is right. You need to make a tsunami. You need to make a splash.
It's T-S-U-N-A-M-I. Tsunami.
Oh, you're right. Why did I spelled Sumani? You're right. I don't know what's going on with this.
This is a disaster.
This is a disaster segment.
It's par for the course.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
My bad. 215-592-9494. That's why when I spelled it, you're like, all right, if you say so.
I'm not going to argue with you because it ain't like I'm out here like
you were dead
spelling.
right.
I'm not a rogue scholar. I ain't winning no spelling bees.
I tried to correct you just to be hilariously wrong.
It is what it is.
215-592-9494. Do you need Dave Dombrowski to make a splash move at the deadline? Do you want to shake up this team? I would. If that means trading Bohm, if that means trading Painter, I don't care. You need to take advantage of the team that you have right now. You need to take advantage of the here and now this year. Or are you okay with minor moves? Are you okay with little moves in the outfield, little moves in the bullpen? We need Big Stones Dombrowski back. That's what he was when he got here. We haven't seen it yet. I want Dave to make a major move. What would you rather see the Phillies do at this deadline? We'll get more into that when we return. More big splash on the roster or a few minor moves. Your calls on that. Plus, when we get back, get to some of the things Dave Dombrowski said recently in a sit-down interview with Scott Lauber of The Inquirer at the deadline. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio, alongside Hugh Douglas. This is The Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course. But more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for loving.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police are looking for 3 suspects they believe were involved in yesterday's mass shooting in Grays Ferry. The city and the striking blue-collar workers union are scheduled to resume talks today. And a new medical journal study shows children's health in the U.S. is on the decline, especially compared to other high-income nations.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer? It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
No, he did with the shake it up, did he? Who's saying this? This the Cars?
I don't know who this
The door?
Who
Yeah,
is
the
this?
Cars. The Cars.
Or Kyle. The Cars. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I know some music. I don't know the Beatles catalog though. That's where I get. Get mad about that.
Well, I like your Dave Dombrowski, Jermaine Dupri.
Money ain't a thing. You remember that
segment.
Ferrari or Jaguar switching 4 lanes?
They're just two people I never thought would be compared.
With the top down screaming out, money ain't a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. I know what you're talking about. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today alongside Hugh Douglas. This is the midday show. Talking all about the Phillies start the show today. And Phillies lose 3-1 last night against the Giants. Another lackluster night for the offense. They have a couple chances. Can't push across more than one run. Waste another tremendous outing from Christopher Sanchez. I mean, 7 Ks. He had that changeup last night. Was nasty. And another great outing for him, who may have been a little extra motivated after being snubbed from the All-Star game. The question we're asking as we lead up to the trade deadline here, do you think this team needs minor moves, or can they get by with minor moves? Can they get by with little improvements to the outfield, little improvements to the bullpen, or do they need a splash? Do they need to do something major? Because the more I watch this team, and where I just feel like if you go out, you try to make these little moves around the margins that haven't worked the last couple of years, I don't think they're going to work this year either. I think they need to bring in a difference maker. And if that means trading somebody from the major league roster, like an Alec Boehm, if that means trading your best prospect in Andrew Painter Hugh, I just think that's the way you need to go this year. This is an all-in year for the Phillies.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't know how comfortable I am giving up the future knowing that, how number one, how hard it is to find good pitching. That's number one. And the fact that Wheeler has let it be known that he's out of here in the next couple of years. And let's not forget, Aaron Nola. We don't know what we're going to get from that. And another piece of nugget for your little chicken McNugget. Ranger Suarez is not under contract. It's a lot. That's a lot, man. That's a lot.
Got 1 year left of Luzardo, too?
Yeah, that's
for
a
me,
lot.
That's even more reason to go for it now.
No, I mean,
guys.
I want to go for it, but I also don't want the cover to be bare. Covered.
You nailed it. Yeah.
No, I thought I got it wrong. I'm so self-conscious.
The cupboard
now.
will be fine, guys. The cupboard won't be
I don't
bare.
know, man. I don't know.
They'll have things in the cupboard.
I don't know. Like, I think back not that long ago when we were on Andrew Painter watch before he got hurt and how excited this organization was for this young pitcher to be coming up. And now all of a sudden, we're just going to trade him because to satisfy our big mood feel. That's just like, you know what I mean? You're going and you're working out, getting ready for summer, getting shredded, and you go get the cookie. You're going to want to go get a big old ice cream bowl or something like that with the cookie on top. You can't do that.
Yeah, I
shredded season, man. You got to stay the course. This team, when they said they were going to run it back, everybody was happy that they didn't break this core up. Now the pitching staff is giving you some strong pitching, and you haven't been able to capitalize on that. Now
you can't
the thing that was encouraging to me last night was that they were trying to manufacture runs. They were trying to do that. They were trying to move runners over, and I know people don't want to hear that, and that kind of plays into my what's that, move runners over thing?
Yeah, small
that everybody got thoroughly irritated by. But you saw it on display last night. You saw a little bit of that last night. I saw it for at least 6 innings last night. They were trying to move runners over.
Man, but you must have. I can only imagine Hugh last night when Bryce hit a nice little soft single in the first inning. That must have brought a tear to your eye. You must have loved that.
No, listen.
Little small ball. There we go.
See,
singles hitter Bryce.
This is where I get a little sensitive, right? Because I know how people are about baseball, and I'm trying to comfort them the best way that I can by giving you my analysis.
Pull one in that 3-4 hole right there.
People, that's what they do. They're like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Hugh Douglas. Be quiet." And I'm just like, man, that's where they are now. And if I'm not mistaken, even who was it? Oh man, I just forgot his name. We worked with him.
Moshe.
No, not. no, I'm not.
It's
I'm
always
not
Kyle's default answer.
I'm not
is
throwing
Moshe.
Moshe under the bus.
Wait, are you
Morning
talking-
show was on the broadcast last night. Can't think of Ruben
Amaro.
Amaro.
Yeah.
Ruben, my bag. I forgot. I had a brain fart. But Ruben was even talking about how the guys were trying to play small ball a little bit.
Yeah. But
Damn, I forgot Ruben's name.
you got to go for it. That's where I'm at this point.
You're gonna be all right, dude.
But me,
I miss gummy night,
here.
man. Messing around with y'all. It's gummy night.
I just
every night, I got to get that gummy to level me out, man. Y'all messing up my levels
yeah.
right
I
now.
thought last night was gummy. Oh
Yeah.
no, you're saving gummy night for
I
Taiwan
saved
tonight.
gummy
That's
night.
true. I forgot about.
I made some. You know what? I made some chicken the other day.
Yeah, Taiwan and gummies might not be a good
I
experience.
made chicken too. It was good. It was all right.
Nice.
I don't give a shit.
215-592-9494 in a few minutes. We'll get to some of the things Dave Dombrowski had to say in a recent sit-down interview with Scott Lauber of the Philadelphia Inquirer. That's coming up. First, let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Warren and Gwinnett Valley. What's up, Warren?
Hey, Tom. Hey, Hugh. Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on, man?
Tom, I got to say, your rants are just amazing, the way you can speak and the words just flow out of your mouth, whatever the subject is, on the spot. People put you out there, and you just hit it out of the park better than any Phillies player for sure.
No, well, thank you, Warren. I appreciate that.
That's kind of a low bar, though. They don't hit too many home runs.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's not a compliment. I'm not sure.
Well, let me tell you, when you can go down to Houston and barely scrape up a run, I think Tom Kelly's looking pretty good.
Well, yeah, I can score more than none, I guess.
You can score more than a whole Phillies team in 3 games.
Well, there you go. Well, what do you think the Phillies should do, Warren?
With this?
Tom, I agree with you, and they need to go for it now. They cannot wait. And I've heard the debate, from you and from others about the prospects that are coming. They're coming. Well, we need players that can contribute now. So if you have to trade some of the prospects that may or may not pan out in 1, 2, 3 years, whatever, this team with its veterans and this pitching staff can't wait for these guys to mature. So I totally agree with you. And Hugh, I'm a little bit concerned about your cupboard as a single guy. So I would definitely stick more stuff in your cupboards. I mean, you cannot have your cupboards bare.
Wait a minute. When we talk, is that a metaphor? What do you mean my cupboards?
That's a metaphor.
You brought up the cupboard metaphor, Hugh, a few minutes ago.
That's your metaphor.
You brought it up.
It went over my head. Yeah, okay, I got you. I'm working on that, man. Working on it.
Yeah, just catching up. Yeah, this Phillies team, they got to get that cupboard filled up for this season.
Yeah, I hear you, Warren. Appreciate the call. And that's the thing, man. I get you don't want to trade, and I understand that you don't want to just go out and, trade good young prospects if you're not getting equal value back. But I do think, there are going to be players out there on the market. They might not be there yet because, as we talked about, there are a lot of teams still think they're in the mix right now. That's going to change significantly in the next couple of weeks. And I think as you lead up to the deadline, that final week, I think there are going to be a ton of players put on the market. And, yeah, you're probably going to have to overpay. But I think it will be worth it because, Hugh, I just keep watching this starting staff, and I cannot wrap my head around the idea of you not really going for it and kind of wasting this great starting pitching. You just can't do it.
Well, I think that they feel that when they ran it back outside of Alec Bowman, even he was appreciative of the fact that he was here, that they felt like they were close, but for whatever reason, the bats went cold. And that has been the case. When you look at this team and the wins that they've had over the last couple of years, they're one of the top teams in Major League Baseball. There's no question about that. They just need to figure out a way to keep it going when it matters. That was the biggest thing that sticks out to me during the playoffs against the Mets, that they just couldn't get going. And the Mets took advantage of that. You got to be able to hit, man. You got to be able to have that timely hitting, in especially when you're going against that really, really good pitching that you're going to see in the postseason.
Yeah, and you just need I just think you need one more impact guy. You need somebody who can hit the ball out of the park. I don't know who it is right now, but I do think there are going to be opportunities out there. Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, Tom?
What's up, man? How you doing?
So TK, I heard you do a little thing in there on Harper about hitting a little ground ball that made you happy. So part of the reason why his wrist is injured is because he's got such a violent swing. I think that's kind of what everybody thinks. He's not going to be that guy right now. So taking a base hit like that, I'm totally fine with it. It's going to take him some time to build up his strength or get used to it, whatever. Maybe change his swing a little bit. So if we can get a base hits, singles out of Harper, that's better than striking out like you did, last week quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean it's a step in the right direction, Jeff. But I still think, man, like they need Bryce to be Bryce at some point.
Yeah, I know, but that's not going to happen right now. So, but I do agree with you, however, that they need to make a big splash, and I'm totally fine with trading Bohm and Painter if I have to get a big time bat, because Painter is not exactly lighting up the minor leagues right now. And Bohm, he gets some hits every now and then. He gets hot. But I can't have that guy up at the plate in a big game with runners in scoring position. The guy in front of him just walked, and him going up there and swinging at the first pitch that he sees, and then ultimately striking out or hitting a weak ground ball. He does way too much of that.
Yeah, Jeff, that's the thing with a guy like Bohm is, he could have a great regular season, just like he had last year. He hit close to 300. But I have no confidence in that guy in a big spot in the playoffs, like none. And on Friday, the game where he has the bases loaded, strikes out looking, doesn't take the bat off his shoulder, and look at
whines about it,
right? And I mean, this is a guy. Let's not forget. Rob Thompson benched him. Rob Thompson benched him in Game 2 of that series last year. That's how little faith he had in him. And that's why you look at this offseason. Okay, you couldn't get the trade done, but I think that gives you a real glimpse into the mindset of the organization. It's like they know that this lineup isn't good enough. They know that this core isn't good enough.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think Dombrowski will do a big splash? Because I'm not so confident that he will. I think he should, but I'm not so confident that he will.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, Jeff, and I appreciate the call. I don't have a ton of confidence, and a lot of it comes from the quotes that he gave to Scott Lulber this week in the Philadelphia Inquirer. Did you have a chance to read any of this, Hugh? These inspiring quotes from Dave Dombrowski?
The Inquirer? Don't you need a subscription to do that? And I'll be damned if I'm buying a paper.
Okay. Well, I'll read them to you, so it's all good. You didn't need to. I love the response. Read?
I mean, I can read, but it's like, pay for it?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't about to do that.
You're the guy who could spell tsunami right in the first
I ain't
segment,
about
not
to
me.
do that. What are you talking about? Pay for a paper? What are you talking about?
Well, anyway, the Inquirer does great work. Scott Lulber does great work interviewing Dave Dombrowski here.
No, shout out to Scott.
But here's what Dave Dombrowski had to say. A few of the snippets of what he had to say to Scott. He said, in terms of what the Phillies are going to be looking for at the deadline, he said, well, it's not going to be starting rotation, and our lineup doesn't have an abundance of places that are a hole. So I think by process of elimination, the bullpen would be the area we would address most openly.
You know what I like about that? Because I'm pretty sure Kyle has read it a few times.
You're just the most childish person.
I knew this was going to happen.
But no, the
As
level
I'm
of
reading
when he read it, the level of irritation that Kyle had when you were reading that, and he's probably read it a few times.
Well, I think we might get we have to do something to drive prospective Kyle back on vacation.
He's
get real
he's
Kyle
in
back.
hibernation today. That look was actually Hugh's face when you read that.
No, because
like he had a secret to hide.
No, because hearing that, I automatically channel my inner fan, and when fans hear that, they get irritated, and I feel like it's my job to tell you, listen, we are coming up on a trade deadline where there's a lot of teams that are tightly grouped together, right?
Yeah.
You are really, really not in a position unless you're going to give up a whole lot to get anybody, because a lot of teams still – the only team that I can say that's out of it in our division right now is the Braves. And
Washington.
Well,
too.
but Washington.
They're not trading any.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah. But I'm talking about potential trade partners.
Right.
Is the Braves? So because they're like 11 games out or something like that.
Yeah. They're 11 games under as of last. night.
Yeah. Well, 11 games under. So when you say stuff like that, you have to be careful that you're not showing your hand, and you want to operate from a position of power. Because, like I said, you have like at least 20 teams that were within 10 games separates all of them. When I say 10 games, I mean they're within 10 games of each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, you got it.
No, it's just frustrating when he talks about the lineup not having a lot of holes when we know it does have holes.
Yeah, but my thing is, what are you supposed to say? Hey, my lineup stinks. I don't.
Fair.
Especially if you're trying to at some point trade somebody. That everybody's talking about trading Bohm that nobody wanted in the offseason.
I just think what worries me is that Perspective Dave has gone a little bit too far off the deep end, because it reminds me of the comments he made after the Mets series. We weren't the worst chase team in the playoffs. It like just makes me wonder if he actually is doing what you're saying, Hugh, and that's not showing his hand, or if he actually, like, this is what he feels. If that's what he feels, that's a little bit concerning.
I can see the reason why you would feel that way, but still, no. Put it like this, Kyle. There was rumors that they wanted to trade Alec Bohm, right? But from their perspective, they never really confirmed that.
Wow.
I mean, but it was out there. Well, Bryce did. Yeah, Bryce did, but as an organization, they really didn't confirm that.
And Bryce has a lot of information, but here was more in terms of what Kyle had been saying about what's real and what's not, because this is what Dave Dombrowski had to say as well about the outfield. He said, Brandon Marsh has been performing very well for us. Max Kepler is close to a 20 home run pace and playing good defense. So I don't know, maybe that is posturing, maybe that's real. But this next one is what really bothers me, is he's asked about a right-handed bat and acquiring a right-handed bat. He says, well, where do you find them? I know that some of the names are mentioned. Okay, why don't you get this guy? Why don't you get that guy? Well, they're hitting like 200 or 220. A lot of guys that were out there in the wintertime, that's what they're hitting too. Okay, well, that's your job, man. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, your job is to go out there and find guys. Like, what are we paying you millions of dollars for if you say there's nobody to go get in all of baseball?
The where do you find him is a little ridiculous. Like,
it's
crazy. You tell us, dude.
Yeah, that's your job to find them. Like, it's literally your job to go find these guys. So that's crazy. And that what really bothers me is this totally differs from what Dave Dombrowski had to say a few weeks ago. Here was Dave a few weeks ago when asked about, and this conversation was about Bryce potentially moving to the outfield. And here was what Dave Dombrowski had to say.
Well, Bryce has said that. Bryce will be willing to do whatever needs to be done, and that's one of the many things that are great about him. I would really prefer not to do that. He's fit, and I think part of it, he's turned into a very good first baseman. For whatever reason, people discount defense when they're talking about these things. So with these moves, so you could go get let's just say you wanted to get a right-handed bat. I could go get a right-handed bat and put him in left field. But you might not catch the ball, I mean, you do need the combination of that. So Bryce adds a lot for us at first base right now, and so again, I don't want to ever say never, but I would say it's not likely.
Well, which one is it? Because in one comment, he's saying, where do you find him? In the other one, he's saying, oh, well, I could go get a right-handed bat. Like, I could go get one, but we don't know if he can play the field. What's real and what's not? Can you go get a guy or can you not go get a guy?
Well, like I said, I feel like it's him trying to operate from a position of power, and not show his hand. And I feel like for them that they don't want to give up their prospects because they're the future. The reality of all of this is this team is getting old, and the window for them to win a World Series is closing. And you have to weigh that against, mortgaging your farm system and feeling like you have a real shot at winning it all, So I think that's kind of where they're at right now.
Well, I think they have a real shot at winning it all. What do you?
Well, they definitely do. I think they have it. Like, they have a World Series contending roster. They absolutely have to make a move that can boost their chances of doing that. But I just wonder, because what's so different about? Because he's talking about a guy that goes out in left field, but what if he doesn't catch the ball? Like, what does he call what they're doing right now? Like, they can't catch the ball anyway.
Right. And
what if they get a guy that can hit? Like, that's a net positive to me.
Right. And you literally did get, within 2 games of winning the World Series with Kyle Schwarber in left field. So I'll take my chances. And I think the guy he might be kind of talking about there, even though he didn't mention his name, is a guy like Brent Rooker from the A's. Yeah, go get that guy. Like, he's a right-handed bat, hits a ton of home runs. That's a guy who I don't think you need to, give up your entire farm system for. So that would make some sense. But Dombrowski just drives me nuts, man. And whether it's posturing or not, just his comments are frustrating. And I don't know what the real thinking is. I don't know what's posturing and what's real, but they got to do something. You got to get a right-handed bat. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Matt in Wilmington. What's up, Matt?
Matt.
Hey, this has been a problem for a long time, center field. And Dombrowski has dropped the ball in the offseason. and we knew this last year. So it's not something that's thrown on our lap, like now. I mean, he hasn't got the center fielder, and it's been clear. It's been the elephant in the room for, like you said, 2 years. He hasn't got it done.
Well, Matt, I remember right after the Diamondback series, we talked so much about Rojas and Marsh in center field, and there's no way you can do this next year. It's a year and a half later, and we're still doing it.
That's what I'm talking about. It's old news. It's like the elephant in the room. Like, come on, get it done. He's going to either have to get rid of 2 good pitchers to get it, or, like you said earlier, Harper in center field. You got to do something to make that center field stable, and it's not. And you can put a lot of guys on first.
Oh, we're got that cricket.
We're losing you there, Matt. I appreciate the call. And I don't think Matt meant Harper in center field. That obviously wouldn't be the case. And I don't think you should move Bryce back to the outfield regardless.
Yeah, because you're moving to first base, keep him healthier, right?
Right, exactly. But find an outfielder. Like, again, this is Dave Dombrowski's job. His job is to go find these guys. This is why he's getting paid millions of dollars. And that's why I never like the excuse when people will say, oh, well, what would you have done? Like, who would you have gotten? Well, that's not my job. Like, it's his job to find guys who can come in and help. And for 2 straight deadlines and really 2 straight off seasons, he's failed to do that. He's failed to do that with this lineup.
Yes.
Yes. And it's frustrating.
No, I mean, I get it. No, it is.
What are you doing?
No, I was
Are you
really
here today? Or
no,
what?
I was really teasing TK about the way he was talking. He was just upset about the lineup. But this is the group that they ran back with. And these are the guys that we have to get it done with.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, the fact that there are so many teams so tightly grouped together, it's going to be hard to find or make that major splash that you want to make without sacrificing your farm.
Yeah, it will be. Let's go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
What's going on, man?
Oh, man, listen, man, y'all right, man. Dave and Rob, right, in this off season, right, they should have been already – knowing who to bring into the organization to get us over this hump, right? And I believe, like I keep saying, and I've been saying it, and I'm not going against it, and we got the team, man. It's just that these guys got to put more work in, man. As far as, the batting coaches and all that, right? They gotta like get these guys timing down, man, and focus more on seeing the ball, man, and, incorporating the small ball into the game, man, because this is what's going to help us get over the hump. I know we got our sluggers. We've been a slugging type of team the whole entire 4 years, right? But now the small ball is going to help us get over that hump, right? So we got to get better with that. And in the beginning of the season, they should have had this discussion. Just like when we brought Saquon in with the Eagles. Listen, it's not going to be a passing season. We're going to do more running. So they said this is what's going to happen. It's going to be a little change. And they talked it out. They got the guys on, got everybody on deck. This is how we're going to win a Super Bowl. And that's what happened. We got to get these guys in the same mindset of, okay, we got to incorporate the small ball if we want to
rowing in the same direction.
I hear you, Will. I appreciate the call. I don't know if it's necessarily small ball or hitting home runs. I don't think that, like, you just got to score runs however you can.
Yeah, you got to get.
And whether it's power, whether it's small ball, you just got to find ways to get guys in. I don't think it's like a huge philosophical thing. I think it's a talent thing, and I think this team needs more talent. And, hey, to acquire it, you're going to need to give stuff up at the deadline. So if you want to get in, 215-592-9494. When it comes to the trade deadline, what do you think the Phillies should do here? A few minor moves or make a big splash, change things up? Are you willing to trade a guy like Bum? Are you willing to trade a guy like Andrew Painter? You want to get in on that? Also, we will get to an unbelievably bad performance last night by the umpires, Phil Cuzzy in particular, behind home plate, and what Bryce Harper and Rob Thompson had to say about it. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio, alongside Hugh Douglas. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One round down.
I chip one to the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon tomorrow. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you bikini night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Giglio to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not a sub, it's a hoagie. It's not water, it's water. But most importantly, it's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. No bubbles, no troubles, just 100 calories of ice-cold, refreshing real brewed tea and real vodka. Surfside must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Mike Brown just got handed the Knicks coaching reins after a rocky exit in Sacramento, where he still managed to break a 16-year playoff drought. But the Knicks, they haven't been to the finals since 1999 and haven't won a title since 1973. So what now? Is Brown the missing puzzle piece to finally bring a championship back to New York, or will he take the Knicks further away from glory? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Harper has gotten 3 straight non-strikes called by Phil Cuzzy. I don't know what he did to Phil Cuzzy, but that's a ridiculous sequence, and Phil Cuzzy is hearing about it from the Phillies bench right now, and he well should hear about it. 1-2 pitch, and that one is...
Again, that he just doesn't understand the zone right now. He's really lost. I'm a little surprised, JT.
I'm a little surprised that somebody on the bench hasn't been thrown out of this game at this point. Kirkering ready, the 2-2, and that one is another strike he misses. He's literally struck him out 3 times.
I've never seen anything like this.
What is going on?
Well, there it was. That was Scott Fransky, Kevin Stocker on the call last night out there in San Francisco.
Scott's the best, man.
That was a terribly umped game and umped 8th inning from Phil Cuzzy. Yeah, that was unbelievable commentary from Scott there.
No, I like Scott, man, because Scott has a way of saying things that I guess he thinks should happen.
This is a joke.
You know what
frankly.
I mean? And for him to say, I'm surprised nobody's gotten thrown out, like basically saying that somebody needs to do something.
Yeah.
This is egregious.
Not as direct as LA usually is.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you feel it, man. And that's why I love listening to him, man, because he does a great job. And I say this every time I hear one of his cuts. He does a great job of bringing you inside the game. He really, really does.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the best is being in the booth at the games when the umpire is a disaster and LA is just losing his mind.
LA's the best.
It's great because you hear him on the air, but also his mannerisms, just throws his arms up in the sky. It's pretty funny to watch. But yeah, I mean, Phil Cuzzy was a disaster last night. Calls Bryce Harper out on strikes. And you go look at the pitches in this pitch sequence. None of them were strikes. Absolutely none of them were strikes. Bryce Harper called out looking. The zone was all over the place all night long. And then Kirkering, in the bottom of the 8th inning, he had the guy struck out 3 times. And nothing, Phil Cuzzy misses all the calls. And hey, we don't need to do the robot ump discussion again. I think we all know everybody's pretty much on board with this at this point. I don't think anybody at this point is still clamoring for the Phil Cuzzies and CB Buckners of the world to be umpiring games. But it was just awful last night. And here was Bryce Harper after the game on some of those missed calls in the 8th inning.
I felt confident today. Felt really good where I was, and thought I was going to be in some good counts, and thought I was going to be in some good situations. But sometimes that happens, and umpire took over the game.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened. The umpire did take over the game, and he was brutal.
I will say this about that though. As egregious as those calls were, still got a hit, man.
Yep.
This team is in a situation where, for the last couple of weeks, there has been some really, really good pitching that you haven't taken advantage of. So you're not going to get those calls. It's almost like a defensive lineman that is talking about holding when he's not getting off the blocks. You know what I mean? So it's kind of the same thing. As much as you want that call and you want it to go your way, if you're not a team that's not hitting the ball anyway, does it really matter?
No, I mean you can't blame it solely on that.
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
can't. I mean, but I get it. But you have to do your job. You got to go out there and you got to move runners over, man. You got to get on base. You got to hit the baseball.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
No, absolutely. And I mean, the offense didn't do their job, but Cuzzy was just brutal.
Yeah, no, I get that. Definitely get that part. That was horrible.
Yeah, no, and the question does become with Rob Thompson, what should he have done? Here was Topper talking about it after the game and whether Kirkland got squeezed in that bottom of the 8th.
Do you think Kirkland got squeezed there in the 8th, and do you think that affected the inning?
Well, I heard that. I haven't seen the pitches yet. I haven't looked at the tape, but he was having trouble gripping the ball for whatever reason. The ball's a little bit slick, so he couldn't. It's more on his slider than his fastball.
Now, I think Topper's being a little diplomatic there. I'll admit,
he got to be.
I would like to hear him come out a little stronger in defense of his guy. But as far as getting kicked out here, because like you said, Scott kind of talking about it there, like something needs to happen. Somebody needs to stand up and get run here. Do you think Rob Thompson should have gotten kicked out of that game?
That is not what Rob Thompson does. That's not his demeanor. I mean, we've sat here and we watched Bryce get plunked quite a few times. And as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, when he came back, he got hit. He got hit again. And nothing happened. So that's just not what he's going to do. So I think at this point, I mean, it would be great to see, but I just don't think that this is this team's demeanor. Suburban energy. That suburban energy, nobody's jumping out that minivan throwing hands.
So you were okay with Topper not doing it?
I mean, it's almost like asking somebody to do something that's not in their nature.
I hear you, and I'll say this. I was originally in that spot, but the more I hear Scott there and look at it, the more I think Topper probably should have gotten run last night. You got to do something.
Scott described it as the bench was giving it to the umpire.
Yeah.
So, if you're Topper, you're really just going to sit there and be like, guys, I don't know. I got to see if there's strikes or not. No, dude, the guys on your team are screaming at the umpire, go out there and chew him out, dude. It's the 8th inning. What's the worst that can happen? You get ejected?
Again, you're asking somebody to do something that's not in their comfort zone.
I don't care. He's gotten kicked out before.
He has.
A time or two.
How long ago was that?
I don't know. I think earlier this year.
He got kicked out last season?
I think earlier this year he did. I'm not sure.
It's not like he's never done it, though. He's done it before.
But at first I was on the side, honestly, of, I don't think it's that big a deal. And then I just heard Topper's answer, and that just annoyed me. You know what? You got to do something. That was a Mickey Mouse answer from Topper.
The biggest thing is that the players were clearly upset about it. Your clubhouse, the guys in your dugout there, are pissed off at this umpire, and it's a problem to the point where they think it's egregious. Go out there and have their back.
Yeah. Go get run. Get kicked out of the game.
Come on, Douglas.
Go to the clubhouse and have a beer.
I mean,
Topper.
you know what that sounds like when you say that?
Have a jack.
You're egging somebody to go out there and swing on somebody or hook with somebody that really don't want to.
Hold on.
Want to be hooking.
I'm
just saying that's the analogy.
There's a middle ground between somebody getting swung on in a Don Zimmer situation and somebody just going to chew out the umpire.
I don't want to see Topper getting thrown down by Rafael Devers
no,
or something.
But you don't understand what I'm saying. It's like when say if you're somewhere and somebody's egging you on to go, well, go say something.
Yeah.
And you really like, I don't want to, I really
That's
don't
not
want to
good.
do that.
I don't want that energy
No, but
from my manager.
That's kind of what it feels.
Come on, man.
But like that
He's
was
gotta do something.
That was the beginning of the end of Joe Girardi, when everyone was like, "This guy is asleep in the dugout."
It's true.
What did they call him last week? Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie. And let me be clear, I'm a pro Topper guy, but that was a terrible anscer from Topper. I'm disappointed in him.
I'm not gonna lie. It's telling when Scott says it like that. Somebody needs to do something. Yeah. Well, we know he's in the booth, so Topper's not gonna do anything.
Right. If like the play-by-play broadcaster is saying, "Hey, is anybody awake down there? Somebody go do something."
When they say he ain't about that life, he ain't about that life.
I mean, come on, Topper. That was bad. That was bad stuff. He's got to go do something there, Hugh.
I mean,
come on, Douglas. Come on, Douglas.
I mean, when y'all say it like that, it is kind of funny.
Yeah.
And what did he? Wait a minute.
That's a soft take.
What did he say? What did he say in the press conference again, Kyle?
Yeah, let's play the Topper sound again here.
Do you think Kirkland got squeezed there in the eighth, and do you think that affected the inning?
Well, I heard that. I haven't seen the pitches yet. I haven't looked at the
He don't want none of that smoke.
He was having trouble gripping the ball for whatever reason. The ball's a little bit slick, so he couldn't. More on a slider than his fastball.
I'm sorry,
Well,
that's a joke.
I heard that.
That's just like somebody calling you a name and you be like, he just called you a name. Well, I didn't hear that.
Well,
I didn't
hang
hear
on.
him call
He says,
me
I
a
heard
name.
that he's watching the game from the dugout. Like you're watching the game.
The other problem with it is that not only did he not have his players back, he goes to Kirkering, who's having trouble gripping the ball. He blamed Kirkering for it.
It has nothing to do with
Maybe he
it.
was missing the zone. He's having trouble gripping the ball. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Maybe this one
Come
time.
on, Douglas.
Come on, you.
Okay, maybe this one time.
Apologize.
I'll back him off.
Apologize.
Just this one time.
We finally successfully bullied you into changing his opinion.
they ain't the
I've been
first
trying
time.
for a while now.
They've been bullying me quite a bit. But that was kind of soft, though.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was an awful answer.
Maybe I didn't see it that way. Maybe I didn't see it the same way.
Not going to lie, I was fully prepared to defend Hopper. And then I heard that answer, and I'm like, I can't defend this. This is just soft. Like, this is not in the spirit of competition.
I was trying to find the good in me.
Oh,
Stop. What did I tell you yesterday?
Yeah.
We are adults.
We don't find the good in people.
We are adults, and we have to act accordingly.
Stop trying to find the good in everybody.
Now, the guy who's saying that we're adults is the guy who couldn't get past the fact that one of the callers said raid the box in the first segment.
Yeah, raid the box.
Yeah,
that
we're
was funny.
adults. Yeah, we're adults. I don't think we're as adults as you think we are, you. 215-592.
Raid the box was crazy.
What would 0405 Hugh Douglas do?
I'd probably be somewhere with some handcuffs on or something like that. I'm trying to move past those days.
So you used to be about that life.
I want that Hugh Douglas
I'm
back.
trying to be moved past those days.
You used to be about that life. He's not about that life anymore.
I've been going to therapy. I've been doing therapy.
With Dr. Carp?
Definitely not with Dr. Carp, man. Shout out to Dr. George James. That's my psychiatrist.
215-592.
Matter of fact, I need to make an appointment.
I want to have a chat with that dude.
215-592-9494. Should Topper have gotten ejected last night? Absolutely. And do you think the Phillies need to make a big splash at the trade deadline, trading a guy like Andrew Painter, even trading somebody from the major league roster, trading an Alec Boehm, really shaking up this roster? Is that what they need, or are you okay with a couple minor moves to try to improve this team? Let's go back to the phones. Go to Zoe and Bluebell. What's up, Zoe?
What is going on, gentlemen? Let me tell you. Listen, first thing we got to talk about is Rob Thompson not getting out there and getting in somebody's face. Listen, that cost them the game. It wasn't just like, the Harper, the bad pitches to Harper, but he gave pitches to the other team. Kirkering struck him out 3 times. It's like that, in my mind, is reason enough for you to get out of literally it cost you the game. It was a 1-1 game at that time. You got to come out of the dugout. You got to back up your guys. You got to say something. And this goes back to, weeks ago where a Harper got hit and we didn't retaliate. He's too soft. Listen, I've been a Topper. I've been backing him up this entire time, but now I feel like the guys aren't doing what he wants them to do because he's not showing any backbone. It's like you got to stand up, man up, protect your players, protect your team, and make a move. And we do need a big splash this offseason, or we're going to end up home watching the playoffs after the first round. That's my take.
Well, I agree with that part, Zoe. But yeah, I mean, Topper's got to do something in that spot. You can't just react like that.
Come on, Hugh. Come on, Hugh.
I'm trying.
Come on, Douglas.
I'm glad you flipped sides on this one.
Well, I'm trying to be an adult in this situation, and all the time you don't need to handle it with violence or potential violence.
Never handled it though.
Yeah, but he ain't about that life though. Like there are some people about that action. Topper's not about that action all the time. But I get what you're saying.
You know what? He need an assistant coach to be up there handling that business for him. If he ain't going to do it, get you an enforcer.
Yeah, but
somebody's going to go out there and bark.
Yeah, you're right, but it don't hit the same if you're not the guy doing it though. I get what you're saying, but he got to be the guy that's doing it. But that's just like asking. That's just like Zoe. That's like going somewhere with somebody and you're about to get in a street fight. And you know he ain't about to throw no hands. You know you about to get beat up. You know what I mean? You about to get beat up. So it's kind of the same thing.
But you know what? His team, they're not fearful of him, and that's why they don't know. I mean, granted, they're starting to play some small ball now, but because of that lack of fear of what your manager might do, you talk crazy. You know what I mean? You do whatever you want to do, and you're like, hey, this is just the way I play. This is the way. Listen, I hate to say it, but I hope we let Bone go. I talked about it at the beginning of the year. Listen, let him go. He's playing just good enough for us to get something for him. Let him go. Let's make some big splashes. Show the team you're trying to mean business. You're trying to make some moves. A small thing ain't going to do it because we still got the same team, and they're going to do the same crap, low and outside on those pitches, and they're going to be swinging strikes or swinging on the first pitch. I mean, let me just relax.
Yeah, I got you.
You're getting hyped. Zoe sound like he about that action.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Zoe. Let me be clear. We're not calling for violence. Like, I'm not calling for Topper to go out and start swinging on Phil Cuzzy, but maybe a little verbal assault.
Verbal abuse.
A verbal assault.
Verbal abuse.
Yeah. Say, hey, man.
Hey, man, what you doing?
What the bleep are you doing?
What you doing?
Open your bleeping eyes.
Stick your chest out and get in his face and let him see what your breath smell like or something. Get all up in his face.
Out of your ass.
No, I'm with you.
Well, I do want to get your perspective, though, Hugh. Like, as a player, you're in that situation. You see the manager not doing anything. Like, from the clubhouse, because I generally disagree with the assessment that players don't respect him. They see him as soft or whatever. But if you're in that clubhouse, how do you kind of react after a situation like that?
Me personally, I've been known to overreact a lot of times. So that's why I'm trying to course correct as much as I can. So that's why when I see the egregious things that happen and the fact that Scott said it, because Scott tries to play it, he does play it down the middle, I should say. Mm-hmm. But to hear that coupled with what actually happened, it makes you feel like something was warranted in that situation.
But from a player's perspective, can that impact like how you view a manager? Or do you think they're just so accustomed with the fact that's the way Topper is, it doesn't faze them?
I would say this: if in that situation, if Topper would have went out there and stuck his chest out, that would have made me look at him different. Like, oh my gosh, he does have a pulse or something like that. Yeah, there's something to that. And he got ejected. I would say, yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah, and that I think is important to do that sometimes and go show your players that, and they all know he cares, but sometimes you do need to do stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, just looking at this pitch by pitch last night, all these pitches, 2 of the 3 pitches are fully in the zone. The other one's right on the line, and to not call any of those strikes is just awful. Let's go to Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Aaron.
COODMORNING, Philadelphia.
I mean, come on.
Oh, my God.
Little shout-out to Chris from Middletown. Trying to turn a new leaf, boys.
I can tell.
It's nice to be nice, and I'm trying to be nice. TK, I got to tell you, you were very hurtful. Words sometimes do hurt, and you were a little bit mean yesterday.
A little bit.
Well, Aaron, if you have a good call, I won't be mean. But you're not off to a great start today, man.
You haven't even given this host/caller relationship a chance to mature and bloom.
I'm giving it a chance right now, Aaron.
You don't want to do that.
But every second that goes by, I'm losing patience with you.
Hey, Kyle, I need more fire and energy like I had, like you did in the pre-call, man. That is dynamite radio, my friend.
I need you to get to the Phillies.
Oh, is that what we're talking about today, the Phillies?
Oh, my God.
Hey, in terms of the Topper and the Harper thing, Topper not coming out and nobody coming to the defense of Harper every time that somebody plunks them, it's just a sign that, this team is what it is, and there is no fire, there is no desire, there is no passion. And I understand, Hugh, that Topper's, personality isn't to come out of that dugout with his hair on fire, but that at this point is what needs to happen. There has to be a spark. There has to be something to ignite this team.
Yeah, I mean, there does need to be something to ignite them, Aaron. They didn't get it from Topper last night for sure.
And then, Tom.
Yes.
Outside of them bringing in Judge, Ohtani, Tatis, Machado, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to bring in another Merrifield or Kepler or Hayes?
Well, I want somebody better than that.
There's definitely nothing in between any of those, the greatest players in baseball and total turds.
It's not going to matter. These guys, the next time that Harper gets plunked, somebody's got to run out of that dugout and just tackle or give the guy a forearm shiver, something. Take the 10-day suspension, but they've got to light a fire under this team.
Larry, you just said it doesn't matter.
Yesterday, that ump needs to be brought up on charges, man. That guy needs to be thrown out of the Major League Baseball.
Well, it was a terrible performance, Aaron. I appreciate your call. I think I appreciate your call. But Phil Cuzzi, he was brutal last night. And it is funny because you look around Major League Baseball and the player recently, I forget the guy's name, who is now being subject of an investigation because of like a single pitch. I don't know if this has to do with people bet on a pitch being a ball instead of a strike. Now he's getting investigated. I don't know. Maybe, do we need to look into Phil Cuzzi here? I think he had a little bit of Joe on that game last night.
Seriously,
Probably,
that
I'm kidding around. I'm being facetious.
Oh, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Okay.
Yeah, I'm being facetious.
I was about to say, for real?
No, I just think he can't see. I just think he's a bad umpire.
Yeah, he probably was that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But with Aaron, we can all agree he's intentionally being bad on the air, right? Like I think it's got to be intentional.
I think he thinks that it's cute.
You can't
and
naturally.
It's really annoying.
I don't think he can naturally be that bad.
You'd be surprised, man.
You mean Aaron?
Yeah.
I mean, y'all see, because
you're an Aaronsman.
I'm not an Aaronsman. Sounds weird to me. No, I'm just saying. I mean, he all right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I didn't.
Kyle, I already know what it is, but Kyle, your thoughts on Aaron?
He's a lot, man. He's a lot.
I mean, you talk to him more than we do.
Yeah.
I've taken 2 of Aaron's calls now, and this is the way I'll put it. I think there's a lot of room for improvement.
Out of the list of the callers that call, Aaron is the one that bothers me the least.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like by far the most for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, because that y'all got something going.
Yeah, for me,
I can name some other callers that. Well, I won't, but there's some other people.
Cowboy Jim's bothers him.
Yeah,
but in kind of an endearing way, maybe.
But like Cowboy Jim, you almost know what the shtick is. Like Aaron, you have to, and you don't know this, but like when I'm on the phone with him back here, I can't. Like it's like pulling teeth trying to get him to like say what he has to say. He's got to do his whole routine with me back here, and I just don't need it, man.
Well,
I don't need it.
And just a pet peeve for me as a host is like when you get on, you ask us what we're talking about. I can't. I mean, can't stand that.
That's quarterback problems. I don't have to deal with all that.
Yeah. Well, it's
I just I got you.
It's just frustrating. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Back to your calls on all the stuff with the Phillies. If you're upset with Topper for not getting a run going after Phil Cuzzi last night and on the deadline, I want the Phillies to do something drastic coming up. Speaking of that, I have a name that I think is kind of interesting when you look at guys who could be available potentially at the deadline. Give you a proposal thought of coming up next. 215-592-9494. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hatfield just dropped something special, people. Marinated carnitas. They're boneless, and it's pork. It's a pork roast, and it's boneless. It's tender, juicy, flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast, people. This is a next-level pork roast. The new Hatfield Marinated Carnitas Pork Roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott bangs one off the auxiliary scoreboard in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band. You laugh, you tear up. Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
Excellent. See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new
bets, win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Stars and Stripes Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harleys. Stars and Stripes Harley needs to make room for more bikes. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Stars and Stripes Harley.
See dealer for details. Save amounts differ by 2023 models available.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers.
calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Hot and humid with storms later this afternoon. High 95.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. This is the midday show. Sorry, I just started laughing come back from break because it's that return where you said shark meat isn't good because they pee through their skin.
Yeah, the sharks pee through their skin.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, and that was right after, I guess, Joe ate some shark meat.
Yeah, he was talking about eating some shark. Joe likes to do nasty stuff like that.
Okay.
Like swim in the ocean and stuff like that.
You don't like to swim in the ocean?
No.
Oh, come on, man.
No, man.
What are you worried about in the ocean?
Sharks.
Well,
there are no sharks out there.
There's some sharks out there, man.
not in our ocean.
Sharks.
Well, we were by the bay, and Hugh was worried about sharks.
Oh, really? In Sea Isle?
Yeah,
Sea Isle Bay?
Sharks are in the bay.
We asked him how deep he thought the bay was. He's like, I don't know, like a mile.
About a mile deep.
Well,
deep enough for boats to be in there.
Well,
definitely not a mile, but how deep is the bay? 30 feet?
I think you can get about that.
Yeah.
Not a mile.
No, not a
mile.
I don't know, because we were out there, and Buddy caught a flounder, right?
Yeah.
But he only caught one.
Oh, really?
And he was like, hey, he was like, he was listening to the show, and it was like, man, how many fish you catch? He said one. I was like, for one, for like breakfast or whatever?
Yeah.
And he said maybe. But he only had one flounder, though.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like a fruitful day. If you're going to go out and fish, you want to catch more
I
than one flounder.
I guess he only fishes what he needs, and if he needs some more, he'll go get some more fish.
Yeah.
Kind of like going to the refrigerator, I guess.
For added context, Hugh also told us he would never go to Lake Tahoe because there could be whales in there. A lake.
That was.
In his defense, you never know.
No, wait a minute.
You do know. It's a lake.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I sent y'all a video of a shark that was in a lake. Somebody dropped the shark in the lake.
But we're talking about like a one.
Naturally.
No, I'm just saying they're probably there.
Okay.
Never been.
Hey.
Never been.
I get it.
But it's a possibility.
Yeah, you never know.
It's really not a possibility. Like a whale would not get into a lake.
I don't understand how people are comfortable with swimming in water that you can't see. It's called a fear. I forgot what it was, but it's a fear. It's a phobia of swimming in water where you can't see the bottom. I forgot the exact name of it, but it's a phobia.
I kind of understand that.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I mean it's tough
just
to get a little deep out there.
A couple weeks ago, somebody on one of the cruises, their daughter fell off the side, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he jumped in to get his daughter. And, as any parent would do, you jump in to get your kid. But I was just thinking, if Harper fell in the ocean.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Like, if he fell in the ocean, I'm going to go get him.
But there's conditions.
But I'm going to go get him because it's on me. But there's going to be a hesitation. And when I get him out the water, I'm going to be very upset with him.
Yeah.
Very, very upset.
Yeah, he's going to
be like traumatized.
No, because you know what? Because to be honest, if he fell in the water, I'm gonna go get my son now. But people are gonna look at me for a second because I'm gonna do a pregnant
peer pressure.
You know what I mean?
Hey man,
because I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait and see if somebody else gonna go. But if nobody else goes, then I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm Pops. I gotta go.
If somebody else goes, you still gotta go.
Well, yeah. But I'm waiting to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go. But I'm gonna hesitate, and then I'm gonna be hot.
Is this thalassophobia, the fear of not?
I think that's what it is. Yeah. But I'm gonna be mad at him though.
I can kind of see that though. It is a little eerie not being able to see the bottom.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't know
I'm not as scared as you
don't
are.
know because it was one video of a lady. She was scuba diving or whatever, and she went to jump in the water, and when she got in, the shark came in and nicked her.
Oof.
Yeah, like it nicked her. So I'm like, no, I'm not fooling with the water. Not at all.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. But I don't think the sharks they're not near the coast in Seattle.
No, I'm not trying to find out.
Well, that's fine.
Maybe you should rank these 3 fears that you have of the water: whales in a lake, sharks in the bay, or wolf eels.
Okay.
Sharks
in the bay. Whales in the lake. Wolf eels. Because I think wolf eels
in the lake number 2.
No, it is. It's like I think they're more in the Arctic though. It's like in colder water.
Okay.
There are no whales in lakes.
I'm just saying if it was. I don't know that. I'm not getting
love you just
do know
envisioning
that. I'm not trying to find out.
I love Hugh just envisioning like a pod of orcas.
That's what he was talking about.
In the lake
man,
in Lake
listen,
Tahoe.
I'm
Free Willy just jumps out of the water and comes
See,
crashing
y'all laughing,
down.
but I ain't trying to partake.
It's ridiculous.
We are laughing.
Yeah, y'all laughing. I don't care.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Do you think Rob Thompson should have done something and got run last night? Should he have got ejected? Phil Cuzzy made a mockery of that game in the 8th inning. Should Rob Thompson have gotten ejected for that? Also, talking about the Phillies and obviously up to the trade deadline, are you good with them trying to make minor additions, minor moves to improve this team? Or do you think they need a big splash? Do you think they need to do something significant to improve this team? I do, and I have an idea that I want to throw out there in a few minutes here. But first, let's go back to the phones. Go to Jimmy in Richboro. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, man, so when Kyle hit me up with the question whether a big splash or, minor moves, I was kind of confused. I think I want a minor move. I want a locker room guy.
Okay.
You guys got me?
We got you, Jimmy. We're letting you cook.
The floor is yours. You're cooking. You're cooking, bro. You got it.
So here's what I'm thinking. I mean, I think this team is solid. I think they need somebody in the locker room. I don't know what they're going to do. Call Howie. Howie figured it out. He brought in, Chris Long in 17. Became a locker room guy. I think they need a locker room guy. And these guys got to figure out what they got and just take it to the house.
But, Jimmy, you think that's the problem? Because last year, the Phillies kind of did that. That was the Whit Merrifield move. He's a good locker room guy, good clubhouse guy, will play wherever you want him to play, do whatever you want him to do. But in the end, he wasn't that talented. I don't know, man. I look at it, I think it's more of a talent issue than, a clubhouse kind of issue.
So where are you going out with a big splash? Who are you going to pick up? How you getting them?
There are going to be bats out there. There are going to be teams that over the next few weeks fall out of the race. It hasn't necessarily happened yet, but I do think there are going to be guys out there. Now, you're going to need to overpay, no question about it. You're going to need to pay, probably a tax on it to get these guys at the deadline, but I do think there are going to be bats out there for them.
And I think the other thing is, too, that's going on, I mean, Topper's got he's actually got to start coaching again. I think he's given up actually being a coach.
Well, I hear you, Jimmy. I don't agree with that. I don't think
he's given up. I think for a lot of people, he's not as passionate as they need him to be in certain situations.
Right, and
I think he's got his finger on the pulse of this team, though.
Well, where I am, I think Topper's a really good manager, and I think, honestly, he's done a great job this year. I think this has been one of the best jobs he's done. I think this has been probably the best job he's done since 2022, when he obviously turned the season around. But I do think in moments like last night, you gotta have more of a pulse. Like, you gotta do something to inspire your team. And obviously, we had this situation about a month ago with Bryce and not retaliating. But that, like, I'm not telling you need to go nuts out about every call. But when it's as egregious as it was last night, I do think you need to do a little more.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. At first, I was kind of like, because that's not his demeanor. But I tell you what, it was telling when Scott Fransky said something about it, though. Yeah. Scott doesn't, he plays it down the middle a lot. So it was kind of telling when Scott said that.
Yeah.
But you're still asking someone to do something that's not really in their comfort zone. It's just not. It's not. He's not that guy that's going to blow his stack like that a lot of times. He's more cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that, but I think, like, I'll ask you, and maybe I have the wrong perception because we didn't see the same things publicly as you saw privately, but I don't know, like, publicly, it seemed like a guy like Andy was more mild-mannered.
Oh, no, behind the scenes,
he
was
going.
Nuts. Yeah, he would get going.
Yeah. But is there ever a moment that you thought, like him publicly, whether it's in a press conference on the sidelines or something, when you'd want to see him get a little more fired up?
Not really, because we had the guys I played with, we had a bunch of characters, so that was really never needed a lot. In baseball, I guess it's more strategic when you want to have, the blow-ups or whatever, because it just seems to me like it's a little bit more of a laid-back locker room in baseball as opposed to football. It's a little bit more intense. So, but I get it. I get last night in that moment that people want Topper to be a little bit more animated. I get that part.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where sometimes, and that's part of the reason why I think they need a splash too, aside from just the on-field element of it, it feels like they need a little bit of a jolt and maybe need to get a little more uncomfortable at times. And we're talking about big moves, and this is just one idea that I had. Now, I don't know how practical this would end up being here. But I look at a team like the Atlanta Braves, and you look at the Braves right now, they're in free fall. They're 11 games under 500. They're going to be sellers at the deadline. I would expect that to be the case. Now, if you look at guys who would fit well in the Phillies lineup, I look at a guy like Austin Riley. Would you consider offering the Braves a package? Say you could package Alec Boehm, Aiden Miller, Justin Crawford, and you went to the Braves and said, we'll give you those three for Austin Riley. That's something that that's the kind of move that I'd like to see the Phillies explore. I don't know if the Braves would do it. I don't know if the Braves are at that point where they trade a guy like Riley, but he fits perfectly in the Phillies lineup. That's something that I'd look at, and I'd say, yeah, boom, two of our top prospects, we'll see if we can get that done.
I like Austin Riley. I remember when Austin came up and they put him at third base, and he struggled. I think he struggled a little bit early on, but then he turned into a really solid player, man. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that all day.
He's exactly what the Phillies need. He's in a little bit of
he's like what, 28?
He's 28.
Something like that. Yeah.
He's like a year older than Boehm, I guess, and he's had not as great a year, but we know he hits for power. In this ballpark, I think he'd hit a lot of homers. What would you think about something like that, Kyle? Alec Boehm, Aiden Miller, Justin Crawford, maybe another prospect. Would you offer that kind of deal to the Atlanta Braves for Austin Riley? Big contract as well.
Do you think it would be that much?
I think it would be that much.
Boehm, Miller, Crawford. That's a lot, but
I'd do it.
So without, I don't know. The prospects thing is one thing. I think it's going to take Boehm and some prospects. Now, I don't know which prospects that would be, but if you're asking me if I'd be willing to package Alec Boehm in a trade that gets me Austin Riley, I'd do that in a heartbeat. I know he's under contract for a while.
So he got a ton of bread, huh?
Yeah, I mean, but he's 28. He's the same age as Alec Boehm, and he's not a free agent, I think, until 2034. But I mean, as well as Alec Boehm has been hitting at the plate, not power-wise, but as well as he's been hitting, I still don't trust him as far as I can throw the guy when it comes to a playoff situation. And Riley's kind of having a down year, but that's something that you bank on as a future piece. And if the Braves are willing to sell, I think that's pretty much as close to a no-brainer as you can get in terms of like Alec Boehm and Austin Riley.
He's just exactly what you need. You know, a right-handed hitter who can hit for power. Now, if you trade for Austin Riley, that might mean like you're just totally saying goodbye to Kyle Schwarber. You might not be able to bring him back if you're taking back that kind of salary. But like, that's the kind of thing that I look at that's kind of an unconventional thought, an unconventional move that we might not be thinking of right now, but those are the kind of things that I think the Phillies should be thinking about, is if you don't want to create another hole necessarily at third base, a guy like Boehm, but if you can significantly upgrade, and I think that would be a significant upgrade, that's the kind of thing I think.
Yeah, but I think at this point, the fan base wants a move to be made, and that's the biggest thing. Nobody, I think right now, because of this team and being the same team that got ousted last year in the playoffs, that people just want to see you do something. You know, at this point, because we've asked people for the last couple of days, what do you want to do? You know, knowing what we know about the standings and everything, nobody has a definitive thing to do, but they just want you to do something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, that's kind of where we are with this team.
Yeah, and I mean, doing something at the trade deadline is fun. It's always fun when you're that team who goes out and makes a splash. Like the Phils did in 09, 10, and 11 with Cliff Lee and Roy Oswalt and Hunter Pence. Didn't work out, but at least it was fun. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Steve in Bridgeton. What's up, Steve?
Hey, TK. Hey, Hugh. What's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
TK, the Braves ain't going to do that kind of trade. That's crazy. Not within the division.
Maybe not, but I thought it was, it's an idea to throw out there, Steve. I don't know.
Just brainstorm. Before I get my point, but the response
they're going to be sellers.
That, Braves will be sellers. If AA thinks they're still going to buy, that's crazy. But if they did make that kind of trade, you got no bulls that they'll get a bullpen piece to fix.
Yeah, I mean, you still have some of those other prospects. You still have, like you would be pretty much trading all your top prospects if you did a deal like that. Aside from Painter, like Painter's the one guy who I don't think they're going to trade.
Here's what I would do. Now, if Middleton's listening, this is what I would do. Middleton needs to go above and beyond and go tell Dombrowski, bring the trophy home, do whatever it takes. Now, my moves, what I would do. First off, Crawford's got to be on this team right now. Get rid of Kepler, DFA him, or whatever. Eat the money, get rid of him, call up Crawford. Next, you either swing big for a bat or one big bullpen arm, or you go two quality arms in the bullpen and a big bat.
Yeah,
that's what I would do.
Well, I think you need a big bat and a big bullpen arm, Steve. That's where I'm at with it.
And here's my bats. Byron Buxton, Adolis Garcia, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., if one of these guys became available, Ketel Marte or Jose Ramirez for the bats. Bullpen, I really want Felix Bautista or Duran in Minnesota. And then you either go the lower guys like Bednar, Chapman, Dennis Santana, or Kyle Finnegan or Mason Miller if they became available. Well, this is the last dance of this core. Middleton's got to do something. Dombrowski's his butt is on the line. This is the last dance of this core. I want to see a World Series ring this year. If not, a major makeover next year is going to happen.
Yeah,
I think that probably is
going
to be the case if they don't get it done this year.
Yeah,
anyway.
And I appreciate it, Steve. And I mean, he mentioned a lot of names there. The one that he mentioned that I got to admit, this one's kind of the one that perked my ears up a little bit. I thought was kind of interesting. Ketel Marte.
That's the one that got me too.
Yeah, he just signed a big deal with Arizona, so he's in the first year of a contract. He's under contract for a while, and it's it's sizable, but not, insane. $15 million or so for the next couple years. Mm-hmm. Then it gets up to 2022 at the end. He'd look a heck of a lot better at second base than Bryson Stott, I'll tell you that. So that's a name that I like.
Yeah,
I don't think the Diamondbacks are trading him, but
because now you got to ask yourself how much you're willing to give up to get that player.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you're gonna have to give up a couple, like at least 3 or 4 players, and probably some guys on your roster, starting roster too. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to give up for him.
Yeah, definitely. But even a guy like that, like if you had to trade a guy like Bryson Stott, and I don't know if Bryson Stott has a ton of value at this point, probably doesn't. But I would consider moving a guy like that to get a more established player at the same position. Let's go to Mario in Northeast Philly. What's up, Mario?
Yo, what up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
What up, Hugh? Hey, yo, I'm rocking with you, Hugh, on them Phillies, man. Yo, it's a wrap. I didn't even know Bryce came back and got hit by the ball again. I missed that one, and they ain't do nothing.
when he first came back. Well, it wasn't nothing egregious, but he got hit.
It don't matter. And the question now is, maybe y'all can answer this. I've never seen this when a Joker get hit with the ball. Why they don't run up with the baseball bat and hit them with the bat?
Yeah, that's you can't do that.
It's not a good idea.
It's not a good look, man.
It's not pleasant.
You go to jail for doing that.
It was just a question because it was like, man, they hit me with the ball, 99-mile pitch, and I can't run up and swing the bat.
Yeah, that's called assault.
It's assault. Okay.
With a deadly weapon, I
thought they
think.
assaulted me with the ball, though. I got assaulted with the ball.
Yeah, you do that, I think your career's over and you're going to jail.
You're probably going to jail.
No doubt. All right.
Yeah, great
But,
idea.
hey, Hugh,
Mario's about that life.
Hey, I ain't about that, but the thing with Topper, like he was saying, even if he go out there and snap, that ain't in his nature. Because sometimes you can go out there and have pressure put on people, and that ain't you. So it still come off not real and genuine when you go up there. It's like people see that, like, man, he ain't really do that. That wasn't really him to go up there and argue. That's not him. So I can't really fault him too much about that. They know what type of manager they had, so I'm with him on that. Like, that's not in his nature.
He ain't about that action.
They ain't about that, so you can't get mad at it. But here, another question I want to ask before I get off. Hey, what if it was nighttime and your son fell off in that water?
If it was nighttime, I got to go get him, man. It might the pause might be a little bit longer, but I'm going.
Because I done paused too. Like,
I'd be like, damn, Harper.
Yo, you see how far he jumped off that
No,
boat?
he went off the edge, man.
Yo, that drop was a long drop.
Yeah,
too. I was like, dang.
I'd have been hot all the way down.
All right, fellas, that's all I had to say, man. I love talking to y'all as usual, man. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Mario. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer as a pops, though.
Yeah,
you gotta go get your kids.
Yes, you got to do that, Hugh.
But I'm gonna hesitate.
I appreciate your honesty.
I mean,
man.
I'm gonna hesitate. And his mom might be upset, but I'll be like, I went. I'll be like, I went. I got it.
I mean,
I'm gonna hesitate though.
Hey, you're being honest.
Yeah,
it's got to be a scary thing. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
Oh, it's not gonna happen because I'd be
Harper
damned.
do that.
He's not going on. Man, listen, we get on a cruise. Hey, man, you stay your ass right next to me, like right here, like on my hip.
Are you a cruise guy?
I've been on a cruise before. It was cool.
Okay.
It was cool. You eat and drink all day. I didn't go eat with the captain, though. I ain't want to.
Is that a thing? You go eat with the captain
you get
on
dressed
a cruise?
up and go eat with the captain.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You eat with the captain. It's like certain nights, it's like ballroom setting, and you put on some nice clothes and you go eat with the captain.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do that.
I've never been on a cruise. I have zero desire whatsoever to go on a cruise.
No, it's cool, man. It's probably the best sleep that I've ever had. It's one of those things where, it's bananas because especially when you leave land and you're just out there cruising in a boat, it's the waves are crashing, but the boat doesn't really move. It's pretty cool.
Okay. I don't know, man. Being on the water for that period of time, kind of, and I know there's probably a lot to do out there.
Yeah, I mean you can go work out. They have a gym.
Casinos and stuff like
they
that.
They got malls on the boats and stuff. Some of the boats are big, man, real big.
Yeah. Well, maybe someday. But
yeah, it's cool. It was cool. You could catch the boat down here in Maryland, like in Maryland.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got cruises in Maryland.
I thought they all went out of Florida.
Nah, not all of them. They go out of Maryland. Some go out of Maryland.
Okay. Well, there you go. 215-592-9494. If you want to get in, a lot of Phillies talk in the first couple hours of the show here. So they are out west getting you caught up. If you didn't get to see all the game last night, you missed an awful performance from Phil Cuzzy, the umpire behind home plate last night. Just terrible calls. Bryce Harper, and a bat in the eighth inning. You go look at the pitch by pitch. None of these pitches are strikes. Bryce Harper called out on strikes in that at bat. Ryan Kerkering, on the other hand, he has a sequence in the bottom of the eighth where he throws three strike threes consecutively. All of them cold balls. Rob Thompson doesn't get fired up, doesn't do anything about it. I'm a Topper guy. I think Topper was in the wrong last night. Think he should have done something. What do you think on that? And also, you can get in. We'll get to all your phone calls. Do the Phillies need a major move, like packaging Alec Boehm for a guy like Austin Riley? Is that something they should consider? Or maybe minor moves that try to get them over the hump to react to last night's game as well? Plus, when we get back, I got to get to something here on the Sixers, which they made a signing yesterday that I do not understand whatsoever. We need to get to that, Hugh. So we'll talk about that in the next segment. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio. This is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Stable. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Visit sta-bil.com for more information. Aaron Rodgers had a messy season in New York. Nearly 4,000 yards and 28 touchdowns, but no chemistry and a coaching staff that was on the way out. Now he's landed in Pittsburgh on a bargain deal. If Rodgers can stay healthy and settle in, this Steelers team could look a whole lot more dangerous. So the big question, did Pittsburgh just win the offseason? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second 3-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. This is the midday show. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. Obviously talking a lot of Phillies. Phillies lose last night 3-1 in San Fran. They're back at it tonight. And you know what tonight is, guys. You know what tonight is, Hugh.
Yeah, that's Taiwan.
Taiwan night for you. Oh. Taiwan on the mound
I think you're going to
tonight.
step up to the plate tonight. So put some monies on this thing.
How excited are you to watch your guy tonight back out there?
How excited am I?
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited. I sound excited, huh? You know what? I'm not going to lie, because I know everybody's kind of waiting to see what I'm going to say. I don't have a feel for this one. I don't have a feel for his outing today.
Oh, it's not inspiring.
I mean, it's not. I know. I mean, I'm sorry, but I can't lie to the people. I just don't have a feel for it right now.
First time back in the rotation.
Yeah, maybe once we get to the end of the show, maybe I'll have a little feel for it. But right now, I don't know.
There you go. So we'll get more into that later on. But the Phillies back in action tonight. Taiwan on the mound. If you want to vote on any of our numerous poll questions, go to @WIP Midday Show on Twitter. This one was specifically
There's a lot of them up.
Yeah, this is a lot of polls up. This one caught my eye though, Hugh.
What you got?
Has Hugh Douglas gotten too soft? That's one of the poll
Oh,
questions.
but Kyle did that? Kyle put that up there?
Somebody did. I don't know. I don't know exactly who it was, but somebody put that up there.
I'm trying to live a different life, man.
It was Max. Max put it up.
Yeah, Max did it.
Yeah, it probably did.
He's already got you with the mints earlier.
Yeah, mints, putting mints in my mouth and taking them out. that's gonna be a party.
Yeah. So
I put the mint like I was trying to. He caught me with the mints. You know, man, good mints.
So a couple of the Phillies topics talking about today. Do they need a big splash, or are you okay with minor moves at the trade deadline? I think they need a big splash. I think they need to do something to change face of this team, whether it's trading a guy like Alec Boehm, whether it's trading the top prospects, even Andrew Painter I consider. Do you think they need a big splash, or are you more on Hugh's side and think a couple minor moves would be good enough?
A couple minor moves, I feel. You know, get a nice, decent bat, get some pitching help in the bullpen. I think you'll be fine.
There you go. And also talking about Rob Thompson, should he have gotten ejected last night after the disgrace that was Phil Cuzzy in the 8th inning? Show a bit of a pulse. You want to get on that, you're welcome to as well. We'll get back to the phones in a second here. But I needed to mention something real quick regarding the Sixers. Because, you know, I've been feeling, I'd say, more positive about them lately. Saturday night, watching VJ Edgecombe was very exciting. He looked great in his debut. Had 28 points, 27 shots, but whatever. It was nice to see him be aggressive. He missed last night with a thumb injury, which typically you won't worry about too much, but it is the Sixers. So you always worry about how this is going to turn into, you know, the next injury catastrophe here. But the thing that really bothered me is the news that came across yesterday that the Sixers are bringing back Kyle Lowry. For another year.
One more year. For his 20th NBA season. I thought that was pretty cool.
You thought that was cool?
Well,
Hugh
What's
thinks
the point
Tobias
of
Harris
this?
is cool.
Oh, yeah, Hugh's the Tobias guy.
Because I have vision. I have perspective.
What's your
still have
perspective on the Kyle Lowry move?
I look at it like this, man. I think Kyle is a good veteran to have in the locker room because he can help the young guys. I think that's what you bring a guy like that back for. Because when you look at the ones that you would think that would be in the position of being a nurturer, I mean, and that's me. Let me be fair to Paul and Embiid. That's me on the outside looking in. And I'm going strictly off of some of the things that they've done and said in the past. You know, and that's the only thing I can go off of. I'm not in the locker room every day, but, you know, I'm here to recklessly speculate about their leadership skills. The fact that Paul George made it public that he's going to stop podcasting and get ready for the basketball season during the basketball season does not sound like a leadership role to me, or a person that's in a leadership role. And the other thing that I look at is when Joel Embiid gets mad that Tyrese Maxey calls him out about his work ethic, and Joel Embiid wants to go find the person that told Tyrese Maxey on him or whatever.
Right.
So I look at Kyle, and he might not be as decorated as those two guys, but he's been a solid pro his whole career.
And I kind of get that, but this is the thing that I don't understand then. Well, then why the hell did you bring Eric Gordon back last week? Like, I thought that's what Eric Gordon was for. You don't need two. You have two players on your roster who are a combined age of like 78 years old between Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry.
Combining their ages.
What are we doing here, man? They're like 40-year-old men. I mean, what is the point of this?
Because I feel like you like what you got from those guys, as opposed to what you got from the actual guys you're paying a ton of money from.
I mean, sign a young player you can develop. I get it if it's one of those guys.
But both
does not make sense.
Bothers.
Makes no sense. Like, seriously, I'll go back to the combined age thing.
What's the
They're
combined
like
age of you two?
79 years old.
We looking about what? 70?
Probably a little older than that.
Probably
Probably a little
TK.
older.
You guys are probably in your 90s.
I'm 30. I'm 30.
Oh, we in our 80. We 80.
Yeah.
80
You thought I was 30? Thank you.
No, how old are you?
38.
Oh yeah, we about you almost made me cousin there. We about 90 over these.
Yeah, we're older than those guys.
Oh, you're deep into your twilight as a show.
Hey, you know what? I'm ready to. Listen, if I'm 90, I'm about ready to go because ain't nothing working right about that point. Ain't nothing working.
Well,
how about that D, baby?
No, I ain't talking. I'm just talking. I'm wearing a diaper probably.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
You might
in a
already
diaper.
need that, considering.
Nah. See, I didn't fart. No, I didn't fart. I don't care what.
Joe and I are the same age, so the age didn't
Okay.
increase or
All right.
decrease.
Well, that's good. That's at least.
What do you think about this, Kyle?
Well, so one of the things that I liked about the direction of the Sixers, and I know there's few and far
things
between.
you like.
Yeah. is that I thought that the youthful direction that they were going in was a good sign. And I thought at the very least, like the idea, Paul George and Embiid are here next year. There's nothing they can do about that. That, I think, is sort of the last remnants of the weenies that the Sixers have on this roster.
Need to get rid of the weenies.
They need to tip
Subtract
the
the
weenie
weenies.
scale at least. And I made the comparison to the Eagles after 2023 when you had a guy like Darius Slay who was leaning heavily towards the weenie vibes with the, I'm not tackling anybody, this and that. And then you get some tough young guys in here like Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, and they put things into perspective for you, right? Perspective.
No.
And you sort of think like, hey man, these kids are hard workers. I'm not going to be the old guy that's just, I don't want to not be able to keep up with these kids. And it's almost embarrassing if you're Joel Embiid or Paul George that these young kids are outworking you. You're supposed to be the veteran presence there. So I like the idea of, getting McCain here, Maxey is here, and VJ Edgecombe now, and just sort of injecting some youth and energy into the locker room.
Grimes, if you bring him back.
Sure, right. And, it's not that Kyle Lowry totally cuts that out from the knees, but, it's not like I don't love the idea of bringing back a bunch. I don't think that's what Joel Embiid needs at this point. I don't think that works for him, is bringing an older guy who's kind of like a, hey, what are you doing type of dude. I think he needs somebody that makes him almost look in the mirror by extension, not like by telling him that he needs to look in the mirror, but something that might almost embarrass him in a way. Like, what am I doing right now? And I don't think this is one of those things that I don't think that's a step in that direction. This Kyle Lowry thing.
And first of all, just they should stop. This shouldn't have anything to do with Embiid. Stop thinking about Embiid. Embiid, if he plays, he plays. If he doesn't, whatever. But you have only a certain amount of roster spots. You look at a guy like Justin Edwards last year, who you brought in later in the year when your team was tanking, but you found the player who you kept, and
he worked hard too.
Right, and you think can play a role for you. You could use one of those roster spots that you're giving to Eric Gordon or Kyle Lowry on a guy like that. And again, I get having one of those guys. I just think both of them being back here is totally redundant, makes no sense.
Wait a minute. Wasn't he the guy last year that he was out there balling out and somebody said, you're only playing because, everybody else is hurt?
Yeah,
was
probably.
That him?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, TK, but in the sampling size that we saw, I don't think it's enough to warrant him actually getting a roster spot because I think at that point they were mailing it in.
Yeah. But, Edwards going to be on the team.
Yeah. But they were mailing it in.
Yeah. No, they were. The Lowry and Gordon thing I don't know.
It just bothered you a little bit.
I just saw Shams tweet out, the Sixers have agreed on a 1-year deal with Kyle Lowry, and he's going to bring veteran leadership, and I'm just like, get out of here. What a waste of time this is. But your thoughts on Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon, if they're on the court together, that's got to be the oldest backcourt in the league, maybe in NBA history. Maybe that's the Sixers. Maybe they're looking to set a record, at least in something. Can we put together the oldest backcourt in NBA history?
We start combining ages.
Yeah. They're almost 80 years old combined. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go back to the phone. Let's go to Justin in Yonkers. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to I want to touch on last night real quick, and then I do want to talk deadline. Yeah, when it comes to last night, of course, Topper, that was egregious. I haven't seen umpiring like that since Angel Hernandez, retired. That was terrible. He's got to get rung for that. But I live in New York, and they don't really like him up here. But I see a lot of Aaron Boone, and I think Topper's a better manager than him. But I do wish he had a little more Aaron Boone in him. I do like when a manager has his guys back, and I think it does a lot for the locker room. Hugh kind of mentioned it. It's like asking him to be something he's not. So I don't really know what. I can't get too mad about it. But, and the trade deadline, I think they need to go all in. I think, this is probably the last year of this core, and you can't waste Zach Wheeler in this starting pitch. So you need to go all in. I think Dombrowski will, because the last couple of years he tried to bargain shop and it hasn't worked out, so I think he will. And I think when it comes to getting a bat, that's the one place you cannot bargain shop. If they're gonna go middle of the road and get a Taylor Ward, I'd rather them not even waste their time. I'd rather them go all in on the bullpen. But Jose Ramirez from Cleveland is the guy. That's my dream scenario because Cleveland is free falling right now. They're 10 games below 500, and that's the type of guy I'm willing to give up Painter or Miller, not both of them, and I'll throw in Crawford and Abel into that also. I want to see what you guys thought about that.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting one, Justin. I appreciate the call. And yeah, I mean, Cleveland, what happened to them? They've totally fallen apart. They're 7 games under 500. They're looking like they're going to be a seller. The one guy on Cleveland that we had kind of brought up internally before the show was Stephen Kwan, the outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
He'd make some sense here. I mean, if you could pry him free, put him out in left field, that's a major improvement in left field over what you got.
What are we potentially giving up, though? Are we talking about prospects in this situation?
Yeah, I think you're talking about prospects for a guy like that. And you might have to give up Painter for a guy like that. And the thing with Kwan, he's not a guy who's going to hit a lot of homers, but
he's also a lefty.
Yeah, he's a lefty. You probably put him at the top of the order. Probably him, Trey, 1, 2. But then you could have all those big boys in the middle. You know?
I don't know. Does he wonder if he hits? I mean, he might be a lefty, but he could hit left-handed pitching well. He's not terrible against left-handed pitching. I mean, he doesn't hit any hit for power off of lefties, but I mean, it's definitely a younger guy that I'd be interested in for sure.
A top 4 of your lineup of Kwan, Turner, Harper, Schwarber. I mean, you could do a lot worse than that. So that's one that's intriguing as well. And those are the kind of names that I think could be available. And again, you look at some of these teams, it's becoming more clear, like a team like the Guardians falling out of it, team like the Twins falling out of it. Byron Buxton's a guy whose name's been mentioned in trade rumors as well. And he's been linked to the Phillies for a few years now. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Joe in Turnersville. What's up, Joe?
Joe.
Well, you kind of stole the thunder. First, I want to give props to you, Douglas. I've been listening to him every day. Not only does he know about football, but he educated himself on baseball, and I think a lot of people should be listening to him more. I
agree, Joe.
I appreciate it, Joe. I don't know about that, though.
I'm telling you, because I've been following baseball since 1964. The only time I give
Much
up
appreciated.
these top prospects, if I get a difference changer, and you mentioned my guy, I would try to make a trade with the Twins for their closer and the center fielder. I'm willing to give up Crawford, Abel, and maybe Miller. There's 2 untouchables for me. The catcher that they have, Tatis and Painter. The one thing I give up Painter for is a deal with Pittsburgh. Painter, Abel, and throw in a mid-level prospect for Skeens. And then
I don't think the Pirates are doing that, Joe.
But that would,
that would be
a good one.
Hold on a second.
That would be exciting.
I hear you.
Yeah, it would
now,
be.
I got you. I hear you. I just read 2 that, and this is this fan-sided nonsense, but basically they were offering Skeens to the Mets and to the Dodgers. And I didn't see any top prospects there. I saw mid-level prospects for them. So that Painter has a chance to be very special, whether he is or isn't, to your point, of prospects. But I'm not just throwing him in for like Cedric Mullins and all these. They're a little bit better than what we have. You need a difference maker. The previous caller mentioned the third baseman for Cleveland. Okay, but you definitely need a shutdown closer. That's the only way I'm giving up these blue chip prospects, a difference maker. But I'm with you that I would rather see him make a splash, but it has to be the right splash.
No, I hear you, Joe, and I appreciate the call. And I think what Joe's referring to, ESPN just put out this like hypothetical monster trade piece where they threw out possible trades for Paul Skeens. The Pirates would be insane to trade Paul Skeens.
He's hot. He's a hot commodity. I mean,
the
it would be
Pirates are
nice.
insane.
Yeah,
they're dumb.
That would be awesome to have.
There's like no point to their existence other than to be a farm team for the rest of Major League Baseball.
No point.
Well, do you think
There isn't. They're not going to build around Paul Skeens.
Would it be smart for them to trade him? Like, honestly, I don't think it would be.
I don't think it'd be insane.
So what would it take? What would it take to get the conversations flowing?
Well, for me?
With the Pirates.
I don't know. But
Painter, Miller, Crawford, all of them?
It would be difficult to find too many things that I wouldn't trade for Paul Skeens.
Dude, could you imagine a playoff series with a rotation of Wheeler and Skeens in 1 and 2?
Nice. He's nice.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if Skeens were to become publicly available via the Pirates right now, I mean, the Phillies would have to jump in on that. Like, I feel like every team in Major League Baseball that's a contender would, like, you wouldn't have a choice.
Could you imagine the nightmare scenario, though, where the Phillies trade for Paul Skeens? They have this incredible rotation, and they lose 2 games into 3 game series, 1-0 with Wheeler and Skeens on the mound. I mean, it's my fear, and I think it's possible.
People blow their stack.
Yeah.
Something like that happen.
Yeah, but
sure.
they threw out this other piece, this other fake trade or hypothetical trade for Byron Buxton, which would be the Phillies would offer Painter and Crawford for Buxton. That's too much for Byron Buxton. I think he's a nice player, but he's not a guy I'm giving up Andrew Painter for. What about you, Hugh?
Nah. Don't sound like it. But Skeens, yeah.
No, for Buxton.
No, but I'm just saying, not him, but Skeens probably definitely.
Skeens, yeah. Skeens, absolutely.
Skeens.
Because he's like, Painter.
He looks nice. He's very, very, very good.
He's what you hope Painter could come close to being. Yeah. Let's go to Patrick in Tabernacle. What's up, Patrick?
Morning, guys. Good afternoon. How we doing there?
What's going on, man?
Hey, TK, man, I'm laughing my butt off listening to you. You're like doing mathematics and algebra, figuring out the Sixers backcourt. They got some old timers back there playing.
I mean, seriously, they want us to,
Yeah.
It's an old crew back there.
Yo, Hugh, real quick, Hugh, man. I was telling Kyle, listen, if you're worried about stuff in the water, there's all kinds of stuff in the bays in New Jersey.
I'm trying to tell Kyle that.
Yeah,
Kyle doesn't believe me.
Listen, yeah, we were just because I sail and we swim. We anchor down and we swim it. Like the water right now is ridiculously warm, and with these warm temps, like this time last year, they had the cold water upwelling, and these temperatures were low. Man, you couldn't even hang in the water. But this year, temperatures are up, and we right in the marine, right in the lagoon. There's a dogfish, which is a shark, swimming right there. Hugh, we're out swimming. And we see they got these bullnose rays. They're like 3-4 foot across. And when their fins come up, the tips of their wings come up, and they look like there's 2 small sharks because you see their tips. So, if you're worried about it, just stay the hell on the dock. Don't get wet.
I mean, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that anyway. But I appreciate the heads up. I wasn't getting in the water anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm trying to tell Kyle and those guys, man, they don't believe me.
Yo, and listen, at nighttime, I put this special light in the water to attract all the marine invertebrates. You can't, you're worried about the big stuff. There's a lot of little stuff in there too, Hugh, that would freak you out. A guy like you, you'd be like
wolf eels?
No wolf eels. You got to go up to the North Pole for that.
I was told. I think they're up north a little bit.
Yeah. But listen, hey, the Phillies, like Dombrowski, TK, I was cracking up because I think I'm more like you with the Phillies. The outlook. Look, they have cold bat syndrome, and the team that they started this season is the same team that ended last season, and the same team that ended the season before. This pitching is great, but last night, listen, I didn't stay up for the game, but I've been saying all year, up the middle defensively, you don't get better defensively, all of a sudden we got a hole in defense up, through the middle. We got this cold bat syndrome, I hear people calling it and stuff at the worst time of the game. And you keep saying it. What is it? When the moment in the game
the
comes
moment,
to you,
the moment too big.
Yeah,
too big for him.
And that's it's just kind of how this team is morphed into, and I don't, and the arms, the starting pitching, will certainly get us somewhere, but it's still, to me, and Dombrowski, a reasonable exchange, anything, reasonably, I'll listen to. Anybody and everybody is on the table for me because this is it. I really believe if we don't do anything this year, that the window that we're in right now that's still open, it won't be there. And that's kind of what, I'm trying to I'm trying to enjoy the season. It's hard. It's 162 games, a lot of games. Just to take game by game. And we're not wired as fans, at least I'm not, so it's constantly going against the grain, just trying to, game by game. And that's why I take it in series, go, series to series to series. And that's for me, a better way to, try to stay with things.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Patrick, and I appreciate the call. And yeah, I mean, I would if I was confident the minor moves would work, I'd be fine with that. But the thing is, we've tried that the last couple of years, and they have not worked.
Yeah, but we also ran it back because we got a pretty good baseball team, and it just feels like this year, the biggest thing we're concerned about is the bats. Let's just be honest, because that has been our Achilles heel the last couple of seasons. The bats have been cold. So now the pitching is phenomenal. Now we're just trying to figure out how we can get a couple of runs, get some runs, man. Get some people on base and move some runners. That's it.
Yeah, and I mean, you just got to find a way, and it feels like they're just stuck right now in this kind of weird purgatory where they're a really good team. They're going to be a playoff team, probably going to win the division. But at least the way I view it, I don't think they're good enough to win a World Series right now. 215-592-9494. I got to say, Hugh, I looked up the Wolffield. These things are terrifying.
Yeah. And
like
you know
this
what?
one picture, this guy holding this Wolffield is horrifying.
And let me tell you, the thing of it is this, that they still, when you cut their heads off, they still bite.
Really?
Yeah, they have a vicious bite.
Is it like just like a reflex thing?
Yeah, it's a reflex thing. Yeah,
Oh
they still bite. Like I've seen pictures where people have cut the heads off and the head still bites.
So are you worried about this kind of thing like being in the Atlantic Ocean?
No, I'm not. I mean, Kyle, I say certain things and Kyle likes to make fun of me sometimes, man. But I mean, Wolffields are a thing.
Hey, in Hugh's defense, these Wolffields are scary.
They're pretty gnarly looking, huh?
You never know where they're going to turn up.
It's just an out there thing. Like, I understand you're like, I'm not going to the ocean, sharks, stuff like that. My head doesn't go to Wolffields when I think of dangerous things. Like, it's just, it wasn't on my radar.
My head goes to anything that has teeth that will bite you. Like I was telling them, the Goliath grouper. The grouper put hands on you too. Like they can get pretty big, man. There's some
Are you more scared of Goliath groupers or Wolffields?
Now I got to look up a Goliath grouper.
You never seen a Goliath grouper?
No. I'm going to look it up right now.
I would probably say, well, where we go in Clearwater, when we go down for baseball, the grouper is probably the biggest issue.
Yeah, these
groupers will try to swallow you whole too, dog.
Well, that thing looks like it can swallow you whole.
Here's the thing.
Grouper's swallowing you whole.
Here's the thing, though. I sent a video a couple days ago that they never acknowledged. I sent it to Kyle and I sent it to Joe. And they just completely forgot about it.
Well,
it was the snake. You saw it. I know you saw it. The snake ate that little dude, man. Ate that man.
And how did that make you feel, Hugh?
That ain't going in the woods. Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Well, were you upset that they didn't respond?
No, I tell them certain things. Listen, I'm here to try to keep us safe. They laugh and make jokes, so I send them detailed stuff about what's going on in the world, and they just act like they don't see it. Okay. I sent them the one about the shark in the lake the other day. They ain't sending about that either. But I sent them out. It was a shark in the lake. I know. Go back and look at the videos that I sent. Go look at the man.
Knows, Kyle.
They cut the snake open, and the dude was in there. And his wife was crying and everything. Yeah, the snake ate him.
Yeah, I guess he didn't survive.
No, it was a wrap.
That was a wrap. All right. Well, now you're making me scared. There
Thanks for bringing us down, Hill.
No, I mean, I'm here. That's what I'm here for.
215-592-9494. Continue taking your calls on all this stuff coming up. A major splash move or a few minor moves for the Phillies at the deadline. Plus, when we come back, bring back a segment from last year's trade deadline, trying to find a mash for the Phillies that makes sense. That's coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio, alongside Hugh Douglas. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One round down.
I chip one to the green. He concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon tomorrow. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Calling all July birthdays. Get ready for an epic celebration at Oasis Club Philly on Thursday, July 10th. It's the monthly birthday bash and everyone's invited. Whether it's your special month or you're celebrating a friend. If it's your birthday month, you and up to 9 of your friends get free admission and an open bar from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Don't miss out on this fun party. Oasis Club Philly has the most tempting entertainers performing live on stage from noon until 2 a.m. Find your fantasy at Oasis.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police released surveillance footage of 3 suspects from the Grays Ferry mass shooting. The striking blue-collar workers union is presenting a new proposal during negotiations with the city today. And you won't have to take off your shoes anymore while going through airport security at Philly International.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Bit of power there, something that the Phillies lack severely after Kyle Schwarber. I don't know who was the second most home runs on the team, but this guy, I think, would immediately come in and end up having the second most home runs on the team on the season. I don't think this is going to cost you your best prospects. Probably some couple low-level guys, mid-level guys, and maybe even like an MLB-ready player like, say, Johan Rojas.
Ooh.
What do you think?
I'm not all that intrigued by this guy, I gotta say. This resume, the 20 homers I like, but the rest of it, I don't know. I'm not getting a lot. There are more uhs than oohs.
Yeah, so he does hit lefties better than he hits right. He's got an 815 OPS against left-handed pitching. Again, a right-handed player.
Something they need. Would you be interested in this guy, Hugh?
I'm trying to figure out which team it is.
Me too.
Minnesota.
It's not Minnesota. I'll give you guys each. So hold on, real quick. Before I let you try and guess who the player is, are you in, TK?
I'm out. I'm out on this gentleman.
Okay. Even if it doesn't cost you that much?
Yeah, I'm out. It feels like a minor move to me.
Yeah, I'm with the minor move.
This is a minor move.
Major move.
Yeah.
You want the minor move.
I want the splash.
Well, the 20 home runs are intriguing. Batting average is not that great. Mm-hmm. But, it sounds like he puts the bat on the ball.
Small ball guy for you.
Damn,
actually, not really.
I'm still stuck on the team, though.
Yeah, I'm having trouble figuring this one out. Are you in or out?
He's an angel, Hugh.
Ooh. Okay.
Taylor Ward.
It is Taylor Ward. Good job, man.
Nicely done, Hugh.
What
was that?
It's the small victory sometimes. You're like,
He's got 101 strikeouts on the season so far.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty decent strikeout guy, but he gives you a lot of power, man. I think I'd be in on this.
You're in on him?
I mean, look, if you asked me to trade Rojas and some like scrub from the minors or two, yeah, why not?
Doesn't this
and you can do more?
Doesn't this reek of guy who comes here though? And this is Austin Hayes part 2. Like this feels like Austin Hayes all over again.
You can't be afraid to love again, TK.
Well,
I cannot be afraid to love again.
I'm afraid to love again. I think this would be a bad move for the Phillies.
I tell you what, though.
Taylor Ward would not be good here.
This team has had, in the last couple of seasons, because we're kind of dealing with it with Kepler now, of the guys that have posted, like the minor moves that have come in and just haven't paid no dividends for us. Yeah,
And by the way,
I get it. I get that.
You just brought up the name. I am so disenchanted with Max Kepler, where I a few weeks ago
got him started.
A few weeks ago with the thing with the complaining, I was angry and irritated, but I said you can't afford to DFA him. I'm at the point I can't watch this guy. Just get rid of him. Just get rid of Max Kepler.
I'm with you, but like
get rid of this guy.
I wanted a replacement in the outfield. At the very least.
He's no better than Brandon Marsh. Like, whatever. He's the same guy.
Marsh is hot.
You know, this kind of reminds me about the Spider-Man meme. You know how when you got all the Spider... Yeah, you got all everybody. We got a bunch of the same
for some added context here, TK brought up Austin Hayes. Austin Hayes had 5 home runs on the season last year. This guy's already at 20.
Okay.
There's some legitimate
there's some
pop
differences.
There. Yeah.
I just... Some guys you just feel like they'd come here and stink. That's the way I feel about Taylor Wood. I feel like if they traded for him, he'd come here and he'd be bad. But, I mean, this... Yeah. I'm sure this will get brought up.
I mean, look, Schwarber has 27 home runs. This guy's 20. He would probably be the second most home runs. Like, I don't know. If I'm looking to add a righty bat in the outfield, I'm not looking for a guy that's going to be... I don't know. I don't need a 300 hitter there. I want a guy that hits 20 home runs.
What about a different righty bat from the Angels? I don't know.
Talking about your boy?
Yeah, I mean...
Who's always hurt?
That would honestly be an awful decision.
Quite stay healthy.
It would be exciting.
He get hurt using the toilet.
Did he? It wouldn't surprise me. He's gotten hurt doing everything at this point.
He went home and he used the toilet and he tore a muscle or something in his leg.
Trout?
It was like his knee. Wasn't it his knee? It was something last year.
From squatting?
I don't know if it was that.
Well, he seems to get hurt a lot.
Taylor Ward played 156 games last season.
Okay, so he's on the field a lot. But he hit, what'd you say, 220?
Yeah, he's hitting 226 this year.
He'd fit in perfectly with this lineup.
He's a career 248 hitter.
Yeah, I mean, this is like runners in scoring position. I feel like it'd be a disaster.
Yeah.
With Taylor Ward.
Now, his best season, at least batting average wise, 2022 is 281, 833 OPS, 23 home runs. I mean, this is probably one of his best, his best power season so far. I don't know. I think you could talk me into this one.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like you're trying to talk yourself into it.
I am.
I don't think they're really excited about Taylor Ward.
I don't know if the fan base is getting very excited about it, but sometimes it's the lesser known moves that end up making a big impact.
Oh yeah, they've worked out so well for us the last couple of years.
Yep,
yeah, Austin Hayes,
Max Kepler, Whit Merrifield.
Don't forget about Rodolfo Castro. Who could ever forget Rodolfo Castro?
I'll give you a counter. Dombrowski's probably the best trade he made here. Edmundo Sosa.
That was 3 years ago, Kyle.
Say need some more.
And the guy's a backup. He's not even a starting player here.
Some would argue that he should be a starter.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I've heard that a lot in this time slot that he should be a starter.
He should be playing more. Like, he absolutely should.
Because he came out, he was hitting like 600 at one point, and they set him down.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, real quick, I have another complaint about Topper from last night. Now, I'm a Topper guy.
Don't sound like it.
Topper mismanaged that game last night. I mean, you had a situation where you had runner on first, nobody out, and he tried doing your thing, Hugh. He tried playing small ball. There's a lefty on the mound. Stott and Marsh coming up. What's the point of having your righty hitters on the bench? You have Sosa on the bench. You have Otto Kemp on the bench. Instead, he decides to bunt with Stott. Then he hits Marsh. Stott gets the bunt down. You get the guy over to second. Marsh grounds out to second base. Why not there? Just go to Sosa, go to Kemp, let the boys swing away. Try to have a big inning against the lefty.
I think if I'm correct, that's the moment that Ruben was talking about when he said he think at this point he was just trying to put the bat on the ball. And he was just trying to move some runners over, trying to get some offense generated at that point.
Yeah, they were just trying to get that one run.
Yeah.
And then Trey, with the guy on third base, struck out to end the inning.
But how many times have we seen, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, dudes in that moment try to swing for the fences and come up short, or swing at the first pitch thrown to them and come up short. So, I mean, I didn't have a problem with that. That was one of the moments where I looked at last night and said, you know what? They're trying to play small ball. They're trying to play a little bit of small ball. So I hear you, but I didn't really have a problem with that. Because you're trying to adjust to the moment. You're trying to adjust to the situation.
I think I want some more big ball right now, though.
Yeah, and
somebody put the ball in the seats.
And sometimes, I look at these other teams in Major League Baseball, and they pinch hit all the time. Rob Thompson seems kind of scared to pinch hit until the 8th or 9th inning. Like, you have right-handed bats on your bench for that reason.
Big
Use
ball
them.
is crazy. Big balls is crazy.
Wait, did I miss that?
You said you was talking about small ball. I said I want a little bit more big ball.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Who doesn't like some big balls?
I need to grow up.
Mind out of the gutter, Hugh.
It's just funny, man.
You never know what's going to stop Hugh in his tracks.
No, I just think it's
he's
funny.
Still reeling from the raid the box in the first segment
Raid
of
the
the
box
show.
is bananas.
Well, so like,
yeah, that was good. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, that crumpled you, man.
Yeah.
Guy's done ever since.
That's stopped the show worthy, though.
Raid the box.
Honestly.
So like, but I don't know. Like, could you, TK, because you're big splash kind of guy, not be talked into, say, moving some mid to low level guys and maybe a Rojas? You get a Taylor Ward. You move Mick Abel, somebody else. You get like a really strong closer back of the bullpen guy. You get another bullpen arm with some other low-level prospects. Like, that's not...
I need a better bat.
It's not moving the needle for you?
I need a better bat than Taylor Ward. I need a bigger bat than Taylor Ward.
What are you willing to give up?
Well, clearly,
need a bigger stick.
Alec,
need a bigger stick than Taylor Ward. Whether it's moving Bohm, whether it's moving the prospects, I don't care. We need a big stick here. That's what we need at the deadline.
Yep.
Do we not?
Right. No, I
agree.
Look, you could talk me into the Bohm and others for Austin Riley.
I want this Austin Riley thing to get done.
That's a lot.
That's your call to action to Dave.
Yeah,
Dave,
Dabrowski,
get this done
Get on
now.
Get on the phone. Call Atlanta. I forget who the guy is who runs that operation down
Alex
there.
Anthopoulos.
Yeah, there you go. Nice Braves knowledge, you.
I
Austin
was there. I was there for about 10 years.
Braves baseball. Braves baseball is Hugh's specialty wheelhouse.
That is not.
Hugh
man.
is our
it's
Braves insider here at the station.
See,
that's
cold.
That's a compliment.
I mean, it's not.
We need one. We need a Braves insider. Like Devin's our Phillies insider. You're our Braves insider.
Devin's on vacation too, isn't she?
She was in, I think, Montana. She called the afternoon guys from the airport yesterday.
Yeah.
She's in Montana. Yeah, I saw the pictures. She's out there doing like Montana things.
What is there to do in Montana?
She's
go hunting, I
guess. She's. I saw her in Breland, because I follow them, and they were doing like stuff.
Oh, okay.
In Montana.
Okay.
I don't even know what you call it. I like. She
I'm sure
took
you
pictures.
can ski up there.
I don't think they were skiing though.
Well, maybe. But you said what's there to do?
Are you a Montana guy, Hugh?
I'll go to Montana. I'll probably be the
Really?
only black person there, but I'll go. I would go, and I'd probably like ride a buffalo or something. Do something.
You
with a
would
buffalo
You would not ride a buffalo.
If you're scared of the wolf
Yeah, I
field,
would.
you're not going to ride a buffalo.
Hey, listen. At least I can see a buffalo coming. I can see the buffalo coming.
That's a flat out lie.
I would. You know what? If I could still do the show, I would live in Montana.
From
Montana.
You want to do it remote?
Yeah,
I'll move to Montana.
Send you a Conrex.
To Montana and be like, "What y'all doing in Philly?"
Yeah,
I don't know if the buffalo would appreciate Hugh riding him.
I mean, but you
What
ever
do you mean by that?
You ever seen Blazing Saddles? Mongo came in riding. Was it a buffalo? No, it was a steer.
Okay.
But it's about the same thing. They're big burly animals.
I've never seen that movie. I heard it's good.
No, you know what's good? You can't. It would not play well in this day and age.
Oh, not PC enough?
Some of the stuff that they did, that was a great movie though, man. For the times.
Okay.
You know, speaking of movies, we're here now.
Yep.
They're making a Spaceballs too.
Yeah, no
And
interest in that.
Mel Gibson is playing. He's playing Yogurt. He's reprising his roles as Yogurt. Yogurt? Yeah, Yogurt.
The first one was overrated. I never was a big fan of that movie.
I want to see how much they pushed the envelope in this in this era.
Yeah.
If they do it again, yeah.
Well, we'll see. When's that one coming out? Next year?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Speaking of Hugh's time in Atlanta, by the way, have you ever heard this audio of Hugh getting yelled at for cooking bacon on the air?
No.
It was during COVID.
You said you were doing the show at home?
Why are you bringing up past?
Yeah, please.
And Hugh started cooking bacon on the air, and I don't think his co-hosts were very happy about it. I'll play the audio.
No, because it's still like you go up there and you're vulnerable. Like
You immediately
put yourself-
learn musical taste.
Hugh Douglas.
What?
Hugh damn Douglas.
What?
Hugh
So
Douglas.
loud.
What the hell, man?
Bacon?
Come on.
Yeah, it is bacon. It is bacon, Hugh.
Abe was
Did
hot.
You hear that? Wait a minute, let me just turn Hugh this last Douglas, too. it's a microphone. Wait a minute, just let me turn this last piece of bacon, man.
No, go ahead, Hugh. We'll wait for you.
we can just wait.
We'll wait for you here. It's okay.
Okay, it's turned. Okay, I'm back.
I love the defensive. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I didn't know they could hear it.
You tried to play it off.
It was so loud.
Hey, man, listen. That bacon was awesome, too. I still remember the way that bacon tasted.
Well, the best part is when you say, you're okay, you're not going to get in the way. Let me turn this last piece of bacon.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah. Great stuff.
It was awesome. So I guess Devin's listening to the show.
Yeah.
She said she was at a wedding. She was doing Montana stuff.
She was in a wedding doing Montana.
That's Montana
it was
stuff,
Montana
yeah.
stuff.
So I guess that's a big wedding.
Not
spot.
skiing.
Montana.
You know what the next
Or
question I
riding
got to
buffalo.
ask, Devin? Were there any black people?
I love how we're conducting an interview with Devin as she is listening on the air.
I know Breland's
Devin,
there.
Yeah, Devin, please.
Breland's there, but I'm just saying, besides Breland.
Yeah, Devin,
Everybody.
please text us your response. Were there any black people in Montana? That's the question that you
I'm just
needs
curious.
answered
Listen,
immediately.
We're here now. Like when you go certain places, like say if you go travel abroad,
Yeah.
as a African American, that's one of the first things that I do. I try to identify.
So check the surroundings.
I try to check the scenery to see if anybody else around there look like me. And when we do, we give them
the little
the
nod.
nod. What's up? What's up? You got them. Universal nod. You'd be like, yo, what's up? Okay, we good.
There you go. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Reset some of the stuff we've been talking about throughout the course of the show. What do you want the Phillies to do with the deadline? Do you want a big splash, or are you okay with minor moves? I think they need a big splash, man. Go out. Trade the prospects. If you have to trade a guy like Alec Boehm from the Major League roster, trade him. I don't care. Go out and make a move that's going to bring a real piece back. Get out of here with the Taylor Wards and these guys.
Got 20-plus home runs.
Those guys of the world. Give me a Quan. Give me a Jose Ramirez. Yeah, one of those guys. Give me an Austin Riley. I want a real piece. I don't want these Mickey Mouse bats that we've been going with the last couple of years.
Real piece is crazy.
So you want to get in on that, you're welcome to. Also, Rob
I'm
Thompson,
so
do you think Rob Thompson should have been ejected last night of this game? Yeah, Hugh, your mind is just in a completely different
just funny.
space right
It's just
now.
funny, man. It's just funny.
Yeah, so if you want to get on that,
It's hot.
you're welcome
Football
to.
season about
Are you
to start.
okay with the way Rob Thompson managed that game last night? And the fact that he didn't go out and get in Phil Cuzzy's face, didn't go out and give him a piece of his mind. I mean, that eighth inning was terribly umpired. Orion Kirkering robbed of multiple third strike calls. Bryce Harper called out 3 pitches out of the zone. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. Rob Thompson, I'm a topper guy, should have done something last night, should have been more aggressive. I'll say that.
Yes.
215-592.
We've lost.
9494.
Devin responded. She responded. Devin responded.
Yeah.
She responded to it. I guess she is listening to the show.
Yeah, well, how do you think she found? How do you think she said the other thing?
No, I'm just
do you think
saying,
she
I don't know.
magically
Maybe
knew we were
telepathic
talking about her? Yeah. Like, what did you think?
Shout out to Deb for being dedicated. She's a dedicated listener. Shout out.
Oh, man. Andy in Huntington Valley. Save us, Andy.
All right, first of all, Q, it's Mel Brooks.
What did I say, Mel Gibson? I said Mel Gibson, didn't I? Damn it.
Not far from Mel Brooks.
Yeah, very, very far. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, by yards. And you know Mel Brooks is 100 years old?
Yes, he is, and he's about to play. He's about to do this role.
He is really an icon.
Yes, he is. No question about that, man. You talk about somebody who was before his time. I don't even think that counts because he's been here for so damn long. Because he's been relevant for a long time. He really, really has.
really been relevant since the late 50s when he was writing for, some of the great comedy guys, and then into the 60s and all throughout.
Yeah,
so he's
man.
had a illustrious career, one of my favorites. I think the Phillies need to make some major moves. They need hitting. Their pitching's outstanding, but you got to hit. They got to find a way to generate some offense on a regular basis and not, hunting and pecking. And I think they got to do what they got to do if they want to, go all in.
Sounds like you're ready to get rid of Painter, if that's the case.
I wouldn't get rid of Painter. No. I would try to move, some of the guys you have to improve, the situation. I don't know if you want to give up on Painter. You don't know what he's gonna, what he's gonna look like.
Mm-hmm.
I would not give up on Painter. It's too early for that. But Crawford, I think they ought to look at bringing him up. And if he's hitting the minors, maybe it's time to see what he can do up here.
Yeah.
Maybe you find, lightning a bottle. You go back to the 80s, they brought Marty Bystrom up, and look what he did for them, in the run to the World Series.
Well, Andy, I'll ask you this, though. Like, say we get to the deadline, and say the only way they can get that big splash impact bat is to trade Painter. Would you do it?
I think it depends on who the impact bat is and how long you're going to be able to sign that player. And, look, this team is definitely on the older side. So, how much do you want to, what do you want to give up? Is it going all in? How far all in? I think this team has a lot of decisions to make. And listen, like I said, the pitching's great. Pitching can carry them only so far. You got to hit. So I think it's a hard question. I mean, I don't think we should re-sign Schwarber until after the season's over. I don't think you got a lot of these guys. It's I don't trust Harper. I'm not sure Harper's going to come all the way back. So.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Andy, and appreciate the call. And the Harper thing is a huge part of it. I mean, if you're not going to and I'd imagine the Phillies know more about Bryce's situation than we do. And if they know internally that Bryce isn't going to be the same guy he's been the last couple of years, I think that just adds to it even more.
You know what? He's in a unique position where, you look at him and the way that he's performing right now. I don't want to say struggling because I think that, there's a good chance that he could come back and be the Bryce that we remember.
He had some good at-bats last night.
Yeah, he's just adjusting right now. He's adjusting a little bit, so it's going to take some time.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the fact that he made some contact a little bit last night. So it's one of those things where we just have to kind of wait, for lack of a better way of saying it. I mean, you just got to wait till he comes back around and figures it out. Because the Phillies have already made it clear that whatever he's going through, it's as good as it's going to get. So he has to adjust and get comfortable where he is right now.
Yeah, definitely. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. We'll get to more calls in the final hour of the show on the Phillies and the deadline. You can react to last night's game as well. Plus, on the other side, Joe Giglio on vacation couldn't help himself. He put out a quarterback rankings list. What is going on with Joe? We'll take a look at that.
Can't help himself.
Coming up next. But I'm in for Joe today, alongside Hugh Douglas, right here. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer's heating up, and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This is Andrew Perloff with a Sports Minute. The Indiana Pacers confirmed yesterday that Tyrese Halliburton will miss all of next season. Their star guard tore his Achilles in Game 7 of the Finals. No surprise, but it's a reminder of the bigger problem the league is facing. Not just a rash of Achilles injuries, but teams that play deep into the playoffs keep running into similar problems. We've had 8 new champions in 8 years. The length of the season and now the playoffs might be the culprit. It's a bummer for Pacers fans, but an unfortunate reality in today's NBA. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Too hot, lady. Gotta run for shelter. Gotta run for shade. Too hot. This used to be the song back in the day.
Oh yeah, well, who sings this song?
Cool in the Game.
Okay, yeah. I am music illiterate, so thanks for filling me out. I'm just letting you cook here. I mean,
Yeah, JT need to cut that afro, dog, because some of them cats that used to perform like that, they need to cut that afro.
Yeah.
Don't look right.
Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. This is the midday show. Talking a lot about the Phillies today, obviously, as they lose 3-1 last night. Do you think they need to make a big splash move at the deadline, or are you okay with minor moves? Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at pidentalcenter.com. And our question off of that big splash question that we had earlier, would you be willing to package Alec Boehm in a trade for Austin Riley? Right now, 78% of the audience saying yes, they would be willing to do that.
Yeah, that's pretty smart move.
I think most people would. I think it would be less about Boehm and more about the prospects that you'd have to give up. And I don't know if you'd have to give up Painter. I think if the Braves committed to selling, and that's something they'd be open to, I think Boehm, Miller, Crawford, maybe another prospect might be enough. But that's the kind of thing that I think the Phillies need to look at. And who knows if the Braves are going to trade Austin Riley? I think they'll definitely be sellers, just to the degree that they're going to commit to being sellers.
Who are you going to give up? Like, who are they willing to give up?
Right, exactly.
And when you talk about the injuries that I think some of their pitchers have had over there, like Chris Sale, the other guy? The porn stash dude. Can't think of his name. Spencer Strider.
Well, he's back now.
Well, no, I'm just saying, they've had injuries in the pitching staff. They would love to have a pitcher like Painter.
And they've just been decimated this year. I mean, Smith Shawver got hurt here.
Then the dude got in trouble for the PDs, right? Didn't somebody get in trouble with PDs?
Profar did for them.
Yeah, he got in trouble early on.
Yeah, I think he just got back. I'm not sure. But you look around baseball, I think it's starting to get more clear as to who the sellers are going to be. I mean, you look at some teams in the AL, like the Rangers, they're falling out. The Guardians are in free fall. The Twins. These are teams now, the Royals, who you can look at and say, okay, they're probably going to be sellers. You look at the NL, the Diamondbacks. I mean, that's a team with some interesting pieces, whether it's Gurriel, whether it's a guy like Ketel Marte, if they were to commit to trading guys like that. The one move, could you imagine the Phillies do this, though? The Cincinnati Reds right now are 3.5 games out of the wild card. What if Dombrowski goes back to the well? What if he does it again and says, you know what, it didn't work last year. I'm doubling down. I'm going to get Austin Hayes for a second straight year. How would you guys feel about that? In the right up the minor move alley.
Why is he working? Kyle's not a guy with that.
Would
that's the name. You mean bringing back?
Yeah.
Oh No.
Okay.
No.
Just
Wait a
making
minute.
sure.
Wait a minute.
What did you think I was
I'm
talking
surprised you were so surprised at my reaction.
No, because wait a minute, I didn't know what he was saying. Like I was listening, but I guess I didn't understand at the moment what you were saying. No,
You weren't hearing the words.
yeah. Basically, that's where I was.
about? No, I didn't
like,
make
wait
it
a
clear.
minute,
That's on me. I'll take it.
No, I was like, wait a minute, what? And then, oh, you mean bringing back? No. Mm-mm.
No. Okay, good. I was worried that you were gonna.
No, because the way you
Offer some
presented it,
perspective.
like you was talking about, like I thought you meant like fleece the Reds for somebody, like from the Cincinnati. But no.
Okay. All right, good.
No.
215-592-9494 if you want to get in on that. Rob Thompson, were you disappointed in the way that Rob Thompson handled the situation last night with umpire Phil Cuzzy in the 8th inning? One of the worst umpired games ever. And guys, it is going to be nice next year when we have the robot umps. We don't have to worry
You think
about
they're
this.
coming next year?
I think they're absolutely coming next year. I mean,
I don't think it's gonna happen next year.
you don't think so?
Not next
They're
year.
probably going to have the ABS, like where they can challenge.
Yeah.
The challenge
Yeah, they
system.
could do that. They're gonna do. I don't think they're gonna go straight robo umps though.
Right. They'll have the ABS. That's what I meant, the ABS thing. But
Okay, so you could chat like you could push the button and challenge the call or whatever.
It really is the dumbest thing, though. Like, why not just go to full robot umps? It's
I'm pretty
ridiculous.
sure. I'm pretty sure that the umpires have like a what do they call it?
The union.
Union umpires union. So yeah, they're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
So I was once an anti-robot umps, like challenge system guy because I liked the fact that managers and players and stuff would go out there and scream in the umpire's face. I love when Schwarber did that with Angel
doesn't?
Hernandez. But if Rob Thompson's just going to be asleep in the dugout,
You might as well.
then there's no point.
Right.
I mean, if Topper's not going to run out there and chew the umpire out, then what the hell do I want to keep? Like, what do I want to keep the umpires for?
I can't believe somebody called in and called him Rob Zombie.
No,
That's
they
not
did.
right.
No, I think that was
That's
on the
not
text
right,
line. Was
man.
it on the You Peoples?
Yeah, it was.
You Peoples did that. You Peoples did that.
You peoples. All right. I'm excited for you people later on today.
No, I'm not.
I don't, even though the failed restaurant owner thing really
That
got to
was
me.
hilarious.
That really got to me yesterday, man. I was thinking about that all night. I told my wife about it.
They tend to get it, like some of them hit kind of hard. They tend to get in your head a little bit, like the ones where they're talking about I'm afraid of commitment and accountability and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not, but, you know, yeah.
I'm getting a haircut after the show today
You
because
are?
I was
No, you need to let it ride.
No,
You need to let
man.
it ride.
I was so rattled by that comment that I'm like, you know what? I need to get a haircut tomorrow. I need to change things up. I need to change some things
No,
about
it's
my
fine,
life.
man. Leave it there, man. Go ahead and leave it. I saw you over there. You stole the kids' Uncrustables today, huh?
Yep, I stole the Uncrustables.
you see that guy? He stole,
yeah.
He stole his children's Uncrustables.
Yeah, I buy the
He ought to be ashamed.
I would think any parent of young kids out there can relate. You buy the Uncrustables for the kids, but then they're so good and they're so quick, and I'm running out the door this morning.
No, that's an excuse. I think a
just
lot
grab
of
a couple
parents buy.
Uncrustables.
I think a lot of parents buy them because it gives them an excuse to eat them.
Well, they're good, man. They're
I haven't
really
had
good.
one. I refuse to eat them.
Kyle, are you an Uncrustable guy?
This is going to sound crazy. Not really a big PB&J guy.
What?
Yeah.
That's disturbing.
I never really, just never got into it.
You never got into peanut
I mean,
butter
I like
and jelly?
PB&Js. I mean, I rock with a couple.
I think PB&Js might be like in the top 5 of foods I've eaten.
I
most
think
of
I'd
my
rather
life.
just eat a peanut butter sandwich. I do like peanut butter.
You skip the jelly?
Yeah, I don't need it. I can take it or leave it.
Wow, that's weird.
Without the jelly?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a weird move.
I like what's that? Strawberry.
Yeah, the
jam.
strawberry
I like
jelly.
the jam.
Yeah, that's good.
And I like the ratio. The peanut butter has to be heavy. A heavy ratio of peanut butter.
This is great.
With the jam.
Yeah.
But the peanut butter ratio has to be a heavy ratio.
Is it weird that I'll make the peanut butter and jelly and I'll put the piece of bread together and then I'll separate them and I'll eat the jelly side and then I'll eat the peanut butter side?
Yeah, that's
Add some
weird.
jelly on it.
Why you putting them together?
I don't know.
then?
I just kind of like it a little better that way.
Now
I
I
don't
do
know.
tend to like. I guess I make my own Uncrustables because I eat the fringe pieces first.
Okay.
And then I go for the whole thing.
There you go. 215-592-9494. In a few minutes here, we'll get to Joe, who released his quarterback list, and what's he doing? He's on vacation. He's releasing quarterback rankings. But we'll get to that in a few minutes. First, let's go back to the phones. Go to Violet in Virginia. What's up, Violet?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm great. Hey, Hugh.
Yes.
I tend to agree with Hugh. I do not want to make a radical change. I just want to make a couple things here and there. And Again, I don't understand the big thing about Alec Bohm. I mean, he's batting .279. He's got 41 RBIs. You know, I get sick and tired of, oh, he acts like a baby. He gets upset. What's he going to freaking be excited when he doesn't do well? And then my other point was, or I have a question. Sosa, is there a way that we can have him playing more? Because he is a very, very good player, explosive. He brings a lot of dynamics to the team. I don't understand the other reason that everybody's getting so upset. I mean, okay, we lost last night. I get it. But let's see how tonight goes. Let's see. We might end up winning the series. And if we do, it's like the Eagles. They just find a way to win. We're not even close to October yet.
But Violet, I think the thing that at least troubles me, and I'll just speak for myself here, like what worries me is this the same stuff we've seen the last couple of years.
It's the same usual suspects.
I know.
Yeah, and I look at like that series a few weeks ago against Houston where you get that incredible pitching and you can't score any runs and you get swept. That's what worries me when you look back at that and you look at last year's playoff series is like, what's really different about this team?
I know it is very frustrating. It is very frustrating, but I just have a feeling that once they start clicking, the pitching has been phenomenal, and I get so frustrated because the pitching is just amazing, and I get it. I get everybody's frustration, but what's to say that we're not going to start clicking at the right time with the bats? And then if we start clicking with the bats and the freaking pitching, we're going to be unstoppable.
We that could happen, and I appreciate the call, Violet. Thanks, but that sounds a lot more like hope for me than actual belief.
Well, that's kind of where we are. I mean,
I want to believe, though.
Well, we've been relegated to running this thing back. We tried to make some moves in offseason, and we didn't. Well, we couldn't, and that's where we are. So you have to try to find joy somewhere, because when you look at the standings, and this is me, perspective. This is me channeling my inner perspective.
Word has been
Kyle.
used a lot the last couple days.
But Kyle dropped some science on us yesterday when he was talking about the standings, and he was talking about how close we are and how the Phillies
I'm
are.
over that today, though.
Are
I shook that off.
They're in the top five, top 10 in some major categories in baseball.
Well,
so that's a good place to be.
And just to Violet's point about none of us are in here today asking about the trade deadline because they lost last night.
Right.
No, we've been
and them winning
for a
tonight
while.
isn't going to make anyone say, "Oh, you know what? They don't need they don't need hitting, or they don't need a closer and stuff." Like, we've seen this team for 91 games. We all know what the flaws are. We know what the strengths are. The trade deadline conversation is off of that, and I don't know. And the Bohm stuff bothers me too. Not what you're talking about with Alec Bohm, but when people say, like, "What do you want him to do? Like, be excited when he strikes out?" Nobody's asking him to be excited when he strikes out. Just don't be a baby.
Right.
Like, is Kyle Schwarber excited when he strikes out? No. But nobody has anything to say about the way he reacts when he walks out of the box and into the dugout, because he's just a normal human being.
Right. And just don't slam your helmet down and complain to the ump when, by the way, the pitch is like clearly in the zone, like it was last Friday.
Why do we have to throw temper tantrums?
Every single time. It gets exhausting. Let's go to Tom in Winfield. What's up, Tom? Yo, Tom.
Tom.
Oh, Tom's not there. Let's go to Anna in Broomall. What's up, Anna?
Hi, guys. How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Anna.
All right. So, number one, definitely no on Austin Hayes. Let's not do that again. It didn't work the first time. It's not going to work again. I completely agree with you. Topper isn't above being thrown out of a game. He did it a year ago versus the Orioles when Stubbs' hit by pitch was recalled. So we know he can do it. We know he's capable of sticking up for his guys. It seems like his coaches were taking his lead yesterday, and they were just minor chirps, nothing too crazy. I don't know what kind of poker face he has, but he was definitely Sleepy Joe, as what somebody might want to say. He should have definitely stuck up for his guys. Cuzzy's calls were so incredibly against us and not for the Giants, which is insane. That I was about to throw things at my brand new television.
Yeah, and those close calls were just ridiculous. Especially, that at bat when Kerkering was on the mound. He has struck out 3 times in that at bat.
3. He had 3 strikeouts in a row, completely in the box or on the line, and Cuzzy's like, what are you doing? And not only that, but with the calls that are going to get into Kirkering's head, think about how great Hart looked decent last night. He was really actually looking like he was getting into the groove. And now he comes up to bat, and Cuzzy's calling balls strikes and strikes balls. What's Hart supposed to do? What am I going to swing at? What am I going to do? Then the next ball that gets thrown at him is literally about to take his groin off. Come on, that's psychological warfare, and it was really like an obnoxious game. Go ahead.
No, it was brutal, and I appreciate the call. Thanks. But yeah, it was terrible. I had to say it was going to take his groin off.
Yeah, that she said about to get hit in the groin.
Yeah. But yeah, terrible.
Never know.
Terribly umpired game. I don't know what that would look like. 215-592.
It would be painful.
It definitely would be. 215-592-9494. That's how you get in. But we did need to mention this. So what happened here, Kyle? So Joe's on vacation this week, obviously, which is why I'm in this week. But Joe's releasing his quarterback rankings for 2025. What the hell is he doing?
There's no better time than when you're on vacation.
I love to imagine like Joe's out with the family, whatever, and he's like sneaking off in the bathroom or in the closet.
He's like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
He needs to fire off these quarterback rankings for 2025.
Yeah, what is he doing? Like, to your point, like you're on vacation. Now, granted, I texted Joe last week about something, but it had nothing to do with work. It was something totally different. But what are you doing when you're on vacation with your wife and children that you feel compelled to have your quarterback list that day? Like you're on Space Mountain, Magic Mountain, whatever, and you're like, well, you know what? I need to kill him with this one.
He loves the content, man.
Yeah,
he's a content guy.
He's over there thinking about it. He's probably got a bunch of shows that he's already thought up so when he gets back.
Well, and there's one show in particular that we can surmise from this list. Do you want to hear his list?
Yeah, I would love to.
I will read it to you up to, I'll give you just the top 10, right? So number 1 is Patrick Mahomes.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 2, Josh Allen. Number 3, Lamar. Number 4, Joe Burrow. I don't think those are in. None of those are.
Not egregious.
Unless you're insane, like we do know some people are. Nobody's debating that's the top 4 quarterbacks.
I'd have Burrow over Lamar, but
sure, right. But in some order,
right.
Those are the 4 top quarterbacks, right? Like that's the tier, I believe. And then here's what I think the take in this whole thing. Number 5, Jaden Daniels. Number 6, Jalen Hurts. He had 7 Herbert, 8 Stafford, 9 Goff, 10 Brock Purdy.
I think he's trolling us, dog.
Well,
I mean,
it's the Daniels over Hurts thing.
You guys disagree with him? I don't disagree.
You know
with
what's funny? I remember who's the quarterback for the Texans?
Stroud.
C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he's not in the top 10.
No, but remember how we were all enamored by him in his first season? Oh my God, it's C.J. Stroud. Da-da-da-da. Joe has first season love for Jay. He looked great, man. But and he played well down the stretch. When teams got a little book on him, he played well down the stretch. But now there's a whole lot going on down there in Washington right now with the Commodores. They got a little bit of dissension in the ranks, if you will. Might be a little tougher this year. Might be a little tougher.
I mean, their big offseason move was to bring in an overweight wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm not buying the Commanders next season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as quick to write them off as you are. I still think they're going to be good. I got to say, though, I don't think that's an egregious take from Joe. And this is not demeaning Jalen Hurts.
One small sample size.
But I agree with him, man. I think Jaden Daniels is better than Jalen.
I mean, and that's fair. That's fair because we all do it. We all, get enamored with the quarterback in the 1-year play. Yeah. But longevity matters in this game.
So I think there's, like, if you're asking NFL general managers, who would you rather take for your team right now? It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of them said I would take Jaden Daniels. Like, he's a number 2 overall pick, played amazing his rookie year, took his team to the NFC Championship game. Like, we all watched what Jaden Daniels did. I'm not going there after one good season. Like, we did this with C.J. Stroud. He fell off the next season. Like, let's give a little bit more time.
But
with
to
the
your
Jaden
point,
Daniels
though,
stuff.
if you polled the GMs, my assumption would be at least 3/4 of the league would take Jaden Daniels over Jalen Hurts right now.
Probably. I'm not disputing. I think Jaden Daniels is probably more talented than Hurts. But, like, I don't know. It's kind of like you saying, I'm not going there after just one season, I don't think. I think I need to see more.
I hear you. I'll just tell you how I was feeling during that championship game. The dude terrified me. Yeah. That entire game.
Oh, he can throw now.
When
he can throw.
When when the Eagles went up, I think 34-15, they went right down, scored a touchdown to 2. And then they had the ball back, and then Eckler had the fumble, which really changed the game. But I thought, Daniels, even though being completely outmatched, he played, I thought, incredible.
And that's why they went and they're trying to put some weapons around him because, they got him with tackle. They went out and got, Debo. So they want some weapons around him because he can spin the ball, though. He can throw.
Yeah, but interesting. I don't think egregious. I think 6 is fair for Jalen. I think that is a proper ranking for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to, I don't know. I'm not going to cry over it.
No,
I wouldn't put him there. I'd probably put him ahead of Daniels, but I don't think it's totally unfair to put him at 6.
He'd at least be, for me, it'd be in the top 5. Probably the top 4. Top 3.
Which one of those top 4 guys he knocking out? Or top 3 guys?
Lamar Jackson. Lamar gone. Lamar, who else did you have in front of me? It was
Allen, and Mahomes.
Joe, we had this conversation about Burrow the other day. Burrow is a hell of a quarterback, but I feel like the intangibles play a huge role for me at that position. And Jalen has those. And those are unquantifiable. I know I always say unquantifiable intangibles. I know people that irritate some folks, but that's a real thing. It's a real thing, and Jalen has that. So I have to put him higher, man. And then when you talk about, all those other guys, when you talk about the Joe Burrows, you talk about the Lamar Jacksons, all their body of work is similar to this point, 5 years in or whatever, 6, whatever. And Jalen's resume is more impressive. If I was running a Fortune 500 company and I looked at all 3 of those guys' resume, Jay, as talented as those other guys, which I totally understand, but his resume stands out.
It does, and now I'm gonna do it here. I'm gonna offer some perspective on the situation, and the perspective is that Joe Burrow's defense sucked last year. I mean, that defense was historically bad. They had one of the best offenses. I mean, that offense was incredible. Yeah. So they missed the playoffs, but that had nothing to do with Joe Burrow.
No, I mean, I get it. And I know the argument with Jalen is, he got a stacked team. I get that. But even with that, man, he's still the guy pulling the trigger. Still the guy making it go. Now, people say, well, anybody can do that. Nah, I don't know. I don't know if anybody could just do that now. I mean, you're diminishing the intangibles, the unquantifiable ones that he brings to the table.
I think with Jalen, anything lower than 6 would probably be disrespectful, but I think 6 is fair. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. We have one segment left. Well, a lot to get to. We'll check in with you people, obviously, before we get out of here. See if they came for me and Hugh today.
Oh, they did.
We'll finish with Calls Plus. We have 2 major conspiracies to crack into. One dealing with one of our coworkers here at WIP, and another one based off one of the weirdest text messages I ever received in my life yesterday. So we'll get to that coming up next. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio alongside Hugh Douglas. This is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Today we're taking the Cubs on the money line at -145 against the Twins. Chicago is 43-19 as favorites this year. Plus, the Cubs offense across the board is exponentially better than Minnesota's. Chicago ranks in the top 5, Minnesota bottom 10. Plus, the Cubs are starting Shota and Managa today. The Twins are 4-11 against left-handed starters. Bet smarter, beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit.
800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you Bikini Night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is bringing you spectacular savings with a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. Originally $55,962. That's over $11,000 in savings. Finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Who we investigating today, man?
Well, we have a few things we need to investigate here, Hugh. Tom Kelly in for Joe Giglio today. This is the Midday Show. We have a couple conspiracies that we need to get to in this final segment. One dealing with a co-host here at the station coming up in a few minutes here. But first, I gotta mention this text message I got yesterday from another one of our coworkers, Dave Uram at KYW News Radio. As you know, Hugh, how do you refer to Dave as special?
Dave, yeah, he's different.
Yeah, Dave's a different kind of guy. Special in a positive way. Dave is a unique human being. I'll just say that. So yesterday, I'm standing at the train station because I took the train to work, and I'm waiting for the train to go home, and I get a text from Dave. And the people in this group chat, myself, Mike Angelina, Buzz Wilson, and James Seltzer. Now, we don't have an active group chat.
It's an interesting group chat.
It is. And we have no history of having a group chat. So Dave sends us a picture of Wikipedia, the 1983 NBA Finals, and then sends a long text. He says, I found out something interesting. The 1983 NBA Finals was not known as the NBA Finals. It was the NBA World Championship Series or Showdown 83. They didn't start calling it the NBA Finals until 1986. So the Sixers technically have never won the NBA Finals. They won the Larry O'Brien Trophy in 83 that Larry awarded to them, but it technically was not the Finals. Then he goes on to say, so the Sixers have technically never won the NBA Finals. Now, while one could argue it's like the Eagles not winning the Super Bowl until Super Bowl 52, aside from 3 NFL championships, the difference is someone could argue that the Sixers still beat the Western Conference champion Lakers. It wasn't 2 leagues like NFL, AFL, it was NBA, but not the NBA Finals. Why he decided he needed to let us 4 know this information urgently was so bizarre.
Did he also put it on Twitter?
No,
or was
he
this
didn't.
For your ears only?
For our eyes only. Now, Mike responded, oh, wow, I never noticed that. Seltzer responded in a very, James Seltzer way, like, oh, this is wild stuff, like, whatever. I just sent back, I said, take a nap, Dave. Like, what? Like, why are you telling us this? So I went,
excited.
And he sent us more information today about it. I'm not going to read all this stuff. But yeah, I don't like.
He investigated further and continued to share.
So I confronted him this morning in person, like during a break. I'm like, Dave, why'd you feel the need to send us?
Oh, he's not on vacation.
No, he's here. He's always.
Does he ever take vacations?
He doesn't believe in vacation days. Like he will work every vacation.
I don't either, but they're making me.
Yeah,
they're making me leave.
Wow, wonder why.
But yeah, is this
somebody here?
This is so that they don't have to fire you.
It's not nice.
You might be on something though.
Is this not the weirdest thing ever though with URM? What is?
Yeah,
like,
see,
it is an interesting fact though.
Can I be allowed to recklessly speculate like I like to do?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Well, okay.
That's why you're going on vacation, buddy.
Yeah, that's because I be speculating all the time. Okay, what time of the day was this?
2:15 p.m. yesterday.
Okay, so was he at work or was he at home?
Well, I think he was. I think he was at home at that point. I think he leaves around like 11:30 or.
Okay, so I myself have sent Well, not tweets, but I've sent pictures and stuff to Kyle and Joe. So I can relate to this a little bit. So normally when I do stuff like that, I'm in my profound thinking era. Like it's so to speak.
Your gummy era?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay. All right.
But it might be gummy related.
Recklessly speculating.
Yeah, it might be gummy related. So I can relate to that. So since we're here and you already put us there, yeah, he probably was high. I would say Dave probably is a gummy partaker.
No way. No way.
You don't think so?
No.
Like, listen to how deep. Read it. I mean, I don't want you to read it again because that's a lot to read.
Some people think deeply without assistance.
He's like, I don't want you to read that again.
I don't want you to read it again.
Don't put the audience to sleep
that
again.
is profound thinking at 2:30.
Where it's just like an interesting fact that he dug up and wanted to share.
And he wanted to share it, but how do you get that profound?
Well, my
2:30?
question is, do we now remove an NBA title from the Sixers?
I think we might. I think that was Dave's point because he does hate Philadelphia. That's a well-noted fact.
He hates Philadelphia.
Yeah, he's a hater.
Wow. You mean the Sixers or the city?
No, he picks against the Eagles in every Super Bowl. He
doesn't.
No,
not you, Ram.
Yes, he does. He's a covert.
Not my Dave.
Never
you,
meet
Ram.
your heroes, you.
not my Dave. You, Ram. What are you doing to me?
And why he chose like that selection of people was odd.
He was high.
Like, it was me, it was Mike, it was Buzz.
He was high.
And it was James.
Because he felt like you guys could relate to it and you guys are on air. And he was giving you a little nugget because he was being profound.
Well, maybe the only person he was wrong about was you because everyone else found it interesting. You told him to go to bed.
Well, Buzz didn't answer, but Buzz did laugh at my comment. So I think Buzz might have felt similarly.
You mean heartthrob Buzz?
Heartthrob Buzz. But... yeah, so that was weird. And he doesn't partake. One time we were at a bar, I bought him a beer. He threw it in the trash. He didn't even give back to me to drink.
Beer and partaking are two different things.
Okay. Just give it to somebody else to drink.
Yeah, give it back to me. I didn't drink it.
No, he
My
probably,
God.
I would venture to say he was partaking.
All right, well, we have that. And then we have what happened on the afternoon show yesterday where Spike, fill me in more on this, Kyle. So Spike accused the Mets of cheating?
Yeah, so actually, I think he does a pretty good job of setting this up himself. I'll just play you the cut of some findings on the afternoon show yesterday.
I was doing a statistical deep dive on the Mets.
Great.
I'm not saying that they're cheating.
Uh-oh.
But there's something fishy going on this year with the Mets. So the Mets this year, again, I'm not saying that they're cheating. I'm just saying that maybe somebody should take a look into what's going on.
You're waiting for the deep expose report?
Well, and I'm looking at my phone because I have some statistics here. So the Mets at home this year are 32-13, which is a 7-11 winning percentage. The Mets on the road this year are 19-25, which is a 432 winning percentage.
It's almost impossible.
Which is a difference of a plus 0.279, so almost a 280 winning percentage difference. So I went back through history, and I was like, have there been a lot of teams that have had this split? And they have, but they're all in Minnesota and Colorado. Now, Colorado...
Minnesota's a weird one, though.
Well, Minnesota used to have the sightlines and the dome were always weird. And by the way, like, they admitted at one point to, like, piping in noise and piping in wind and all that. But you look at the biggest splits of all time. The first one was 2020. Don't count that. It's Colorado, Minnesota, Colorado, Minnesota. So, like, this would be the 7th biggest home road split difference in the history of baseball. So you might say to yourself, well, maybe historically at Citi Field, the Mets are way better at home than they are on the road.
Maybe it's such a hitter's advantage there at Citi Field.
Actually, that's not the case, Jack.
Not surprised.
This would be triple the difference between their home and road split than a normal season at Citi Field. It would be their largest home road split in the history of Citi Field by 30%. And almost triple what normal is. Some seasons at Citi Field, they've even had a better record away from Citi Field than they've had at home in Citi Field.
That's a deep dive for real.
That is a deep dive. I mean, some weird quirks there. Kyle, what would you rule this? Do you think there's something to this?
There's definitely something to this. I think they should investigate it immediately. Maybe
He's
even
not a Mets.
just disband the New York Mets.
That's a lot.
Get them out of the division. All that stuff.
Well,
Actually, you know what they should do? They should void the Juan Soto contract.
Oh, yeah. That's a good.
I think that's an
good.
appropriate recourse.
That makes sense. And by the way, just from what I'm seeing on social media, people in New York not
happy at all.
They are not happy. With
I can't
Spike
imagine
today.
why.
Overreacting pretty significantly.
Well, that's a lot. That was a lot. I mean, but if the numbers line up, I think that instead of getting mad at him, why don't you go check the fact? Why don't you go look at the numbers?
Don't tell New Yorkers to look at numbers, man.
They don't like that.
They'll get confused.
I'm not saying it's true, but that's a lot. That's a deep dive.
It is. I thought it was interesting. Well, it's something for baseball to monitor.
Well, food
it's on
for
the
thought.
radar now. Well done by Spike. So there you go. So we've gotten. I don't know if we got to the bottom of anything there.
No,
we never done.
Yeah, we just had to. We
Just feel like we just talked about it.
We just had to look at it and rip URAM and give Spike a pat on the back.
I think Uran was high though. I mean, I mean that's profound.
I can almost guarantee you he was not high. Yeah.
We've done like 50 investigations on the show, give or take. 0 have we gotten to the bottom of. And about 45 has Hugh recklessly speculated and said something potentially messy about.
I'm gonna say something messy now because that. I mean, that does sound like some, a gummy day.
Yeah,
sound like a little bit of a gummy day.
For most people, I'd agree, but not for Dave. Not for Dave. 215-592-9494 if you want to get in. Let's go to Cowboy Jim. Hey, Cowboy Jim.
Cowboy Jim.
You don't think that's going to give motivation to the Mets that say like, hey, they think we cheat. Let's play a little bit harder. You don't think so? That's the dumbest thing anyone's ever said.
No,
and I brought it up.
No, it's not.
And I brought this up an hour. I brought this up an hour and a half ago, and I told you this is what I want to talk about. And Kyle waits till the end to put me on.
Yeah, Jim, I just bury you to the bottom anyway, regardless of what you want to talk about.
God, you're a jerk. God.
Wow, getting personal.
This is where we've gotten to it.
I could tell that was not a kidding Cowboy Jim. That was a serious.
Yeah,
Cowboy
no, I got
This
him.
is
Got
where
him
we
good.
are. This is where we are.
He knows I love him. He knows that. He knows that. And Hugh, don't go to Montana. Big lakes up there, they got orcas and sharks in those lakes. Don't go.
Oh, I'm not going by the water.
There are no orcas in the lakes.
I'm going by the water, but
He said there was. He said there was orcas in the lake.
Drive my pickup truck and, go to a couple hold downs. That's what they call them, hold downs.
If Harper falls
right up
off,
your alley.
If Harper falls off, you have a choice: shark repellent or a life vest. What do you take?
I'm gonna go with the life vest. But you know what? If he's overboard, I probably ain't got time to grab a life vest. So I just gotta go. I don't have time to grab either one because I'm already hesitating. I'm taking a heartbeat before I jump in, and then I'm jumping in. So I got if I wait any longer, then people gonna start looking at me like, "What you doing, Dad? What you doing?" I can't go out like that. I gotta go get him. I gotta go get him.
Sounds like Harper's going to be saving you. I think that's what's going to happen.
I gotta go get him though, don't I?
It's gonna be who's gonna take a questionable amount of time to go into that water to save him.
No, I'm gonna take a beat though. I'm definitely gonna take a beat. Definitely, that's gonna happen.
Seconds to see if somebody else jumps in first.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, that loser jumped in first. Okay, good. All right.
All right, Jim.
I'm not ashamed of that either.
Here's a lifer. TK, hold on, TK. I'll speak a little slower today about the Phillies because you didn't quite understand it yesterday. There's no Superman. There's no hero that's coming to save the Phillies. There's no Superman with underwear on the outside coming to save them. Okay, if it wasn't, you have a weak manager, a weak hitting coach. No one's going there. If it wasn't starting rotation, you'd be as bad as the Colorado Rockies.
What have I done to deserve this?
Whoa, Jim just hung up on us, man.
Dude, you
Mic
can't
drop.
let Jim hang up on you.
Hey, I mean,
that's crazy.
I was thrown off by the Jerry Jones cut. That made
no, you think you're putting this on me?
Yeah, I'm putting it on you. It's your fault, Kyle.
He messed up his train of thought.
Come on. But without further ado, it's time for you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
So I guess Julio is off this week somewhere, just getting some crazy sunburn.
Somebody said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe doesn't look like a guy who's going to get tan.
He caught a straight. He ain't even here.
If you're hanging with Joe outside, many applications of sunscreen. That man is not going to let himself get sunburned. Yeah. Did Hugh Douglas really just big-time Ruben Amaro Jr.?
I didn't. I couldn't remember.
Dude.
No, I didn't. I couldn't remember Rube. I couldn't remember Rube's
The guy
name.
that works
I had
here.
a brain fart.
Yep.
I had a brain fart.
Yeah. All good.
Yep. If TK was asking for a big stick earlier in the lineup,
I was.
They do advertise
Love
for
Big
something
Stick.
for that on this radio station.
That's true.
I left it alone.
Hey,
I
man.
left that one alone.
Who doesn't love a big stick?
You did not leave it
Come
alone.
on.
You
Yes, I did. I
giggled.
just laughed. I didn't say anything, but I laughed.
Yep.
I don't know what you guys talking about.
Yeah. I like this because this came up during the conversation we were having about the sharks in the bay and whales and lakes. Philly sports radio used to be world class. What happened?
Oh, God. We're not world class. Sorry, we're not up to your standards.
I'm curious to see what your standards are. Ooh, let me almost say
Probably
something.
not.
I was about to say, I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Something crazy.
Yeah, you know me.
Good, yep.
It was on the tip of my tongue, but I'm not gonna bite back.
You
today.
come for Hugh.
Hey, you better not miss.
Yep. Probably something to do with this, though. Hugh Douglas, the king of teenage innuendo and weed gummies, preaching about being an adult.
Hey, listen. What you mean teenage innuendo? You thought it was funny because you laughed too,
Like
whoever you
were
are.
giggling about the big stick.
I just
comment.
think, okay, it's childish, I know, but I'm trying to do better. I admit that. And gummies is not for the faint of heart, by the way, sir. Or miss. It's not for the faint of heart.
They're also not sure if that was actually a mint and not a gummy with the way that you were acting.
It was
You
not.
popped
It was
them in.
not. Listen, I take my job serious, and plus, I don't, can't be popping gummies at the workspace.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of mints, though, lately.
I like
some
mints.
would say too many.
I like mints.
They're calling you hungry Hugh.
That was all right.
That
you
kind
coulda
of
came a little better.
that kind of threw you off the entire show.
What's that?
As Max?
No, Max was putting me on
mints.
blast for the mints,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I don't know. Max was selectively zooming in on you while you're while you're doing your mukbang.
Mukbang, yeah. Damn it, Max.
Hugh Douglas looks like a used blackboard eraser.
That
Oh
was not a
God.
It's the beard.
Oh,
and
the
shawl.
beard. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
We come be a look. We've had that one kind of already.
Yeah. Oh, have we?
Yeah, we've kind of had that.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, that was not original.
unoriginal, still not unfunny. That's my favorite one though, because WIP posted the clip of TK talking about the Austin Riley trade for Alec Boehm. Well, I guess Joe asked ChatGPT what the dumbest take you could throw out there was today.
Yeah, I saw that one.
You can watch the clip,
Yeah, it's not Joe.
and
Yeah.
you would hear pretty clearly it's not Joe Giglio. But why do that? I don't know what the point is of actually watching or listening to a clip these days is.
He probably thought he cooked too on that one too.
Yeah.
He probably thought he cooked.
Yeah.
on that.
You didn't cook,
Oh,
sir.
I cooked on this one.
Got to get back in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
just watch the clip.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, that's you people for
That's
today.
it.
That's
That
the
wasn't
lesson
that
of
Not
the
as
day.
bad. Yeah, not as bad.
that was pretty tame today.
Nobody
They must be
they were
doing
tame
better.
coming
Nobody
after
called
you.
me a failed restaurant owner
No,
today.
yesterday they were on
Some,
fire.
Yeah.
You know, I try not to include like the actual hurtful ones. You know.
Whatever.
You can put the hurtful ones in there. Put the
All right,
hurtful
well,
ones
somebody
in there.
said you look like Jolly
What?
20 years earlier. So.
Jolly 20 years earlier. Oh man, now
You
I'm
asked for it.
worried about it.
You better
You
fight
know what?
them
Leave
people.
those out. Leave
You
those
better
ones
go
out.
fight. You gotta fight somebody now.
Yeah, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to brawl.
You gotta fight.
Let's go to Joe in the Northeast. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Tom, Kyle.
What's going on, man?
Tommy, when you were talking about those pinch hitting for Marsh and Stott, was that was that the sixth inning? Was it?
Seventh inning, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because okay, that guy Lucchese came in, was it? Well, anyway,
Yeah, they had a lefty in, and he bunted with Stott. Then
Right.
Marsh hit a ground ball. I think he should have hit Sosa and Kemp there.
Right. We know what his philosophy is. I was wondering if it might have been the sixth inning or earlier. He won't pinch hit at that time.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
saying
like
that the
95% sure it was the seventh.
Okay, that the right-hander is going to come around again, and then they'll have a right-hander against the right-handed batter.
Right.
There's a guy. The national TV keeps talking about this guy will be available. Is Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks? He was a free agent last year. Him and Christian Walker. Walker went to the Astros, so I don't know what his contract is now. Is it an opt-out or anything? They're talking about him, and they'll probably want pitching back. But you get him, you put him at third base, and then you decide what you're going to do with Bohm. Do you move him to first and put Harper in the outfield, or you trade Bohm for somebody?
Well, this is the thing, Joe. I mean, Suarez is not a good fielder, so I think if you're doing that, you'd probably, I don't know, maybe DH him and put Schwarber back in the field.
No, Tom, you got that all wrong. The guy's he's a great defensive player.
I'm pretty sure he's been the DH this year for Arizona.
That's what national TV talks about him. They say he's the great. He played for. I don't know how old he is. He played for Seattle before.
He's older. He was with the Reds. He's been around a while.
Yeah. He's got 28 home runs, and there's your right-handed bat. There. And in reference to Kirkring last night, when the umpire's got a blind spot, Cuzzy. Why keep going to that quadrant?
Well, yeah, I hear you, Joe, and I appreciate the call. We got to run. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to put that on the pitcher. Like, you make the pitches. The ump's got to call it. Like, I'm not going to adjust where I'm throwing the ball because the ump can't see it,
Yeah, you got to – that was just egregious. I'm of the mindset now Topper should have probably came out there and swung on
There
somebody.
you go, Hugh. We got you to come around. Throughout the course
Took
of
the whole show.
Yeah, but I mean, Kirkering's throwing the ball. He can only make the pitches. The ump's got to call. But that's going to do it for us today. Now, tomorrow, we will be out at McGurk's in Fort Washington.
McGurk's.
Make sure you come out tomorrow, either before the pitching event or after the pitching event. Jack versus Joe at Plymouth White Marsh High School. We'll be right around the corner at McGurk's in Fort Washington. So make sure you come out to both McGurk's and to watch Jack vs. Joe tomorrow in the baseball event at Plymouth White Marsh. Thank you to Kyle Quinn for producing. Stay tuned. Afternoon show coming up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott bangs one off the auxiliary scoreboard in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. The Wild Fork Forkies will help you grill up restaurant quality seafood dishes at home. Shop from over 100 seafood options like halibut, mahi-mahi fillets, and North Atlantic lobster tails. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, NPN number 2083768.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Manny Machado got career hit number 2,000 last night. He also has 357 home runs, which puts him in pretty rare air historically to do that at just 32. Machado is building a no-doubt Hall of Fame career. Yet for some reason, that's not the narrative that jumps to mind with Machado. He's also known for his huge salary, and early in his career, his propensity to loaf. But maybe Machado is putting some of that behind him, and maybe now we should appreciate him as one of the most consistent stars in recent MLB history. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Fritz to Camera Eve on the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's a hot one out there, Ike, but it's going to be even hotter tomorrow at Plymouth White Marsh High School. Sorry, at noon. How you feeling? Sorry.
Feeling good, pretty.
Not a great start by me. Forgot to turn my mic on. It's just like, yeah.
Ooh, boy. We ready?
Yeah, I can only have one good show a week, you know?
All right.
Yep.
Feeling pretty good, Brother Spike. Considering all things here. First of all, it's hot. It's fish grease out there.
Yes, sir, it is.
Notice I didn't say it's cooking gas. It's fish grease, yes.
Cooking fish grease all the time.
I knew you was ready to go in there with that one.
Yeah, it's hot as gas out there.
Yes. That's coming off of a terrible loss last night. Can't wait to fry the umpire today. Jackie Baseball, despite that loss last night to a opening on the West Coast trip, we are looking forward to tomorrow's action. Out at, what's the place?
Plymouth White Marsh.
Plymouth White Marsh.
That's right.
Yes. Loving it. Holla at your boy.
Yeah, so obviously this heat is a little bit annoying.
It's not going to be as bad tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. 5 degrees lighter.
Yeah,
I guess
it's different. It's a big difference.
Yeah, it's on turf.
Yeah.
So that's great.
No whining.
Not whining.
Not today.
Would never.
Not today.
I did run a mile in under 8 minutes in 120-degree weather, so I could do anything.
Yep.
I could do anything.
Yep.
Wings feeling pretty good today.
Oh, yeah?
Woke up in a good mood.
Okay.
So excited for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's the big day. We have a big show for you today. L.A. will join us today. Larry Anderson will join us today because tomorrow we won't be on the air during L.A. time because of the Phillies game. But we will not only talk about Phil Cuzzy, the umpiring with L.A., we will also talk about Fritz versus DeCamera 2 with L.A. Then at 4 o'clock, the umpire, the home plate umpire for tomorrow's festivities will be joining us. So we'll get a little inside track on his strike zone, what he's looking for, maybe a little prep for Jack tomorrow. So it's going to be a big show, as it always is. Ike, you mentioned a frustrating loss last night. Like, you can sort of tell when it's going to be one of those games for the Phillies from an offensive standpoint. Mm-hmm. I think the first couple of innings were like, well, here we go. And actually, I thought they had a shot because that guy ended up with 100 pitches in 5 innings. But the guy who was conspiring against them, first of all, Phils did enough conspiring against themselves last night.
Right.
At the plate, couldn't hit with runners in scoring position. What was going on in the outfield last night, God only knows, between Stott misplaying that ball and then Marsh misplaying the ball. But the big story was Phil Cuzzy and the just atrocious umpiring last night. And I'm not even somebody who complains about officials. You know, it is what it is. I usually figure if they're bad for both teams, whatever. That was the worst umpiring from a ball and strike standpoint I think I've ever seen in a Major League Baseball game.
Yeah.
I mean, it was horrible. And what started happening afterwards, after it was horrible, is everyone starts, bring on the robot umps. Bring on the robot umps. Bring on the ABS system, which they're doing in the minor leagues now, which is essentially calling balls and strikes automatically. The computer does it. The umpire says it out loud, but the computer says whether it's in the strike zone or it isn't in the strike zone. Mm-hmm. And I am here to say, I do not want robot umps. I do not want the ABS system. I want less replay. I want less technology in officiating. I would rather have bad human umpires than perfect robot umps. This is a sport played by humans and officiated by humans. We sit here every day scared to death that artificial intelligence is going to take our jobs, right?
Yep.
So, oh, no, it's going to take our jobs. And here we are, just for the sake of a ball or strike call, sports, which is a human activity. It is a human activity. I don't want the automatic balls and strikes. I don't want a computer saying whether the ball was fair or foul. I want a human doing it. I want the day after, Ike, the day after a bad umpire does a bad job, I want to come on the radio and crush that umpire. Right. I want the manager to yell at the umpire. I want the
get tossed.
Yes, I want the hitter who's up there to look at him sarcastically and say something smugly. It is the beauty of sports. Yeah. Robot umpires are going to ruin sports. Human umpires are what is good about sports, even when they're bad.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a surprising take coming from you.
Yes.
You're more of a futuristic guy.
No, not with sports. I want everything to be old-fashioned.
And I like it. Yeah. I like it. I'm in agreement with you. I'm okay with the occasional mistake, blunder, bad call with the human element being a part of the game. I totally agree. You know, I watch sports because I'm amazed at what athletes have the ability to do. I watch sports because, you know, before people started touching the sport, like, you know, back in the day, Tim Donaghy, guys like that, you know, this was the unknown. It's the best reality TV. And part of that is umpires making mistakes, officials making mistakes, referees making mistakes. It's going to happen. I don't like it when it happens against a team I'm rooting for, one of our teams. I certainly don't even like to see it in the biggest games on the biggest stage. But you know what? It's a part of it. It's a part of it. And as mad as I was about those calls, those missed calls last night, my goodness, I still couldn't bring myself to be whining about the officials last night.
Right.
I mean, the umpire last night.
Yeah.
I didn't have it in me to do it. And quite frankly, from the standpoint of even blaming them for the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Sure, that contributed to it. There's other things that the Phillies could have done better to help them win that game. I didn't really even expect to win last night. You know, you're coming off a homestand. You're going on a road trip, first game.
Emotional Sunday at the bank.
Right, you don't have the Monday off. You're going right into a game. I was not surprised at all. I wasn't.
215-592-9494. Do you want the robot umps? Do you want the automatic balls and strike calls? I do not. I like it the way that it is. I actually like the fact that every umpire has a little bit different of a strike zone, or that you for the first couple of innings, you have to figure out what the strike zone, whether he's going to give you the outside strike, whether he's going to give you the low strike, whether he's going to give you the high strike. It is the beauty of sports is that this is done by humans, is officiated by humans, and the whole idea of a computer doing it. Hell, why don't we get computers to play the games? We could probably get a computer to do what a manager does, to make the correct decision based on whatever the numbers say. Jack, you as a baseball guy,
that's right.
I expect you to be on our side with this.
No, well, I want them to get the calls right. I think you guys sound crazy. Last night was a perfect example of the Phillies getting screwed in a game because an umpire had bad eyesight. The guy's 70 years old. By the way, he's from Newark, New Jersey. I mean, whose side are you on, Phil Cuzzy?
It's Newark.
Whatever.
Yeah, and that's North Jersey.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Might as well be from here.
Okay. I'm just saying Newark is Delaware, Newark is New Jersey.
Let me cook.
Okay.
I understand the human element. There's a very easy solution that we've seen in spring training that hasn't taken away from the game. We've been robbed of the game. They get challenges. Umpires get a little chesty when they get it right and the guy calls it wrong. I just want the right calls made at the right time. Why is that so hard? The technology's here. We don't have to deal with this nonsense of a coin flip or the umpire's having a bad day. It's
but
ridiculous.
That's part of it. That's what's good.
But it doesn't have to be part of it. I just want them to get the calls right.
No, I would look. I certainly am for them making sure that the umpires are better than they've been. I understand it's a union issue and all that sort of stuff with a guy who maybe shouldn't be doing it anymore. I think every umpire, every referee should be held to the highest standard, should have whatever the consequences are to not doing your job. You should be fired. You shouldn't be able to get to do World Series games, all of those things. I'm not promoting them doing a bad job. I'm just saying that the minute you start taking away the human element of sports, that is what sports are about. Sports are about humans. They are
these are also big sports money leagues. These guys are influencing games that people are now betting on, or the possibility of winning a World Series. The stakes are just higher now, and it feels so archaic.
Why are the stakes higher now?
Because there's way more money involved now, and these guys are making more money, and the TV contracts. You want them to get these things right. That's all this is wanting to get everything right. Well, the human element was great for a long time, but it feels archaic. It feels archaic. When I'm watching that game last night, Harper gets completely taken out of the at-bat with two horrible calls. And Kerkering, by the way, that's affecting his numbers. That could affect his arbitration at the end of the year.
Sure.
So, it affected his mental health. He saw him start to break down on the mound after that.
Mental health?
Yeah, would hate to see that happen tomorrow. But, this affects so much more than, gee willikers, let's see if the manager gets thrown out of the game.
No, that's exactly what I like about baseball, and it's exactly every time that we are slowing down replays to see this exact thing about where the foot hit and all that sort of stuff. I think the more that we've instituted replay, the worse sports has got. It makes things take too long, and it takes out the human element. And I watch sports for the human element of everything that happens, and it includes the officials. And by the way, I also think all of these replays and things make the officials worse at their jobs. Because they're scared of getting things wrong instead of just making the call that they want to make.
Well, I'll tell you, listen, I'm okay with the replay stuff. Right now, it hasn't gone too far. I don't need computers or robots doing balls and strikes.
No, I
just
don't.
don't. I don't
and
need
it's
that
going to
for balls
happen.
and
I think it's a
strikes.
mistake.
I'm okay with it for a play at the plate or a play at a base, whether he's safe or he's out, that type of stuff. Okay, you want to go back, take a look at it, get it correct. I'm good with that. But balls and strikes, it's equivalent to me if you're calling holding calls in football.
Right.
Are you kidding me? I want something. You want holding calls called every play?
No.
But it can be called on every play.
Sure. So what?
And they but my point is that they tend to let it go at times, and then when it happens in a critical moment, everybody's in the uproar, like, look at him being held.
Right.
Why do you make that call?
I kind of like the back and forth between the player and the ref about what they're going to get away with and not get away with, and that whole thing.
Yeah.
I think to an extent, sometimes the fighting with refs in certain sports, and NBA specifically, gets out of control.
When they whine too much.
That's out of control.
They do it too much.
But baseball, it's part of the charm. 215-592-9494.
Baseball doesn't do it enough. In the NBA whine, they whine
Every play.
all the damn time.
Every play.
They never commit a foul.
215-592-9494. Do you want robot out refs or do you want the imperfect human refs? We do have a next question today. Today, 15 years ago, Ike, one of the, I would say the biggest sporting events on TV that wasn't a sporting event happened at night, and that was the decision. LeBron James decided he was, quote, taking his talents to South Beach. By the way, the Heat don't play on South Beach, but whatever. He said he was taking his talents to South Beach and going to the Miami Heat. And so for today, and this doesn't just have to be sports, it can be anything, give us your memorable TV moment. It could be from a show. It could be something that was unscripted that happened, a memorable TV moment. Jack, do you want to start us off with your memorable TV?
Of course. I know you're huge fans. You guys are big fans of Game of Thrones. But I'd be remiss.
The Red Wedding.
The Red Wedding, dude. The Red Wedding was insane. And anyone out there that watched it was shocked in the moment.
Heard of it.
Oh, they killed everybody, Ike.
Hold on. Don't give away spoilers. Don't be a bad guy.
It ended like 10 years ago.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. But like, I still remember jaw on the floor when I watched the Red Wedding. Didn't see it coming. Unbelievable television. Gripping television.
Okay. So your memorable TV moment was that dork show, the Red Wedding and Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Ike, memorable TV moment?
Well, OJ will always be the most memorable TV moment.
OJ's the one.
Of my lifetime.
Oh, yeah. During the NBA Finals.
Summer of '94.
The chase.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Man. That whole thing. But yes, it started with the chase, interrupting the NBA Finals, New York versus the Houston Rockets. And I don't know if TV or how about court TV, that whole thing was never the same after that.
No.
Because they covered that trial.
All the time.
Yeah, and it was it changed the way you covered news events forever. So yeah, I'll go with that.
True story. So my freshman year, I was at University of Southern California, which is where OJ went. Yep. And the first day of the trial, a guy on my floor, my buddy Wade and I were going to watch the trial.
OG Wade?
No, different Wade. And we're going to watch the trial in my dorm room. We're sitting there watching the trial. We hear a knock on the door. It's a reporter and a cameraman from a local TV station that wanted to record us watching the OJ trial at USC.
How about that?
Yeah. So my memorable TV.
Did you though?
Let them?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Come on, man. At USC, I mean, what's the point of not doing that? So my memorable TV moment, look, it happened because of a tragedy, but it is, when I think of memorable TV moments, I think of Kanye West and Mike Myers. And the look on Mike Myers' face.
Oh, God, yes.
I mean.
Hurricane.
Yeah. Katrina.
Yeah.
I think it happened like sort of early in internet times. Things didn't go viral the way that they go viral
this was,
today.
What, 06?
06,
yeah,
something like
06,
that. I go back and watch that video. Watching Mike Myers' face as Kanye goes off the rails. Just eyes and trying to stick on script. And then real quick, they cut to Chris Tucker, who looked like he had just seen a ghost.
Yeah.
It was one of the most memorable moments in the history of television.
Yeah, he was like, Kanye going to get us all fired.
Yep. Mike Myers didn't know whether to run away, whether to stop him. Oh, what a moment that was. All right, 215-592-9494. Do you want robot umps or do you like the humans? And next question today, based on the 15-year anniversary of the decision, give us your memorable TV moment. Yes, sir.
Decision, good decision or bad decision?
What?
For LeBron. Was
to
that
do the decision?
Yes. Was that a good decision?
Horrible
No,
decision.
no, not that. Ultimately, was that a good decision
to go to
leave?
Miami?
Yes.
Yeah.
You think?
I think so.
don't think so.
I don't think they were ever winning in Cleveland.
I disagree. There's no way he's too good that they would have never won in Cleveland.
How would they ever have gotten They wouldn't have gotten Kyrie, you know? This little Robin to Batman.
Yeah.
Who was he dragging to the finals? Gauskas and
Those teams were good enough to
Anton
be
Jameson
to have a
ended up
number
there.
one
Shaq.
seed in
he's great enough to drag that team to one of them.
Well, he could have won one of them.
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is he eventually got players to move around. I think he would. The
league would have been better.
I don't know if going to Miami did anything for him ultimately.
If he had just stayed in Miami afterwards, I think it would have done more. I think the fact that he left again makes it even worse.
Yeah.
If he had just like Durant, if Durant had just stayed in Golden State and won a bunch of championships, but ultimately, I think going to Miami, I think you could think about it either way. Leaving Miami, I think, was the worst thing for him because it made him look like a prima donna. He wasn't getting what he wanted, and ended up leaving again. Doing the decision, probably not his best decision.
No, that was terrible.
Yeah. Jim Gray interviewing him in front of children.
Yeah, that was
in front of like Akron children, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't the proceeds going to something?
Yes, I think a boys and his school, or a boys and girls club, and he sat them all in front of them and disappointed them all by telling them that he was leaving. All right, 215-592-9494. Bob in Pennsauken, you're on WIP. What's up, Bob?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, Bob?
What's up, Bob?
First anti-robo ump.
Thank you.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Spike. I just, like you said. I mean, baseball is about figuring things out as the game goes along. Whether it's batting, whether it's if you could steal on a pitcher, it's all about the mind game within the game itself.
Yep.
And seeing it cut and dry, even that, when you look at the box on TV, even that's deceiving sometimes because I don't know where is the ball crossing the plate into the box, is it behind the box? So, let's keep it the way it was. It's not a perfect, but it still makes for better, I think, viewing experience.
I think you make a good point too about the element of trying to figure out like what the strike zone is for that day, what the guy's going to call, and the mind game that goes on between because it's really not just the mind game with the pitcher and the catcher and the hitter. It is the umpire too, and them figuring those things out. I know last night is frustrating, and no one should accept an umpire blatantly doing a terrible job. That's not what I'm talking about. But I do think the benefits you get from it, the fact that it is all human, the fact that we do have those stories, but by the way, and I know people hate this, the personalities, the umps with the personalities, the Cowboy Joe Wests, and I love that stuff. I think it is what makes baseball different than some of the other sports.
What about like Angel Hernandez?
He screwed up. He made a mistake, but like
made a mistake.
Well, makes lots of mistakes
every single time he was out there. Is a mistake.
Well, but that's a failure of the people. That's a failure of the umpiring union. It's a failure of Major League Baseball. It doesn't mean that because somebody does a bad job, we just automate it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want them to automate my job. I got to get Ike to 60.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And the show before you guys brought up a point. Kerkering threw 3 balls in the strike zone last night, and they weren't called strikes. But the argument was, well, Kerkering should be throwing in a different part of the strike zone. No.
Yeah.
Let him throw his pitch, and it's. Let the umpires figure it out. I mean, he's got to learn, too, where these pitches are coming in at. It's a give and take on both sides.
Bob, for next question today, what's your memorable TV moment?
It's got to be. I mean, The Sopranos, the ending. When that freaking screen blacked out the way it did, the next half hour was like mayhem around here. Was it my TV that was screwed up? Was it the neighborhood? Did the cable go down? I'm calling my neighbor. It was panic.
We did. We freaked out.
You didn't even know if it was an error or anything.
Yeah, we were like, hold on, is this the ending? Is that what it was? Like, we didn't know if he got on. Did they kill him? Did they kill Tony? What happened?
And then they played the Journey song, right?
Yeah.
But we thought our TV, our own individual TV, was screwed up at home.
Yeah.
We thought it was our own TV.
I agree.
Yeah. I have a little bit. Thank you for the call, Bob.
Did you watch it live, Mike?
Yes.
I didn't know. I didn't know if it was one of your because you rewatched it a million times. I didn't know.
Yeah, Sopranos was that's and maybe the last one. No, because The Wire came after that, I believe.
Well, and
I think
Breaking
the Wire finale, I think.
And Breaking Bad finale was after that.
Was after
as well.
that too, yeah. So
which was another big one.
I saw those live, yes. I saw Breaking Bad finale live. Although the funny thing about Breaking Bad, I didn't get in on Breaking Bad until the final season.
Oh, really? And did you catch up so you could?
Yes, I went back and caught all the way up.
When I was unemployed, when they moved YSP to WIP and they decided that I wasn't valuable enough to keep, and I was unemployed during that time, and they decided WIP had no use for me. That was when I ended up watching Breaking Bad and Mad Men and catching up because I had all that time.
Yeah.
You know.
Sopranos is a good one.
I never watched Sopranos. I know what the ending. I've seen it before, but just a quick thing on Kerkering. Like the thing that was disappointing, and I know I am pro human ump. The thing that was disappointing about those pitches being called balls is that is the exact kind of pitch that Kerkering has been throwing successfully for the last 6 weeks that has made him good. It is like that pitch that is in the strike zone, but it's so close and it's so difficult to hit that it's almost a perfect pitch. And he threw like 3 of them that he got screwed on. Clear. I want to be clear. When we get screwed on something like that, it pisses me off.
It sucks, yeah.
And he should be better, and because he's got to be better doesn't mean that we automate him. But I felt bad for Kerkering because those were great pitches. I mean, he looked fine up there, and that was a bummer. You know, the Bryce thing a little bit less. I mean, the Bryce pitches weren't even close that the guy was calling strikes. They were like 10 inches outside his zone.
Two at bats too.
Yeah.
What's wrong with our guy?
Brycey?
Yeah.
Well, his eye's too good. That's his issue.
Huh?
His eye is too good?
Well, no. I mean, where's the reaction to those?
Oh, yeah.
What do we don't want that.
He's Mopey Bryce right now.
What do you mean we don't want that?
Well, because then he gets thrown out of the game, and I don't like when he argues with the umpire.
Well, how about Thompson? Take a bullet there.
They're trying to say that Phil Cousins is apparently a personal umpire. This is again your boys.
Yeah, the umpires.
yeah.
I'm not. I am pro ump, I guess. Yeah, okay.
You're pro Joe West starting an umpires union.
Well, we're union guys, so we have to.
Union guys.
Yeah, we are union
We've often
guys.
said we're blue collar.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. No, so like apparently Phil Cousins holds it against teams if they start complaining too much. I think they were trying not to do it, and I don't know. I would have liked to see Topper get thrown out.
Yeah, that would. And I do think Bryce is a little mopey right now.
For sure. That's why I wanted him to get out of it.
Yeah, he's a little mopey.
That's why I got to lift him up tomorrow.
He's a little more. Speaking of tomorrow. So
lift him up tomorrow.
So tomorrow.
I hope he's watching.
Tomorrow, join us.
Do you think he knows about this?
No.
I think he 100% knows about this.
Well, he would have to not be listening to WIP at all, and he listens.
It wouldn't be a bad time for him to not listen.
Right, yeah. Well, we don't crush him around here.
He knows he doesn't get killed.
Oh, yeah. You kidding me?
No, I know.
He's bought all you guys off by being nice to you.
Well, I haven't listened.
You kidding me? This guy, he's 4 for 20 since he's come back, and nobody says a word.
We don't say one word.
Not a word.
He's working his way back.
Not one word.
He's working through stuff.
He's always slow in June and July.
I want you to show that same energy to Jalen in September.
Absolutely not. I don't even give him a pass for the.
You won't give Jalen one game, let alone.
I won't even give him a pass for the Packers game last year when he's coming back from concussion. Okay.
All right. So coming up next, we do have. You can join us tomorrow at noon for the Fritz versus DeCamera 2. We will have Jack's official statement about tomorrow's matchup coming up next, and maybe a special surprise as well.
No.
Maybe.
Here we go.
Last
time was my college coach.
Look,
great.
Look, maybe your mom's calling.
No, she can't.
All right.
She's not a radio's-man.
Okay.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Today's show sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
You feel that weather out there? Yeah, listen, it's brutally hot. And if your AC's on the fritz, come on. It's right there. It's right. You need to get that checked out, and trust me, I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, and plumbing and electrical needs. The guys at Christian came out a couple weeks ago, hooked me up with the preferred partner plan, which includes priority service every time you call, a 15% discount on all service, parts, and labor, plus free HVAC and plumbing home inspections. Plus, they got the best service in the business and a team you can trust. Did you know 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why premium install matters, and that's all Christian does. Right now, check out their summer special. 0 payments and 0 interest for 18 months or $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you've got a guy. They've got me covered, and they've got you too. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
One round down.
I chip one in the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon tomorrow. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please.
Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Ticket to a baseball game? Well, United Tire wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and experts to keep your car running right. This month, when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Take advantage of Guida Door and Windows big summer sales event, 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. We will get to Jack's official statement on tomorrow's Fritz to Camera 2 in a second. First, the results of the Twitter poll so far, brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Are you now pro or anti robot umps in baseball? Pro or anti? Ike, what do you think the poll is? Well, today is quite a day to take this poll.
I was going to say, well, coming off of last night, I would imagine it's pro.
Yeah.
Robo umpires. Let's go with 73%.
Nailed it.
Nailed it?
73.9.
Wow,
You
check
go.
that out.
Yeah. I promise you're going to like sports less. The less that there's humans in it, you're going to like it less. Like,
I agree.
This is the same reason why I don't want AI songs all over the place, and I don't want AI actors, and I don't want AI sports hosts.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't ChatGPT write all your takes?
It does not write my takes. I told you. No, it's horrible writing takes. I tried to see if it would. It's just not good at it.
Good.
Can't figure it out.
Don't let it get good at it.
No, I don't want it to get good
Don't
at
let
it.
it get, Rod, have us all out of here.
Yeah. So Jack, tomorrow at noon at Plymouth White Marsh High School, and let me say, everyone is invited to come out. Do not bring alcohol to Plymouth White Marsh High School tomorrow.
It's not no damn tailgating.
No.
Yeah, it's not what we're doing.
Go out, have fun, hoot and holler, behave yourself. It is at a high school.
Yes.
What I would invite you to do is afterwards go over to McGurk's in Fort Washington. You want to have a couple beers over there with us?
There we go.
As we celebrate Jack's victory.
Yes.
Please do that. But I'm just begging
Or drown
you.
our sorrows.
Or drown our sorrows. But I am begging of you to behave yourself if you come out. No alcohol. Don't make us look bad. All right, Jack. Tomorrow's a big day for you. Down 1-0. You didn't expect it. We didn't expect it.
No one expected it.
But this is the position that we're in.
Yeah.
What are we going to see out of you tomorrow?
I think you're going to see a dominant performance. So I'm trying not to get ahead of myself because I think I was overconfident heading into golf. I've been humbled, which is great. I think humbling is part of growth. And I think what happened on the golf course was just a bad day. But tomorrow is something I've done my entire life. And something at one point back in 2012, I was one of the best in the local area. And after I threw on Saturday, and I woke up today feeling pretty good. Yesterday was a little nerve-wracking because I thought my shoulder was going to fall off. But we
feeling
woke
good
up
today.
good today. And after I threw on Saturday, I really did remind myself, you still got it, big dog.
Yes.
You still got a little bit left in the tank. So I'm going to leave it all out on the field tomorrow. If things aren't going well, which I don't expect them to not go well. See, I don't think the camera's I think he was pretty confident in golf. I know for as bad as he is at golf, I think he had a little bit of confidence. This one, I don't think he's going to swing the bat. And I think I'm going to get in his head early. I haven't listened to the station in 2 weeks. I don't want to hear what he's had to say. I've heard a lot of people tell me what he has said.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's trying to downplay this. But he has to understand something. The pressure is now on him.
Yep.
He has a chance to take a commanding 2-0 lead in this thing. And then it turns to, other sports. But this is my sport.
Yes.
This is my sport.
Yeah, Fritzy.
And it's going to be a bad day to be Joe DeCamera.
Yeah!
That's what I'm talking
Just
about.
like it was a bad day.
That's what I like to hear.
To be Council Rock North, CB South, CB East. Sorry, CB East my junior year.
Yep.
Sometimes big game players rise for big game moments.
And this is one of those.
And this is one of those days.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Fritzy.
I felt pretty good.
Now, Fritz, we do have. Now, Justin sort of explained to me how we're doing this. We do have a bit of a surprise for you.
Great. I think I said to bring up Zoom, is what I was told.
Yeah, bring up Zoom, and I think you'll be able to see this on the screen as well. A very special message was sent from a very special person who you once supported.
Hey, Jack, heard you're down 0-1. Keep your head up. You've had my back. I got yours. Go get him on Wednesday.
Wow. There he is, Trey Turner. Wow. Yes.
Wow.
There he is.
That is insane.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at his face.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Big thank you to the Phillies, by the way, and Kevin Gregg for getting that done.
Thank you.
But thank you to
awesome.
Trey Turner, obviously,
Yes.
stepping up, giving you his own little standing ovation of his own right there to pump you up.
Wow.
You can't disappoint Trey, buddy.
Nope. The pressure just got ramped
I
up.
was going to say, did this just add more pressure?
No, it'll be good. It'll be good.
All right.
Wow, that's pretty insane.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane. So, wow, that's great.
Nice.
That's great.
There he is. Thank you.
nice.
Thanks to the Phils,
Shout
and
out
thank
to
you to
Trey.
Trey. There it is.
Trying to explain this all because again, it's like 16-year-old Jack.
Yep.
That
Trey Turner's wishing you the best. And,
yeah. And man, what a time. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Throw
That is
strikes,
awesome.
Fritzy. Oh, yeah.
That is awesome.
I'm gonna throw strikes.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
When there's gonna be times where I'm gonna expand the zone. I don't
Yeah.
want to throw it all same spot. When
Yeah.
I need strikes, I'll throw strikes.
All right.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a big deal tomorrow.
Now it's even a bigger deal.
Yep.
Because guess who won't forget that Trey Turner video?
Not you.
Every single person listening.
Yep. It's not going to look great if you're. Can you imagine the next Trey Turner video? Jack, I heard you're down 0-2.
Exactly.
Wishing you the best in tennis. 215-592-9494. Gerald in West Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Gerald? Gerald in West Philly. Oh, there he is. What's up, Gerald?
What's going on?
What's up, brother? You're on the radio.
I just wanted to ask about earlier. You said it was 73% pro robot umpiring.
Yes.
Wow, that's insane.
Well, what's your opinion on it?
No, I agree with you guys. I
Yeah.
think it's just horse crap that about when they started to do that in spring training about what were they tapping their helmets to try to recall a strike or ball.
Yeah, the challenges. Now, here's my question for a sec. Hang on one sec, Joe, because I want to ask Jack this. So if they have ABS, what is the point of challenging a call? If it's all called by computers anyway, why would you be able to challenge a call? It doesn't seem to make any sense to me.
Well, I guess you only have a certain amount you can challenge in a game.
I know, but are they using ABS for every ball and strike, or
Well,
just for the challenges?
So I think the way it's explained is that the umpire is making the call on the field.
Okay.
And then if they want to challenge it,
then it's ABS. Got it.
And I think you have 3.
Okay.
So you got to be strategic. Like, do you want to use it early? Do you want to use it late?
Yeah.
Like, do you want to blow it? And stuff like that.
All right. And by the way, Gerald, just one thing. I just think this will make umpires worse at their jobs. Because
now they're looking over their shoulder.
Well, because I feel like it's made NFL referees worse at their jobs because they have to think about when they're calling a fumble, for instance, they have to understand, well, if I don't let this be called a fumble, then they can't call it back.
Review it, yeah.
Right? So they have to almost let things be called a fumble. So they're almost like calling the game around the rules. And I think those things can change like momentum, and they
get a chance to challenge the play at all.
Yeah, I just like even I like the drama of the challenge. I guess I like of a player tapping his helmet, but I think it'll make umpires like worse at their jobs. I think if they know that the eye. Is there.
I think it's a huge entertainment piece too. Like you said, when the coach comes out and tries to argue with the umpire and he gets thrown out, or the strike three gets called and the player just stares down the umpire. I think that's a huge entertainment piece to the game. It's just gonna kill an entertainment piece for
I agree.
for the game.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, just because.
Like you said too, it's not even really on the umpire. I didn't get a chance to watch the game last night, but it's not on the umpire's fault that I'm sure the Phillies had multiple missed opportunities to.
Oh, always.
Sure, but he certainly contributed to it.
Sure, yes. But
he doesn't get blamed for the loss entirely, but he certainly helped.
Yeah, he definitely made it harder for the Phils to win the game last night.
Yes.
All right, thank you for the call, Joe. I appreciate you, man.
What was I going to say?
I don't know.
Never mind, it'll come back to me.
Robo-ump, human ump, challenge, nothing.
Certainly has to do with this.
Yeah.
Yes. I just looked into the sky like, what is it? Yeah, it'll come back. Probably by the time we move on to something else, it'll come back.
We'll be talking about the Eagles, and Ike will just pop up out of nowhere, and I'll go, I know what I wanted to say.
No, and then it'll be like, did you know that TJ Watt's actually better?
Yes, than Myles Garrett. I think.
Are we going to show Trey that video next year when we talk to him in spring training?
Yes.
Why would we need to show him the video?
Well, maybe the result.
We'll show him tomorrow's video.
Yes. Show them both. Yeah.
I'm always worried about the spring training interviews on this show.
Yeah.
The Bryce interviews and the Trey interviews.
It's a new world for you now, buddy.
Yes.
You have to worry about those things. Well, I'm going to bring him candy. I'm going to tell you that. I can tell you when we talk to Trey next year, I'm bringing him all sorts of candy, and he's going to have to do blind taste test. I'm going to bring him 4 Mike and Ike's, 4 Starbursts, 4 Skittles. He's going to have to tell me what color it is without looking.
Yeah, I'm sure.
One quick thing on Fritz to camera here is I do believe, Jack said that him being humbled in round 1 was actually a positive. Okay. I agree. And I do agree that the pressure is now on Joe, and Joe has spent the last 2 weeks trying to take the pressure off himself.
Yes.
Because I think Joe knows deep down that if Jack wins baseball, he's never beating Jack in running. He's just not. And the odds of Joe beating Jack in basketball are very, very slim. So if Jack wins tomorrow, it really puts him not only in a driver's seat in winning the competition, but everybody's going to forget about the fact that Joe
They would have moved on from the golf thing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Then it'll be Joe just choked it away.
Yeah.
And the game 1 will look more like a fluke than anything else. Jack has just a chance to shift the entire narrative of this competition by winning tomorrow. I'm pretty psyched.
I can't wait for old Walk and Sutton to make the jog out of the field.
Man, you see the kids out there?
It's not comparable. It's sort of comparable.
Don't blow your shoulder out early, man.
Well, that's my thing. I can't tell if I want
100 miles per hour.
I'm trying to get my strategy down. Like, do I want to ease into it, throw a little BP early, see how he's feeling, throw some strikes, and then ramp it up?
Yeah.
Or I come out guns blazing and set the tone early.
You come out guns blazing, you throw a couple balls, it's going to get in your head.
Yeah, but
I would just say...
I would say slowly ramp it up.
Yeah, ramp it up. Make him prove that he's worth it.
I want to see him put a couple balls in play.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to swing.
Yeah. No, but like when they make the big putt on 18 at the major? Yeah, they carrying both kids as they're walking off the field.
Are you going to be like Sirianni? You're going to bring him to the show afterwards, have him sitting on the dais?
Only if I win.
Press conference?
Yeah, if you lose, don't do it.
Well, because if I lose, then it's looking like I'm ducking the question.
That's right.
And I don't duck smoke. I don't duck this. I was very open, honest about the golf. It is what it is. But that won't happen tomorrow.
All right. 215-592-9494. Aaron in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
What's up, fellas?
What up, babe?
Yo, cause y'all yesterday, I don't have an echo, do I?
No, you good.
No, you sound
good.
good.
Cool. Perfect. Yesterday, y'all talking about things that have improved.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we need and all I'll be honest, I'm not a huge baseball fan anymore. The sport, I'm not a big fan of the sport anymore because we need steroids back. I'm just being honest, we need steroids back in baseball. But we need automatic. And by the way, I said this to Jack privately. He needs to make that call to Bron. He needs to make that call to Bron. Get down there in Miami, Harper. Cause I don't he needs something.
Are you saying Harper needs to call
Harper needs a little
He
HGH?
needs to call Bron, get that undertaker.
Well, can't they go to Kobe's guy in Germany? Or
no, it's different stuff.
Well, Utley went to. Take it easy.
Yeah.
But because and I understand like slowing down the game, and you don't want cause do I want our guys being taken by AI? Of course not. But there's still other umpires on the field. We just won't have a home plate umpire. We could still have VAR in the field.
But why? But let me ask you this. Here's where I get stuck on this, Aaron, is because what people start saying is, well, let's just get it right. Okay. I'll concede that on. Let's say, for sake of argument, I concede it on balls and strikes. Well, then why aren't we doing it on bang bang plays at first base? And why aren't we doing it on whether it's a catch and not it's a catch? Either. Well, no. But I guess my point is, because they've taken it out of tennis, right? Like it used to be the line judge calling. But my point being, if the point is to get it right. Well, then why are we stopping at balls and strikes? Like, why? There's no way you can tell me that you can't figure out a way to have a computer do bang bang plays at first base. There's no way that you can tell me that you can't have a computer do catches in the outfield, whether a ball's fair or foul. Like, it is the first step to eliminating all of them. If the point really is to get it right, then just get them all right, rather than doing it just for balls and strikes and not for everything else.
No, I understand that. And it's like what one thing computers can do, they can't mimic humans. Humans know when enough is enough. Computers don't know that. So I think people who decide, like, you know what, let's go to automatic balls and strikes, but we don't need to touch anything else on the field. I think they would have the wherewithal not to do that, because there are like, you don't like the DH in the NL, which is beyond me. I don't know why you don't like the DH.
I hate the DH.
Love the DH.
It's not baseball.
There's not enough Victor Zambranos in baseball. We don't want to see an automatic out.
Yeah, little
Carlos.
Well, we knew who the hell he meant.
Victor was his brother.
About Fritz, Carlos, Victor, same. Yeah, I'm about to cut.
Nope.
We don't want to see pitchers hitting. We just want to, like, and Harper should have. I saw the clips. Harper should have argued, like, come on, bro, you know that was out of this.
Well, if you don't want to see pitchers hitting, why would? Hey, you know what? Don't even run to first base on a walk then. And like, let's get rid of all that. Let's just have juiced up Bobby Abreu hitting 460-foot home runs.
And we want that, Spike.
Nah.
We want that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That was,
was the 90s and the 2000s not the best era of baseball?
It was the best era of baseball.
You know what? But if you went back and looked at it, you would have the shame of knowing that look.
I think we kind of knew.
Yeah, I think deep down we knew.
Yeah.
Like when I think of, I'm not some big huge anti-steroids guy, but I do think millennials have
romanticized it.
Romanticized it a little bit. Like guys hitting 73 home runs. It ruined the record.
That should not happen, yeah.
It the whole thing where Brady Anderson was hitting 50 home runs and like it I know it seemed fun, but we look back and it looks ridiculous. Like I understand why people thought it was fun in the moment, but I don't think it's a romantic thing when I think about that era. It happened. I think those guys should be able to get in the Hall of Fame, but I also don't want to act like I think it was good. Like I don't think it was good.
It was in all sports. Like, I understand football says, hey, we got to be faster. But linebackers aren't 280 pounds no more. It was 280-pound linebackers in the 90s. You know why? Because they were juicing. It's what it is. Like, come on, let's just be honest about the situation.
Yeah.
Aaron, for next question, give us your memorable TV moment.
I don't think no one said it yet. I was in the 9th grade, 9/11.
Well,
yeah, I mean, it was certainly memorable. Yeah.
We was in Spanish class, acting the form Spanish class, and the announce system.
Yep.
Turn the TV. I'm like, is that real? That can't be real. What's this? And man, and it just changed what we know security to today. That's the biggest moment I remember on TV.
It was an enormous moment. I thank you for the call, Aaron. We were talking about that moment briefly before the radio show. I was asleep. My girlfriend at the time called me, and I did have that sort of bewildered, especially just waking up and seeing what happened. Like it didn't even seem real, seeing it on television. And then I remember walking outside and almost everything that I knew to be safe and okay didn't exist anymore. So you walk outside and you look in the sky even, I was living in Conshohocken at the time, but it didn't compute to me. Nothing's going to happen in Conshohocken, but I think it shook the foundation of everything that I thought about,
Yeah, no doubt. I was on my way over to get treatment. Because Tuesday is normally the day you go over and get some treatment. It's like the extra day before you practice on Wednesday. it was that morning, and they broke in on one of the radio stations. It must have been Power 99 I was listening to at that time. But they broke in the news then, and then by the time I got to the NovaCare, everybody was just watching it on the TVs in the training room.
Yeah.
And we just stayed glued that whole time. Yeah, it didn't seem real. It didn't seem real.
No, I for some reason I remember Madden came out that day. I remember my roommate and I later on went to Best Buy and we looked
Seems
at
like a proper way to.
Well, we looked at each other and were like, well, we can't do anything about it. So we went over to Best Buy and bought Madden. And then YSP, I was working at WYSP at the time. We were not playing music anymore. I'll never forget, I got to work not that night, the next night, and Tim Sabian, who was the program director, looked at me. I think it was 20, so I was 24 years old, and he said, "Are you ready to talk about this on the air?" I was
like, what?
Me?
Like, what?
I just introduced Metallica songs. I don't know that you want me talking about this.
It was tough for a second grader to grasp.
Oh, I could only imagine.
Which is what I was in. I was in second grade.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell the magnitude of it.
Yeah, well, so for Ike and I as kids, I remember being in school when Challenger happened.
Yep.
You know, and I'm taking one off the board here, but it's a horrible one, so we'll take that off. But
what was that, 5th grade?
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, for me it was probably 3rd, right? You're a couple of years older than me, but I remember Challenger happening and being not even knowing what was going on.
Yep.
You couldn't even imagine it was like exploding. That wasn't the thing that you thought was happening.
Yeah, spaceship. Yep.
Well, as we're talking about umpires today, we thought who better to talk about umpires than Larry Anderson. So
no one better, actually.
So L.A. will join us next.
How did he handle this last night?
Oh, I can only imagine. At his house, put his foot in the wall.
There was a remote through the TV.
Oh, I'm sure.
He threw his old, 80-mile-an-hour slider right through the TV.
So we'll find out what L.A. thinks of robot umps, what he thinks of Phil Cuzzy, and what he thinks of Jack Fritz's chances on Wednesday. 215-592-9494. L.A. joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
First of all, I loved it.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
That band.
You laugh, you teared up.
Just great stuff.
I've never laughed so much my cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. NJM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hey, Bobby B here. There's quite a buzz going on about Evans Pest Control. Google Evans Pest Control and control flying pests.
Evans Pest Control. If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash.
You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month, when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. I try not to waste too much energy on All-Star Game snubs, but we all know Juan Soto should be an All-Star this season. More importantly, we'd be able to avoid some of these snubs if we stopped guaranteeing each team an All-Star. I only want the most deserving players in this game. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show, sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of their big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Joining us today, and we booked LA a day early because of the game tomorrow. We didn't know we would have such a great LA topic in umpiring. So LA, it feels, loss aside for us yesterday, it feels like the perfect Larry Anderson situation for you today on the show.
Yeah, it worked out really good.
Yeah.
Give
give me a chance to blast the umpires for the first time in my life.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, Phil Cuzzy as an umpire in general, is your perception of, I don't want to get you in trouble, so if you want me to stop at some point, I'll tell me to stop and I'll stop you. But Phil Cuzzy as an umpire in general, the performance you saw out of him last night, do you think that was out of the ordinary, or is that something that you've seen before?
I've seen it before.
Yeah.
But it's not out of the ordinary at all. It's pretty much, I would say, more than out of the ordinary. I said it's pretty much standard. And that's why I never thought I would ever say this, but bring the ABS out, but not just for challenges. Let them call every single pitch and get rid of these stinking umpires.
Really?
Until they start holding them accountable,
Yeah.
nothing changes. Nothing. And I can't, I've said this for 20 years, that there's just no accountability. No matter how bad they are, and there's nobody on this earth that's ever watched baseball can say, oh, the umpires are fine, they do a great job. No, they're not. Some of them are. Some of them just have bad games. But there's some that are just bad, too. And I can't help but think, when I was bad, I got released. I got sent down to the minor leagues. I got traded. They didn't want me around. Why is there no accountability for umpires? Nobody can explain that. Major League Baseball can't explain it, or they won't, because they're whatever. I don't get it. I just don't. And it's a shame, because they're dictating what happens to teams, where teams end up, what the playoff lineup is. They determine all that by their inadequacy. And it's frustrating. It drives you nuts. I felt so bad for Kirkering yesterday. How did you miss 3 pitches on one
Man.
hit? I mean, when the whole ball's in the box. It's not like they were questionable, barely on the line. These are strikes. But yet Harper's up there, and then he calls that crap. It's just ridiculous. How'd I do?
Well, no, good. I mean, so I think it's an interesting topic, because we've been talking about the idea of the robot umps and the ABS system, and Ike and I were sort of on the side with, I like that a human does it, even though the human is imperfect, because that's what we're doing. This is sports; it's a human thing. But I
agree with that 100%. I did. I would agree with that if there was accountability.
Well, so that's the other angle to this, is that when somebody does a bad job, there should be consequences. I'm not saying they should be fired because they do a bad job one time. Nobody's saying that. But I think what happens sometimes in these situations is that what the umpire union is going to end up doing by protecting bad umpires is they're going to end up making the umpire's job less important, and they're going to end up losing umpire jobs because they're not holding them up to a high enough standard. So I agree with you. Perfect situation is that the umpires are held more accountable and we get better umpiring. And I think them refusing to do that is going to put them in a situation where they're just going to say, okay, well, then we just won't use it all anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what it's looking like to me. I want somebody to be able to explain to me why or how these umpires are kept accountable. Who determines that? Why is it? Why do players have to be accountable? The umpires are a big part of the game. The players are a big part of the game. The players are the game. The umpires are part of it. Why can't they be held accountable?
How hard is it, thinking back to Kirkering last night, because the pitches that got called balls actually were awesome pitches because they were placed so perfectly.
Great pitches.
What does that do to a pitcher's mentality and headspace when they throw a pitch? It's one thing for one pitch to get blown, but when it's a few of them, how hard does that make it for a pitcher to figure out where they want to throw the ball if they can't figure out what's going to be called a strike?
I wouldn't have blamed Kirkering if he threw his arms up and go, where do I have to throw it? Phil, where do you want me to throw it? Where you can see it, where you can call the right pitch. I mean, obviously he would have got tossed, but what's it matter if he can't throw a strike?
Yeah.
Not that he can't, that they won't call a strike. Not that he can't throw one. So at that point, it's like, why the hell am I out here? And that's what goes through, like, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to just go up there and walk up, 10 feet in front of the plate and toss it underhand, little soft toss for him. I mean, you might as well do that. And look what happens. It just there's 3 pitches in one at bat. The two were definitely. I mean, one might have been on the line. 2 were definitely in the middle of this, not in the middle of the strike zone, but the whole ball's in the box. How can you miss that? I don't know. So you just, and as a pitcher, you throw your hands up and go, what am I supposed to do? It's frustrating. And that doesn't help for the next batter or the next pitch either.
Well, and the tough thing is the question becomes to Kirkering at that point. Are you just not giving me that strike, or did you miss that? Like, is that not a strike that you're going to call, or because that can change what he throws for the next one, right? If he blew the one call, then he blows the one call. But then you start questioning what is a strike and what isn't a strike at that particular at bat, which makes it even more difficult for him.
And the biggest thing of all of that is just consistency. Now, you can't tell me he didn't call it another pitch the whole game in that spot for a ball. There were pitches that were thrown in that same area. He called strikes in the same spot. He called strikes. But when it's really crucial, now you can't call a strike. What's up with that? I don't know. It's so frustrating. And the one thing it does help. It helps our offense. Because it takes a lot of the blame off of them.
Yes, which is...
I was wondering where you were going with that one.
Yeah, well, that would have been... I think the story today, if that hadn't happened, would have been, A, the offense failing like they did last night, and then B, wasting just another outrageous performance from Chris Sanchez.
Yeah.
We should have an 8 to 10 game lead.
Yeah.
If we should. I mean, in the last 7 games now, we had 6 games at home, so last 7 games. 3 for 33. 3 for 33. So that's in 7 games.
Is that runners in scoring position?
Yeah. Runners in scoring position. So if you break that down over 7 games, that's less than 5 runners a game in scoring position. Let alone not hitting, but only 5 times you had a batsman in scoring position.
Yeah.
It says a lot for the starters, who, by the way, must feel like every game they're up against a wall, and that if they're not perfect, they don't have a chance to win. And between Ranger, Sanchez, and Wheeler, they've almost been perfect for the last 2 months.
Yeah. And what do they got to show for? I mean, you look at the numbers. Look at the starters' ERA in the last, say, 15 games. I think where they have 5 wins, 6 wins, and their ERA is like 2, maybe less than that. Harper said it, and I think they all said it. We just have to be better. Well, it's what Charlie Manuel would say: if you're hot, stay hot. If you're cold, get hot. Let's go. And you can't point it at one person. It's collectively as a team. They have just underperformed in a major way, and you like to think it evens out, but with this rotation's been good the whole year.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to have the record that we have with the starting pitching we've had, that's just not good. I don't know how you fix it. I don't know.
Well, so we were hoping when Harper returned that it would at least add, it balances the lineup out a little bit. Everything feels like it makes a little more sense, but he has really struggled. Is there anything you've seen from Harper in his at-bats so far? To me, he hasn't looked even competitive in a lot of the at-bats, which has been sort of, surprising. What have you seen from Harper since he's come back?
Frustration.
Yeah.
Struggle. I mean, just his whole body language is not good at all. And I understand it when it's not going well, but that's when you got to, put yourself up by the bootstraps and like, hey, let's go. Come on, let's get back in there. And it's just, instead he just, walking back, head down. Like, come on. He's better than that. Mm-hmm. And I know it's frustrating because he expects so much of himself. But there's a lot more to it. Just force yourself to do more, to try and do more. Not swinging hard or anything like that, but it comes down to all the little things you have to do better. You have to be better. Whether it's hitting a ground ball and busting it down the line or hitting a fly ball and busting it. When things aren't going well, I think you have to do those things. And I don't see that. And this is not on Harper, but it's on anybody.
Yep.
So I know he's frustrated, but to go up there, seeing him, he's at a point now where there's been a couple of bats where we've seen last couple games where it's like he's just going up there and swinging. He's just going to swing no matter what. It's like that's not a real good approach when you're struggling. It's not giving yourself a chance. And that's my perception. Maybe that's not the case at all, but that's what it looks like. That's what I see, and I would think other people kind of seeing the same thing. But they all have to be better.
So speaking of bad body language, we talked to you about this last week, but Jack Fritz tomorrow,
the worst body language.
Yeah, goes up against Joe DeCamara.
Jack Fritz has issues.
He will pitch to DeCamara 10 at bats. If Jack essentially Jack has to hold him to getting on base fewer than 3 times. Yes. Now it's Joe DeCamara. He's not a physical specimen. Can't imagine he's much of a hitter, but Jack has crumbled in pressure situations. I guess just it'll be at noon, Plymouth White Marsh High School. Any your confidence in Fritz tomorrow? Any words of trying to pep him up a little bit? We need this show needs Fritz to win tomorrow.
I think he needs to go out there and get in his own mind that he can do it, and just go out there and pretend like he's pitching to Walker.
Taiwan Walker or my son?
His son. Walker might destroy him. Walker.
Yeah.
Go out there with that attitude of, I'm just facing my son. I can get him out. Although that's questionable.
Yeah.
He's got small strike zone, LA.
Yeah, he's got to throw strikes.
Very, but that's the other thing. You got to throw strikes.
Yep.
I hate to say this. I wouldn't think you'd have much of a problem with Joe DeCamara.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah.
I was spotting the fastball down and away on Saturday, my warm-up bullpen, just for you, LA, just for you.
Appreciate that.
Jack says he's going to throw in the low 80s. What is your now? He hasn't been a regular pitcher in over a decade.
13 years.
13 years.
That's over a decade.
Yep. Do you think?
Thank you, Ike.
Do you think he's going to hit? He says he might hit 84 on the gun. What are your thoughts there?
There's no way, LA. No way.
He's going to pitch in the 80s like I pitched in the 90s. 91, 92, 93. I pitched in all those years. I do not believe he's going to pitch in the 80s. He can't do that. It's impossible because the 80s are beyond us.
Yep.
And if you're just talking about velocity, that's also an impossibility.
Okay.
Don't let me touch 82. For everyone doubting, don't let me get the old wing back, LA.
Better get 2 guns out there, the new gun and the old gun. Combine the 2 with 2 pitches and see if you can get 80.
Yeah, and we're actually going to have the umpire on the show at 4:00 in a little bit. So we're going to try to figure out, maybe try to sweet talk him a little bit and try to figure out what kind of a zone he's planning on calling tomorrow.
He better bring a little extra glue for that umpire.
Yeah,
pay him off a little bit. We need you there heckling the umpire. I mean, get on him.
Yeah, what do you got going on tomorrow around noon?
Well, if I get this garage door opener finished, I got a couple guys on the way over now.
You're not doing it. I thought you meant you were up there doing it.
I was on the ladder when you called, to be honest. And I was basically on the ladder because I was just looking up at the old one and seeing, wonder what they're going to do with that, and then climb down off the ladder. But it made me feel like I was doing something, like I had a part in it.
Yeah, I was going to ask for your help because one of my garage door openers not working, and I was like, maybe I'll just call LA. Maybe he can come fix it. But it seems like you don't do that.
I do. If I'll fix it, it might not work.
Yeah.
If I fix it, it sort of has to work again, right?
Well,
that might be out of my range.
If you get it fixed, we'll send Buzz to come pick you up, and
we'll send a car for you.
Yeah, we get 2 mound visits. We get 2 mound visits to Jack. So you going up there rather than one of us might be helpful. Yeah. All right, LA. We appreciate you as always.
All right, brother.
All right, guys, enjoy.
All right.
What time tomorrow?
What's that?
12.
12 noon.
12, and that's at Plymouth White Marsh
Yep.
High School?
Yep.
Right down the road from where I used to live.
Oh, really?
I know where it's at.
All right.
At noon. Oof. Okay.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
In case I don't, make it good luck, Jack.
Thanks, pal.
All right. Thanks, LA. There it is.
All right, brother.
I think LA kind of wants to show up tomorrow. I mean, that's the second
Seems like
time.
a lot of people are curious how this one's going to go.
Yeah. I have utmost confidence in you.
Thank you.
See, I know that sound LA just gave us. The old, what time is it tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then you never hear from him again.
Yeah. It sounds like a good idea. Like, he probably wants to come, but he's like...
He has to actually do it.
Just so you have to actually go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, at least he's over here already, right? He doesn't live in Jersey.
I don't know. Yeah, I assume he's.
Yeah,
over.
I think he's
Yeah.
over on this side. So, yeah, come on, LA. What are you doing during the day?
Yeah.
The team is on the road.
Yeah, come on. Send a nice car for you. Put a couple
Send
of
Buzz to get
yeah,
you.
send Buzz. That is tomorrow, Plymouth White Marsh High School. Once again, asking
exciting.
if you're coming out, no booze.
Yes.
No, behave yourself. Remember, this is at a high school.
Yes.
Be an adult.
And we'll be around high school kids because
Yes.
the defense is the baseball team.
Is the Plymouth White Marsh High School baseball team.
Yes.
Yeah. So grow up a little bit. Somebody who's going to help Jack grow up right now is Rios in North Philly.
Oh, yeah.
Rios, you're on WIP.
What's going on, Hard Chargers?
What up, Rios?
What's going on, 58? You know what I mean?
Wait, what? We don't know what
5'8".
that means.
58.
Oh.
Yeah.
58.
I did hear Ocho. I did hear the 8 in there somewhere,
Yeah.
but I didn't know where you were.
How'd you like that? I got it.
Yes.
Or if you want to, you know what I mean, just do it like Ocho Cinco.
I was going to
just
say he
Cinco
butchered
Ocho,
it. Yeah.
But properly it's 58. You know what I mean?
Got you.
So, but anyway, speaking of that, man, let me just say something to you, Ike.
Yes.
See, you may not really understand, and me being from the heart of Philadelphia, the inner city, North Philadelphia, them highlights, you know what I mean? I sent a shout out to you. I seen the John on Instagram and Twitter, and those highlights of you don't, I guess being from somewhere else and then being an Eagle, whatever, you may not really feel or understand, but a real Eagles fans growing up like myself or whatever, seeing that bite with you, seeing that ready to punch somebody in the mouth and hypeness, we really know you. That's like you're solidified because of stuff like that. I definitely wouldn't be like all hype and shaking your hand or nothing like that if you was Bryce Huff. You know what I'm saying? Acting like him. So, you know what I mean? Just like so you could understand and know, like, it's a real big deal. Glad you came in and was the way you were because you set your mark or whatever it is. So, you know what I mean? Those was hype. Those brought back memories.
Rios, believe me, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. I don't take that for granted. And as guys like yourself and those that have been supporting me for almost 30 years now, 25 plus years now, that always makes me feel lucky that I'm in the spot that I'm in. I'm not in this spot without people like yourself. So thank you. I appreciate it. And shout out to all about the birds because they keep my old career alive by pumping out highlights several times a year for me. So I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I still remain cool to my kids. My kids, they see me pop up on Instagram. They're like, man, look at Ike. I mean, look at Dad. They know you out there, Dad. Yeah.
And believe it, they like to their friends like, yeah, my dad was a dog. You know what I mean? Compared to what they were doing in front of you, like, yeah, my dad would knock your dad out. Type
Yeah.
stuff, you know
I do get asked about that neck roll a lot, though, but you don't see those much. Neck roll! Yeah, you don't see those much anymore.
You and Richie with the giant shoulder pads and the neck rolls. Yeah.
I don't even know if it really helped you. It just looked cool as hell. So, you know what I mean? So, but
all right, get Jack ready to go tomorrow.
Yeah,
get
let's do
get
this.
him ready to go.
No, I'm getting ready to go. You know what I mean? I'll get a little something. But what I really wanted to talk about, y'all know I really wanted to talk about the Phillies. So,
Yeah. You love talking about the Phillies.
Yeah, big Phillies guy.
Trey Turner just gave him, a shout out. Now, what's supposed to have been more proper was Trey Turner do it in person and being touchy-feely with Jack, just like it happened in person with them.
It was a perfectly normal
I mean?
interaction. Perfectly normal interaction.
Yeah, it was very perfectly normal, touchy-feely. But look, on the point of that, though, this to show that you are pretty much the face in the show of the Phillies. So when they're acting up, when they playing like crap or doing good, it's on you. So, you know what I mean? Start wearing Jesus sandals and lace your Timberlands up. But anyway.
Oh, but when Richie wears them.
And just to get with Spike on the thing, I'd rather have human refs because of the whole thing that you said, because I want the natural portion of integrity. And I want it to be forced, the integrity be forced as well as accountability. And at the end of the day, it's a job. Somebody messes up, hey, well, we take your pay, we fire you, or whatever it is. Because even if it goes to AI computers, believe me, it's going to be found ways to cheat for betting if that's what certain people do as of the rest, whatever. Something's going to be found out knowing how you could just hack computers and do all things, and then you ain't going to know who did it. So nobody ain't going to be accountable. So, you know what I mean? Let's keep it like that. But anyway, Jack, let me just tell you this, man. I'm listening on the air, driving this morning. This guy, he's not taking nothing seriously. I'm going to tell you how he's taking it. And I don't know why nobody has called him out on it. He's saying things as if all he got to do is show up. Like, even if he lose, everybody's going to pat him on the back and be like, it's okay. You was playing, you was playing the young guy. You was playing Jack. It's taking, like, trying to take the pressure off himself. Sound like some, little get himself out of the way, not to feel embarrassed, whatever. Let me tell you something. You took the challenge. He took the challenge. So it don't matter how old he is, how young you are. The thing that you got to do on me being loyal to this station, to this show at the afternoon, the Freak Bull show, you got to really dominate and embarrass him. There's no way, bro. You can't even. I don't even know if do you really consider this a competition? Like. Let's
he
be
didn't.
real.
2 weeks ago, he didn't. He does now.
Yeah, he knows it is one now.
I can't, bro. I can't see it because of the situation of who we got on this show. So, Jack, the domination, there's no other choice. I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but you're the Phillies guy. You just had Trey Turner say something for you. So, of course, it's going to be known to be a watch, man. You cannot lose what you got there and leave them on somewhere on the road. You got to make sure you zipper them Jones up and have them with you tomorrow.
That hammer is real,
day.
for real.
And it don't even matter. Yo, if it was a kid, if it was a 5-year-old, you're going to dominate, no matter if they cry or nothing. You got to embarrass him so bad because, like I said, if you listen to the morning show, it's just like he's just saying, like, he's just showing up expected for you to win. So he's talking in ways where it's like, yo, he's doing that damn Jedi mind tricks to really get in your head or to have people to be like, oh, you know how, like, we be like, oh, bless his heart type of stuff. Like, oh, it's okay. No, hell no. You took the competition, so you know what? You get your ass bust, So, Jack, you don't really need people there for you. Yeah, come on. What you just said, this is your sport. Baseball. So what are we really talking about? In and out. It should be a bye week. Tomorrow's a bye week. That's it. I don't even need to see nothing. I don't really even need to hear the show tomorrow because I already know you won. And stop saying freaking if, man. Do you understand? You got to be calculated on watching what the hell you say. You can't be saying if. You know what I mean? And then you got to get calculated with that because when you talk to your kids too, if. Ain't no damn if. You're going to win, bro. Manifest that because you know who you are, but are we really, like, trying to talk this dude up as he's a competitor as you are? Are we? Do you feel that way?
No, not even close.
Okay, man. So what are we talking about, man? It's a bye week. We don't even need to talk about this no more. You just go there, make it happen, get all these competitions out the side, boom, then you're done. Huh? Now. You know what I mean? You got everybody seen and at least do something so these Phillies can see, so you can talk your ish when they acting up or messing up. Where you be like, yo, I showed up, y'all need to show up. And you better not be throwing no pictures in those damn sandals either, bro. Don't do that, man. You know what I mean? I know you the type who maybe go to the bar in some damn sandals. Yo, don't do that, man. Not the Jesus one, at least, man.
Birkenstocks are hot in the streets.
No, you're wearing sneakers. Will you relax, Rio?
I'm gonna wear the sneakers and then cleats on the nose.
All right, okay, yeah.
Look, you got this. Let's stop. I don't know why it's almost sound like the Undertaker music coming on, that there's a chance that it's going to be over tomorrow and that you're going to quit or whatever. What are we really talking about, man? I don't even need to do too much of a hype thing for you because it's like...
Don't need it.
I feel embarrassed myself to even do that. You know what I mean?
I embarrassed the show. I embarrassed the listener of the show.
Yeah, he's ready to go. He's ready to go.
All right.
He's ready to go.
We're not a show of suckers.
Honestly, you have to. You can't just win. And I'm going to put that for you. I'm going to give you that challenge. You just can't win. It's you playing yourself to see how high of a score you can get, no matter whatever it is that you're doing. You can't just win. You got to embarrass him. Because to him, it's almost like, I just show, Jack win. Pat me on my back. Get back to the show. Buddy. You're going to, that ass whipping is going to be talked about just like I keep talking about this Eagles Super Bowl to all these suckers.
It's what we needed, Rios. Man, we needed you the day before the game, man.
Yes, sir.
Love it, brother. Love it.
Well, look, man, love y'all. Jack, even if I was to show up, I thought about it. Do I really need to show up? No, man. Make it happen, bro.
Make it happen. Yep, make it happen.
All right, Rios. Love you, brother.
Love y'all. Peace.
All right, there he is, Rios. Coming up next, the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. We'll see how locked in Jack is today.
Did that pump you up?
Yeah. 215-592-9494. It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Speaking of getting pumped up.
Yeah, let's bring it back up.
Yeah, Blue Chew, baby. Look, this is...
Guys like to be stroked.
Yeah, this is just us. This is a private conversation with me, Ike, Jack. You never thought you'd have this conversation with us.
About the private.
Yes, about your private. It's like... You have heard us mention Blue Chew, and I know in the back of your mind you're thinking, wonder if that could help me. Answer's yes.
Yep, it can.
Answer's yes. And the good news is you can just go to the website. There is no doctor's visit. There is no pharmacy trip. There is no doctor's call. None of that.
Yep.
And there's no money in the first month. What? First month free? With Blue Chew? Come on. I don't think you can. You go to bluechew.com, use code 94. All you're going to do is pay for the shipping. What you're going to get in the mail when you receive your discreet and
hard
package is a chewable that has the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin. But as Ike said there, or as I said, it's a chewable. And as I promised you, no doctor's appointment. No. You just do it at bluechew.com. Well, you don't do it. You do it in your bedroom. But when you go to bluechew.com, that's when they figure out what the right mix is for you. They send it to you. And because it's made and shipped here in the USA, it's cheaper once you decide to keep on after this first month.
Yep, no tariffs.
No tariffs. Nope. Again, go to bluechew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is free, and then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 8:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 9:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott bangs one off the auxiliary scoreboard in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
How small is small? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, brings you bikini night every Wednesday during the summer. The smaller, the better. Club Risque. 3 locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. ClubRisque.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity. But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Word or ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz. See Fritz met Cameron left Pearl Jam. Is that big news to you? The drummer of Pearl Jam. Oh, okay.
I strictly only know Eddie Vedder.
Only and that one song.
No,
you know a few songs.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I went through like a 1 week Pearl Jam phase.
The Twitter question is
1 week.
1 week.
Of like being a Pearl Jam guy.
Yeah, I'm not a Pearl Jam guy.
I know you're not.
Yeah, and now I'm not anti like I used to be, but I'm not like you know.
As you've gotten older, you start reminiscing on good times.
Well, you're like, they've hung around a pretty long time, and if you look in this area, the most popular leg tattoo is either the Fighting Irish guy or the Pearl Jam stick guy.
Not ahead of Flyers.
Oh, I had the Flyers logo as well. Flyers logo
still
as well.
number one.
Yep. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For extraordinary diamonds and customer service, visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Are you now pro or anti-robot umps in baseball? 73.6% say pro. Speaking of baseball, we are going to take care of that right here for you.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So I actually want to go to Ike to start off the Jackie Baseball Report.
Interesting.
Put on the old, locker room guy.
Okay.
How would this play in the locker room?
All right.
So you guys talked about Sanchez, right? And you talked about maybe the mentality of the starting rotation now with, maybe feeling extra pressure or whatever because of the lineup struggles. So last night, Sanchez said after the game, I don't know what started the thing, but he said, of course, that motivates me a lot, Sanchez said through a team interpreter. One of the things is we might not be going through our best hitting stretch right now. So that motivates me a lot, too, to have my team's back. Just hold on, throw as many scoreless innings as I can.
Yeah.
So if you're if you're like on the offense and on the offensive side of this, do you get offended by that, or do you understand that you're going through struggles offensively, and even though you talked about it out loud, that's not going to cause a riff in the locker room?
I don't think so. It didn't come off offensive to me. And if I'm a teammate of his, an everyday player, he let us down softly, quite frankly.
Right.
Like,
he could have made it sound worse.
Yeah, exactly. He could have really just threw fuel on this. No, if anything, I'm motivated by it. I almost feel like I'm letting him down. These guys are going out there pitching their butts off, and we need to do more to make their lives a little easier. And so I would imagine, now obviously I'm going by the way I would take it. I would use it as motivation.
It's also through an interpreter, which is, who knows how he, but even the interpreter version sounds pretty light to me.
So this is kind of equivalent to the offense not scoring points, and you as a defense, you're doing your job holding the team down or what have you.
Right.
You may give a side eye every once in a while, but you're usually going to be encouraging. And I know with the guys that I was fortunate enough to play with, their mentality was, well, we need to score on defense.
Right. Find a way.
Yes, we need to find a way to put points on the board on defense to help our offense out. So long story short, I don't think the everyday players get offended by that. He's been pitching way too good for them to take offense to anything he says.
I don't know that I've ever seen a stretch like Ranger, Chris Sanchez, and Zach Wheeler going through right now.
So speaking of that, since June 1st, Wheeler 0.68, Ranger 1.35, Sanchez 1.69. ERA or the record during that time is 17-15.
We should.
Man, that is like Larry said. We 8 games. What he said, have 8 more wins, 10 more wins.
Yeah, you said. I'm sorry, 7. We should be 25-7.
Yeah,
in that. You know what I mean? Like that is, and it's not like they're pitching 5 innings every time. These guys are going 6, 7, 8 innings every time that they're out there.
Yeah,
they're giving. Yeah, it's a lot like the 11 team.
And not to cut you off again, but
no, you're good.
This baffles me with Dave Dombrowski. I hope he's playing possum. This idea that they shouldn't do something offensively.
Well, he doesn't see any holes in the lineup.
Man, you got to be kidding me, bro. Like, yeah. It has to be painful to him that he has a starting rotation this good and he can't get them runs.
Yeah.
Not him, but this offensive lineup can't get them runs.
Yeah, and you know what? I know we talk about Dombrowski, and I agree that Dombrowski. Middleton also has to give him the okay, too. Because
I agree.
Like
I agree.
This might need to be a Middleton. Like
he might need to urge him to do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Go get me somebody.
Yes.
Go get someone.
Don't waste this starting rotation.
Because they wasted it in 11.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
they wasted it in 11. Now they went out and got Pence that year. So,
that's right, they did.
That was a huge
That was a big
acquisition.
move too. Yeah, that was a big move.
And we know GMs don't always tell the truth. I mean, Rube during that time was like, we're not making a big splash. I mean, we're not going to go and we'll around the margins, but we're not going to push our chips in again.
Hey, Dombrowski, Rube wasn't afraid to make big
Not at
splashes.
all.
Never. He was never afraid to
Our
make
guy Rube, WIP's Rube, not afraid. Go get somebody.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah, so because I'm sure Middleton, he is worried about going through a 2012 to 2018 again when no one was in the ballpark.
Sure.
And I understand that. But this is like a plea of you're going to be okay. Like you're there. No one at the end of the year is going to look back if you do push your chips in and get mad at the team. Like, of course, we'll be disappointed they lose. But if they half it again, then there's going to be even more fire. At least give this team a shot.
Yeah. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I think I am open for the right piece in return.
For anybody.
Anybody's on the table.
Now there could be some big names that are moved to this deadline. Like there's not always a big move at the deadline.
I see that name out there.
There's a lot of names currently out there.
Yeah.
So Jeff Passan wrote an article today, like 3 blockbusters that probably won't happen, but hey, why not?
Yeah.
So he labeled Paul Skeens, Ronald Acuna Jr.
Oh, Pittsburgh would be crazy.
They would be crazy, but they're Pittsburgh and whatever. And Byron Buxton, who is not on the level of those two from a magnitude standpoint, but still, he put Painter and Crawford as the headliners for a possible Buxton deal.
Yeah.
All right. I am not a prospect hugger. I want them to go do it.
Of course.
Can't do it for Buxton.
No.
Jack has been talking about the fact that Buxton is hurt occasionally or whatever. So I went. Now Buxton's hit 20 home runs this year. He's doing great. Mm-hmm. But I went and I'm like, well, let's see. When Passan wrote this article this morning, I'm like, let's see what they mean by injury prone. Like he has played 100 games, I think, once in 10 years. You look at his game log, I don't have it in front of me, but it's like 54, 82, 76. There's 140 gamer in there.
Sure.
And he's already played 90 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's 31 years old. He has a 10-year record of not being able to stay healthy. Mm-hmm. And it's everything. It's a sprained foot. It's a groin. It's a hamstring. I know Byron Buxton he's having a great year.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can go all out for a guy who at 31 has never been healthy for an entire season in his entire career.
Yeah.
His whole career.
But when he's on the field, he's pretty dang good.
Get me whatever whatever the Acuna package is.
Yeah.
Go get me Acuna.
If he's really available.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, Atlanta. What I would say about this with Jeff Passan, he is not your normal sort of. Let me write an article to get a bunch of clicks on it.
Sure.
If he's writing an article about these 3 guys, it is because it is within the realm of possibility that if you touch what could command one of these guys, you could get one of them.
Yeah, and there could be industry buzz. I mean, there's been a lot of industry buzz about a Skeens trade.
Yeah. Dude, go get me Acuna.
I'd take Acuna.
So
and I know he's had injury issues too, and he's had knee stuff.
He's fine.
It's not like Buxton.
No,
he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. It's an ACL, 2 ACLs. Who cares? Who cares? That's not like little hamstring things that can take you out for a while. Those are real injuries.
Yeah.
Well, but they happen every time. Like it's every year with Buxton.
So I think there's 3 names. I think there's 3 difference-making names that you would you would put Painter maybe on the table for one of these guys, and then it's probably at least starting with Aiden. So I think the 3 names are Buxton, 1. I think he would cost Aiden, would be the starting. I don't think it would cost Painter.
Okay.
Jarren Duran of the Red Sox, I think it would start with Aiden. I think it would be Taiit. I think they probably don't need Crawford because they're trading an outfielder. Abel. I think that would be the starting package for Duran.
So real quick, Duran is playing left field. Can he play center field as well?
Yeah, so he's only
fielder?
not playing left field because they have a Gold Glove in center field.
Okay, he is playing left field because they have a Gold Glove in center field.
Then the guy's great.
So he's hitting 270 with I think 12 home runs this year or something like that.
260.
Okay.
He's at a down year off of last year, but he's under control until 2029.
28.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think he's a Dombrowski guy. Okay. Bobrovsky was up there. He was part of the team that drafted Duran.
Okay.
And I think that he is someone that's very, very interested. Plus, Chapman, I know you're anti-Chapman, but there's someone they could get a bullpen piece in a deal. And final thing is that Rob Refsnyder is this like outfielder, right-hand guy that has a 942 OPS against lefties. So you could like get all three. No, I know. No one has. But like you can get all three in one fell swoop and give up like the King's ransom, I think.
Right.
And then the other name and the dream, I think, is Stephen Kwan. The Guardians are falling out of it. They're probably not going to want to pay him.
You think that's realistic, Stephen Kwan?
I think there's a chance.
Jack knows Stephen Kwan's my favorite player in all of baseball that isn't on the Phillies.
That's the one that starts with Painter for me.
Okay.
They're not giving up Painter.
Probably not. But like it's going to cost a lot.
Okay.
Stephen Kwan's, hitting 297, an unbelievable defensive left fielder.
I mean, he's 2 Gold Gloves. Never strikes out like 30 times a year, hits 290, 300, and you just watch this guy and you're like, that is a ball player. Like that guy. Stephen Kwan could be their center fielder for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing left field for them now, so
he can play.
He can probably play center field, or he can put Marsh out there. But if you can start a game with Kwan Turner, Harper Schwarber.
Give me Kwan.
Or Turner Kwan.
Are you getting my Kwan hopes up just because you knew I'd be excited, or do you think it's possible?
Well, he's 2 years away from being paid. I don't think they want to pay him. They're 40 and 48. They probably want to maximize the value on him. They've done these kind of moves in the past. I'm just saying, like, for a pie in the sky, like, your all-in move, I think those are the three that really jump out.
You know what Kwan is at the plate is who we hoped Stott would be at the plate. Like when I think of Stott at the plate, like, he's always going to get on base, going to work counts, blah, 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 blah. Kwan is the real deal. Real deal.
He is the real deal.
Real deal.
Rich homie Kwan?
Yes, Rich homie Kwan. That would be the name. That would be
hit the Kwan.
Yep, hit the Kwan would be good. All right, 215.
I could hit the Kwan for y'all, but man.
No, we know what you're dealing with.
It's for the YouTube. It's for the YouTube folks.
My knee is bad too.
Yep. Chuck in Mount Airy, you're on WIP.
Fellas, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Chuck?
Chuck. What's up, brother?
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, listen, I had to come back for an encore. It was so good, I had to do it twice. You hear me?
There you go.
But listen. Hey, listen.
Yes.
Jack, first of all, before I get to Jack, right, let me say, Jack, repeat those numbers for me again. Those ERA numbers from the
starting rotation.
Since June 1st, 0.68 for Wheeler, 1.35 for Ranger, 1.69 for Chris Sanchez.
That's ridiculous. And you telling me this guy shouldn't go out of the deadline and try to, bolster the team up? You know what I mean? To go for it all? Come on, man. With pitching like that?
You have to.
Yeah, he has to. Yeah.
You have to.
He'd be doing his team a disjustice, man. I mean, disservice. I'm sorry. He'd be doing his team a disservice, man. You gotta, come on, man. You gotta push the envelope right here, Dave. If you're listening, Dave, please, go out there and get a great hitter, man, to bolster this lineup. And then you don't know what it'll do to this team, the morale. Now, listen, I was thinking, right, tomorrow, you're in my neck of the woods. So I was thinking, right, while I'm working, I might slide through there because I want to witness greatness.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to witness greatness. I like to see greatness in person. So, I want to witness greatness. I want to see, I want to make an appearance, and I want to sit there and I want to watch my guy pitch tomorrow, because, I want to see some seams, some fastballs, some cutters, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All the good stuff.
Yeah.
And you know what? Honestly, Jack, I heard Rio's call earlier. You might need to put the Lord Sandals on tomorrow. You know what I mean? You need all the help you can get. You put the Lord Sandals on tomorrow, you might be throwing 99.
Oh, 99.
Yeah.
Some heat, like Billy Fulton. You know what I mean?
Who can forget known flamethrower Billy Fulton?
Hey, listen, Billy Fulton throw that heat. That's why he's still on the team. But listen, tomorrow, Jack, I heard you say something earlier. You said that the pressure's on Joe. No, that's the wrong mentality, man. You ain't supposed to be thinking about that. The pressure is still on you. You know what I mean? You are the person that is the former athlete. You're the younger person. You know what I mean?
That's true.
And you're physically more gifted than this guy.
Many say that.
And that means something all the time. But I'm just saying, the pressure's not on him. You know what I mean? Don't think that. That's the moment. The pressure is still on you. I know you're trying to alleviate that because you don't work well under pressure. But tomorrow, listen, you're either going to be a diamond or you're going to get busted. You hear me? And I told you, there's no in-betweens here. You know what I mean? If you go out there tomorrow, you lay an egg, Jack, you're on your own, man. I'm telling you that right now. And especially if I come out there and support you in that hot ass sun tomorrow. You know what I mean? And I can't bring no liquor. You know what I mean? You on your own.
Yeah, none of that.
Yeah, no liquor.
No.
Yeah, I know. I heard y'all earlier. Don't get scared.
No. I trust you.
We're just making sure.
I trust you. You're part of the team. You're part of the team. I trust you. You're my teammate.
Some Gatorade, man. That might be something inside the Gatorade. No, I'm only kidding.
Chuck, can I just tell you something, Chuck? Because we've had a good couple of days. I love and appreciate you. You're a great caller, even though we battle. You have Jack's back. I know you do. I know you have the show's back, even though you want to murder me sometimes. You're a good man.
Hey, well, you know what? I appreciate that, Spike, because here's the thing, right? Since we doing, the lovey-dovey right
yes.
now, let me say this, right? Spike, when you first came here, I was in jail, right? I was in WIP prison, right? Because
not real jail, yeah.
Yes.
And Jack, not real prison. But Ike and Jack, they barred me from the show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You came on, and I got new life, and I was able to get back on the show somehow, some way. See, I was like, Spike got that pull. And then, I was happy you was there. And, all of a sudden, things went haywire.
Yep.
And, now let's let bygones be bygones. I'm always going to be a part of this show, Spike. And you're the host of the show. You just moved down South Jersey. You ain't going nowhere. So, you might as well, make some room for me, and I make some room for you. And we all just get along. That's it. You know what I mean? And make this thing work. But I tell you, right, I've always had respect for you, Spike, because one thing for sure, right, it ain't about hosting. When you can build a juggernaut, you built this thing. Rod Lakin, Rod Lakin's like Phil Jackson. You understand what I'm saying? He coming in and he's just, to a built ready program already. You built this thing from the ground up.
Jalen Lake and Summerstein.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean? You like Doug Collins, and then he gets the credit for winning the championship. So you built this thing. I got respect for you for that. When you built this thing,
no, he's Jerry Krause.
The way it is, that is what it is.
He's Jerry Krause, man.
Yeah.
He's Jerry Krause.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's that? Red Auerbach. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah.
With the cigar, minus the cigar. You know what I mean? He's just like that. He built this thing. He put y'all together the afternoon show with Johnny Mark. That was the best show in the nation. Still is the best show. And then he put the morning team together in the afternoon. It just Spike did that.
Yeah.
So Spike, listen. When my back is against the wall, I got to come out punching. You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes you push my back against the wall, and I got to come out punching. But listen, I ain't got nothing but love for you.
All right.
There we go.
All right, Chuck. I love it, brother.
All right?
Hope to see you tomorrow.
Though, Jack, listen, tomorrow you better be throwing that heat like Bailey Falto. I'm telling you, man, you're on your own if you lose tomorrow, man. I can't take no more L's, man. Not by you, Jack.
I know.
Come on,
Then I got to turn my back on you, like in Goodfellas, right? Like Paulie said.
Paulie said.
Yeah. All right.
The Lord sandals tomorrow.
No one needs that.
We'll see you tomorrow.
No one
Chuck.
needs the curved toes showing their way out.
All right.
The curved toe.
So coming up next, we will talk to the home plate umpire tomorrow, Pat McGrain, who I feel like we can get some information out of this. Like, what is strike zones like? I want to know what a strike zone's like. So this is a big job. Umpiring tomorrow is a big job because DeCamera's going to be a whiny little baby.
Yeah, he's definitely
whiny little baby. Don't be afraid to throw him out. If he gets thrown out, then Jack wins.
That's right.
No, you can't argue balls and strikes. Today's show is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event, 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. All right, so coming up next, as I said, the ump for tomorrow's festivities. Your calls as well, 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, I know about great defense and special teams, and I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. Now, I'm talking about Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons uses American-made roofing products that have a lifetime warranty. Now, this is the last roof that you'll ever have to worry about buying. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4-EMMONS or check them out online at callemmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the Push Push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, We can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With the massive extension the Magic have handed to Paulo Banchero, they've underscored the biggest truth about their organization. This is a team that could win the East next year. They've got him, Wagner, and Jalen Suggs under contract through 2030. They've also got some shooting coming in from Desmond Bain. The East is ravaged, the Magic are young and hungry, and we're in a league now where surprise teams emerge. Don't count out Orlando.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Or visit goguida.com. Of course, we've been talking about the blown calls in the Phillies game yesterday, but we are looking ahead to tomorrow, as at noon tomorrow at Plymouth Whitemarsh High School, Fritz versus DeCamera Part 2, as Fritz goes in at down 1-0. Tomorrow is baseball, and we are lucky enough to have tomorrow's home plate ump on with us, Pat McGrain. Pat joins us on the show. Pat, thanks for your time today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So I think just off the top, I hope you understand, I'm sure you do, but I guess the importance of this matchup, especially with Jack being down 1-0, you understand the scope of how big this is, right?
I understand that besides the title for the whole free world, that this is probably the next most important thing, because at least it's the title of Philadelphia.
It sure is.
Right.
Yes. So, and I hope you don't take offense to this. And this is more for informational purposes. But I guess we kind of want to know and have the audience know your qualifications as an ump, given that this is such a big event tomorrow.
Sure. I have two good eyes, which I think is important.
Yep.
But more importantly, I've been umpiring for 38 years, and so I've been doing this since I was 15 years old. I do everything from little 8-year-old kids with a pitching machine all the way up to college, and so I've been doing this for years. I umpire about 100 to 125 games a year. I have been asked to travel all over the country. I have umpired at Cooperstown. I am, in my estimation, one of the better umpires, at least in the area. There's a small group of us that work really hard at our craft. And I know that Jack pitched at Bloomsburg. I have umpired for teams from Bloomsburg, from Westchester. So I'm about as qualified as it's going to get. I'm better than just a PIAA umpire, because this is better than high school baseball as far as I'm concerned.
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
So how would you describe, your umpiring style, if I could ask that? If that's a way you could answer.
Sure. I mean, I have a little bit more of I have a tighter strike zone.
That's a problem. I don't like that. How do we change that?
Well, it's funny, because I had the conversation with somebody who will remain anonymous. I said, do you want a little league strike zone or do you want a college strike zone? And what I got back from him was, no, this has got to be high school or college. Jack pitched. I said, yeah, but Jack hasn't pitched in 15 years.
Right.
So Jack hitting the strike zone is going to be a little bit more challenging. I will tell you, as a proud owner of a Westchester University club baseball pitcher myself, my 19-year-old was 8-0 this year for Westchester, so I know what good pitching looks like.
Okay.
And he knows what it looks like, too. In fact, he's going to be your base umpire tomorrow. So
wow.
The kid is going to be on the bases tomorrow, and I'm going to be, because he is an umpire as well. He's very good out there. But all of this to say that the strike zone is a little bit tighter. We can open it if we need to, and I always tell coaches, for an extra $20, I'll give you the boxes. I'm not a proud man. So whatever it is you need. But, the plate, as wide as it is, the black part around the plate is also a strike. And so you just got to be able to come close to hitting that, and it'll be a strike. I will say that I don't know Joe personally, but I think Joe highly underestimates the ability, highly overestimates his ability to hit a baseball. It's a round ball, it's a round bat, and I suspect I take more foul balls off the mask and the gear than he puts in play tomorrow.
Yeah, that's my guess. Well,
I didn't even think about that part of it.
Yeah.
You got to be protected back there.
So speaking of Joe, we know arguing balls and strikes is a no-no. Are you gonna? And he's a whiny baby. So are you prepared to keep him in line and perhaps warn him if he gets a little mouthy?
So my understanding is that I'm going to be wearing a GoPro and speaking to somebody who is not an athlete. So speaking to Joe tomorrow is going to be similar to telling all the Karens to shut up on the third base side when little Bobby hasn't been able to play all year, gets one at bat, and he doesn't get his strikes. So I'm not going to see. I can't throw Joe out, and I wouldn't throw Joe out, but if he decides to get mouthy, it's going to get ugly, and it's going to get ugly in a hurry.
Okay.
Wow.
I like this guy.
I'm a big fan early.
Yeah.
Big fan early.
That's also a warning to you, Fritz. Don't you be on the mound complaining about balls and strikes either.
So I've had that problem in the past, Pat. I'll let the emotion out on the mound. Now, are we talking like low strike zone, high strike zone? I'm more of a kneesman.
So the strike zone, by definition, depending on what you look at, but by definition, from the letters to the belly button, that halfway point is about the top of your gut. So that's about as high as I go. So you'll get it. You want to leave it, Jack. You want to leave it right around the top of the belly. You're going to get a strike, and I'm going to give it to you right at about the bottom of the knees. So it is fairly big, top to bottom. I know we have seen a lot of strike calls in the major leagues the past 2 years. A lot of those high strikes, and the players will say that's not a strike. It's not a strike. But that little box on Fox tells you that it is a strike. And it is. It's not a popular strike, but it is the strike zone. And so I'm going to give you that strike at the top of the stomach.
We're with Pat McGrain, who is the home plate ump for tomorrow's Fritz versus DeCamera 2 at Plymouth White Marsh High School at noon. I want to make sure, because we had Joe on the air last week sort of negotiating the rules. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't trust our program director, brand manager, Rod Lakin. I feel like he is, I'm just being honest. And he did hire me back here and blah, 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 blah. But I feel like he's been trying to skew this toward DeCamera. Has he given you the rules? Jack does get 4 minutes in between every 3 outs. Joe is allowed 1 timeout per at bat. Those sorts of things. Or just make sure, I guess, if you haven't been given the rules, that he does give you the rules.
I will tell you that 4 minutes in between every 3 outs is not a lot. 4 minutes is basically allowing another team. So, for instance, you get 3 outs, you walk off the mound, you're probably looking at somewhere between 10 and 12 minutes rest. So 4 minutes for Jack is not a lot of rest time, particularly considering the fact that it's going to be about 90 to 94 degrees tomorrow. So that's a lot. So let's stay hydrated, Jack, because I don't want you cramping up and then complaining that we got cramps in your hamstring and you couldn't throw a strike. This is going to be done fairly. I truly believe you are at the advantage here. There is in no way, shape, or form, and I don't care how many people in Philadelphia hear this, in no way, shape, or form do I think Joe has a chance, a snowball's chance in hell of getting on base. Is it 4 times?
4 times.
Yeah, 3 times is a push.
The 3 is a push thing. I'm starting to get more annoyed. We're getting closer and closer.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
There is, look, unless you walk him, I don't see it happening. You've got fielders. In fact, I think there should be a side wager how many he actually puts into the outfield, because I don't see that legitimately.
Yeah, I don't see that happening one time.
No,
I don't see it happening. Look, I watched his golf swing, just got awful.
Yeah.
I don't know how you lost to him, but I watched that video. Holy crap! So that was fine. I can imagine that the swing is going to be worse. There's probably a $20 bet that his hands aren't even together the first time he puts them on a bat. I just don't see it happening.
Wow, Pat.
Yeah.
I hope Joe's listening.
Yeah, I hope so too. I do need to dig in to who at WIP told you to make the strike zone smaller. In that I suspect there's only 2 people.
2 people, I'm imagining.
There's 2 people.
You want to guess? I mean, I don't want to out him online.
Well, it's either Skopinich or Lakin. Those are the only two.
Well, look, I've been friends with Dave Skopinich for years. That's my guy. He could do no wrong.
Wow.
In fact, Dave's kids both umpire for me. So
okay.
I mean,
is the game after noon?
Yeah. They don't get up early. That's what I heard. Yeah.
Me and the Skopinich family are tight. So he tells me what he wants, but he said no. This has got to be a real strike zone. Look, I could call it as wide as we want. The only people that are going to know are everybody that watched the GoPro.
Right.
Well, helmet. So I feel like I got to be as honest as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's an accountability for you in that there will be the GoPro, and I'm sure everybody that's there will have their phones out, all that sort of stuff. So, well, we appreciate you. We'll get your opinion on this as an umpire. We were talking earlier, you know, I don't know if you saw the plays from last night, but the umpire in the Phillies game blowing a bunch of calls. Your thoughts on Major League Baseball sort of drifting toward the ABS system, which will allow players to challenge and have it be sort of electronically said whether it's a ball or a strike, which I think eventually will lead to that always happening. What are your thoughts on the sort of robo umpire movement?
Well, I hate it because it takes to me, baseball is the most beautiful sport ever created. To me, for me, it's a religion. 108 stitches on the baseball, 108 beads on a rosary. It's not a mistake, right? So to me, the simplicity of baseball is what is beautiful. The fact that we want to go back and replay and go back and replay and go back and replay, and that's fine, I suppose, considering the amount of money that we're spending. I don't mind the notion that what we have right now, where you can review. You're allowed a certain number of reviews because they've made it quick. With all of the time that we've now saved in baseball between the pitch clock and the number of visits and the number of throws over, we've dropped over an hour off of our baseball time. We want to add in back 5, 10, 15 minutes to make sure we get our calls 99% right. I'm okay with it as long as it's just seen as review. I hate the notion of getting rid of the umpire altogether.
All right. Well, Pat McGrain, he will be the home plate umpire tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you and you calling a fair game, which is what we want. We think Jack can win a fair game. So we appreciate...
I think if Jack doesn't win, we've got a real problem here.
Well, trust me. We've all got a real problem here, most notably Jack. Yeah. So thank you. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We thank you for your time today.
Appreciate it, Pat.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
All right.
There he is. That is a serious ump, Jack.
Man.
Beyond serious, actually.
That was more than I expected.
Me too.
Yeah.
He brought it.
He did.
He did.
He did. What do you think of his strike zone, the way he described it?
Well, given how I've been throwing recently, I'm going to need the low strike. So I've been down in the zone.
Okay.
A little bit.
But that's what you want to be.
That's what I want to be.
Yeah.
I got a heavy fastball. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
And my two-seamer hasn't moved like this ever before. I'm getting a little excited.
By the way, his point about Major League Baseball players, because before we had the box on the screen, they would not call, because we learned in Little League and in high school, it was the numbers to the knees, right? Letters on the jersey to the knees. Major League Baseball players, until the box started coming up, I don't think ever thought that was a strike. That was not a Major League strike. It was really sort of, I'm pointing to myself, like 4 inches over your belly button. I think that's what they would think was a high strike, the highest part of the strike zone. If you're getting numbers to the knees, you're going to strike the camera out.
It's a pretty big strike zone.
What do you want to do about the camera when he does his crouching tiger, hidden dragon stance?
Good luck swinging.
Yeah.
He says he's going to crouch like Pete Rose.
I think Pat knows how to call. It has to be called fairly.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to let Joe...
What about the camera's strategy this week? I can't figure out. What is his? Is he just trying to lower it, lower his own expectation? What does he think is going to happen tomorrow? Does he think he can hit?
No.
I think he thinks. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I believe he believes you can't throw enough strikes to get him out.
Yes.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I think he's going to.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's less about him thinking he's going to actually get a real base hit or 4 base hits.
No, I think he wants to get into your brain. I don't think the bat is coming off the shoulder until you can prove you throw strikes. But I think once you prove you throw strikes, it's over for the camera.
He has to swing,
Yeah.
Because then he gets ripped for not even
trying.
competing.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, that could be a benefit. He makes light contact in the infield. That's a benefit to you because that's fewer pitches you got to throw.
There's no way that ball is leaving the infield.
I don't think so.
No.
There's no way that ball is leaving the infield.
And we
Had I won golf, I would have said no outfielders.
Well, and
we can't even take chances.
You got to have that conversation with the infielders tomorrow. Hey, Joe is slow.
Right.
Don't rush it.
Take your time.
Take your time. No errors. I don't want any extra at bats.
And bring the outfielders up.
Yep.
Yeah. We don't need no doubles defense.
The ball's not getting hit over their head anywhere.
Yeah. And if it does, God bless him.
If he
wants to, I'll quit. Like, not to show, but I'll never say I played baseball ever again. You can erase the name from the record books, whatever. If he hits one like off the fence,
right?
It's over.
My God.
It's over.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so.
It's a high school field.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just trying to think about the measurements at a high school field.
It's big.
It's pretty big, right?
Yeah. There's no way he's. Yeah.
No.
215-592-9494. Oh, Black Gritty here on WIP.
BG.
Spike, Ike, how you guys doing today?
Hello there, Black Gritty.
I'm calling for some serious business. I know I don't bother you guys that much, but Jackie Baseball, Nolo, I got money on you, bro. I got an old school uncle that loves Joe DeCamera. I got $100 overall, $20 each round. This fool texted me at 7 o'clock in the morning talking about where's my $20. He ain't got Venmo, Cash App, nothing. I got to pay him $20 and I got to drive this thing out.
He wants the cash, yeah.
Hey, bro, it's real out here. It's real out here. I heard Rio said. I heard what Chuck said. I heard what Trey said. I don't care about none of that. I've been supporting you for a long time, Jack. I gave you a nickname Nolo for the pitching. For all the stuff you've been talking, all that time you done pumped your chest out. Let me remind you, you got 2 sons, and you probably got 3 more on deck, because the way you popping them out, you probably going to have 5 sons. Do you want them being coached at T-ball by Joe DeCamera? That's what happens to you, Jack. If you don't handle this business, you can't go out there and coach these boys at nothing in life. They ain't never going to listen to you, son. Okay, pressure of the world is upon you for your family, for your legacy, for your life, Jack. I'm not me, sorry. It ain't about my money. It ain't about money. It's about you and your legacy. It's about you and your legacy. You go out there tomorrow and handle business. Because remember when you was out there running and nobody thought you could run? They don't thought you was going to bust a wheel and blow your leg out.
I certainly thought he was.
Oh, yeah. I was out here impressed. You can hear it in his voice when he was making that last term.
Yep.
That's the Jack we need to show up. The one that is actually impossible. The one that puts the city on his back. Don't you embarrass me. I mean, the family name. Don't embarrass the family name. I apologize. I keep making this about me. It's not about me. It's about you and those 2 boys, okay? I want them to grow up and hear the legacy and believe in it. You talk so much trash about baseball, you have got to go out there and shut down this punk Scooby McDoo Joe DeCamera. Jack, I love you, brother. Don't let me down. I'll talk to y'all. Have a good day. Jack,
all right,
BG.
Wow. Bringing the family into
He
it.
had to come in to support, man.
Yeah.
He had to make sure.
Him saying that DeCamera's going to coach your kids in Little League.
You might as well call him daddy.
Yeah. It makes it very real.
That's a Pedro moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've already killed the Mets are my daddy currently.
Yeah.
I can live with the Mets. I can't live with Joe DeCamera.
You can't live with Joe DeCamera.
Yeah.
No.
It's a tough one. That's a tough one.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
Jeff in Wilmington, you're on WIP.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Jeff?
What up, Jeff?
I don't think the camera's going to get a ball in the outfield. May not even be able to put the bat on the ball. I seriously would be surprised if Jack can get the ball at least to 70 miles an hour. I don't think he's going to touch him.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way he's hitting a 70-mile-per-hour pitch.
I think we're all on the same page in that if Jack gets up there and throws strikes, that
it's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
He just it's going to be hot tomorrow. All that.
At best, the camera is hitting slow rollers.
Yeah.
to the shortstop or the pitcher.
And like I said, I think that is advantage Jack because it's fewer pitches he has to throw.
Yep.
And by the way, here's what happens. And I know Jack has talked about a breaking ball here and there. If Joe starts swinging the bat, that's when Jack can start to have fun.
Oh, yeah.
If Jack goes in there and throws strikes at the beginning and forces Joe to swing, that's when we get the highlights of Joe swinging and missing.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's going to happen? If Jack, you're there, that's when we get Joe letting go of the bat accidentally because he's so fooled on the pitch. And the
goes down to one knee.
The crowd getting behind you is just like, oh, my God, the glory.
Just like 2012.
Yep, just like 2012. All Chestmont. weren't
I got
you?
a TV moment, but
First team
before
watch,
that,
Esmond.
Yeah.
I'm with the idea of the umpires still calling the balls and strikes, but the hitters getting a chance to challenge.
Well, that's going to happen.
I know. I think that's the only fair way right now. I don't want it to go to all digital or whatever.
Right.
You know, the robo thing yet. I want to see how this goes first. Because like L.A. said, I don't want to get rid of them like L.A. just said, just get rid of all of them. I don't think that's going to happen. But
Well, I think it goes one.
level.
I think it goes one of two ways, Jeff. I think one way it could go is they bring in the ABS thing and it forces the umpires to be better because they get shown up for being worse. But I think the other thing that it could do is it could cause so much friction. And it could cause so much, second guessing of the umpires that it almost makes them worse, and then it pushes us into because what goes through my mind, and this is what goes through my mind every time that I hate replay in football, and every time somebody goes, well, the point is to get it right, and then I say to myself, well, if the point is to get it right, why are we just doing challenges? Right. Do you know what I mean? Like if the point is to do it right, well, then we should just get it right all the time, as opposed to 3 times a game. Right. You know, should it not count if you used up your 3 challenges? Is it no longer important to get it right in that one? And that's why I have the problem with the ABS thing and replay and all those things. I have no problem with replay if the umpire says, we're not sure. Let's go replay it. Mm-hmm. But the whole the team calling for a replay, I think it just adds this anxiety and friction between players and umpires.
If you're on the field playing, the last thing you want to hear is an umpire say, well, we're not sure.
Well, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
My TV moment would be, I believe it was in the winter or January, February, March of '83 when Michael Jackson did the moonwalk while he was Billie Jean on either I can't remember if it was American Music Awards or the Grammys. It was one of the two, but I remember that distinctly. Like, oh my God, what's this guy doing?
So it popped in American Music Awards popped in my head.
Yeah, AMA, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what it was. Yeah, I remember that too.
Sorry, yeah, I got choked up.
That's a big night. That's a big night, Fritz.
Oh man,
Michael Jackson do the moonwalk.
Nice. I saw some video of Michael Jackson impersonators like beefing today.
Oh, it's very funny.
It's so funny. The guy thinks he's Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
you're both just impersonating.
Well, he was like admiring the other Michael Jackson impersonator. Yeah,
a lot of those out in L.A. I'm pretty sure you've seen a lot of those out there,
all over the place.
Well, it was our first night in New Orleans. Remember the guy was?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, he was horrible.
I remember that.
Right outside the
standing outside the restaurant.
Yeah, he was asleep.
And
Elliot booked the restaurant.
Oh my God, yes.
And nobody was tipping him, so he gave up and just started looking at his phone halfway through.
He made the mistake of doing it like this week before the Super Bowl when no one was there yet.
Yeah, he got there early. He should have waited till like third. Well, you know what? He probably did all week.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, he was there all week.
You think he got better as the week went on?
No.
Well, it's like the guy who was rapping across the street. He was live rapping, so he was rapping about everybody.
I remember him. Yeah.
He was rapping about everybody as they walked by.
Seeing Michael Jackson do the moonwalk was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Every kid wanted to be Michael Jackson.
Yep.
You know, of course, I had the official Michael Jackson glove and jacket.
I had a glove.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was official, but I had one. I had one of those gloves, man.
Oh, dude. That was something.
I don't think I ever got a jacket. I don't think I ever got a Beat It jacket.
Yeah,
I wanted one.
I had I think it was the Thriller jacket. It was like fake leather, the plastic one.
Yeah.
It was red with the black V on the front. I think that was the Thriller jacket. Yeah.
Beat It had the zippers.
The zippers and the diamond shoulder pads or whatever, right? Yep. Coming up next, so Bill Barnwell of ESPN ranked the best playmaker cores in the NFL. So this includes running back, wide receiver, and tight end. So we will find out where the Eagles fell. They also ranked the best defensive tackles in the NFL, and we will find out where Jalen Carter fell. 215-592-9494. Today's show sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Backyard barbecues, hot day by the pool. How about a sunny day down the shore? The best memories are made when the sun's out with great people all around. Surfside iced tea and vodka was made for the same. Real brewed tea with real vodka. No bubbles, no troubles, just a smooth, laid-back refreshment that tastes like summer always felt. Cheers to the can with the sunset stripes. Surfside iced tea and vodka, brewed with summer in mind. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
One round down.
I chip one to the green, he concedes.
One man up.
1-0 Hammer.
But this battle, far from over.
An absolute embarrassment. That was a vintage meltdown.
Joe versus Jack. Round 2. The baseball challenge. Will Joe keep his streak alive?
No peacocking from me, man. Head down, focused.
Or will Jack finally hit back?
I need baseball.
It's Joe versus Jack at Plymouth White Marsh High School starting at noon tomorrow. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome.
And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
That'll be 30 even.
That's 90 points! Sorry, that was a lot. Now that I'm getting 3 times the points on food and fuel with the Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card, I get a little too hyped sometimes.
Cool. Would you like your receipt?
In the bag! Sorry, in the bag, please.
Learn more about the everyday, everywhere Navy Federal More Rewards American Express card at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Talks have resumed between Philadelphia and its largest blue-collar workers union. The ride-hailing company Waymo began testing its driverless cars in Philadelphia this week, and the freshman class at Temple University is on track to be the largest ever.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
New Harley-Davidson street glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Try down for under $265 a month on a new street glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on street glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit WindowNation.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for extraordinary diamonds and customer service. Extraordinary diamonds at customer service. Visit Mark's in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Are you now pro or anti robo-umps in baseball? 73.1% say pro.
Still locked in at 73, huh?
Yeah. Well, maybe ask him again in a week when we didn't get screwed by an ump the night before. Before we get to Everyday Eagles, we are, 58 days, 5-8, big number.
5-8?
Away from...
Trent Cole days away?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Jalix Hunt days away. That's what everyone says.
Long lineage.
Yep.
Yeah, throw Jordan Hicks in there.
Yep. From
Bernard Avery.
From opening kickoff. Just want to let you guys know, I don't know if you know, but Mets fans are not handling the question I raised yesterday particularly well. I did raise a question that their home road split was not consistent with how the Mets have played at Citi Field. In fact, it would be the 7th largest home road split in baseball history. And most of those are the top 10, all but one, being Colorado and Minnesota. And I think you guys heard me say repeatedly, I wasn't saying they were cheating.
Yes.
I repeatedly said, I'm not saying they're cheating, but maybe somebody should look into this.
Maybe somebody need to look into this.
Maybe look into it. But again, I was very clear that I said they weren't cheating. Several Mets fans, I would say hundreds of Mets fans, have threatened me. One told me to eat something and die. Several accused me of ruining WFAN, and then I ran home to Philadelphia.
You knew that was going to come out.
Yes. Several thought that I was bitter because the Mets had beaten the Phillies in the playoffs last year.
That's me.
Yes.
I'm bitter.
I'm a truth seeker. All I want is the truth. I love my teams here in Philadelphia, but I'm no homer.
Nope.
I just like.
Yeah, we all know that.
Yes. I call it like I see it. And what I saw was something. Look, again, I'm not saying this is cheating. I don't know that they're cheating. But what I do know is that the numbers don't add up, and somebody should look into it.
And something's fishy.
Might be fishy. Want to do Everyday Eagles? Let's do Everyday Eagles.
Yes, sir.
Everyday Eagles.
We are 58 days away from our world champion Philadelphia Eagles kicking off the season at home against the Dallas Cowboys Thursday Night Football. A couple of notes. First of all, the Eagles will be getting their rings. Ike, I knew you had been on this case trying to figure out when this was going to happen.
Yeah.
July 18th per Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk.
Insider of the Year candidate, Mike Florio.
That is just 4 days before they start camp.
Hold on, does this count as
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
He had it.
Elliot, who told you to go on vacation?
Yeah. Elliot's busy finger twirling at an Oasis concert.
The
Meanwhile,
Wonderwall.
Yeah, so July 18th. I don't remember it being so close to camp last time in 2018. I thought it was a lot. I thought it was way earlier. If I remember correctly, it was way earlier.
I thought it was too. I thought it was maybe sometime in June or shortly after they finished their last OTAs.
Well, you have to do it, I guess, when you figure everybody's going to be here.
Yeah.
So I guess they figure everybody's going to be here
This
before
is
camp.
before training camp, yeah.
So I also wonder if, I suppose, the Mekhi Bectons of the world who are no longer on the team,
that's
Slay,
a good question.
I wonder if they will come back for the ring ceremony?
Not if they're in training camp.
Not if they're in camp, but
Yes.
if it's before camp, you know.
Well, I don't know when the other teams
Start.
open up camp, but
Right.
to your point, I would think they would be here. As a matter of fact, Slay may miss his first day at camp
To come here for
this.
Yeah, he's been in the league long enough.
Yes.
Any excuse to miss camp. And Mekhi Becton really seemed like he valued
He did.
this year here last year. So
Yeah.
Will Bryce Huff be there?
Bryce Huff, yeah.
Now, he may not decide to come.
They should give his ring to you. You know, like give his ring to somebody else.
Yeah, he may decide. Let me tell him. Well, listen.
Give Saquon 2 rings.
He may not decide to come to the event, but if I were him, I would take that ring.
Get that ring.
Yes, get
You
that
might not get
ring.
another one. Yeah.
Yeah, you may, in a couple of years, you may feel differently and you come back for the anniversary. I mean, you're attached to the team.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on the roster.
Yeah, attached the same way Adam Eaton is attached to the 08 Phillies.
Is Bradbury going to be there?
Oh, you know,
100%.
Bradbury will be there.
He acted like he really did something with last year.
He made sure he announced he was a world champion.
Yep, Bradbury will be there. Bradbury will be there, I think.
I would too.
So a couple of rankings came out on ESPN to get ESPN.com today. Bill Barnwell is their lead football writer, and he ranked every team in the NFL, 32 to number 1, on their offensive playmaker core. Now, to be clear, offensive playmaker core in this context does not include quarterback. It includes wide receiver, tight end, and running back. So I will count down 5 to 1. I will tell you this. The Eagles are in the top 5.
Okay. Well, we better be.
Number 5, the Los Angeles Rams. Rams did increase their, their firepower this year.
Tay Adams.
Yep, had a strong end of the season last year. There were a lot of injuries beginning of last season, but this does seem like it could be Stafford's last year, or last year there at least.
Yeah.
So the way he's contract stuff every single year. But number 5, the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
Number 4, the San Francisco 49ers.
This was a little. That's weird.
So they had a receiver last year, a rookie receiver, a young receiver.
Pearsall,
but there was a Juwan something.
Oh,
he
Juwan
wasn't a
Johnson.
rookie, but he's been around for a little bit.
Number
But he
15.
came on last
Yeah,
year.
he's a baller.
And
Juwan Jennings.
And
That's what I said.
And they get what's his name back? They get the running back. McCaffrey back.
Run CMC.
Yeah.
One of my prouder moments.
Yeah, you were right about him.
Yeah.
And they will get from injury. They traded Debo, right?
Yeah, they traded Debo. Brandon Ayuk.
They'll get Ayuk back.
And the guy who got shot.
Right.
Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah. So they are number 4. Number 3, unsurprising, the Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe the best wide receiver combo in football, along with Joe Mixon was there last year, right?
No,
or was Mixon?
No, he went to
Who's the running back last
It was
year?
Chase Brown.
Chase Brown,
right.
Yeah.
Number 2, the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Leaving the best playmaker core in football. They were number 3 2 years ago, number 2 last year, and number 1, your Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
So,
no surprise there.
What is an acceptable point per game ranking for the Eagles this year? They were 7th last year.
This is even counting the O-line, right?
This is not counting the O-line.
I wonder where that would rank.
It is just playmakers.
I wonder what that. Yeah, it would make them more number one.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, so make sure that we're on the same page. Yeah.
They got to be top 3, right?
What did they average last year?
27 points a game. They were 7th.
Yeah, if you give me 30's hard to average.
Yeah, now I think there were 3 or 4 teams that averaged 30 points a game last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Detroit averaged 30 points a game. Buffalo averaged 30 points a game.
Yeah, because they had a couple of
Big,
big games. See, did we ever? I don't think we ever hit 40.
No.
We never hit 40 last year,
It's
right?
NFC Championship.
The Super Bowl, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and the NFC Championship game, those 2 games.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah,
The Rams game, did they get to 40?
I don't.
When Saquon went
That
nuts?
last touchdown, yeah.
I feel like it was 38 to something, the Rams game.
I just know we didn't have a lot of
Yeah.
explosive games from a touchdown standpoint.
Yeah, so Baltimore got to 30 a game, and Buffalo and
Detroit. So 3. Okay.
And Tampa was at 29.0.
Okay.
29.0. Okay.
We got to be top 3, right?
Yeah,
Especially if the defense is going to take at least a step back, which we would assume they're not going to be number 1.
Right.
Schedule
is tougher.
Yeah.
So the defense probably won't give up 16, 17 points a game this year.
No. And by the way, we mentioned the 49ers. I would just be careful of the 49ers this year. They have a...
Oh, here we go. This is your new Rams?
No, they have an easy schedule. They have an easy schedule, and you assume, look, McCaffrey, who knows? But they just I don't know that they were quite as bad as they seemed like they were last year, especially with all the injuries. So I would expect and they got Salah's defensive coordinator there, who is a really good defensive coordinator, bad head coach, but defensive coordinator. Yeah, I think Eagles got to be top 3. I don't 30. I don't know how many points are going to be scored overall, so I don't want to say 30 points per game, but I do want to say top 3.
Yeah.
You can't be 7.
You got to be closer to 30.
Yeah.
In order to even be a top 3.
To be a top 3 offense. So then Jeremy Fowler ranked the top 10 defensive tackles in football. Where do you think Jalen Carter came in?
Not 1. I guess Chris Jones is probably 1.
I'll tell you this. Chris Jones is not number 1. Chris Jones is number 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So the only other tackle I can think of is Big Boy up in New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence, yes. Big Sexy is what Sexy Lawrence?
Sexy Dexy.
Yeah, Sexy Dexy, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's in that top 3?
So
I would say he's in the top 3. Jalen has to be in the top 3.
So Dexter Lawrence, number 1.
Oh, okay.
Their defensive front's going to be good this year.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
They have a lot of players.
Yep.
Chris Jones, number 2. Jalen Carter, number 3.
Okay.
Jeffrey Simmons, number 4, the
He's
Titans.
good. Yep, Titans.
And Quinnen Williams, who's also very good for the Jets.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there you go. Seems fair.
Oh,
All
yeah.
seem fair.
Yeah, that seems. Those are some pretty good tackles.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Dexter Lawrence would get more recognition if the team played better.
Well, and now
he had him ranked as number 1. So,
well, he got one good edge last year in Burns. Is that name Brian Burns?
Mm-hmm.
But then they drafted the
Abdul
Carter. So
that's going to be a beast.
And they've got Kayvon Thibodeau. I don't think is as good as they hope, but he's a good
not
player.
Bad, yes.
Yeah, he's a good player. That should be.
I would argue.
Is their front better than ours? It is, right? It is.
Collectively, probably, yeah. Because Lawrence and Jalen, they cancel each other out.
And they have Burns and they have
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
And even Thibodeau would probably be the best end on our team.
Yeah, right now?
Right now.
Yes. Based on everything. Maybe Nolan Smith, but at this point, and he bounces back and forth. He's a pretty versatile player, Thibodeau is.
Yeah.
He's just not quite as, I think they expected him to be more
supposed to be a dynamic.
A menace, sort of like to quarterbacks, and he isn't really that way.
Talks a lot, but
he does.
Game doesn't back it up.
Well, he was one guy who said, I don't think he didn't like Daniel Jones. I don't think anybody from the Jets didn't, but he was the one who said that Saquon should have gotten paid before Daniel Jones did, while they were both on the team.
Seems like a problem.
Yeah, that never works out well.
Oh, Anthony in New Jersey. You're on WIP. Mrs. DeCamera, Anthony in Jersey.
Hey, Ike, none of this is for you, Ike.
Okay.
Okay. Because you're too scared to go up against Ike?
Yeah, it's never Ike. Ike.
Yeah. I'm not Joe. And if I have a problem with Ike, I will talk to Ike like a man and address my problem.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all left me on hold Friday. Now, y'all, I called that 155. I got to play games to get on the radio. Y'all don't own the radio.
Here's the thing, Ant. No. Hush. We don't own the radio station, but we're closer to owning it than you are.
Okay, that's
You see
cool.
what I'm saying?
That's not my profession. That's yours.
Yeah.
Hey, and if I please can get what I'm saying out, then you can get what you're going to say out.
Well,
do this like men.
I have the hold
Please.
button. You don't.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
well,
say what you're going to say instead
I'm
of
just asking.
saying what you're going to say. Just say it.
Either way, this right here was all fun and games. You know, people trash talk Joe DeCamera in the morning. He don't leave their calls on hold or forever or don't get to him.
Can you stop crying like a big baby? You're on hold. You're on hush. You're on hold because there were better callers than you in line. All you want to do is whine and cry. So instead of spending 3 minutes saying all the things you're going to say, just say it.
The Phils. I had a topic to talk about the Phils. Once y'all keep disrespecting me and putting other callers on, I call way ahead. First come, first serve.
No, that's not how it works on this show.
Not how radio works.
Yeah, you know how it works here? How it works here is you earn your spot, and you haven't earned it because all you do is cry.
Listen, if you want to say all I do is cry, coming from a man that's 5 feet, whatever, with one hip and is scared of his own shadow, all I do is cry.
Yes, all you do is cry. Remember, you're calling me. You're calling me. You're calling me. You're calling our show.
Crying in with disrespect, but I'm not taking the disrespect.
Well,
like I said,
guess
it was
what?
all fun and games.
Guess
It was
what?
all fun and games.
Nobody cares what you have to say.
Y'all get on me or Joe, whatever. Who cares?
Mrs. DeCamera from Jersey. That's your name. Anthony DeCamera. Anthony DeCamera from Jersey.
I'm not going to cry. I don't hurt me. Who else?
Anthony DeCamera from Jersey.
Respect that we're not going to tolerate here.
All
You see
right.
what I'm saying?
Well, what are you going to do about it, Ant?
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I would
no.
go
Okay,
above
all right,
you,
all right.
and
No.
I would-
I heard what you're saying. You're not going to tolerate the disrespect. So my question back to you is, what are you going to do about it? What?
I will go over. I will talk to. I will email or talk to. I will go through the proper legal channels and have a conversation if I can.
The
or
legal
email
channels?
with whoever I need to. Yes, and speak with whoever is
The legal channels to you having to wait on hold on a sports radio show? What law are we breaking?
I call all 3 shows. It's not no law. Y'all scared of me. Y'all don't have to be scared.
You don't have
It's
anything.
all
You haven't
fun
even
and
said
games.
anything. Say something of value.
Stop the disrespect.
Say something
I
of
don't
value.
disrespect
You have 10
guys.
seconds to say something of value, or I'm going to disrespect you even worse.
You
Yo,
can't disrespect.
I'm here.
The only tough Howard in your family is your father.
The only
Not
what?
You. Stop. The only tough actions in your family is your father.
Oh, great.
Stop with the tough guy act. That's not you.
That's
If I see
Ike.
you in
I'm
the street
Spike.
Like a regular, Spike. Stop with the tough guy act. Because if I see you outside,
Well, what are you going to
there's
do?
no tough guy.
Are you going to beat me
I'm
up?
not going to do anything.
You going to beat me
There's
up?
No tough guy act.
You going to beat me
stop
up?
with the tough guy because you in the mic over the radio. And you
Anthony's going to beat me up.
Because I kept them on hold. Loser.
I call all 3 shows.
Okay. Well, you still haven't said anything.
Listen, right? I call all 3.
All right, I'm going to put him on hold for a second because all he's doing is yelling. I want to be clear to everybody. We do not do first come, first serve on the phones. Now, I understand that might be frustrating, but sometimes we have certain topics we want to talk about, and a caller wants to talk about that topic, so we have them on. Sometimes we know one caller might be better at that moment than another caller, so we have them on. I didn't put Anthony on, not because I'm scared of him, but because all he does is this. All he does is whine that he's on hold or whine about the camera, blah, blah, blah. He was just on the phone for 3 minutes and didn't give a sports point, didn't give a point about Fritz and DeCamera, didn't give a point about anything, aside from the fact that he's going to go through legal channels because we put him on hold. Legal channels. And then sort of started to threaten me. So, Anthony, 10 more seconds.
Spike, I did not threaten you first off.
You did.
I said if you was outside, you were a different person. You said you going to do anything, and I said no.
Okay. Anthony.
You're on radio here. We recorded.
Anthony, final chance to say what you want to say.
My final chance
Yes.
to say what I have to say,
Yes.
is Spike. Why can't you be a man, Spike?
All right.
All I want you to do is to be a man, Spike. That's all.
How do I be a man, Anthony? Sit on hold for
Because
4
listen,
hours
listen,
crying?
No. It's not about hold for 4 hours because if you want to be technically, when you kept me on Friday, you kept saying, "Oh yeah, Anthony is on hold, and we're gonna keep him there." Anthony's on hold, and I asked him how long he been on hold. Spike, was that right or wrong?
Oh, you're so boring. All right.
Okay then. Spike,
I'm going to hang up on
please
you.
stop
5
with
seconds. 4 seconds.
whatever, Spike.
3
I just want you to
seconds.
be a man.
How? How do you want me to be a man, Anthony?
I will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
And you will be there tomorrow.
Okay.
And we can talk like men.
I don't want to talk to you
With no
like men.
disrespect.
All right.
No disrespect at all.
Okay.
Like with the
All right.
we all here.
Are we done, Anthony? Are we done?
No.
Okay.
No. We all here for the Eagles, right? Eagles, Phillies, whatever. I called Jack and I told Jack I had a Phillies topic. I never said
What
I was
is your
calling
Phillies
anything.
topic?
I never said
What
I was
is your
calling
Phillies
anything about
topic?
No Joe or Jack.
What is your Phillies topic?
I told your man I had a Philly.
What
It was
is your
about
Phillies
the
topic?
bullpen. It was about the bullpen.
Okay, what about
and
it?
It's about us getting more bats here.
Okay,
and
great.
You feel me? In the rotation or whatever.
Okay,
But
get
what
more
y'all-
bats in
y'all
the
do-
rotation of the
y'all do-
bullpen. We got it. All right. He's just mad that he's stuck on hold. And that is one of the bugaboos. I do not like people complaining that they're on hold. Some of our
He's going to go through legal.
Well, some of our greatest callers sit on hold.
Yeah.
You know,
Just look at the call board right now.
they have respect.
Yeah.
Like our diehards.
I know.
The
Sounds like
foxhole
Anthony
guys.
wants to join this show.
Yes. Well, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
If he wants to, he can fill out an application. The whole wait till I see you in person is just like the most comical. And then when I ask him about, well, what are you going to do? And then it's just, well, I didn't say I was going to do anything. All right. What are we talking about?
He'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure cheering on his husband, Joe.
We didn't know where to go with
Yeah.
that. Meanwhile, Joe's like, hold on.
He just seems committed. He seems getting like, you know, Amy and Villanova should watch out for Anthony in New Jersey, is what I think. Jack, what do we have coming up in the top? And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with his commitment to DeCamera.
It is odd, though.
Well, look. It's
The
what
camera
it is.
needs people that are in his corner. Too.
Yes, he does. Jack, what do we have coming up in the top five?
The best things that have happened in the last 24 hours.
Oh.
Yep. Including some more dirtiness from the Phil's booth.
Oh, really?
Ah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what the hell has happened in the last 24 hours?
Oh, you're in it, Ike.
Of course. I don't even know why, but we'll find out.
No. All right. So top 5 is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and
tearing up
Fritz.
again?
No.
Why don't you be a man?
Be a man.
Yeah, just
Be a man about it.
Yeah, the only tough asking in your family is your dad.
Howard. Yeah. Well, he's right. I'm not tough. I can tell you that.
Well, he's pretty tough.
I did tie one fight.
Nice.
Reed's Bluebell parking lot.
Yeah, everyone still talks about
Yeah.
it.
215-592-9494. You know who's not going to leave you on hold when you call? That is Guida. You call up to get new windows and doors from Guida. You're not going to have to wait like Anthony did. No. They're going to get right to you because they treat you like a man. And because they know that it is an urgent situation if you're calling, and not an emergency, but it's been years since you've known that you should replace those windows and potentially your doors. They're going to get right to it, and they're going to hook you up. It is the big 40% off summer sales event on every expertly installed window and every expertly installed door. So that is 40% off every high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane window. And as far as energy efficient, they do this little trick. When you're going to see this, when they put heat on one side of the window, like real heat, and you put your hand on the other side of the window and you can feel that heat's not getting through, that's what's going to keep your energy bills down. And if you need a new door, maybe it's a sliding patio door, maybe the jewel of the front of your house, your front insulated entry door, they'll give you 40% off that too. This only goes till July 31st, however. All prior sales are excluded, but this is the one that you want. You start your project with no money down, interest-free financing up to 18 months. Call them, 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free no-obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Last season, they didn't just win, they dominated.
The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
But with the crown comes the chaos, and everyone is coming for the champs.
Let's work, man.
The road to a repeat starts right here with Sports Radio 94 WIP's Champ Camp. Every hit, every headline, and exclusive access live from the NovaCare Complex. This is WIP's Champ Camp.
One day at a time, like we always do.
Driven by Forest River RV by Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, accessories.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Every mile per hour over the speed limit increases your risk of a deadly crash. Speeding puts you, your passengers, and others at risk. Slow down and drive smart. Safety is everyone's responsibility.
This summertime, it's Modelo time. Whether you're poolside or curbside, kick it with an ice cold Modelo. Time to fire up the grill and turn up. Time to reach for a crisp Modelo or the refreshing lime and salt flavors of Modelo Chelada. Time to raise one to summer, and time to stock up on Modelo before summer is gone. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. And it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix. This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Quarterback on Netflix is back, and there's a heated exchange shown after a win over the Tennessee Titans as Joe Burrow was not happy with the offense's performance while Zach Taylor is trying to praise Joe. Sure, the exchange is pretty normal on the sidelines for NFL standards. However, if the NFL's leader in passing yards and touchdowns from a year ago fails to make the playoffs once again, then someone has to go in Cincinnati, and it will probably be Zach Taylor. I don't think Joe will be all that upset by losing his head coach. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Today's show, proudly sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Jack, this is the last top 5 at 5 before the rest of your life begins tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, big stuff.
All right, let's do it.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5.
5.
With Jack Fritz.
So what I have for you today, the 5 best things that have happened in the last 24 hours. Hopefully 24 hours from now, we're going to re-update this with a nice 8-0 win.
Oh, that's what I'd love.
8-0.
You go 8-0.
That'd be fun.
You tell them to get back into the box because you want the final 2 at that.
Tell them to wear one.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm officially... I'm not going to throw a Joe.
No.
Like, I want to just beat him. I just want to beat him soundly. Don't give him any excuse. Don't hit him and he bows out of the competition. No interest.
Go in and dominate.
That's the goal. That is the goal. So number 5, speaking of that, and this happened 2.5 hours ago. Was when Trey Turner gave this little message.
Hey, Jack. Heard you're down 0-1. Keep your head up. You've had my back. I got yours. Go get him on Wednesday.
It may have looked like a hostage video.
A little bit. Where was the gun? The gun was just off screen.
Behind the cameraman.
Yeah.
He's saying to himself, like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, this is might be the dumbest thing I've ever been a part of.
He's down 0-1. Down 0-1 for what?
Yeah, he's like, what? What's going on here?
I got snubbed from the All-Star game, and then I got to deal with this idiot.
Yeah.
You know?
Here's what I'll say. He's gone up a couple notches.
Oh.
It's pretty cool for him to do.
It is.
It's pretty cool for him to do. So he's gone up a couple notches in my book.
Yep. That's my guy.
Yep.
Yeah. The fourth best thing that's happened in the last 24 hours is Waymo's coming to Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
In this city?
Oh, come on.
This is sure going to be a disaster.
Self-driving cars?
Don't you know we did the Hitchbot?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that?
Remember that?
Yeah.
Dude, it killed Hitchbot.
Yep.
In one day.
In one day. This guy, this poor little thing is going around the world, gets here ruined in a night.
So Waymo has no shot.
So I have Waymo is in Los Angeles, so I was out visiting my brother. He said, do you want to take one?
Yeah.
It is. And I've been in a car with friends who have a Tesla and did the self-driving while they were in the driver's seat. Yeah. It is an entirely different experience when the car pulls up and there's nobody in it.
Oh, he wasn't with us.
Oh, did you do
Mark's?
Mark's?
Arizona.
Oh, they have him in that was the first place.
That's the first place I've ever been in them.
It was terrifying. Like I just kept being like, I know it's gonna work probably, but
we had to do it though. We had to get in there and do it. Yeah.
I think we took like a 4-minute video, like the longest video ever. It was creepy, man.
Yeah.
Well, I loved it. I thought it was Uber. Look, I'm not. When Uber first started, it was great. The drivers are not quite as, and I don't mean to insult anyone specifically who does it. I just have this one memory. I had hip replacement surgery. My wife did not want to drive to Manhattan to take me home, so we had to take an Uber home from the hospital. The guy pulls up in the Uber. Now, mind you, I had just had
I think you told me this.
hip replacement surgery. Guy gets out of I think it was a Camry or whatever. Guy gets out of the car, has one shoe on.
Was it on his driving clutch?
I said to him, I just had hip replacement surgery. Can you take it easy out there? He goes, yeah. Let me tell you, he didn't take it easy. Sped to every stop sign, every stoplight. We get on and I'm just like, I'm bouncing up and down.
In the back seat.
Had not had the pain pills.
The painkiller
yet.
Yeah.
I got home. I was nauseous from the what's it called wearing off from the
anesthesia.
From the anesthesia wearing off. I had just spent the last 2 hours in the operating room throwing up into a bag because I was so nauseous from it. Meanwhile, this guy's like Mario Andretti trying to get me home. It was the only thing I asked was, could you take it easy? I think the Waymo would take it easy. Is all I'm saying. Yeah.
I almost just wish that every car was self-drive though. Like they're like,
yes,
I think
either
that's
everything or nothing.
Yeah. So we'll see how it works.
Yeah,
here.
the mix is what
Yeah, the
is
issue's
make
going
this
to be
interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll see how the city handles it.
Yeah, how long until the Waymo gets the finger for somebody, or a rage driver's tailgating the Waymo because it's not driving
exactly
fast
what
enough?
I'm thinking about.
Because
someone puts a cowboy sticker on the back.
So in LA, they couldn't. The last time I was in one, they couldn't take the highway. They wouldn't.
Yeah, we couldn't take the highway.
We couldn't take the highway either.
So
yeah.
I don't know if it's there yet with it, but I'm looking forward to it. I downloaded the app again when I saw the news.
I definitely wouldn't get in one if it was getting on the expressway.
No, not yet.
No shot.
Not yet.
No shot.
I could survive 20 miles per hour, 25 miles
But
per
again, better than that guy that drove me home from hip surgery.
That does sound miserable.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The third best thing that has happened in the last 24 hours is Ike telling me pre-show that he's been dealing with his own mortality because his knee hurts.
Yeah. It happens, man. You're like, shoot, I'm getting older.
Well, because he woke up, you don't even know where the knee injury
Don't even know where it happened at.
which is the most like, wow, we're getting old kind of thing of all time.
Yep.
I'm assuming it happened on the golf course Saturday. That's the last active thing I did Saturday morning.
When you get old, it's like, why does that thing hurt?
Yeah.
I don't know, because it's worn out. Chances are is why.
Somehow. But this has gone from just like, it's one thing for it to be aching, like sore or whatever. I got fluid on the knee.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, it's swollen.
Yeah.
Like the size of a grapefruit right now.
Well, it's because you're an athlete. It happens to
Well, I
athletes.
once was.
Yeah.
Once was.
Yep.
Ike got mad at me because I was, kind of laughing a little bit.
Oh, no, because because you think it's funny.
I do think it's funny. No, I think you're going to be all right.
I don't
know. Now, if it goes south, then my bad. But for the current portion, it's a little funny.
Why did I go to the absolute worst thought? They're going to have to amputate my knee.
Oh, that's exactly what I think about all the time.
It's a normal reaction to some fluid in the knee.
I couldn't sleep the other night. I thought
I amputate my leg, man.
I couldn't sleep the other night. I thought I had a brain tumor. That's why I couldn't sleep.
I'm sure you did.
I went up to Val and I said, hey, like, I'm getting older. I think something bad is going to happen to me. And she laughed in my face.
It's a good response.
Yep.
It's a good response.
Man, that's what it is.
Yep.
I'm glad you're humored by this.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome.
The second best thing that happened. You're gonna have a nice limp out to the mound tomorrow. Dude.
Oh my God!
But like a real
everybody,
manager.
Yes.
That's a real manager has a limp.
Yeah, a nice little Charlie trot.
Yeah.
A little bounce.
Yeah, a little bounce. The second best thing that's happened in the last 24 hours is Scott Fransky getting progressively more angry during the Orion Kerkering at bat. Listen to Fransky last night.
1-2 pitch. And that one is...
That's again, that he just doesn't understand the zone right now. He's really lost. I'm a little surprised, JT.
I'm a little surprised that somebody on the bench hasn't been thrown out of this game at this point.
I'm sure JT's got to be in his ear.
Kerkering ready, the 2-2. And that one is another strike he misses. He's literally struck him out 3 times.
I've never seen anything like this.
What is going on?
They were channeling L.A. No L.A., no problem for last night. Wow.
You don't usually hear Scott get that.
No.
Get to that level.
No. What are we doing?
Yeah. He was at irritation level 9.
Ballsy of that guy to just keep taking those pitches, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Chapman.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It felt surreal watching it.
Yeah.
I was like, is he? I kept waiting for the arm to go up.
Yeah.
It never happened. But the best thing that happened last night, in the last 24 hours, is Dirty Rube was back in the Phil's TV booth.
All right.
Ruben Amaro Jr. last night.
Bottom of the 6th inning. I think they're waiting to dock somewhere. Got the anchor out. They'll be called in eventually.
Are you a seaman? You know about this stuff?
Ooh, boy. You're so stupid.
Are you a seaman? You know about this stuff?
He's talking about the boats.
Yeah.
in
We
McCovey
know
Cove.
what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's a seaman.
A seaman.
Yeah, seaman. We
Yeah.
know what he's saying.
Is he taking the men bit from the show, by the way? Like, are you a seaman?
No, that's what they're called.
Yeah, it's not Seaman.
Yeah, well, nah, but the men thing is our show thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. And
Wow.
only you would hear that and go straight to that.
Rube is doing it on purpose.
Has to be.
Are you a seaman? You know about this stuff?
Jeez, I don't even know that as a that might be too much for a drop.
It is. It's like the Jolly, the Maury thing.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to play with context.
Yes.
God.
Wow, that's a good top 5 there, Jack.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh man, can't wait till tomorrow. This hour sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call Guida with their big summer sales event. Call Guida Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey man, look, don't be disrespecting me having me on no hold.
For 3 hours,
Yeah, I don't want to disrespect you. Who knows what happens when I see you in person, Corey? Yeah.
Hey, man, when you see me, you know what it is.
Yep.
Don't be disrespecting me now.
Yep,
All right,
yep.
I got to address a couple things. First of all, I've been listening in and out. I got to rewind. Brother Ike.
Yes.
When earlier when Aaron called, I don't know if you was dry snitching. He was like,
what I say?
He said linebackers was juicing in the 90s. Ike was like, yup. I'm confused. Wait,
Ooh, boy.
you know something?
Well, I mean, listen, they were, so yeah.
Lyle Alzado, you remember that Sports Illustrated
Yeah.
cover? Yeah.
I was listening, and Ike was just like, yup.
Yep.
I was waiting for Ike to jump in and be like, wait, hold on.
I wasn't going to throw a name out there, but yeah. The 90s were a little wild.
Yep.
Yeah.
It started in the 80s, I think, in the NFL, yeah.
But yeah, so look, the executives did their little rankings or whatever. I'm confused. I could have swore Joe Burrow was playing with bums because, like, as I've been told, all these years, all these times, we've been talking, all these great basketball minds. I'm confused. Like, Joe Burrow got the third best team, and he can't win the Super Bowl.
No, nobody says that. Nobody says that. It doesn't say third best team. It says third best offensive playmakers.
Offensive players. I'm confused about that. So he got that, and he can't even make the postseason 2 years in a row.
Yep, because the defense is bad.
I don't know, man, because I've seen teams with defenses that's close to him. I mean, the Commanders' defense was, like, I think, close to his ranking with the Bengals and what they quarterback do. I'm confused, but that's a topic for a different day. I know y'all want to dabble into that, but let me get on my boy for tomorrow. Look, listen, this we here, this Christmas Eve. I want you to go home tonight, you know what I'm saying? Jill, put it on him, get it together, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, boy.
Have a good dinner, all that, because tomorrow is game time, you know what I'm saying? Joe the camera don't know what hit. I want you to come out. I want you to toy with him. I don't want you to give him the fast stuff earlier, toy with him, let him swing, and then when you start feeling it, get in your zone, I want you to light this boy up. Because what's the dude's name? What's Anthony from New Jersey? Is that his name?
Yes.
His
Anthony DeCamera.
Yeah, whoever. This dude, I've never seen somebody ride for the camera like that. So when you see him tomorrow, I want you to remind him it's the dude you cheering for, right? Because, he say he, a fan of the teams. I can't tell. Like, he must be rooting for the Flyers because we root for winners. I get the camera had that little, fluke win with the golf and all that. We get a little fluke win, whatever. But tomorrow, it's on site. And Jack said earlier, he said he ain't ducking no smoke. I want you to get this boy to smoke tomorrow, get this W, because then, we got running and all that. We know he ain't beating us in no race. You know what I'm saying? He ain't beating us in no basketball game. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so after that, this ain't no free throw contest. You know, this
That's true. That's
I
true.
mean, this is the only thing that could happen with the basketball is it never ends. But
See, this is what you gotta do.
yeah,
You gotta get a ref that's gonna let them play. Because once if you get somebody to let him be physical with the camera, it's out of it. He won't cry.
Oh
You
yeah,
know what
yeah.
I'm saying? So
He
that's-
can't hold up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow. Jack, not to put pressure on you, but I think Jack knows this. Tomorrow is, on some level, tomorrow is the competition. Because if Jack wins tomorrow, it puts him in the driver's seat. Like what you said, with running and basketball, we feel pretty confident in Jack and those two. Maybe not tennis. Jack wins this tomorrow, the story turns around. It becomes a choke from the camera.
Because when Jack win this tomorrow, we don't remember.
Yep.
Y'all go with that if again. We don't know. We don't play with ifs. I told y'all.
Yep.
When Jack win tomorrow, we gonna celebrate after that.
Yep.
I love it.
Dude, I would love
Holla
it.
at y'all.
All right, Corey.
Yep. And by the way, not that I get inside of anyone's bedroom, unless I'm advising you, what we
Blue
advise
Chew.
for.
Yeah.
Yep. But that should be a reward for you after tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, not before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes your legs weak.
Yeah,
we don't need that
That's
tonight.
what they say.
Yes.
Not before. Not
Like the
before.
We don't need
camera,
that before.
like the camera after he won golf, it was a bad night to be a sock in Joe Camera's house. Like that's, hopefully not the case here.
Yep.
His Wi-Fi was booming that night, huh?
Yeah, it sure was.
Yeah.
It sure was.
Now, Corey is a top of the line afternoon show caller. Love him. Is somebody going to coach him on his cheek hitting the buttons? Because
Yeah, I
it's
don't
been
know what that
happening
was.
for
Yeah.
it's been happening for like a month.
Yeah, like the Morse code that he's sending out.
Yes, yeah.
Make sure he's all right.
I didn't know that happened anymore. With phones.
Yeah, how do you even do that? With
Yeah,
phones?
I thought it like locked it or whatever. Yoshi in Brewery Town, you're on WIP. What's up, Yoshi?
My man Spike, Big Ike, Jackie, baby, what's poppin'? Happy Tuesday. Yo, that Corey sending Morse codes with his cheek.
That's what it sounds like.
Oh, man, y'all tripping. Hey, boy, the meltdown was real. I've been on this phone an hour at work and 36 minutes at home because I called back. And I ain't tripping. Look, man, let me keep it simple real quick. Let me give you this. I'm Yoshi from Brewery Town. I don't think I'm bigger than nobody. But Ike Reese introduced people to me when I'm at Chicky and Pete. And I feel as though they love me. You got to give yourself a time limit. I keep telling you. At an hour, hang up if you can't take it. I don't feel no type of way. Sometimes I get on 5 minutes. Sometimes I wait an hour. I just call back the next day. It don't matter. It's a phone call, man. Then the boy say he going to keep you on hold. Just be so mad. If my wife tell me she ain't going to give me none, and I get home and I try to get some, and she said, I told you, you know what I'm going to say? Well, she did say she won't going to give me none. I love my wife. Speaking of loving my wife, the basement, the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room,
Oh,
the
boy.
bedroom.
All right.
And your kids ain't in the house. You ain't got nothing but cats looking at you. You can do it anywhere, baby. Anywhere. You know what I'm talking about?
He's out of control.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Oh, man. Hey, man, when Aaron said that he was in the 9th grade when 9/11 hit, I said, God almighty, I was almost 30.
I was in the 2nd grade.
Remember that shit? Oh, that was in the 9th grade, boy. I was sticking and moving. Know what I'm talking about? Man, I'm still laughing at last week. I had to text Jackie about it. Y'all was talking, went on a whole nother conversation. I still in the background talking about Aries, Aquarius, Taurus, Gemini. And then again later on with TJ Watt. Yeah, he had like 15.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm still cracking up at that. Hey, man, that boy said my answer. When Michael Jackson came out, I had that answer. Michael Jackson came out and said, I love you all. You're so beautiful. Those were the good old days. But I love the new song. And then that hey, but I'm going to go with his sister. When Justin pulled off her shirt.
Ooh, how about that?
That was a moment right
Nipplegate.
there.
Oh, that's what I thought he was going to come up with.
Yeah.
That's what I thought yours was going to be. Going to be nipple.
That's more up your alley.
That's what it is. That's what mine is. That's nipple, baby.
By the way, Yosh, that changed. You probably wouldn't expect it. That changed radio too.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden the rules, because it was an FCC thing. All of a sudden, I worked at a rock station. We would have at YSP. We had certain songs that had a bad word in it that we let go. Like for years, there's Pink Floyd song, Alice in Chains song, all that. No more. After Janet Jackson, I remember, this is the second Tim mentioned, Sabian sent me in to go edit all the songs. Go take all the bad words out, all that kind of stuff. We used to let them play, but after Janet Jackson, the rules changed for everybody.
Man, and then we started having bad Super Bowl halftime shows.
Yes,
for about 10 years.
That's when they got all the old guys in there.
Yes.
That's how we got Paul McCartney.
Well, that's a big deal. I mean, come on, it's Sir Paul. It was a bad halftime show. I remember. I was very disappointed.
Yeah, of the old guys, Tom Petty was a good one.
Well, it was Prince was 06, right?
Prince was a good one.
Prince is a good one.
Yeah.
Well, so was Paul McCartney.
Well, not for me, it wasn't.
Yeah. Petty was good.
But Paul McCartney.
What did Tom Petty do one?
Tom Petty did one, didn't he? I feel like I'm going crazy.
I forget.
Well, I'm going to go check.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Yeah. Hey, Yosh.
Now Yoshi's he's naming zodiac signs in the background.
I'm acting like I agree. Before I go,
Oh, wait,
I
Tom
wanna
Petty.
I want to leave with a little poem real quick. It ain't that much.
Oh, you said poem. Okay.
I said something else.
Yeah.
I got a
Okay.
poem.
Okay.
All right. Jack gonna take the mound, and he gonna down this clown. Can you dig it? Been calling my man Jackie Quits. New name change. Tomorrow we gonna call him No Hit Fritz. Can you dig it? Big arm, little bat. Where Joe at? Strike one, strike two, strike three. He went down to Jack. Can you dig it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Love y'all cats, man.
Hi, Yosh.
Oh my God!
Little
I thought that was
poetry.
Yosh doing that. That was Fritz doing
Jack
that.
did it. Yeah.
I thought that was Yoshi doing that.
What a weird concept that is.
Yeah.
Man, I feel
That like spoken word. Is that what that was?
Yeah, well, it's like the poetry nights or whatever.
Yep. Love Jones.
I feel like you losing the golf has brought the afternoon show
Closer
together.
Besides Anthony.
And I mean, all of us are now. Well, he's
not really an afternoon show.
He
guy.
wants to be.
He wants to be.
He wants to be. You could tell. And nobody is that upset staying on hold unless they want to be an afternoon.
Yeah, 'cause they just wouldn't stay on hold.
Yeah, just hang up.
Just hang up.
Just hang up. Waited all day. Jack, tomorrow is really. It's no pressure because this is the moment where it turns.
Yeah.
Like this is I truly believe that your victory tomorrow, because of the loss in golf, will be bigger and more meaningful.
Yeah, well, the good part is I'm not surprised the golf thing happened. I don't have many clutch golf moments.
Okay.
I got some clutch baseball moments.
Yeah.
That's what I need to channel.
First team all Chessmont.
Big game Fritz.
Yeah, that's what they called you.
Yep.
Until you got to college.
Well, there's no big games.
No.
But there was a big game.
Yeah.
Now, Adult League. You want to start counting Adult League?
Oh, yeah?
Second in the ERA title in the Westchester Adult League 2014.
Okay.
Champion that year.
All right.
There's some moments.
Okay.
Golf, not surprising a meltdown happened. Tomorrow, my sport.
I'm excited.
Huge. Yeah.
I think it's excited to see what the old win looks like.
Yeah, I got to see my boy. I want to see.
Because you put me in the athlete club without ever knowing. You know, I do know your big plays. Yeah, I remember Richie's huge plays. Hugh, of course.
Yeah.
That deservedly so.
Yeah, we didn't really have any record of yours.
There's there's just a lot of hearsay.
A lot of talking.
It's a lot of talk.
A lot of talking.
You know what the pitchers are going to sound like? They're going to sound like that. Like that.
Little mitt popping.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is going to be good.
That's going to be good.
Oh, this is
all right,
going to be
easy.
good. All right, sorry.
This is going to be good.
Sorry.
So the umpires GoPro.
Yeah.
How we get to see that?
But Tucker's going to get it.
Put a
I
whole
assume.
video together.
And then we'll get the whole video.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's like the
Love it.
Sunday Night Baseball cam. Remember the one with Trey turning around and Schwartz turning around?
Yeah.
What did we say we're going to do at 5:30? There was something.
So Rube commented on the morning show about the competition tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, Ruben.
Yeah, Ruben
Yeah,
Amaro
yeah.
did. So
It's good stuff.
We'll hear Ruben Amaro's comments on tomorrow's matchup. Today's show sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Take advantage of Guided Door and Window's big summer sales event. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Call 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. This, of course, is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex. and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Comedian Joe Conklin. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The Joe Conklin event, if you have a chance, with the City Rhythm Orchestra, wow. That's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia sports. Just the number of cues, the number of voices, the number of songs. An incredible night. And the Conklin family, just amazed how many of them perform. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Talks have resumed between Philadelphia and its largest blue-collar workers union. The ride-hailing company Waymo began testing its driverless cars in Philadelphia this week, and the freshman class at Temple University is on track to be the largest ever.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My boss doesn't know I'm listening to the Phillies on the Odyssey app when I'm nodding at him.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you now pro or anti robo-umps in baseball? 73.4% say pro.
Holding steady.
Yep. Chris in North Philly, you're on WIP. Chris.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Chris?
What up, Chris?
So I played with Jack, actually, back in, 2019 in an adults league.
Wow, 2019 Jack was playing.
Yeah, one summer came out of retirement.
Wow, did Jack pitch in that year?
Yeah, he threw a lot. He was throwing some gas.
Really? And he was good?
Yeah, he was really good for us. He probably pitched every other game, probably 5-6 innings. I mean, he was our go-to guy.
Wow.
I think I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm trying to get there during the middle of the day. I'm trying to slip away during my lunch break or something. But yeah, it's going to be fun.
Sure seems like there's going to be a crowd tomorrow.
It does seem like it. And just one final reminder.
There wasn't going to be.
One final reminder here. If you are coming to watch at Plymouth White Marsh High School tomorrow at noon, no booze. No booze in the parking lot. No booze on the field. It is a high school. We're going to be respectful of Plymouth White Marsh High School. We thank them. We thank the team for backing up Jack defensively. And what I would suggest you do, if you would like to have an adult beverage, is after, to celebrate, go over to McGurk's, because that's where we'll be doing the show, McGurk's in Fort Washington. In fact, Joe and Hugh will be there. Is Joe back? Is Giglio back tomorrow? I think Joe and Hugh...
I think Joe is back tomorrow.
Oh, back from the Pacific Northwest.
Giglio will be back tomorrow, so they will do their show previously, so maybe you stop in around 11, then you head over, throw the Watch Jack win, and then we head over there and celebrate, and then watch the Phils over at McGurk's.
I'm actually not sure if Joe is back tomorrow.
Oh.
No idea if he's back
Yeah,
tomorrow.
no idea. We're just guessing.
Yeah.
It'll be Hugh.
Hugh will definitely be there.
Maybe it's TK. Maybe it's Giglio.
Thanks.
I'd like to have Giglio there. I thank you for the update, Chris. It's good. It makes me feel a little bit better knowing that Jack was throwing well as of 2019.
Was he hitting it? Was he throwing it in the 80s?
Yeah, I would say, probably low 80s, high 70s,
Okay.
Wow. That's a Fritz Guy report.
Okay.
I don't want to give anything away, but I think he's got some off speed too.
Ah. Yeah, do we go to the all speed or do we just stick with the fastball?
Give him the heater, Ricky.
Yeah.
Look, thank you for the call, Chris. Whatever is going to keep your arm in the best shape.
Yeah.
I think.
And whatever you have more control of.
Yeah.
Well, that's the fastball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
The other pitches might be show me's.
Oh, yeah, just
let them know that it's there.
Yeah, just let them know that it's there.
Yeah, let them know it's there.
Get them down 0-2. You're like, you just want to show them, let them know you're alive. So, Ruben Amaro Jr., former Phillies general manager, also part of the WIP air staff, also part of the NBC Sports Philly broadcast.
Doing the games, yeah.
Was on with DeCamara and Richie, I believe, this morning, talking about the matchup between Fritz and DeCamara. Here's what Rube had to say.
Obviously, try to work some deep counts. That'll benefit me. If he has to throw, let's just say 40 to 50 pitches, and it probably won't get as high as 50, but it could. If he has to throw 40 to 50 pitches, at the age of 31, he's going to be trying to pump it in there about 80 miles per hour. How tough will that be on him?
It will be very difficult. 60 feet, 6 inches is going to get longer and longer and longer. Now, I know he's done it, and he's done it at a higher level of college and stuff. But it's not going to be easy for him, especially if he hasn't been like on the mound throwing regularly for like the last, couple of months, 3 months, 4 months. I mean, the fact that he's going to have to try to do this under a great deal of duress, way more duress than he was doing it, in college, believe it or not, because now he's got so many more eyes on him. It's not going to be easy for him, man. And I actually commend him for going into this challenge, trying to do this, because it's that 60 feet 6 inches. It's not going to be anything simple to manhandle.
So here's what I'd say about commending him, Ruben. I mean, he's the college athlete.
What happened
I'm
to
not.
High Road Hammer? What happened to him?
Well, I can be
High Road Hammer be like, yeah, you're right, Ruben.
I
You
can
should
be High
commend
Road
him for
Hammer,
going
but I
out.
don't have to commend him.
I think it's a gutsy thing, just because you have to understand, like to get on the mound and just start firing. Everybody thinks that everybody can throw like Zach Wheeler. That's not happening, pal.
Well,
And
that's
the
not
fact that-
happening. But
yeah,
I'm also
yeah,
not
I
going to
mean-
be hitting like Barry Bonds. I might try, but come on.
No, I understand that. That's that. But being able to throw the ball over the plate is a real issue.
Yeah.
And I feel for him there, for him actually taking this challenge. So I got to give him some love for that.
I feel like Ruben's trying to psych you out. I feel like Ruben is pro to camera in this. I do.
That's where he's going with this.
That's how it sounded to me. It sounded like he was trying to psych you out. It is the way it sounded to me.
I don't know,
60
Jack. How's the relationship with you and Rube?
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I don't think he enjoys hearing the hardest wood I ever touched.
Maybe not.
Then he should stop being all sexy on the broadcast.
I know.
That's on him.
So I do have a little bit of a concern now.
Oh, no.
Well,
What?
Rube said he should have been thrown for 2 or 3 months.
Well, of course he should have. We've known about this for months. We begged him to
Yes.
prepare for all of
Start
this.
warming up or something.
It's just not.
I throw more than I thought I was going to throw.
He threw twice.
No, I haven't.
3 times?
No, I've probably thrown like 6 times.
Okay.
2 times off a mound, yeah.
Okay.
But like a lot of long toss sessions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The arm feels like it's in a pretty good spot.
He's not.
He's going to try to wear you down.
Yes.
That's what he's going to try to do.
I know.
Yeah, that's why throwing strikes at the top. That's it, man.
He's right.
That's
Just
it.
put the ball in play, Joe.
Yeah.
He's not swinging that bat until you show him that you can throw strikes consistently.
Yeah.
Because if you're him, his best chances of reaching the base is a
walk.
walk, not a hit.
Yep.
Yeah, walks as good as a hit.
Yeah.
And that's what he's telling himself all night.
Yeah. It's little league.
Just like they
told
told
all
him.
the 6 and 7 year olds.
Yep.
Yeah, walks as good as a
You
hit.
don't have to swing, man.
Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP.
Yeah.
Hey, Spike, Ike.
What up, Tasty
and
Cake?
The winner and champion, Jack.
All right. There we go. Fritz is he's
You know,
locked in.
This particular, right, Ike, this particular baseball, you guys bill it as a competition when it's really not a competition, because Joe can win this competition without any athletic prowess whatsoever, because if Jack's off,
Yep.
I mean, what's
Slow
Hey,
down.
Yep.
Joe
boy.
doing except standing there like a statue?
Yeah, well, I mean, some would argue he won golf by barely even being able to play golf. So, yeah, I agree. But then I guess I would say all Jack has to do is throw the ball in the strike zone, and he's going to win this.
Right, which he will do.
Yep.
No doubt about it. Now, as far as this fella Anthony that calls you, Spike, and is disrespectful. First of all, don't come on the afternoon show and selling that noise. Nobody wants to hear that.
Oh, of course not.
And secondly, and I know it's all about gamesmanship, Spike, but so Jack went on the morning show, which I thought was a big thing because they spent the last 5 weeks saying how weak he was and soft and everything, and he went on their show by himself without you and Ike, and they had their whole gang there, right?
Yep.
So I thought, all right, now the camera goes, we'll take some calls on pro Jack, pro him. And I immediately, because I wanted Jack to know that there was guys listening that were Jack. So I immediately called in, and they took, and again, I'm not complaining about nothing. I'm just saying what is. They took 3 morning show zombies that said hammer, 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 and I never made it to the air.
Yeah, of course
and
not.
that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes, you know?
So, Anthony's full of baloney when he says, whatever you do on this show, they didn't take any Jack guy. They did. The second time I called in, they did. James Seltzer is always nice to me, and I did call in another time because sometimes I think it's a little overboard, you know what I mean, with the weak-minded stuff. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I
So
feel you because you feel like they're attacking your guy.
they're attacking my guy.
Nah, their day of
the
reckoning is
person-
coming.
And the person that does it the most is someone that I've been listening to for 30 years, and I'm absolutely stunned at how Rhea is relentless about it.
Yeah, Rhea has leaned into this.
Well, and I'll tell you,
She's so happy too. I actually want Ray to get in the box tomorrow.
well, yeah, that's another thing. The what do they say? What comes home to roost? The
rooster.
Rooster.
The rooster comes home to roost.
Not
That's not
even
what
close.
they say. That's not
0%
that's
chance,
not the phrase.
Chickens come home to roost.
The chicken home.
Chickens come home
like
to roost.
like Rhea's gonna have to.
I think that's right.
Rhea's gonna have to come face to face with God on this whole thing, in that she picked her side, and if the side's a loser, then she's a loser too. And I love Rhea. Yeah, I've worked with Rhea for a very long time. Has always been supportive, but she picked the side on this one. And if the hammer goes down, then Rhea goes down with him. And that's it. She picked her side. So
And the last thing I wanted to say to you guys, all you guys, I love you guys, motivating me, because by hook or crook, Jack, by hook or crook, if it's 2-2, I'm going to be in that basketball thing.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, you got to be there.
You have to be.
I must be there.
Yep.
And I tell my rehab guys I got to be there. I get on them parallel bars, and I'm walking now, and I'm getting better, and I will be there for that. And then if this guy Anthony thinks he's loud, I could get loud. we right? Hey, Spike, the rule is afternoon show don't lose no basketball content.
No, absolutely
not. On
not.
this station, right, Ike?
No way.
No way, dude.
Yep,
So
no
Jack's
way.
winning that one, and I must be there for that.
Oh yeah, and hopefully at that point,
We've already had it wrapped up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be a celebration. Hopefully.
Well, he said this morning, just to let you know, Spike, he said this morning if it's wrapped up, he don't think he's doing basketball.
Oh, he is. He is. Or he thinks he hasn't seen
The other side of Spike.
Yeah, he has no idea how relentless I can be. He's playing basketball.
He'll want to do it. Yeah, he'll want to do it before it's over.
Yes, yeah. Just go in there and lose like a big boy is yeah. If it's wrapped up, he's playing basketball. I'm not going to be robbed of. First of all, Tasty Cake.
I'm not going to be robbed.
Well, I'm not going to be robbed of this.
Yes.
And second of all, Tasty Cake, I need for both Joe and Jack to see how long this basketball game is going to go. Jack keeps talking about going up to 11, like we're gonna be there for a week. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well, Tasty Cake.
Can I quick give you my TV moment?
Oh yeah, your memorable TV moment
is the All-Star game when all the All-Stars surrounded Ted Williams.
Oh well, that's a great answer.
I
Then
don't.
Pedro went shove city. Well, I think
that,
Ted
like-
Williams came out there for it was in Fenway in 1999, so it
Oh,
was
I
a good
don't remember
all-century
that.
team,
Oh.
and he got brought out in the wheelchair, got taken all around. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah, I don't remember
It
that.
was really something to see. The respect they gave Ted Williams, it was kind of awesome to see that.
Yeah. Well, Tasty Cake, here's what I'm hoping, or what I know. Jack's going to win tomorrow, and it's all going to set up for your return, and you'll be there in the gym when Jack
That's right.
is crowned champion.
I will be there, Jack. All right. Love you guys.
All right, Tasty Cake.
All right, Tasty Cake. Love you, brother.
Justin, Tennessee. What's happening, fella?
Somebody else I love. Yep.
What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's up, Justin?
Oh, man. During baseball season, y'all know I really don't call back-to-back days and whatnot, but I had to call today because I got to help my boy get his back up. You know what I'm saying? It's just I'm just going to tell you what I told you last week, Jack. It's the same game you've played ever since you was a kid. I don't care if there's 150 or 10 people there tomorrow. It don't matter. You're going to light his ass up like a Christmas tree. He don't stand a chance. He's that them dogs running down the road. I tell you what, living in the country is something else, boys. Break up my darn stride here. Anyway, you're going to light him up. He don't stand a chance because he ain't going to get the bat off his shoulders. And if y'all paid attention, which I'm sure you did when y'all had that umpire on, he ain't going to cut Joe no slack.
Nope.
He not say it's going to be a tight strike zone, but if he sees Joe ain't going to get the bat off his shoulder, he's going to call it tight on Joe, I believe. I really. If
To
he
make
thinks
him
Joe's
swing,
gonna,
yeah.
Yep. If Joe's going to play mind games and stuff like that, try to get Jack. Like I think if Joe tries to call time and step out of the box, like as Jack's trying to throw a pitch, that ought to be an automatic strike right there because that's bush league stuff. Because they were talking about that this morning. If you're going into a competition, go into it like a man. I'm a man. I'm here. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. But I'm going down swinging, not standing there walking, not squatting like some 8-year-old in Little League. Do it. Just feed his ass from pillar to post, Jack. You've got every one of us behind you. Hey, got my book in the mail today.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Got a nice little inscription from Jack.
Oh, he personalized it?
Yeah,
All
man,
class.
That's my boy, man. As soon as it come out, I ordered that thing. So now I'm done with this. I got to handle a little business.
Uh-oh.
All right.
So yesterday, I get done with my call, and I'm doing my thing, and I go back out on the porch to listen to the rest of y'all's show, just like I do every day. I listen to the rest of the show, then I take a shower, and then I eat supper and whatnot. And I'm catching strays from Stewardess Jim. For what? For what? Just because I'm trying to bring a little levity to the show,
Yes.
make Ike laugh,
Yes.
confuse Spike.
Yep.
Jack probably sitting back there shaking his head and in the booth farting. But
Yep.
I'm just trying to make everybody laugh, bring a little joy to the world.
Yeah.
And where's Jim from? Is he from the Philadelphia area?
I think he's in South Jersey.
That's a good question.
So you're that close to two all-time franchises in the Giants and the Eagles, and you picked the dadgum Cowboys? Like, what kind of human being are you? I'll never
It's a
understand.
character flaw. Definitely a
Oh,
character
huge
flaw.
character flaw.
Yeah.
Yes, like if you're from that area, I do not understand people that are Cowboys fans because they won. Who gives a crap? I'm from East Tennessee. I could have been a Cowboys or 49ers because they were the teams that were good when I was growing up. But you know what? That gum Reggie White played for that Kelly Green, baby. And that was the baddest defense on the face of the earth, probably up until this year. And this is one of the all-time defenses. It may not have been that good, but this was the all-time defense. And I still picked the Philadelphia Eagles. I had an uncle who I loved dearly was a Cowboys fan. One of my best friends was a Niners, and my cousin, who's like a brother, was a Broncos fan. They were all better than the Eagles. Broncos was going to Super Bowls, but they wasn't winning.
Right.
I picked the dadgum Eagles because that Kelly Green and that silver wing on the side of the helmet, which is badass and iconic. And Stewardess Jim's coming after little old me. Well, let me tell you something, big boy.
Oh, boy.
You called down the thunder. You got it. We need to have us a dadgum fan off or something one day so I can rip his ass from pillar to post and let him know what a true Philadelphia fan is because he's some kind of fake, fraud, fugazi, something or another Philadelphian. Because how can you be from that area and root for the dadgum Cowboys just because at one time they were winners and now their Super Bowls are in SD? He can't even watch highlights in HD. His highlights are on like a one of them old floor model TVs is how you be able to take up the whole screen. It's ridiculous. Like you pull it up on YouTube and it looks atrocious. I mean, am I right or am I wrong? Boy?
No, you're right.
It's a little grainy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's Cowboy Jim, Stewardess Jim, Flight Attendant Jim, whatever you want to call yourself. You called down the thunder. By God, I'm going to bring it. I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, just like Wyatt Earp said in Tombstone. You want it, big boy, you got it. Jack, you got it tomorrow. Hammer's going down. You're dropping the hammer. You're going to whoop his hind end. Leave no stone unturned, and once you get him, like once it's over, and if he wants to continue, hit him one time. Give him one right in the hind end, right in that roast, boy.
Right
let
at
him
the
wire one.
There it
Yeah,
is.
let him wire one. But anyway, I'll get off here and let you go. I love you, boys. We'll holler at you later.
Love you, Justin.
Apparently, there's a tornado warning going on, so
Yeah.
Yes.
hopefully we can still get the thing in tomorrow.
Well, the tornado warning is now.
It's now,
I know.
not
Yeah.
tomorrow.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
Don't worry about it.
It's 18 hours from now.
You never know.
They don't stick around. They normally hit and keep going.
Yeah. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Can I leave now? Trey at Citizens Bank Park recording the video.
Before they left. Yeah, I'm not going to even ask when did they get that, because that had to happen Sunday?
Yeah, because
because they left. They're in San Francisco.
Yep, Sunday. Yep. 1-0. What does this even mean? What's next?
Spike today. I do not use ChatGPT for my takes. Trust me. Spike during the football season.
Well, actually, their DVOA is in the 95th percentile over a large sample size.
Mike in Havertown.
That's not using ChatGPT for a take.
That's ChatGPT.
No, it isn't. What's next?
I thought L.A. could not have sounded more dejected when talking about the state of umpiring, but then Spike told him Jack had to hold the camera to less than 3 times on base, and L.A. hit an all-time low. Alex in Lancaster.
Yeah, L.A. was like, I don't know. If Jack essentially Jack has to hold him to getting on base fewer than 3 times. Yeah. Ooh. What's next?
Oh, that was today. Huh, I thought they meant next week. Oh well. L.A. sitting in a recliner drinking a beer tomorrow during the Fitz DeCamera baseball event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No shot, right?
No shot.
0% chance.
Very disappointed.
Yeah. What's next?
Logs onto Twitter to like all of Jack's tweets praising Trey Turner. Spike tomorrow after Jack boots a routine grounder back to the mound.
You did it again last night.
I did. Every time Trey Turner makes an error, I go back to
He wasn't turning 2. It was we weren't turning 2 in that play.
He didn't have a chance.
Which one? The one he should have came home?
No, the one that was like up the middle, but it was like softly hit, and he rushed it and just
He
rolled
booted
it
it.
to second base.
Yeah.
What did you think about the one he should have came home on?
Which one was that?
He had one. He had I don't know if it was a force out. Might have been had to make a tag, but he wound up going to second, and they didn't turn 2.
Every time he boots one, there's one tweet Jack comparing Lindor to him, and I go and I unlike it, and then I like it again just so Jack knows I'm alive.
And he's hitting 258.
Yeah, he is, and he's not a liability in the field.
Neither's Trey.
Yes, he is. What's next?
All these people celebrating. Why? I ain't saying that. Call me when you get a job. Then call me again when you get a promotion. Until then, don't call me at all. I don't even want to be here. Anywho, congrats. Rios giving an uplifting graduation speech.
Rios is something else, man.
Yeah.
He is something else. What's next?
The general vibe of morning show callers supporting DeCamera. You got this, Joe. You can do it. The general vibe of afternoon show callers supporting Jack. If you lose, you're dead to us, Jack. Frank in Ardmore.
Yeah, I mean, that is the
Because they
vibe.
expect more from me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you let us down.
And we're
last
already
time.
down 1.
Oh, I know. Everyone's in the corner.
Yeah. What's next?
The surprise of today's show wasn't actually the Trey Turner message. It was the unexpected roast of Joe DeCamera by umpire Pat. Joe and Drescher.
That's true.
He did come out of nowhere and just obliterate the camera.
Very ready to go.
Yeah.
That wasn't prompted.
No.
Doesn't seem like he's pro Joe.
No, it does not. But if he ends up on that, I want to know if he's on that show tomorrow. See if he takes the shots at you. See if he's playing both sides.
That's true. That's true.
What's next?
And let me tell you something else. Joe DeCamera is so ugly that when he walks into the bank, they turn the security cameras off. Umpire Pat on hold, still roasting Joe DeCamera.
It was pretty intense.
He was.
What's next?
On today's show, we'll have Spike Eskin on to explain